Chapter 1. Young Master Zhao. Whoa. With a sudden halt, the cake in Hua Qing's hand flew from her grasp. Master, are you unhurt? It's all my fault. The charioteer, Zhu Ying, was halfway through her words when Hua Qing could no longer contain herself and interrupted. It's nothing. I am perfectly fine. Not a scratch on me. You are not to blame, and there is no need for punishment. She managed to finish her sentence in a mere 3 seconds. Hua Qing cast a regretful glance at the beef pastry lying on the ground, swallowing hard. I must remain composed. After all, dealing with such incidents daily has accustomed me to it. A beauty must not lose her temper. Knock, knock, came a sound at the door. Master, I shall attend to it at once. Hua Qing parted the curtain and discreetly peered outside. Upon noticing that someone was looking her way, she quickly withdrew her head in alarm. Please, do not make a move. Sigh. In the 21st century, being a woman was exhausting, but traversing into a matriarchal world proved to be even more challenging. Yuan, another of Hua Qing's personal maids, was Zhu Ying's sister. Unlike her loquacious sister, Zhu Ying, Yuan was a cold-faced assassin, renowned in the martial world. Standing a height of 178 meters amidst the bustling street, Yuan sneered at the feeble young man who resembled a frail willow. Her voice, enhanced by inner strength, carried far. What is Masterly up to this time? How many times has it been? The Wang residence is not a refuge. Every time you encounter someone who appears pitiful, you wish to take them home. You would do well to direct those misguided intentions toward the more righteous path. Such behavior has surely gone to the dogs. Her words left the women shopping nearby blushing with embarrassment. Sokurinjurdi. With a willow-like waist, delicate skin, and drooping eyes, the pitiable young man could not help but whimper. My surname is Zhao, not Li Wu. After uttering this, he cast a heartfelt glance at the closed sedan chair, bit his lip, and ran off. Failure. Another failure. Clearly, the third-rate fellow had once collapsed before the prince, only to be taken back to the Wang residence for care. Why did he keep failing? Was he not falling hard enough? Should he consider leaving a trail of blood next time? But it hurts so much. Woe is me. Zhao Li hailed from a reputable family, one of the imperial merchant clans of the great Dazhao Kingdom. In the future, marrying a minor official as a legitimate wife or becoming a concubine to the royal family would suffice. Yet, he was infatuated with the most esteemed prince of the great Zhao Prince Chun. At the tender age of 16, he possessed strikingly bright eyes and a charming smile, yet his disposition was timid and frail. He first laid eyes on Hua Qing 5 months prior. After a former companion provoked a noble and was left for dead on the roadside, he sneaked out to rescue them. However, before he could even assist, a celestial-like lady emerged from the sedan passing by. She was truly enchanting. Zhao Li had never seen a lady with skin fairer than any man's and a waist more slender. Not to mention her crescent-shaped brows, delicate nose, and rosy lips, which were full and inviting. In that instant, he was utterly captivated and bled from his nose. Then, witnessing the lady tenderly helping his former companion, he jealously tore his handkerchief to shreds. Previously, he had fancied himself enamored with a powerful general, a lady capable of sending enemies sprawling with a single punch. But upon her appearance, he realized he would gladly empty his family's coffers for her dowry, even if it meant being a mere concubine. It was later that Zhao Li discovered that the celestial lady was none other than the illustrious Prince Chun of the great Zhao. At that moment, his heart sank, yet it did not extinguish his ardent affection. At this very moment, Zhao Li concealed himself in the shadows, clutching his heart, which ached from sorrow, as he gazed longingly at the departing sedan chair. And then, in the blink of an eye, the lady, whom he had longed for day and night, poked her head out, scanning the surroundings, her tearful eyes unexpectedly locking with his. Oh, Zhao Li felt as though his world had collapsed. He would never again be able to love another lady. When Hua Qing noticed the young Zhao staring foolishly at her while seeking refuge, she felt a strange sense of vexation. Though her surname is Hua, she is not fickle in love. She simply does not fancy this type. Oh, Zhao, I am so sorry. She had traversed into this parallel ancient world 6 months prior. While underground, Brother Neo and Brother Ma had assured her she would enjoy a life of luxury. Indeed, initially it was so, and she had even squealed like a pig in delight during the night. The world of beauty dazzled her eyes, with every type of handsome man imaginable. Each one was well-tempered, charming, capable in both the drawing room and the kitchen, exuding allure. However, just 3 months in, Hua Qing wished she could be reborn. Daily encounters with beggars, opportunists outside her residence, and being summoned for tea by some noble husband who merely intended to introduce her to his nephew or cousin had her utterly exasperated. Once, she had eagerly gone to dinner with colleagues, only to be drugged by a crazy fan young master. Hua Qing vividly recalled that evening. She returned home with her nose bleeding profusely, having spent 2 hours in cold water before chasing out the handsome gentleman her subordinates had shoved into her room. Alas, Hua Qing silently shed 2 warm tears in her heart. Her preference lay with men possessing abs and a defined line, those who were tall and strong enough to carry her with one hand. In stark contrast, after her traversal, Hua Qing felt like a raw nerve. They were even weaker than this body. Their slender waists made her feel ashamed. As for them tossing scented handkerchiefs her way, if she were to throw them back, would they run away, clutching their faces and weeping? Can you believe that? Chapter 2. The imperial edict arrives. Hua Qing vividly recalls the moment she first opened her eyes, witnessing her elder sister, the Empress, in a fit of rage. She had personally executed a treacherous physician who had attempted to poison her. Leaving a macabre scene of bloodied chaos, with a severed head rolling to the foot of the bed, a modern individual, who had never even dared to harm a living chicken, was rendered unconscious by the horror. Upon regaining consciousness, Hua Qing's memories flooded back to her, as if she had relived them in a dream. This vast continent is home to 4 kingdoms, where for millennia, women have wielded the reins of power. Hua Qing finds herself reincarnated into the illustrious Dazhao Kingdom, ruled by her elder sister, Hua Yin. The original owner of this body was frail and sickly from a young age, unable to practice martial arts, and heavily reliant on her sister. Unlike other women, who were robust and powerful, she was delicate and pale, resembling a prince raised in the depths of the palace. From childhood, her younger sisters would mock her for her cowardice and incompetence, predicting that no man would ever take her as a bride. In stark contrast, her sister Hua Yin stood nearly 6 feet tall, possessing sun-kissed skin, a high nose, and thin lips, with piercing eyes that intimidated those who dared to meet her gaze. Only in the presence of her beloved sister did Hua Yin allow herself a gentle smile, fearing to frighten her. At the tender age of 17, Hua Qing is the second princess of the Dazhao Kingdom. 2 years prior, during a palace coup, she bravely sacrificed herself to save the crown princess, her elder sister. It must be said, this young girl was truly courageous, standing at just 5 feet 5 inches. She unhesitatingly threw herself in the path of danger, shielding her sister from blades and poison. The original owner succumbed just 5 minutes before reinforcements arrived, falling into a deep slumber that lasted 2 full years. Suspended between life and death by precious treasures, she ultimately surrendered her mortal coil to an unfortunate modern soul. To succinctly summarize her life: a girl of noble birth, potentially afflicted with congenital heart disease and a lung ailment reminiscent of Lin Ran. Innocent and kind-hearted, she was naive to the ways of the world, timid as a rabbit, yet always ardently caring for her family and treating the servants with kindness. On the day of Hua Qing's awakening, her sister, the Empress, conferred upon her the title of Prince of Qin. The term Qin refers to the North Star, also known as the Emperor's celestial position. This clearly illustrates how doting the current Empress is towards her beloved sister. Hua Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Was she simply inheriting a ready-made advantage? In her past life, she had once caught a falling child, acting faster than her mind could process, and had been severely injured, ultimately becoming a vegetable at the age of 22, just as she was preparing for her graduate entrance exams. In her dream, she overheard Brother Ma say that because the second princess had selflessly saved a noble emperor, she had accumulated the blessings of millions of subjects, thus allowing her to live in the 21st century, with a lifespan extended to a full 100 years. Hua Qing, thank you. Let her pursue her studies. Now, faced with the pressing issue at hand, the Empress had run out of patience and urging her to marry, leaving her with the option to travel abroad for leisure, perhaps to the seafood-rich Haidian Kingdom, the forest-clad Yubei Kingdom, or the land of handsome men, Wugua. Ahem, one might ponder, in a world so vast, as a carefree prince with no ambitions for power, possessing wealth beyond measure, known for her integrity, amiable demeanor, And without any familial ties, of course, she ought to indulge in youthful pleasures. The carriage rattled along the path back to the Prince of Qin's residence. In a corner, some young gentlemen, eager to catch her attention, whispered amongst themselves, "The Empress's skin is so fair. I find it utterly appealing. Indeed, who says an empress must always be imposing? Such a delicate empress can be quite endearing. If only one could marry the Prince of Qin. Being the 99th consort would suffice. As if you stand a chance. The Prince of Qin is a paragon of virtue, with no entertainers in his household. It seems she is the only one for him in the Dazhao Kingdom. Indeed, which man would not desire to wed such a poised and devoted empress?" The young gentlemen, still unwed, blushed as they showered Hua Qing with praises. Naturally, with admiration comes criticism. On the streets, many women scoffed, their disdain palpable. "With a figure as frail as that, I could easily incapacitate her with a single punch. Humph, a woman should embody strength, not cower away from the sun, with skin as pale as a man's. Did you hear? I heard she even paints her brows and applies rouge. Heavens, is that true? A grand lady indulging in cosmetics. Look at her waist. I could encircle it with one hand. How could one even consider her a worthy opponent?" The common folk's opinions were as varied as the colors of a rainbow, yet the Prince of Qin, renowned by all, had no time to heed their gossip, for she was faced with a troublesome predicament. On a crisp autumn day, Hua Qing languidly reclined on a garden bench, one hand holding a novel while the other munched on the tribute fruits from Yubei. Her diligent assistant, Zhua Ying, hurried over, half squatting to report, her tiger-like eyes gleaming with urgency. "My lord, the imperial edict has arrived. It's time to receive its here. It's finally here. The empress can no longer evade this." Observing Zhua Ying's expression of both constipation and excitement, a sense of foreboding washed over Hua Qing, and she stood up in a flurry of nerves after the robust female official finished reading the edict. The only thought that lingered in Hua Qing's mind was, among the 10 men, you need only choose 3 to become your consorts. Should you refuse, I shall bestow upon you a royal husband. Hua Qing held the edict, her expression impassive. The desire to travel the world surged within her. The next moment, the female official seemed to sense Hua Qing's hesitation, and with a wicked grin, added, "Your Highness, the Emperor has instructed me to inform you that if you wish to engage in any acts of defiance, you shall be granted freedom." This freedom meant no salary, no sumptuous feasts, and the 2 specially selected personal guards would be taken away, leaving you without a residence in the royal palace. Oh, and your shops and fertile lands shall be reclaimed as well. And stop. That's enough. No need to elaborate. Ultimately, it boiled down to this. Sister, you are free to go. I grant you your freedom. Go beg for food. The shrimp and pork heart struck at her soft spot. What a thunderbolt! Lifting her gaze, she found 10 young noblemen of varying appearances gracefully approaching. The expressions in their eyes as they gazed at Hua Qing were indescribable. Each one elicited an involuntary shiver from her. "Your Highness, please make your selection. Do not put me in a difficult position. I would like to return home to report soon." The female official spoke while exchanging knowing glances with the young men, implying that they should give it their all. Upon hearing this, Hua Qing felt as though her head might explode. What to choose? How to choose? Woe is me. The first candidate was a handsome youth of about 16 or 17, clad in a grass-green robe. He bit his rosy lower lip, his striking black and white eyes naturally adorned with a hint of red at the corners. His gaze seemed to hold a river of spring water, soft and affectionate, evoking a sense of compassion. Upon catching Hua Qing's gaze, he instantly assumed an expression that no woman could possibly resist, exuding an aura of charm. This was Chu Huaishuang, the illegitimate son of the prime minister. He understood that this was his only chance at redemption, should he be rejected by the Prince of Qin today. His mother would surely make him and his brother pay dearly. His enchanting eyes had always drawn praise from older ladies, a strong point among the 10 candidates today, ensuring his success. Hua Qing glanced at Chu Huaishuang before averting her gaze, shifting her attention to the second candidate, a boy in pink who appeared to be a bit shorter. "Pray tell, how old is he?" 13, 12. Is he not supposed to be in the 1st or 2nd year of junior high in modern society? His cherubic face was still unblemished, with big eyes and a fair complexion, and he was adorably winking at her. Is this truly acceptable? If the first boy with his captivating eyes is considered an adult in ancient times, then what of this one? Oh dear, this child knows nothing of the world. Exclude him. Exclude him. Go home to learn the virtues of manhood. The third candidate, a youth clad in lake blue, was 16 years old. Hailing from a scholarly family, proficient in all arts, his smile seemed as though it had been practiced 1,000 times, reminiscent of a dignified sister. The fourth, a minor, was the third son of a general. whose appearance leaned toward the alluring side. He stood languidly, his posture delicate, casting flirtatious glances at Hua Qing. The fifth was a striking young lad dressed in an orange top, the fourth son of General Zheng Wuqing. Also 16. His complexion was not pale, with long arms and broad shoulders, towering over the others. He wore an expression of reluctance, forcing a smile, which left Hua Qing speechless. Yet, this suited her just fine. Keeping him around would save her the trouble. His defiant demeanor indicated he certainly did not fancy her. How delightful. The 6th, 7th, and 8th candidates were all handsome young men, each possessing unique charms, painting a vivid tapestry of colors before her. Hua Qing feigned nods of approval, maintaining appearances, while internally feeling disheartened. Just as the female official assumed the Prince of Chun would keep them all, she heard a voice laced with melancholy. Let Chu Huaishuang, Zheng Wuqing, and Zhao Xie remain. Send the rest back to their respective households. With that, Hua Qing added, Please inform the Empress that I am feeling under the weather and shall refrain from attending court for a few days. I am utterly stifled. The grievance within me feels like a weight upon my chest. The female official offered an awkward smile, quickly bowing in response, and hastily departed with 7 individuals, each displaying a myriad of expressions. The 3 left behind exchanged glances, their emotions varied. Chu Huaishuang's affectionate eyes appeared to be veiled with a watery sheen. He hastily lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. Zheng Wuqing's face was puffed with indignation. Struggling to suppress her words, fearful that her expression might betray her feelings, she too bowed her head, standing motionless in submission. The final individual, Zhao Xie, the eldest among them, was the second son of the Marquis of Jinan, whom Hua Qing had decided to retain at a glance. At the tender age of 20, he could be considered a peer, alleviating her sense of guilt somewhat. Zhao Xie, having just turned 20, stood erect at the rear. And upon first glance, Hua Qing might have mistaken him for a woman. Clad in trousers, with a slender waist and legs, his features were gentle and devoid of masculine sharpness. His long hair was casually tied back, with bangs cascading down the sides, and he possessed a radiant beauty, yet his voice bore the unmistakable tone of a rugged man. Among the 3, one was agitated, another was stifled, and the eldest remained composed. Gazing down in anticipation of the prince's command, Zhua Ying discreetly tugged at Hua Qing's sleeve, prompting her to suppress her awkward demeanor and adopt a facade of seriousness as she proclaimed, From now on, the 3 of you shall serve as concubines in the prince's residence. As long as you refrain from actions that may harm the prince's household, you are free to act as you wish. Zhua Ying, please arrange their accommodations. After this, Hua Qing feigned a cough and hastily departed, eager to avoid any further encounters. Zhua Ying, noticing the trio's bowed heads in silence, furrowed her brow and resorted to tentative probing before arranging their quarters in Wudong Courtyard. The Wudong Courtyard comprised 10 rooms, 7 main bedrooms and 3 servant quarters, complete with a rockery, a small lake, and a garden corridor, making for an undeniably pleasant environment. However, its distance from the main residence of the prince was considerable, requiring a lengthy trek through winding paths. How vast was the prince's estate? From a modern perspective, it was such that even the young gatekeeper in the east and the maid in the kitchen could be considered to be in a long-distance relationship. Within the main bedroom of the royal residence, the floor was adorned with white jade tiles, and during winter, the entire room was covered with the pelt of a white tiger, ensuring warmth for the ailing prince's feet. Hua Qing gazed at the exquisite, intricately carved porcelain vase filled with everlasting blooms, while the translucent jade teapot exuded the refreshing aroma of fine white tea, and the wooden jewelry box, fashioned from water-sunken wood, brimmed with tributes of jewels. The notion of relinquishing the title of the prince once more settled heavily upon her heart. Am I truly such a materialistic person? She pondered inwardly. Indeed, I am. Chapter 4. A suitable candidate since the arrival of the 3 into Wudong Courtyard. Hua Qing had taken to deliberately avoiding their vicinity. Fortunately, the 3 young gentlemen were quite understanding. For over half a month, aside from a few gifts delivered by servants, they had not made any appearance before Hua Qing. Not to mention her persistent worry about a potential fire in the courtyard. There was none. It was non-existent. In the bustling marketplace at the crossroads, the young man clad in black, Yuan, suddenly materialized like a ghost. Reporting to Hua Qing, My lord, due to your acceptance of the 3 concubines, many within the court have begun to stir. Numerous officials have approached His Majesty with counsel after court sessions. Approximately 40 gentlemen. His Majesty has not dismissed them. Hua Qing, caught mid-bite into a candied hawthorn skewer, froze. Her mouth agape .40. Oh my, The female-dominant kingdom truly is remarkable. How astonishing! In a male-dominated society, one had never witnessed an emperor selecting wives for his younger brothers, let alone a pool of 40 candidates. The profound love from her sister made her yearn to be reborn that very night. As she bit into the sweet skewer, which had been delectable a moment ago, it now tasted sour, threatening to bring tears to her eyes. Was this the end for her? If she continued to compromise, the primary husband would soon arrive, followed by the concubines, one after another. Zhao Ying quickly interjected, pushing her sister aside, and whispered urgently to Hua Qing, "My lord, why not seek a formidable and favored husband promptly? The three in the courtyard can be managed by the primary husband without harm to their dignity." Though challenging, it was worth a try. Otherwise, the three would face a pitiful fate of lifelong solitude. Yuan nodded in agreement, surprisingly finding her sister's idea credible. The sisters had endured numerous trials to be granted as the prince's personal guards. The elder sister, Zhao Ying, was adept in managing people, courtly affairs, culinary skills, and even poison, while she, with her assassination skills, could hold her own on the battlefield. In the short time they had spent with the prince, they had developed a deep bond and a profound understanding of his eccentric thoughts. Zhao Ying's suggestions stemmed from the prince's distinctiveness, prompting them to reflect on themselves. Unbeknownst to them, they had begun to find merit in the prince's assertions. Shortly after awakening from his slumber, the prince had promptly declared to the emperor, "I shall take but one primary husband, and I will not accept concubines or entertainers." This declaration had led the emperor to summon shamans for consultation, as the imperial physician could do little for such madness. Since the continent's inception, the norm had been one woman with multiple men, as the entire land was characterized by a surplus of men. Women were inherently strong, meticulous, nurturing, and adept at generating wealth. They could also bear children, truly the epitome of perfection. And men, aside from providing offspring, they had little to offer. They excelled in grooming and embellishment, each vying for beauty to attract women who would then shelter them. Men would go to great lengths to win their wives' favor, solely to secure a future heir. With the prince's stature, to claim just one primary husband and forego concubines altogether? Then, during the years the primary husband cared for the children, who would tend to the prince? Who would alleviate his solitude? Even women of humble origins like Zhao Ying and Yuan struggled to comprehend the concept of monogamy, let alone the emperor, who stood above all. Yet Hua Qing's rationale was unassailable. With the ruckus in the courtyard, how can one sleep soundly at night, fearing a concubine may attempt to assassinate you, when trust in people's hearts wavers? What if a malicious concubine were to poison you? Furthermore, did they not tire of having so many men around? The crowd responded. Who said anything about being tired? Nevertheless, Hua Qing's fervent resistance had yielded some results, as it had secured them several months of tranquility. Upon hearing Zhao Ying's words, Hua Qing pulled her sisters to a wonton stall, earnestly imploring, "You must save me. Find me a capable husband." She silently vowed to respect and cherish this husband. The sisters exchanged glances before Zhao Ying spoke first. "My lord, I believe Lin Ran could serve as a suitable primary husband. However, his reputation is somewhat lacking." Although that is not an insurmountable issue, Yuan, brimming with excitement, chimed in. "Indeed, Lin Ran is an exceptionally rare man." Hua Qing, puzzled, inquired further. Thus, the sisters recounted tales of Lin Ran, reputed as the most beautiful person in the great Dazhao Kingdom, a nephew of the former emperor, a cousin to his majesty, the only son of the minister of war, whose father was the most handsome priest of the Witch Kingdom, whose uncle was a general, and whose aunt was the cousin of the Grand Tutor. "Ah, stop, get to the point," Hua Qing exclaimed, overwhelmed by the entangled relations. Zhao Ying chuckled. "My lord, the most important aspect is that Lin Ran is truly handsome, though he is rather tall and robust." Yuan quickly added, "Yes, Lin Ran's inner strength and lightness of foot are remarkable. He is a man I, Yuan, greatly admire, and his appearance is undeniably striking." Zhao Ying, with her straightforward demeanor, interjected, "Indeed. He spends his days in combat. At just 14, he ventured to the borders to hunt tigers and lions, returning drenched in blood, terrifying many young boys on the street. Oh, what a beautiful gentleman." Hua Qing's eyes widened with each word, sparkling with excitement. This is precisely my ideal type. Tall, handsome, and skilled. Truly a dream come true." Before Hua Qing could express her enthusiasm, Yuan quietly doused her excitement with cold water. "Although Lin Ran's reputation is somewhat tarnished, that is not a significant issue. Moreover, his family background aligns perfectly with yours. However, alas, I have heard that Lin Ran has no interest in female companions, preferring the company of other gentlemen, Sisters Wang. Oblivious to the darkening expression on Hua Qing's face, added, "Isn't that perfect? A relationship of mutual respect. After all, my lord has no inclination towards romance, and Lin Ran's identity, appearance, and skills are all suitable." Chapter 5. The lady's half-finished beverage. Hua Qing exclaimed, "You lack empathy. You are utterly cruel. This world is so harsh to me. Why grant me hope only to shatter it? You have perfectly described my preferences. Yet it turns out he might be a close companion. Am I truly destined to be molded into an ancient figure who marries several concubines? No, no, no." The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to shake off the bizarre visions swirling in her mind. Grasping the hands of her sisters firmly, she declared solemnly, "Find me a husband akin to Lin Ran. He need not be overly handsome. Strong features and a tall stature will suffice. Family background is irrelevant. Even a pig farmer or a woodcutter would be acceptable, as we possess wealth." The wonton stall owner, having unwittingly overheard her declaration, stood flabbergasted, rendered speechless. Which noble lady is this? Why such a heavy taste? The sisters immediately took Hua Qing away, fearing their identities would be exposed. Within just a few days, the entire capital of the great Dazhao Kingdom was abuzz with rumors about the unique palate of His Highness, the Prince of Chun. Hua Qing, unwilling to accept this situation, returned to the royal residence to inquire further with her sisters. Both unanimously agreed that such a type of man was indeed a rarity. It's not to say there are none, but as it stands, the only peculiar blossom discovered in the great Dazhao Kingdom thus far is Lin Gongzi as for the countries of Yuebei, Hadian, and Wushan. Well, those are rather distant, and distant waters cannot quench near thirst. Despite her troubles, Hua Qing resigned herself to fate, sending out a particularly skilled shadow guard, Xiao Wu, to discreetly avoid the emperor's watchful eyes and find a man who meets her fiancé's standards. To investigate thoroughly and report back. The deadline, just 1 month. Fearing that if the matter lingered, the empress would force her into the bridal chamber, Hua Qing, both in this life and the last, was rather carefree. Timid yet delicate, easily swayed by gentleness rather than firmness, setting aside the fact that her original self had bestowed upon her such a beautiful body and that she had an elder sister who treated her with utmost kindness. Even for the sake of the lavish life in ancient times, she could not seek any sort of nonsense freedom. Whether marrying early or late, marriage was inevitable. She could accept a marriage before love arrangement. If her husband happened to be of her preferred type, well, Indeed, as autumn deepened, the evening air grew chilly in no time. What could a leisurely prince, fond of fine cuisine, possibly do? While Hua Qing pondered whether to have a hot pot or fried sauce noodles for dinner, a servant at the door announced, "Report, Chu Junkie requests an audience with your highness." Hua Qing immediately sat up straight and invited him in. What was meant to come had arrived, she mused. I suppose I could be considered someone with 3 little concubines now that I in this world. Men held a lower status. Those of better birth had some semblance of face, but they were still acknowledged as legitimate sons. For men of illegitimate birth, marrying did not require any formalities. As long as both parties were fond of each other, a palanquin from the female sovereign could take them into her residence. Given that these 3 were granted noble status, in terms of rank, they were already much higher than the consorts of other princes. Today, Chu Huaishuang donned a greenish-blue outfit, with a white jade belt around his waist, accentuating his slender waist as he walked, resembling the delicate sprouts of willow leaves that as for his eyes. They appeared perpetually misty with deep affection, now tinged with delight upon seeing his mistress, having seen his mistress. Huaishuang had come unannounced, driven by longing. "Mistress, I have prepared a bowl of sweet lotus soup with plum and green core. Would you care to try it?" After speaking, Chu Huaishuang held up the food box. Gazing at Hua Qing with his alluring, silken eyes and rosy lips, Hua Qing quickly averted her gaze, feeling shy to refuse, and could only smile. "Oh, all right, I shall have a taste." Chu Huaishuang, delight radiating from him, presented the bowl, and there stood the most esteemed female sovereign of the great Dazhao Kingdom, gently cradling the celadone bowl. She savored it slowly, taking small spoonfuls, as if this bowl of sweet soup was made for her by her beloved. And she cherished it dearly in that brief moment. Chu Huaishuang meticulously observed every inch of the figure before him, every subtle expression. Prince Chen was unlike any of the female sovereigns he had known. She was petite, with a soft smile, warm and amiable. Her eyebrows arched like slender crescent moons, with a small nose and mouth, yet her eyes were large and shimmering. Chu Huaishuang's cheeks flushed slightly, and he instinctively averted his gaze. Hua Qing enjoyed the sweet soup immensely, genuinely complimenting. Chu Gongzi, your culinary skills are splendid. I adore this sweet soup. Thank you. The bowl, a generous 400 to 500 cubic centimeters in capacity, posed a challenge for even a foodie like Hua Qing to finish in one go. Taking it away would be too disrespectful, yet she couldn't drink it all. Oh, how awkward. The remaining half bowl of sweet soup was held by Hua Qing when she heard Chu Huaishuang say, "As long as my mistress enjoys it, my mistress may call me Huaishuang or Shuanger. In the future, Huaishuang can come daily to bring sweet soup for my mistress." Upon finishing, he gazed at Hua Qing with those irresistibly tender and gentle watery eyes, making her feel as if she were deeply ensnared in a tender embrace. Stop right there. All right, you may come, she acquiesced. Just make sure to prepare less in the future. I can't finish. Heh. Chu Huaishuang assumed that as a noble county lord, she would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation, and he had merely mentioned it to leave a good impression. Who would have thought that Prince Chun would defy expectations and agree so readily? Chu Huaishuang paused momentarily. Having been raised to read people's expressions, he quickly bowed and stepped forward, taking the bowl from Hua Qing's hands. Under her astonished gaze, he drank the remaining half-bowl sip by SIP.my mistress drinks half. And Huaishuang drinks half. Chapter 6. An unwelcome request. Ever since she began consuming a substantial portion of sweet soup daily, Hua Qing felt the need for exercise. Within the Chen Wangfu, the garden was shrouded in greenery, clouds swirling in rosy hues. After warming up, Hua Qing commenced her yoga practice, and several challenging poses caused the nearby shadow guard to cover his forehead, his composure involuntarily wavering. Why had her demeanor changed so drastically after waking? The palace whispered that His Highness, due to his frail constitution, had always been gentle and amiable, his character softer than that of noblemen from high families. Just look at her now, quite soft indeed. Can human legs really bend over shoulders? Wow. Impressive. Hua Qing huffed and puffed through several poses, unable to resist muttering softly. It's no use. Even if I look younger, I have to start all over again. Thankfully, my bones haven tea stiffened. Zhuang approached briskly, presenting a pearwood tray with a cup of top-grade oolong tea for Hua Qing to rinse her mouth, a silk cloth embroidered with golden threads to wipe her sweat, and finally draping a dark blue long gown over her. Hua Qing hurriedly declined. Bring me a different one, a vibrant green one with floral patterns. It should be more beautiful. Don't bring me this imposing one again. Understood? She pinched Zui Ying's cheek, pretending to be fierce. Yet, to the sisters and the surrounding male attendants, as well as the distant Chu Huaishuang, the sight of the female sovereign playfully pinching someone's cheek seemed rather adorable. Her strength so pitifully small yet charming, what they perceived as the fierce demeanor of a domineering prince was, in their eyes, simply lively and endearing, seeing the starry-eyed expressions on those around her. Hua Qing's demeanor instantly cooled, feigning an air of authority as she received Chu Huaishuang. In reality, her little hands secretly clenched tightly within her sleeve. Just a few more days. Just wait for some news. After having her customary half-bowl of sweet soup, Chu Huaishuang naturally took the other half for himself. Hua Qing thought, just bear with it a little longer, each time she had her main meal. When she had consumed a third, the remainder would be shared among the servants, and for soups and broths, half would be seamlessly taken away by Chu Huaishuang. Their intimacy bore no breach of etiquette. After finishing the soup, Chu Huaishuang smoothed his watercolored lips and then lifted his delicate, pale face. Gazing at Hua Qing with his soft, shimmering eyes, he said, "Mistress, Huaishuang." Huaishuang has a request. Setting the bowl down, Chu Huaishuang abruptly knelt, the sound of his knee striking the cold stone echoing. This startled Hua Qing, and instinctively, she reached out to assist him. It had been a long time since anyone had bowed so deeply before her, causing her to feel somewhat unnerved. Hua Qing suppressed the urge to rise, observing the man kneeling on the chilly flagstones, and spoke gently as usual. What is it? Speak freely. If I can do it, I shall agree. What kind of matter could warrant such a display? Ouch. It looked painful just to watch. Zhuang Ying had not yet returned with the clothing, while Yuan stood at a distance in the bamboo grove, and several young attendants, though eavesdropping, remained far off. Chu Huaishuang withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and looked up at Hua Qing, quickly adding, Huaishuang is a son of a concubine, with a young biological brother. Having been in the residence for some time, I wish for my mistress to allow me to return home to visit my father and younger brother. I earnestly beseech my mistress. Hua Qing listened and found no issue with his request. She knew that in ancient times, while concubines lacked personal freedom, favored concubines could not only visit their families but also stroll about the streets. Very well, you may go. Excitement glimmered in Chu Huaishuang's eyes, and his fair hands tightly grasped his sleeves. Kneeling there, he resembled a slender poplar, his back straight, neck long, and his hands slightly trembling. He had guessed correctly. Prince Qin was indeed soft-hearted, treating his subordinates with kindness and generosity. Not adhering to old customs, with this opportunity to visit his family, life would surely improve for his father and brother. When he looked up again to express his gratitude, Chu Huaishuang found Hua Qing smiling warmly at him. Her moist, dark eyes seemed to revolve solely around him, and with her soft, adorable voice, she said, "Get up. No need to kneel. It's too cold. You can tidy up and leave whenever you wish. Stay as long as you like." In that moment, Chu Huaishuang suddenly understood why so many men, after meeting Prince Chun, clamored to marry no one else. That he unconsciously touched his heart, feeling it leap with uncontainable joy. Each heartbeat seemed to be laced with fireworks, eager to burst forth from his chest. Hua Qing watched as the man on the ground stared blankly, feeling somewhat speechless. Is he really this happy? Ah, how pitiful the ancients were. Thankfully, she held significant power. It was merely a family visit, so she allowed him this moment of joy. After all, it was unfortunate for him to be chosen by her, so letting him stay an extra day in the courtyard was of no consequence. As long as it was not a significant imposition, Hua Qing stepped forward, intending to lend a hand. However, to her surprise, when she pulled, there was no movement. How embarrassing! Chu Huaishuang immediately regained his composure, holding his breath in fear that the rapid beating of his heart would betray him. He hastily rose, using Hua Qing's arm for support, and then discreetly distanced himself. "Thank you, my lady. I shall return after a day." He dared not meet the gaze of the female sovereign, for the first time in his life. He felt a nervous sweat trickling down his back, and all the sweet nothings he had learned from his father were rendered useless in this moment. Hua Qing waved her hand dismissively, responding with a casual, "All right," before strutting back to her chamber, feigning the demeanor of a domineering prince. Unfortunately, she never quite mastered the poise and gait of the women in this world, thus walking with her legs awkwardly apart, resembling an endearing little duck. Chu Huaishuang could not help but chuckle. As the autumn breeze swept by, the man's tall figure, as straight as a pine, appeared rather slender. The enchanting allure in his peach blossom eyes had dimmed, losing the seductive spark it possessed just 10 minutes prior. Chapter 7. A sharp rap on the head. "What? Your Highness, you actually agreed." In the brief time it took to fetch a piece of clothing, Zwing turned and encountered Hua Qing in the corridor. Upon learning that the prince had permitted the concubine to return home for a family visit, she was left speechless, unable to contain her voice. Hua Qing tapped her ears, shrugging. One goes. Better to leave before he runs away." Zwing replied, "Do you truly think that's possible, my lady? You have no idea how the suitors waiting outside are like hungry wolves, each one eyeing you as prime meat." Hua Qing had been contemplating a discreet way to send away her 3 little concubines. Of course, this required careful planning, as it was no easy feat. It would be best to have a confidant to deliberate with, namely her primary wife, the rightful lady of the Qinhuang, the future emperor's consort. Speaking of which, had there been any news from the shadow guards during this time? Her demands were not high. After all, that very afternoon, Chu Huaishuang returned to the prime minister's residence. This news spread like wildfire. The most talked about matter, aside from the palace, was that of the Qinhuang's residence. The other 2 concubines in Wudong courtyard were momentarily taken aback. Zheng Wuqing and Zhao Xie could hardly believe it. They had heard that the Qinhuang was easy to talk to, but to this extent, instances of concubines returning home for family visits were not unheard of. Yet those were rare exceptions of favored concubines overshadowing their husbands. And what of Chu Huaishuang? The 3 of them had only entered the residence a mere month prior, and he had already bestowed upon them some sweet soup for a few days, a fact well known throughout the household. Was this enough to earn a chance to leave the estate? Suddenly enlightened, Zheng Wuqing and Zhao Xie dispatched their family as shadow guards, each beginning to investigate the Qinhuang's preferences. Every minute detail was scrutinized, even down to the dishes that Hua Qing had savored a bit more than usual. Little did Hua Qing know that she was on the verge of becoming renowned as a living bodhisattva. The next day, there was no opportunity for further laziness. It was yet another day of dragging herself to court. Just like in ancient China, the hour was barely past 4, rising earlier than the roosters. Hua Qing was unceremoniously pulled from her lavish bed by Zwing and shoved into a carriage. Yawning, She washed up inside the carriage and nibbled on a bit of breakfast, ultimately succumbing to drowsiness and collapsing onto the soft cushions beside her. The horse hooves trod upon the dewy autumn grass. Making their way toward the grand palace of the Dazhao Kingdom, with its white walls and glazed tiles. Rubbing her eyes, Hua Qing stepped into the hall, once again arriving at the bottom of the ranks. The Empress, turning a blind eye, allowed her to stand in the front row with a chuckle. Even though she was perpetually late, the ministers dared not criticize her and greeted her warmly instead. Once the esteemed third princess, Hua Zhaoi, now known as Prince Yi, and Hua Qing's only favored relative, suddenly leaned closer and whispered, "Sister, are you being ensnared by 3 flower-like concubines? Look at those dark circles under your eyes." Hua Qing quickly lowered her head to explain, "Sister, listen to me. I have not touched any of them. Truly, I swear on Mother Empress's name, your mother is not my mother. It's the truth. So let us borrow it for now." Hua Zhaoi gazed at Hua Qing with admiration, then recalled a certain weeping suitor, unable to resist asking again, "Among those 3, which one do you favor the most? What about your husband? When will you marry?" Hua Zhaoi had only one granted husband, and they treated each other with respect, since she had no concubines. Her courtyard was as pristine as could be, which was one reason why Hua Qing got along well with her. The most significant reason was that Hua Zhaoi was immensely strong and had always loved to protect the original owner. It was uncertain what peculiar hobby she possessed. Hua Zhaoi stood tall at 1.75 meters, not at all muscular, perfectly aligning with Hua Qing's modern aesthetics. Her appearance was that of a cold and alluring lady. Yet inside, she harbored the heart of a girl who adored plush toys. Hua Qing curiously glanced at her third sister and boldly declared, "I do not like any of them. I shall send them away when the opportunity arises. As for the husband, by the way, sister, keep an eye out for someone like that. Come." Leaning closer upon hearing Hua Qing's intention to send away the 3 concubines, Hua Zhaoi's eyes instantly lit up. But the words hovered on her lips, hesitating to be spoken. It was not going to be easy. Sigh. She leaned in closer, only to have her aesthetic senses refreshed. What? Must he be tall? Must possess martial skills capable of defeating 10? Must he not cry? And must he have hard, solid muscles? Wait, what are muscles? It wasn't until after court that Hua Qing was summoned by the Empress when Hua Zhaoi remained lost in the aesthetic world of her second sister. Was this the reason her second sister remained unmarried? It was no wonder. It was challenging to find someone. Wait, there was one. Was she not referring to the son of the Minister of War, Lin Ran? Young Master Lin. He was notoriously eccentric. Aside from his handsome face, he behaved in an unconventional manner, lacking any semblance of gentlemanly conduct. Reflecting on the rumors, he seemed to meet all of her second sister's criteria. Perhaps she could find a way to matchmake them discreetly, to hasten the departure of that weeping, spoiled young man from the Chun Wang's residence. Hua Zhaoi did not wish to admit that her intentions were selfish. She was merely seeking her second sister's happiness. After all, she understood all too well what it felt like to live with someone one did not like. In the Taya Hall, the fragrance of incense wafted gently. With voices resounding softly, the sun had risen, casting a golden glow upon the window panes. Hua Qing was enjoying her breakfast, blissfully indulging in a bite of crabapple pastry. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hua Qing's little head received a merciless rap from the Empress. How could you let him return to the Prime Minister's residence? You've infuriated me. What are you still eating? Get back and reflect on your actions. This behavior could easily arouse suspicion at the Prime Minister's residence, leading to speculation about whether the Emperor had any ulterior motives regarding her sister. Observing her charmingly naive younger sister, Hua Yin suppressed the urge to lash out in anger, though her fierce expression still made Hua Qing shrink back. Truly, this Empress exuded an intimidating aura, striking fear into the hearts of many. Chapter 8. Investigating young Master Lin before leaving, Hua Qing made sure to instruct the head maid to pack a few snacks. Hua Yin chuckled in exasperation, and just as Hua Qing was about to step out of the hall, she ominously remarked, "I presume my sister is already aware of the gentleman's intentions. So let us put the matter of your husband on the agenda. We should hasten to have a legitimate daughter so that I can finally ease my remorse towards our late mother." If Hua Qing had ears atop her head, they would have drooped at this moment. What to do? Quickly, summon the shadow guards and broaden the requirements. Just after Hua Qing was escorted out by the palace attendants, Hua Yin let out a helpless smile, leisurely lifting her teacup to sip. Cough, cough, cough. After a fit of coughing, Hua Yin glanced at her tea, her expression suddenly turning grave as she gestured for all the palace attendants to leave. Setting down her teacup, she observed the fine, delicate white porcelain, now adorned with flecks of crimson, spreading outwards. The chief steward, Zhao Pei, who had been patting her back, was taken aback, tears welling in her eyes as she instinctively prepared to summon the imperial physician. "Do not," Hua Yin commanded, rising to her feet, pouring the contents into a potted plant in the corner. Her gaze softened, losing the oppressive aura that commanded respect from all, looking at the one person with whom she could speak candidly. Her voice lowered, and she no longer referred to herself as the Empress. "Pei, you've been with me for 10 years. You know my temperament. Since there is no remedy, why stir chaos in the world?" Qing Er's courage is still less than that of a rabbit. If she were to find out, she would surely weep uncontrollably. Tears streamed down Zhao Pei's face as she covered her face. Unsure how to confront reality, the emperor had ascended to the throne over 2 years ago and had exhibited symptoms of coughing blood since then. At that time, the court was unstable, and it was she who had sought out a renowned healer from the Jianghu and a monk from a public accumulation temple, both of whom disguised themselves to treat the emperor within the palace. Who would have thought that this treatment would last 2 years? 6 months ago, when the Qin Wang had awakened, both healers had departed, and the emperor had finally begun to smile again. Yet, the words of the healers still echoed in her ears. The emperor's internal injuries have penetrated deep into the lungs. Over these 2 years, he has not heeded advice. Alas, the emperor must consider the realm and promptly adopt a successor from the clan and establish a crown princess as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Zhao Pei had collapsed to the ground. The emperor was still so young, and there was not a single descendant. To suggest the establishment of a crown princess implied that the emperor had no chance of having a child of his own. As for Hua Yin, she had remained remarkably calm upon hearing this, continuing to do as she pleased. After sending the 2 healers away, she would review documents until midnight and visit the emperor for a brief moment before departing. Only feeling at ease enough to joke around with her younger sister, the Qin Wang, Hua Yin set down her teacup, patted Zhao Pei's shoulder, and consoled her. "I was meant to die 2 years ago. Qing saved my life. I merely extended my years a little. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, I may even witness Qing bear children." Zhao Pei wept inconsolably. Meanwhile, as Hua Qing emerged from the palace gates, she immediately called out, "Yuan, quickly bring Xiao Wu here." On the other side, Zui Ying, who had been waiting patiently, stepped forward and offered a fluffy warm hand warmer, inquiring, "My lord, what is the matter? Is His Majesty?" Hua Qing nodded. She gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The approaching noon sun left her feeling somewhat dazed. Why was her elder sister, the queen, in such a hurry? Sigh, always urging me, "Marry, marry, marry. Find someone I like immediately," compared to her previous life, where her parents divorced and no one was willing to care for her, ultimately being raised by an aunt for 22 years. Hua Qing felt grateful for her current existence. Over the past 6 months, she had gradually come to regard the stubborn yet tender-hearted Hua Yin as her elder sister, and the Zhou sisters as good friends. Here, she had true family and friends who genuinely cared for her, along with dozens of servants who relied on her. Thus, the idea of marrying and having children was easily acceptable to Hua Qing, provided it was a monogamous relationship. Several hours later, the Dark Guard Xiao Wu received a message from you and hurried back to the palace to report the bad news. "Yes, bad news." Upon hearing it, Hua Qing remarked, as expected. Although it was unlikely they would truly seek out a butcher, Xiao Wu had scoured even the lowest echelons of the merchant class, ultimately concluding, "Looking for a robust figure?" Yes, there was a naturally large man, akin to an ox, yet his demeanor was even more timid than that of Xiao Wu's concubine. Was there one who was both strong and unrestrained? Indeed. However, this young master boasted bravado during the day but would secretly hide away and sob at night. In the end, Xiao Wu observed a young illegitimate son at a minor county official's residence. Handsome, tall, and due to his humble origins, he had trained in martial arts, capable of carrying over 100 pounds of firewood. After seeing him, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled. Who would have thought that under the cover of night, this young master would leap over walls and head straight to a tavern, even if he was on the receiving end of passion? Oh, what a sight! That night, Xiao Wu suppressed his feelings and conducted a thorough search of his backyard. Thankfully, all were young men who preferred women. Upon hearing this experience, Hua Qing suddenly recalled what Zui Ying had said and asked Xiao Wu, "What about the governor's legitimate son, Lin Ran? Does he truly like young men?" Xiao Wu hesitated for a few seconds before replying earnestly, "There is no record of Lin Gongzi visiting the tavern in the intelligence logs of the Dark Pavilion, but that does not necessarily mean. Who knows if he might be harboring someone at home. After all, Lin Gongzi is already 18 years old, and there have been no reports of him being enamored with any young lady. He seems to consistently shy away from the invitations of various ladies, which is rather unusual. Hua Qing fell into silence, from the recommendations of the Zhou sisters to inquiries made discreetly at tea houses. Not to mention her own standards for a partner, Lin Ran truly seemed to be the prime choice for the crown princess consort. Yet, she wondered if it would be inappropriate to approach him so abruptly for a marriage proposal. Would he be put off? What if he genuinely preferred men? That would be a grave misstep. Xiao Wu, from now on, refrain from wandering about. Investigate Lin Ran thoroughly. Do not overlook any detail. Yes, my lord. Chapter 9. I have someone I like upon returning from the Prime Minister's residence. Xu Huaishuang continued his daily routine of preparing soup for Hua Qing for 5 consecutive days. Each meal consisted of sweet, nourishing broth. This morning, Hua Qing instructed her servants not to prepare soup. She then swiftly exited the residence to take refuge. She found it impossible to refuse the kindness and enthusiasm of others, having loathed her own soft-heartedness throughout both her lives. On the second floor of the Zhuixiang Lu, in a private room, Hua Qing ordered a pot of tea and, emulating the ladies next door, leaned over the railing, one leg casually propped up, unrestrained and vigorous. Hua Qing felt a surge of self-affirmation. Wonderful, splendid. Let us have another act. Applause erupted as Hua Qing joined in, captivated by the performers below, who were depicting how the crown prince shyly flirted with a young nobleman within the palace. This was followed by several young men brawling over her favor, resulting in torn faces and ultimately seeking the emperor's judgment. Although it was a portrayal of herself, Hua Qing found it utterly delightful. Zhua Ying watched in disbelief. She couldn't fathom the prince's peculiar taste. How could one enjoy such a chaotic farce? Hua Qing shook her head while sipping her tea, reclining with her feet up, and couldn't help but marvel at the pleasures of a matriarchal world. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a timid voice broke the atmosphere. I pay my respects to your highness, offering you my greetings. Hua Qing's first thought was, oh, have I been recognized again? Turning to see the bashful face, she exclaimed, Zhao Gongzi. Zhao Li's eyes sparkled as he took a step forward, momentarily halted by Zui Ying's fierce expression that he gazed at Hua Qing, his excitement palpable. Your Highness remembers Zhao Li. How have you been lately? Would you like to hear a particular tune? Perhaps you wish to sample the new dishes at Zhuixiang Lu? His heart raced, his hands trembled. Zhao Li bombarded Hua Qing with questions, his gaze sweeping over her from head to toe. Ever since hearing that the crown prince had been granted 3 consorts, Zhao Li had smashed several vases at home in frustration. Who would be the first young man to win his beloved princess' heart? Was it that enchanting illegitimate son of the prime minister? Or perhaps General Zheng Wuqing? Surely it couldn't be the most mature Zhao Xia. Known for his good looks and long legs, regardless of who captured the prince's affections, it stabbed at Zhao Li's heart. He languished in despair for several days until, after a heartfelt conversation with his father, he persuaded himself, the crown prince's status cannot be limited to merely 3 consorts. Once he enters the crown princess residence, he will undoubtedly be the most considerate and obedient. Hua Qing observed Zhao Li's intense devotion, and an overwhelming sense of unease surged within her. She did not wish to harm an innocent soul, especially one who was genuinely affectionate towards her. The more sincere his affection, the greater her sense of pressure. She even felt inclined to evade this earnestness. She could not reciprocate that I am well. Thank you that I do not wish to hear any music. It is time for me to return to the palace. Zhao Gongzi, please excuse me that I in this world. Young men held a lowly status, naturally considerate and obedient, and most noble ladies were quite forgiving of them. Especially someone as beautiful and delicate as Zhao Li, ladies would be even gentler, treating him with tenderness and care. However, Hua Qing's words were laced with a chill. Her expression was serious, a stark contrast to her earlier delight in watching the performance. It was evident to all that the crown prince did not favor the young man before her. Hua Qing stood up, her brows furrowed, not casting another glance at Zhao Li. Tears streamed down Zhao Li's face as he nearly fell to his knees. He bit his lip, unwilling to relent, and finally asked, "What type of young man does your highness prefer?" To inquire such a question in public was already quite audacious for a young man of good family in ancient times. Yet, Zhao Li was utterly unconcerned, even if it meant ruining his reputation. Hua Qing pressed her fingers to her brow, feeling somewhat helpless. She genuinely couldn't bear to utter the words, "Someone opposite to you would suffice." I particularly favor Lin Ran's type. Once spoken, Hua Qing reaffirmed her choice for her consort in her heart, simultaneously offering a silent apology to the yet unseen Lin Gongzi. After saying this, she strode away. Simultaneously, Zhao Li clutched his heart and ran off, tears cascading down his cheeks. The crown prince favors that dandy, the one who lacks any semblance of masculinity, capable of shattering door frames with a mere kick, who has been known to topple fierce noble ladies from the martial arena, the one hailed as the most beautiful person in the Dazhao Kingdom, the legitimate son of the governor. Lin Gongzi. Zhao Li felt utterly humiliated. Upon discovering that the lady he adored preferred someone completely opposite to him, despair consumed him, and he felt he no longer had a chance. Oh, what sorrow! At the adjacent table in the private room, a lady with profound inner strength couldn't help but spit out her tea upon hearing the crown princess' candidness, her mouth forming an O shape. Quickly regaining her composure, she instructed her servant to swiftly deliver this news to the Lin residents. Cousin is saved, cousin is saved, cousin is saved. Hua Qing settled into her carriage for the ride home, her mind tranquil. Once the investigative results arrived, and she fully understood the situation, would she pursue him actively? What if he didn't fancy her soft demeanor but preferred someone like Yuan, who was skilled in martial arts, capable of bare-handedly fighting tigers? What then? Should she choose another? However, living a life of polite distance with someone she did not like seemed unbearably painful. Moreover, in this matriarchal world, it was even more unfair for men. Women could take their preferred partners as consorts, but for men marrying into a household, they would be bound to one woman for life. Could she endure the torment of nightly witnessing her husband seeking pleasure with concubines in the courtyard? Hua Qing felt she could not commit such an act. Thus, she was determined to find a young man she genuinely liked and devise a way to send them away. In the carriage, she pondered her lifelong choices from every angle. Meanwhile, in the southeast courtyard of the Lin residence, Lin Ran received this explosive news. His personal servant, Chasing Wind, had just conveyed the message from the young lady. Upon first hearing it in the backyard, he was so shocked that he could hardly come to terms with it. After confirming the information repeatedly, Chasing Wind's lips twitched in disbelief. The crown prince favors our young master? Are we certain it's someone like our master? This was the first instance of a lady openly declaring her affection for their master in public. Heaven above, a languid voice interrupted Chasing Wind's racing thoughts. How does a prince with a heart smaller than a rabbit dare use me as an excuse? Lin Ran toyed with the dagger in her hand, twirling it twice on her fingertips before adding with a sharp tongue. Could it be that the emperor has spoiled her to the point of delirium? Or is she just another who fancies this face? Lin Ran squinted slightly, casting a playful glance at Chasing Wind. That smile revealed her pearly white teeth, with two pointed canines on either side, giving the beautiful young man an unexpectedly sinister appearance. So, she wishes to challenge me. Does she think she can defeat me? Chasing Wind replied, within the realm of Dazhao, there is yet to be anyone capable of besting the master. However, there are a few who can draw even with you. Wait, the master wouldn't believe that Prince Qin is mocking him and seek to challenge Prince Qin, would he, given the rumors that Prince Qin is out of breath even when walking quickly? A challenge to the master? Surely, that must be a jest. Chapter 10. The main character, a confession. Hua Qing presumed that, apart from Zhao Li and her family, no one had overheard her confession. Little did she know that that very night, she was frightened nearly to death. What could be more terrifying than an indiscreet confession being discovered by the main character, who barged into her room in the dead of night to intimidate her? On that night, the moon had just risen. Usually, noble women would either be studying in the study or enjoying tea and chess. However, Hua Qing, being a slothful creature, had already bathed and lay down with some snacks. On the tranquil waters of the pavilion, a pair of sapphire blue shoes embroidered with golden threads swiftly passed, creating ripples. Hua Qing set aside her book, pondering how to elegantly pursue an ancient man without frightening him. The temperature of late autumn nights had turned chilly, yet Hua Qing was scantily clad. This was not due to a lack of modesty, but rather a lingering heat from her previously frail constitution. Even in the warm spring of April, while others donned layers, she had been wrapped in a fur coat, feeling cold. Thus, with the onset of autumn and the drop in temperature, her main bedroom's Kong had been ignited. Radiating warmth. At this moment, Hua Qing wore self-made silk hot pants paired with a camisole, devoid of a bra. A long skirt draped down to her ankles, but it had been modified to a high-slit design reminiscent of an ancient-style cheap house she once purchased. Hua Qing elegantly crossed her delicate, fair legs, playfully curling her toes. Tonight, her guard, Raiden, was on leave due to Hua Qing's discontent with her staying awake in a tree all night, thus mandating that she rest 2 days each week. Outside, 2 guards with internal strength stood watch, and left shadow would take over in the latter half of the night that a sudden sound startled her as the wooden window creaked open. Hua Qing blinked her large, round eyes. Is it going to rain tomorrow? Why is the wind so strong? Oh dear, what a nuisance. Best to get up and close it myself. She turned over, rising to sit, pulling aside the layers of gauzy curtains. Suddenly, she was nearly frightened out of her wits. A man cloaked in darkness, wearing a terrifying mask with sharp teeth, was about to part the curtains when their eyes met, just as Hua Qing was about to scream. Her mouth was firmly covered. The softness, fragrance, and fullness of her figure collided against his chest. Lin Ran immediately felt the hair on his neck stand on end. This was even more terrifying than being tossed into a mass grave. His heart raced uncontrollably. How could he have anticipated that Prince Chun would be asleep at such an early hour? The sedative he had brought was unnecessary, as there was not a single servant in the room. His original intention was to incapacitate the attendant and then masquerade as his own shadow guard, delivering a frightful ultimatum to the defenseless Prince Chun to dissuade her feelings for him, ideally instilling a sense of aversion, prompting her to flee upon sighting him. This was to prevent the emperor from discovering and enforcing a marriage proposal. Although he could resist the imperial decree, the price was too steep, and he did not wish to expose himself. Yet, the situation unfolded in a way he did not expect. Before he could utter a threat, the female lord was already trembling in his embrace. Lin Ran's first reaction was, "She is so soft. How is she so small? Why is her chest so delicate? How are her arms and legs so slender?" His second reaction was, "Why is she so timid?" Had it been any other noblewoman, they would have already attacked him the moment their eyes met. Hua Qing cried softly in the arms of the villain, her first time crying like a dog since arriving in this world. This despicable thief, his large hand grasped her 2 delicate arms, while the other hand nearly suffocated her. Hua Qing found herself trapped in his embrace, unable to move even a fraction. The rogue was as immovable as a mountain. She hiccuped and sobbed, tears almost spilling from her nose. The atmosphere hung heavy for quite some time. Hua Qing eventually cried herself weary, while he remained as rigid as a statue. What was he doing? Why was he so stiff? It seemed he was even more frightened than she was. Wasn't he a flower thief? It appeared not. Then he must be an assassin. Oh, what? Does he intend to use her as leverage against the emperor? Ignoring the hot tears falling on his arm, Lin Ran stiffened his body, lowering his voice to a near growl, threateningly murmured, "I will release the princess, but should you dare to call for help, let us see whether I can snap your neck faster, or whether your shadow guards can save you." The final came out in his true voice, genuinely intimidating Hua Qing. She quickly nodded. Ceasing her small, helpless whimpers, once released, Hua Qing wrapped her arms around herself, swiftly retreating until her back was pressed against the wall. She gazed at the figure in black with tear-stained, wide eyes, her shoulders trembling, occasionally hiccuping. The sight of a beautiful woman in tears, the hem of her skirt hinting at her enchanting figure, made her look like a pitiful little rabbit, squished into an unusual shape due to the embrace. Unbeknownst to Hua Qing, her pitiable appearance in this matriarchal world resembled that of a foolish, frail chick in a patriarchal society. She would be a coveted prize among the elite. Lin Ran glanced at her once, his ears turning crimson, quickly averting his gaze. Why was his heart racing so fast? This was all wrong. Had the room been drugged? Why did he feel his temperature rising? Hua Qing stared with wide eyes at this terrifying masked man. Yet, after he released her, he remained silent, which only heightened her anxiety, leading her to spiral into wild thoughts. Was he contemplating whether to kill her outright, or pondering how to incapacitate her and take her away? Oh dear, what sins have I unknowingly committed? Indeed, in this matriarchal world, without any martial prowess, I am utterly useless. Sob, sob, sob. Lin Ran found himself questioning why he had come here. Regret washed over him. Her timidity surpassed his expectations, pitifully so. After 3 years apart, how had she developed into such? Hua Qing waited for a minute, increasingly terrified, yet gradually regaining her composure. She softly articulated various possibilities. You may have misunderstood. I like Lin Ran. Please reassure your master. Hick. Also, I have no interest in politics. I only wish to roam the mountains and rivers. Regardless of who sent you, please convey to your master that she is overthinking. I can marry Lin Ran and leave the nation of Dazhao immediately. I swear. Oh hero, please do not kill me. I beg you. Having spouted a flurry of incoherent words, the masked man remained unresponsive, leaving Hua Qing dumbfounded, internally screaming. If you intend to kill or maim me, at least make a sound. We can negotiate that. I have plenty of gold and jewels. Just tell me what you want. Upon hearing Hua Qing's confession, had it not been for the mask obscuring his features, the moment his pale complexion flushed would have betrayed him. Chapter 11. A dream. Lin Ran was filled with regret. Overwhelming regret. He should not have come here to frighten others, only to end up frightened himself. The last few tender pleas, please, young sir, spare me, echoed in his mind. If you intend to knock me out, could you do it quickly and harshly? I fear pain. In a state of confusion, Lin Ran fled. He left without a trace, the once poised demeanor replaced by unsteady breaths in the depths of the night. His dreams were filled with the image of the noble woman's slender, pale legs, her ample curves, and her tearful eyes. Unlike any noble woman he had encountered in 18 years that in the dream, he followed his heart for the first time. Mixed with the echoes of her pleas, please, I fear pain. I like Lin Ran. Around 3 a.m., Lin Ran suddenly sat up, gasping for air, and abruptly realized something, glancing down in shock. Lin Ran was engulfed in a wave of bewilderment. For the first time in his life, an overwhelming sense of shame surrounded him. He was unaware that there exist individuals capable of precisely hitting his preferences, from the soft strands of hair to the delicate feet. From tear-filled eyes to the sweet tone of her voice, every inch of her skin, every utterance, relentlessly pressed upon his inclinations. Everyone in his family believed he favored a noble woman who was formidable, capable of sparring with him, fighting alongside him. Yet, they were mistaken. Since being educated in the boudoir at 15, he had sensed that his affection for noble women differed from that of ordinary boys. At least within his family. He felt nothing but admiration for the noble women favored by his brothers, devoid of any stirring emotions. He could not comprehend why a woman who could slay a bear would occupy the thoughts of his cousins day and night. While he merely sought an opportunity to spar with them at this very moment, Hua Qing was equally perplexed. She watched in disbelief as the masked man in black dashed away as swiftly as the wind. Wait, did I just guess something? Are you not here to kidnap me? Damn it. No need to sleep now. Hua Qing immediately shouted for help, summoning a group of guards, while Zhou Ying and Yuan hastily donned cloaks and rushed over. After listening to Hua Qing's account, the 3 shadow guards swiftly darted outside, while Yuan began to search the room. Zhou Ying gently grasped Hua Qing's hand, offering reassurance. My lord, do not be afraid. This will not happen again. Starting tomorrow, you shall learn martial arts with Xiaoyu. He added, and please, refrain from putting your legs behind your shoulders. That is utterly useless. Upon hearing about learning martial arts, Hua Qing instinctively retorted, is that really necessary? Zhou Ying nodded vigorously, his expression earnest and resolute. Please listen, my lord. Learning to wield a whip or mastering close combat defense is essential, at the very least. It will give you time to wait for reinforcements. Hua Qing recalled a male classmate from elementary school who had practiced with nunchaku, leaving her with a swollen bruise. However, Zhou Ying was right. One must possess the ability to defend oneself, as cowardice pales in comparison to the importance of survival. All right, starting tomorrow, I shall learn to wield a whip. Yuan, who was investigating the traces of dust, nodded with satisfaction upon hearing Hua Qing's agreement, adding, my lord, it would be wise to propose to the governor's residence soon. Young Master Lin possesses formidable inner strength, renowned across the 4 nations. With him by your side, it would be others who fear him, Zhou Ying scoffed, still feeling that men should be gentle and weak. Yet, it was indeed fate. Young Master Lin and the Lord were truly a match made in heaven. Wrapped in her blanket, Hua Qing wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Yes, yes, but let us not scare the handsome man that I shall send someone to deliver flowers tomorrow. Even before meeting him, she felt a fondness for this man who met all her preferences. Be it appearance, charm, or capability that in her heart, Hua Qing silently vowed. If young Master Lin and she got along well, then she would dedicate herself fully to him. She would give him all the respect he deserved. He could wield swords, climb roofs, or do anything he desired. After such a terrifying and bizarre night, Hua Qing felt unfortunate, but was more concerned about implicating Hua Yin, who had always treated her with kindness. What if the adversary threatened her sister's position with her life? If her sister prioritized the greater good and relinquished the throne, she would lose her own life. leaving her sister to suffer for eternity. Conversely, if her sister truly relinquished the throne, the two sisters would become mere pawns, with no hope for survival. What would be left but death? Hua Qing spent the night in a state of anxious trepidation. The next day, around 4 o'clock, someone with dark circles under their eyes went to court, so tired. The carriage rolled down Nanjing Street, stirring a carpet of golden leaves. Hua Qing squinted, yawning, when a sudden gust of cold wind blew open the curtain. Lazily, she leaned over to glance at the gray, foggy road flanking either side. Oh, the governor's residence. No wonder it looks so grand, she mused. Wait, the governor's residence? The future bride's family? Hua Qing poked her head out. Glancing back at the imposing gates, feeling inexplicably nervous. If all went well, with her identity and proactive pursuit, she should be able to marry the most beautiful maiden as his primary wife, right? Her heart felt uncertain. Hua Qing did not wish to directly ask the emperor for a decree out of self-interest, even if that would be the quickest and easiest route. Yet, she believed that in this world where women held the esteemed position, a man who pursued what he loved without regard for reputation should not be confined by a royal decree for a lifetime. However, what if young Master Lin truly did not like her, or even showed disdain for a woman like her? Hua Qing thought, if it truly came to that, then so be it. If forced marriage became impossible, perhaps she could find a stable and robust partner to become her primary husband. Mutual respect and courtesy would suffice. After lowering the curtain and ensuring the wind would not blow it away again, she lay down, so tired. She could still squeeze in 20 more minutes of sleep. After all, attending the court could also be a time to relax. As the carriage moved away, a man concealed behind a stone lion stepped out, his gaze heavy, fingers unconsciously fidgeting. Chapter 12. Unintended for some inexplicable reason. He felt an overwhelming desire to see her one last time. Thus, he unconsciously committed the indiscretion of lifting the curtain of the lady's carriage. Awakened from a nightmare before dawn, Lin Ran wandered the courtyard, filled with a fervent heat. Ultimately, he decided to step outside for fresh air and to catch a glimpse of the lady who made him uncomfortable. He thought, perhaps one more look would restore his composure. As the wind lifted the curtain, the lady poked her head out to gaze at the governor's residence. Her dark eyes, glistening and hazy from a yawn, framed a rosy little mouth that whispered something before retreating back inside. Lin Ran touched his chest, realizing that the calm he had achieved over the past half hour had been in vain. Meanwhile, Hua Qing enjoyed a brief moment of slumber, having not slept soundly. She felt quite irritable. Damn thief. If I find out who sent you, I will surely make you pay. Hua Qing clenched her delicate fist, venting her anger by pounding on a pillar. After striking, she discreetly blew on her sore hand, trying to soothe the pain. Just then, Hua Zhaoyi arrived and heard her exclamation. She patted Hua Qing's shoulder, asking, "What's wrong? Did a thief break into the residence? Do you want me to help you?" Hua Qing did not wish to elaborate, fearing the memories of her revealing attire and the terrifying masked man embracing her would resurface. That was her deepest wound. No need. I will handle it myself. Hua Zhaoyi thought little of it and shifted to a more pressing matter, a smile creeping onto her face. Sister, in 2 days, I am hosting a banquet at Tsuhu Pavilion and have invited several young masters, each one more handsome than the last. Among them is the esteemed young Master Lin. What do you think? Shall we go? After returning home, Hua Zhaoyi pondered over the matter, feeling it was essential to facilitate a connection between young Master Lin and her second sister. Hua Qing suddenly perked up, leaning closer to her sister, Lin Ran. Hua Zhaoyi nodded vigorously. Yes, he is the son of the Minister of War and the nephew of the former emperor. Hua Qing quickly covered her sister's mouth. All right, no need to say more. I understand that I will definitely be there on time. Make sure to deliver the invitation today. What of his father being the most beautiful priest in Wushan, his aunt being the cousin of the Grand Tutor, and his uncle? She no longer wished to hear it repeated. The summary was clear. He was the best match for her. Now, there was no need to send flowers. She would deliver them herself in 2 days, which felt far more sincere. Hua Zhaoyi was momentarily taken aback, then secretly smiled with delight. That's wonderful. As long as sister likes him. I told you, young Master Lin, despite being a bit unconventional and not adhering to rules, is truly handsome. Apart from the portrait of Governor Lin in his youth, I have never seen a more striking young man than him. Young Master Lin possessed the looks of his father and the prowess of his mother. Had it not been for his peculiar personality and sharp tongue, she might have taken a liking to him herself. After all, Merely having him around to admire would be a pleasure, though she still preferred someone more delicate and charming. Hua Qing endured various subtle rivalries, concluding yet another day of carefree idleness. The Empress glanced at her sister, who was busy pecking at her food, before dismissing the court, lacking the energy to engage in conversation. Once court was dismissed, Hua Qing was no longer tired. Bursting with energy, she rushed home and slammed the door behind her, leaving Zhao Ying perplexed, scratching his head. Why is the Lord so happy today? Yuan jumped down from a beam, holding a bright red invitation, calmly stating, Prince Yi invites you to visit Zihu Pavilion. Young Master Lin may also be attending. Zhao Ying replied, Zihu Pavilion, the opulent structure erected in the center of Pingtian Lake. So we can go too. Yuan retorted, is that your main concern? Zhao Ying sighed. Is the Lord about to start pursuing a husband? Is that why she is excitedly picking out clothes? Indeed, Hua Qing was deeply engrossed in her vast wardrobe. Selecting her attire, a floral dress? No, it reveals too much. It lacks gravitas. First impressions matter in ancient times. She would save that for later. A light purple dress? No, too extravagant. It would suggest she places great importance on status. Perhaps pink, so youthful and vibrant. But what if Lin Ran prefers a more dignified partner? Oh, Hua Qing was in distress, feeling the same anxiety as when she first wanted to confess to a senior in high school. After pondering for a long time in her wardrobe, Hua Qing finally concluded, just be myself. I cannot pretend forever. Why bother? Having made up her mind, Hua Qing promptly selected her favorite water blue outfit, paired with a white fox fur shawl, and found a pair of snow-white satin boots adorned with South Sea pearls. The blue and white ensemble would surely brighten the autumn day, and it was also her most cherished outfit. She wished to wear something she loved when meeting the man she had yet to meet, but already felt a flutter for, the rumored perfect match for her at the same time. In the governor's residence, the personal guard chasing Wind observed his master had been selecting clothes for quite some time, perplexed. Isn't this just an autumn banquet? Although hosted by Prince Yi, does your status warrant such anxiety? You could simply refuse if you wanted. Why had she suddenly begun choosing outfits upon receiving the invitation? Chapter 13. The meeting Lin Ran wore a cold expression, disregarding the curious glances of the servants as he meticulously coordinated his attire for a considerable time. Chasing Wind, feeling numb, recalled something and asked, My lord, is it true that His Highness Prince Chun has also been invited? Regarding the matter of His Highness Chun Wang's declaration of intent to marry. Few are privy to it. Whenever Chui Feng contemplates this, he must exert great effort to rein in his emotions. His master possesses immense power, so formidable that initially, he garnered the affection of numerous noble ladies. However, as time passed, they were either unable to match his prowess or left astounded by his astonishing proclamations. Regardless of which lady covertly pursued his master, they ultimately gritted their teeth and uttered something akin to, such a handsome visage as Lin Gongzi's is truly a pity. Lin Ran glanced back at Chui Feng and coolly remarked, whether she goes or not is of no concern to me. Chui Feng replied, Indeed, let us first put down that ostentatious purple garment. After much deliberation, Lin Ran finally chose a pristine white long robe with a straight collar. Observing the fabric glimmering subtly under the sunlight, akin to stars twinkling, Lin Ran felt a modicum of satisfaction. Chui Feng chuckled inwardly, thinking, Have you forgotten what you once said? You coldly remarked, What use is such fabric for this garment? Is father urging me to curry favor with someone? Look at this resplendent material. Ah, if I were to don this with my face, do you think I might earn another grievance tomorrow? Take it away, bury it at the bottom, and do not let me see it. 2 days later. At Pingtian Lake, today marked a day of great interest for the citizens of the capital. His Highness Chun Wang, the most favored by the emperor, adored by young men, and scorned by noble ladies, was soon to meet Lin Ran Gongzi, the most untamed and unrestrained gentleman in the Dazhao Kingdom, whose appearance was as striking as his status, not inferior to that of Chun Wang. The onlookers along the shore munched on seeds, eager to row out to the center of the lake for a glimpse. After all, this was the first public appearance of these two, and everyone awaited to see what would transpire. The involved party, Hua Qing, felt a genuine sense of nervousness. She had even instructed a servant to secretly prepare a bouquet. Hua Zhao Yi, the initiator of this gathering, stood at the bow of the boat with an air of carefree delight. Hands behind her back, Hua Qing, feeling the need for distance, moved away silently, Unable to ignore the handsome wine waiter who kept throwing her flirtatious glances, Zhao Ying stood behind, his eyes darting about, while Yuan remained on the shore, vigilant of any disturbances on the water's surface. Master, look, Lin Gongzi. Zhao Ying tugged at Hua Qing's sleeve, his emotions palpable. It was not solely the sight of the first beauty that stirred him, but rather the anticipation of whether his master could successfully court Lin Gongzi today. Court? Pooh. That should be called pursuit. Upon hearing this, Hua Qing straightened her back, her nerves heightened to the point where her eyes could barely move. She resorted to deep breaths to bolster her courage. When she finally beheld the man who gracefully leapt onto the boat using lightness skill, her mind flooded with thoughts. I am doomed. This visage has struck me hard. I can handle this. Brother, good heavens, this man is breathtaking. Is he a template from a cosmetic surgery clinic? That nose is so perfectly defined. His lips, neither thick nor thin, possess the most delightful natural curve, and that jawline is simply exquisite. After scrolling through dozens of jubilant comments in her mind, Hua Qing felt as though all her virtuous deeds in her past life had led to this moment of encountering this man. For the first time, she understood what it meant to experience love at first sight, to feel destined, to be enamored from head to toe. Hua Qing was entranced, yet she did not attract the attention of others. As the ladies present and the invited young men collectively fell silent for 10 seconds, the man wore a snow-white long robe with wide sleeves, as if ready to soar with the wind. His waist was cinched with a belt adorned with cloud patterns, and his raven hair was casually tied with a blue ribbon, devoid of any formal crown or hairpin. A few strands danced in the wind, intertwining with the blue ribbon, fluttering gracefully against the breeze of the lake. Shui Feng, following closely behind, was rendered speechless at the sight of his master gliding effortlessly across the water's surface, only to suddenly declare a desire to forego the boat ride. With a gentle touch of his toes, he proceeded to showcase his charm before the gathered crowd. The man's posture was as ethereal as a startled swan, elegant as a dragon in flight. His countenance a beguiling blend of enchanting allure and the finest jade, eliciting admiration from all. Hua Qing, struggling to contain her racing heart, took 2 deep breaths to calm herself, just as she contemplated approaching him for a friendly conversation. A striking lady, standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, strode forward confidently. Clad in high boots, with bold brows and large eyes, she smiled at Lin Ran and said, Lin Gongzi, how delightful it is to see you at the autumn banquet. It is quite a rarity. Lin Ran's peripheral gaze remained fixed on the multitude of noble ladies surrounding him, and with a hint of impatience, he cast a glance at the lady before him and retorted, Who are you? Are we acquainted? Step aside. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the onlookers, punctuated by hushed whispers. Hua Qing furrowed her brow, contemplating such a temperament and tongue. Truly, in a gathering of so many, he offers no regard whatsoever. Shui Feng wished to cover his face, incredulous that his master would ask who she was. Have you forgotten, master, how Lady Zhao pursued you and invited you to duel at the cliffs of Tiger Mountain? And you bested her? A blush crept onto Zhao Yi's face at the mention, a mix of embarrassment and anger enveloping her. She had approached, eager to reminisce, only to find herself forgotten, with no respect afforded to her. I am Zhao Yi. My mother is the Minister of Rights. We even had a duel. Have you forgotten your acquaintances so swiftly? Lin Ran merely acknowledged her with an "oh" and proceeded to walk away. He simply walked away. Chapter 14. The flirtation. Lady Zhao's fury intensified, her eyes sparkling with barely contained rage. In a world where women held high status, competitive spirits thrived, and pride mattered greatly, Lin Ran's blatant disregard for the minister's daughter in front of so many had dissipated any lingering admiration among the noble ladies present. Hua Qing, quietly observing, felt a sense of dread. Perhaps we should just wait and see, she thought to herself. She could hardly bear to provoke any ire. If the handsome man's brow furrowed, and he scornfully uttered, Who are you? Go away. It would be utterly humiliating. Hua Qing finally understood her sister's reluctance to speak. This Lin Gongzi was indeed not someone to be trifled with. He seemed out of place in this matriarchal society. Reminiscent instead of a rebellious young lord from a patriarchal era, unrestrained and defiant. She mused that such a man would likely never relinquish his pride and reserve for any woman. Quietly, Hua Qing signaled to her servant to deliver flowers to Prince Yi. Zhao Ying, observing his master's retreat, quickly interjected, Master, have you forgotten the emperor's patience? Hua Qing felt a twinge of anxiety, recalling that there were 3 concubines awaiting her return home, one of whom had already begun her daily souk duties. What if the other 2 followed suit? Grateful for the reminder, she resolved to initiate conversation. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I'm so nervous. What if I embarrass myself? Despite her internal protests. Hua Qing stepped forward, beads of sweat forming on her forehead in the crisp autumn air. Even though her intended target appeared irritable and dismissive of noble ladies, she still admired Lin Ran and was captivated by his beauty. Yet, after her brief observations earlier, she felt, perhaps, she was unworthy. In terms of appearance, certainly inferior. As long as he remained silent, he was a divine figure from a painting, leaving anyone beside him feeling inadequate. Moreover, he hailed from a prominent family, possessed deep inner strength and remarkable martial prowess, while she, apart from her wealth, had nothing to boast. With her heart heavy with unspoken thoughts, Hua Qing feigned maturity as she approached Lin Ran. The boat anchored steadily at the center of the lake. A 3-story structure adorned with golden carvings and exquisite tiles, epitomizing luxury on the first deck. Noble ladies engaged in hushed conversations, frowning at one another in low murmurs, teasing the courtesans, sipping wine, and displaying their swordsmanship. After the brief moment of awkwardness, the guests, masters of social grace, resumed their lively banter as if the earlier scene had never transpired. Lin Ran stood at the stern of the boat, catching sight of those around him casting glances in his direction, his lips curling into a smile. Yet, this smile was cold and mocking, radiating an air of reckless audacity and lazy disdain. Were it another man wearing such a smile, he might have been met with scorn and shame. But when the first beauty bore this infuriating grin, those who witnessed could only feel their hearts race, lacking the courage to approach. Just as Hua Qing felt at that moment. Extraordinary, with a villainous charm that made her heart race. She clenched her fist tightly within her sleeve, her heartbeat quickening. What was with this younger man? Leaning casually against the railing with a mocking smile, he seemed to perfectly strike her preferences, embracing the notion that the worst outcome would be mere embarrassment. She approached him, holding onto a sliver of hope. Perhaps Lin Gongzi would grant her some consideration due to their distant cousin relationship. Zhui Feng was the first to notice that Hua Qing was gravitating towards Lin Ran. Subsequently, a certain niece and a certain cousin passing by also paused in their steps, while Hua Zhaoyi on the second floor fixed her gaze intently below. The lake breeze whispered through her hair, stirring restless thoughts within her heart. Leaning against the railing, Lin Ran felt a growing sense of agitation, his peripheral vision catching sight of a figure in water blue approaching ever closer. Zhui Feng watched in astonishment as his master silently stood upright, only to suddenly gaze into the distance. Lost in thought among the reeds, Hua Qing caught sight of the handsome man's exquisite profile. Her nervous heart began to settle. He was truly striking. It is a universal truth that everyone possesses a love for beauty. Love may begin with appearances, but loyalty lies in character, and Hua Qing felt no shame in her sentiments. Young Master Lin. Greetings. I am Hua Qing, the gentle and delicate voice of the lady echoed, prompting Lin Ran to turn his head. As soon as his gaze fell upon her, he averted it, a moment carefully observed by Hua Qing. Just as she was about to break the awkwardness with a laugh, he unexpectedly spoke up. Hello, I am Lin Ran, Zhui Feng. Zwing. The passing guests happened to overhear their introductions. Eyes wide with intrigue, discreetly stepping back to eavesdrop. Hua Qing was pleasantly surprised by Lin Ran's courteous demeanor. His earnest introduction was unexpectedly amusing, alleviating some of the initial tension between them. Yet, why did Lin Ran's voice seem so familiar? Had they met before? After their introductions, they both awkwardly averted their gazes. Hua Qing exhaled quietly, a surge of feminist ideals rising within her. I am here to pursue my beloved. I must persevere. Fortunately, she had sent the flowers away. Otherwise, presenting him with flowers on their first meeting would surely paint her as a frivolous young lady. A gust of chilly wind swept through, carrying a faint fragrance that reached Lin Ran's senses. Then, the lady's voice chimed in again. Young Master Lin, it seems you are my cousin, huh? Hua Qing thought to herself. What am I saying? Why am I discussing family relations? I should inquire about his interests. Perhaps invite him for tea or a play. The single-minded Hua Qing felt a pang of disappointment. Lin Ran nodded, turning his head, his long, thick eyelashes fluttering gently. He added, Yes, cousin. Hua Qing. The conversation had reached an impasse. Who will teach me how to flirt with a handsome man? once again plunged into silence. Her palms grew clammy with sweat. She hesitantly opened her mouth. "Young Master Lin, are you free tomorrow? I heard that Lejai has received new paintings. Would you like to take a look?" Zhui Feng stood by, his eyes sparkling with curiosity at how his master would respond. Meanwhile, Zuing bit her lip tightly, fearing that young Master Lin might decline. After all, this was the first time the prince had taken an interest in someone and had been proactive. As soon as Hua Qing finished speaking, she felt an overwhelming shyness wash over her ears turning slightly pink as she awaited her impending public humiliation. To her surprise, Lin Ran turned his face, lowered his gaze upon her, his expression languid as he slowly replied, "Very well. I shall await your highness." The eavesdropping onlookers. Oh dear! Upon hearing his affirmative response, Hua Qing's face broke into a radiant smile, her pearly teeth gleaming, her brows arched like a crescent moon, her joy as bright as the midday sun. Lin Ran's gaze lingered on her, fixating on her moist, rosy lips for several seconds before discreetly shifting away. He lowered his eyes, his long, fan-like eyelashes cloaking the emotions hidden beneath, while his slender, pale fingers traced the wooden railing. Subtly caressing it, Zhui Feng mused. "Every time my master contemplates something, he fiddles with his fingers. When he is angry, he fiddles. When he feels murderous intent, he fiddles. When he is troubled, he does the same." So, what is the situation now? Is it possible that, due to his distant kinship with the prince, he is giving her special consideration, while secretly feeling impatient? When Hua Qing glanced back at Lin Ran, she found him already turned away, admiring the scenery, showing no inclination to engage her further. Scratching her head, she chuckled softly. She was not at all upset. Compared to the previous lady, she had already managed to approach him and exchange a few words. Moreover, what a triumph! Huzzah! I have successfully arranged a meeting, taking a significant first step. After gracefully bidding farewell to Lin Ran, he finally withdrew his gaze from the reeds. His eyes drifted towards the still lingering onlookers. Those gossiping ladies, startled by his cold stare, quickly took their leave. They had no desire to provoke this formidable figure. Most crucially, aside from the prince, none of them dared to challenge him. Once the crowd dispersed, Lin Ran slowly curled his lips into a smile and asked Zhui Feng, "What time will she come to find me tomorrow?" Zhui Feng, "I take back my earlier doubts. Master, it is usually the prince who formally invites you, depending on when he wishes to meet." Lin Ran fixed a penetrating gaze on Zhui Feng until the longtime companion, under the pressure of scrutiny, began to feel the tension mount. Finally, Lin Ran spoke softly. "When do you think she wishes to see me?" Zhui Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and flattered. "Just now, the prince looked utterly captivated by you. I would wager we'll have news early tomorrow morning." Lin Ran nodded, feeling satisfied. The image of the lady's sweetly smiling face, her moist lips pouting as if to tease him, lingered in his mind. How could she harbor such affection for him? When did she start liking him? Or was it merely his appearance that captivated her? Had she never heard the rumors surrounding him? The thought that Hua Qing might return to inquire further, discovering that he lacked skills in embroidery, cooking, and dance, made Lin Ran feel inexplicably uncomfortable, a wave of irritation surging within him. He glanced at the wooden piece in his palm and crushed it into powder, the earthy wood shavings cascading down onto the lake's surface. Hua Zhao Yi, witnessing this from the second floor, quickly retracted her extended neck and muttered, "How frightening." Her objective had been achieved. The two had met. Yet, Hua Zhaoyi furrowed her brow, a hint of regret creeping in. Every encounter with Lin Ran seemed to reshape her understanding of him. The first time they met, she perceived him as cold and aloof, convinced she would never see him shy. The second time, she witnessed him single-handedly dispatch 5 assassins, his blood-stained robe and murderous glare leaving her feeling invisible. The third time was 6 months prior at Wanshan Temple, when Lin Ran was confronted by a foreign lady, taller than herself, boldly declaring her affections with fiery eyes. Just as Hua Zhao Yi contemplated leaving, Lin Ran, with a mocking grin, remarked to the infatuated lady, "Teske, you are ugly, yet your aspirations are quite lofty." Hua Zhaoyi was left speechless, thinking to herself, how fortunate Lin Ran was not assaulted on the street, thanks to his exceptional martial prowess, reflecting on her encounters with him over the years. She began to wonder if Lin Ran was only amiable towards distant relatives. After all, he had never scolded her or issued a challenge. It was not until much later that Hua Zhao Yi learned that any lady who harbored feelings for Lin Ran would inevitably be riled by his sharp tongue. followed by a challenge to duel. Without exception, they all ended up abandoning their misguided aspirations. This was the primary reason why no young lady wished to marry him. Thus, when Hua Qing mentioned her type, Hua Zhaoyi immediately thought of Lin Ran. Her sister, however, was completely unskilled in martial arts, gentle in nature, and sincere in her dealings with others. Surely, Lin Ran would not be so callous as to challenge her sister to a duel? Having witnessed their encounter today, Hua Zhaoyi began to ponder whether her attempts to bring the two together might be misguided. Although Lin Ran was a man of pride, his demeanor was notably cold. Should she perhaps share Lin Ran's shortcomings with her sister, encouraging her to reconsider? The most troubling aspect was that Hua Zhaoyi subconsciously felt there was much more to Lin Ran than met the eye. The way he had gazed at Hua Qing's departing figure earlier had seemed oddly peculiar. Hua Zhaoyi was at a loss for words, a sense of dread creeping into her heart. She vaguely sensed that her sister's carefree days might soon come to an end. Chapter 16. Words of tea and conversation. After exchanging pleasantries with Hua Zhaoyi, Hua Qing returned to the prince's residence, her heart brimming with delight. Inside the carriage, she perched her little feet, humming a cheerful tune, her spirits clearly lifted. Raiden, driving the carriage, leaned in to whisper with her sister. "It seems promising," thoughtfully stroking her chin. Hua Qing mused. "It appears young Master Lin is quite perceptive." Zwing nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling as she excitedly pulled her sister into a chatter. "Indeed, did you not see how young Master Lin looked at you? If I were him, my legs would have turned to jelly. If young Master Lin were wise, he would enjoy a delightful stroll with you tomorrow, and by next month, you would be wed. Oh, by the way, Xiao Yu, with young Master Lin's martial prowess, could you defeat him?" Raiden shot her sister an annoyed glance, gritting her teeth as she replied, "No way." It had been a year since their last spar, and she had lost. Quite the embarrassment. Yet, how reassuring it was that with young Master Lin by her side, should any intruders attempt to breach the night again, they would surely meet their end. The afternoon sun cast a languorous glow, and as Hua Qing returned home, she wasted no time in rummaging through her wardrobe. Zwing stifled a giggle, quietly retreating while pulling Ruo and along to continue their gossip in the courtyard. About an hour passed, and the light had begun to slant. From the depths of the bamboo grove, a tall figure approached, holding a lacquered wooden tray adorned with a delicate porcelain cup. Hua Qing, cradling a plump doll, was deep in thought, contemplating how to engage the enchanting Lin Ran with amusing tales the following day. Upon glancing up, she was met with the soft, bewitching smile of Chu Huaishuang. His alluring eyes arched in a gentle expression. "Wife, today I prepared pigeon soup. Had I known you would attend the autumn feast, I would not have made it." He slightly bit his lower lip, a glimmer of water evident in his eyes, and after speaking, he cast a wounded gaze at the tray. Hua Qing promptly rose from her soft couch, awkwardly smiling and blinking her large eyes to convey her own innocence. "I indeed failed to mention it. But in the future, with a legitimate husband, he will oversee such matters." Hua Qing pondered that when the time was ripe and her confidence solidified, she would broach the subject of granting them their freedom. Yet for now, she could not voice it. Chu Huaishuang lifted his gaze towards Hua Qing, noting the faint smile gracing her face, her raven hair and crimson lips, along with her round, innocent almond eyes. Gazed at him. What? A legitimate husband? Yes, she would marry one that he should have been prepared for this. Once a legitimate husband entered the household, he might not only be delivering soup, perhaps they would see each other only a few times a month. No, why must she marry a legitimate husband so soon? Chu Huaishuang even contemplated the most humble and straightforward question. Why could he not be elevated to that status? Was there not a minuscule possibility? Simply because he was a secondary son, unworthy of Prince Chen? Yet, there had been precedents. Thus, there must be a way, right? Chu Huaishuang softly inquired. Wife, are you soon to marry a legitimate husband? Hua Qing observed the man before her as he set down the soup and slowly approached the soft couch. His long legs and slender waist gave him an ethereal grace, his sweet yet shy smile causing Hua Qing to instinctively shrink back in nervousness. Noting her flustered state, Chu Huaishuang paused, maintaining a distance that felt intimate yet not overly so. Well, not just yet, but soon, I suppose. I wonder if he will agree to marry me. Chu Huaishuang's hands tightened within his sleeves, his nails digging into his palm, a stiff smile adorning his handsome face as he casually asked. Oh, which young gentleman has captured your fancy? With so many siblings in the Huaishuang family, I have heard much about the delightful tales of various families, Perhaps I could engage in a conversation with you. Hua Qing hesitated for a few seconds, observing her little concubine's calm demeanor and gentle smile, reflecting, the ancient world of matriarchal dominance is indeed different. The principles of obedience and virtue are deeply ingrained. Here I am, preparing to take a wife, and my concubine is joyfully celebrating for me. The legitimate son of the Minister of War, Lin Ran. Upon hearing the name Lin Ran, Chu Huaishuang felt a sense of inevitability wash over him, silently exhaling a sigh of relief. Indeed, with Lin's family background, only royalty could be deemed worthy, particularly the emperor's most cherished wife. If the emperor favored the Lin family, he would undoubtedly be the best choice for Prince Jin's legitimate husband. Lin Ran was not only the emperor's cousin, but his father had once been the most beautiful and powerful priest of Wushan. His uncle was the brother of a great general, and his aunt was a cousin of the Grand Tutor. Yet, Chu Huaishuang's smile now bore a more genuine quality. Wife, Lin Ran is celebrated as the most beautiful man in the great Dazhao Kingdom. I have had the fortune of seeing him a few times. His visage is indeed like jade, and his stature is as graceful as a pine. However, Hua Qing nodded, curiosity piqued. However, what? Does he possess a poor temperament? I am aware of that, having witnessed it not long ago. But is that truly a concern? With a face like his, what's wrong with being a bit proud? Chu Huaishuang leaned in closer, pressing his lips together, and under Hua Qing's gaze, he gradually settled onto the soft couch beside her. That is excessive. Keep your distance. Do not tempt me. I am not swayed by such tactics. No, Lin Ran's temperament is only directed towards a select few who are unfriendly. One should not take to heart the rumors circulating about him. I merely worry that once you marry, both of you might regret it, for how could Lin Ran be content to remain in the inner courtyard, raising a family? Ah, I have spoken too much. Please do not hold it against me. Wife. With that, Chu Huaishuang promptly fell silent, casting furtive glances at Hua Qing as if fearing reprimand. After hearing his analysis, Hua Qing felt as though a light had dawned upon her. In modern society, many women pursue freedom, choosing to remain unmarried and childless throughout their lives. They revel in the company of cats and dogs, independently purchasing homes and cars, living beautifully alone. They do not require marriage or men. Why should this world be any different? With Lin Ran's stunning appearance, martial prowess, and aspirations that set him apart from this world, perhaps he too wished to remain unmarried, living as a carefree and liberated young gentleman? You are right. I have been mistaken, Hua Qing murmured softly. The fervor in her heart gradually cooled. The sensation was both bittersweet and invigorating. Chu Huaishuang smiled at the queen, unperturbed by her evident indifference. Quietly rising to fetch the soup, offering reassurance. Do not be disheartened, wife. It was merely my conjecture. As long as you are content, Lin Ran will have no choice but to comply. Once he enters the household, you can nurture feelings gradually. What do you think, soft-hearted queen? Upon hearing this, Hua Qing realized that a decree to marry him. She instinctively shook her head. Let us mull it over further. What if he becomes unlikable and we cannot even be friends? A perfect match could turn into animosity. The smile on Chu Huaishuang's face widened as he gently blew on the spoon, carefully gauging the temperature before offering it to her. Chapter 17. After Chu Huaishuang departed, Hua Qing held the script without turning a page. The sun sank low, and the earth fell into silence. The deep blue night enveloped the sky. Hua Qing stretched lazily, and Zhuoying promptly approached, inquiring, "Shall I summon a meal for you, my lord?" "Very well. You write a letter to the governor's residence, stating that I am unwell and will invite Lin Ran to read the script on another day." After careful consideration, Hua Qing felt it unwise to involve Lin Ran. She could not allow him to become entangled with her. If her sister were to learn of it, a decree of marriage would be inevitable. She had no desire to see the remarkable young man, akin to a thorny wild rose, wither away in her courtyard. Timidly, Hua Qing had not even begun when she preemptively considered others, retreating if marriage were a necessity. She would attend more gatherings and seek a good legitimate husband who was both pleasing to the eye and adhered to the principles of obedience and virtue. After all, she had already stolen a life of comfort. Why pursue the elusive notion of love? Zhuoying scratched his head, awkwardly smiling. "My lord, you forgot that when you returned this afternoon, you instructed me to promptly write the letter and send it by morning. So I acted swiftly." Hua Qing's mouth dropped open in surprise. "You haven't already sent it, have you?" Zhuoying knelt, begging for forgiveness. "I thought you were so happy. So I sent the letter early. It should have reached by now. It cannot be retracted. Oh no. Hua Qing shot up, anxiety flooding her. She had just resolved to temporarily distance herself from Lin Ran, and now she would have to stroll with him in public? Wouldn't that announce to the world that she was pursuing the Lin beauty? Her sister, the Empress, would undoubtedly receive word by tomorrow. Ah, Hua Qing's inner self screamed in panic at that moment. Her mind was filled with Lin Ran's deep, cold eyes fixed upon her, his delicately chiseled jaw slightly raised, looking down at her with an air of aloofness, as if he were ready to say, I have given you a chance. The die was cast. Hua Qing did not blame Zhuo Ying, for she had been overly elated at the time. Very well, she would face it head-on. Making a good impression on her cousin would be beneficial. She would be pleased if they could become friends. As for a legitimate husband, forget it. At least they would share a familial bond, and she would not meddle in his marriage at that moment. Within the governor's residence, dusk approached. Lin Ran stood in the pavilion, practicing his swordplay. The cold gleam radiated as his wrist turned, the blade seemingly cleaving through the chill, creating an invisible barrier. My lord, an invitation from Prince Chen's residence. Chasing Wind presented the invitation with both hands. And as his words fell, Lin Ran's previously stern expression instantly softened. Swiftly moving forward to snatch the letter, he scanned the official wording with haste. In summary, 1. At the hour of the snake tomorrow, Prince Chen would come to escort him for an outing. 2. He conveyed his regards to the governor. Although he knew it was penned by a servant, Lin Ran read it multiple times. He could not fathom why he felt so unsettled upon returning. But only now, with the invitation in hand, did he feel the anxious flutter in his chest begin to subside. The thought of his own peculiar emotions darkened his expression once more as he tossed the invitation back to Chasing Wind. Inform my mother that Prince Chun has extended an invitation. I dare not refuse. Chasing Wind, with a twitch of his lips, departed to the front hall. Governor Lin's remarks were striking. What is there that he dares not do? Aside from the emperor, no one else in the world holds any sway over him. It appears that my son has matured and finally gained some insight, while other young lads at the tender age of 14 or 15 are already experiencing the stirrings of youthful infatuation. He has only just awakened to such feelings at 18, but nevertheless, it seems he has developed an interest in a lady, and to my dismay, it is none other than the princess of Chengwang. The thought of the emperor, as protective of his precious Liuli vase, being overly cautious around Chengwang fills me with trepidation regarding my son's prospects for a blissful future. Why, of all people, does he fancy such a fragile lady? Her complexion is nearly as pale as his, her waist so slender that it requires a corset for support, which only serves to accentuate her bosom. Each time I glance at her, I find it hard to maintain eye contact. Those large, watery eyes indeed possess a certain charm. Yet for a princess, such doe-like eyes appear rather peculiar. One might speculate that she would dissolve into tears at the slightest criticism. My feelings towards Chengwang are neutral. Our interactions in court are limited to mere nods of acknowledgement. A princess of such exquisite delicacy is truly a rarity. So how is it that my son has developed such tastes? Chapter 18. The wolf cub Chasing Wind overheard the governor instructing. Inform Xiao Ran that if she chooses Chengwang, she should give it further thought. What is the meaning of this? Does the governor have a past grievance with Chengwang? After Chasing Wind exited, a figure emerged from the inner chamber on the right. The newcomer stood nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a stately pine tree. As he approached, my gaze softened immediately. Is that you? The person was none other than Lin Ran's father, the previous high priest of the Witch Kingdom. Chi-een possessed beguiling fox-like eyes, while I had elongated, sleepy phoenix eyes. Lin Ran had inherited his grandfather's enchanting peach blossom eyes. Is the mistress concerned that His Highness Chengwang is too frail, fearing difficulties in having offspring? Chi-een asked, coming to my side and gently wrapping his strong hand around my waist, gazing quietly at me. His eyes had remained fixed on me since 20 years ago. Over the years, even with his only son, he had refrained from looking too closely. I chuckled lightly and replied, not at all. You must know our governor's stance. To be a match for His Highness Chengwang is indeed favorable. But your son is practically a mirror image of you, if not even more extreme. If he truly falls for Chengwang, do you believe the young princess? Chi-een understood my implication and was aware that his son could be even more extreme in certain aspects. Thus, I was not merely suggesting that Lin Ran consider his own feelings, but rather whether the esteemed Chengwang could accept this love, or perhaps he might accept it now. only to regret it later upon discovering Lin Ran's other personality traits. What might his son, so similar to Qi Yin, do in response to such a revelation? Qi Yin's hand squeezed my waist gently as he whispered in my ear, "So, are you implying that I possess a strong sense of possessiveness, preventing you from taking other suitors?" I rolled my eyes and playfully swatted his hand, retorting, "You old rascal." Qi Yin chuckled with a charming allure, his long hair cascading down, and with a mischievous glint in his fox-like eyes. He swept me up in his arms. Am I already considered old at not yet 40? It seems I have not been diligent enough as a husband. With his diversion, I momentarily forgot my son's engagement and was instead determined to reinforce our marital principles. Observing my flushed cheeks, Qi Yin's laughter echoed, as he recognized my resolve to challenge him. As long as my focus remained undivided, even his own son would not distract me. As for his son marrying? A glimmer of amusement danced in Qi Yin's eyes. He knew his own lineage better than anyone, a headstrong wolf cub with an even stronger possessiveness than his own. Once enamored, Qi Yin doubted that Cheng Wang could escape Lin Ran's grasp. On the contrary, the delicate princess might find herself ensnared in his son's carefully laid trap before she even realized it. As night fell, and the stars sparkled brilliantly across the sky. Tomorrow promised to be a bright day. Lin Ran had spent an hour in his study, and the shadowy figures of Yin Yi and Yin Air could no longer contain their curiosity and asked Chasing Wind, "Is the master truly untroubled? You both have asked me thrice. I assure you, he is well." The master simply had an epiphany. After dinner, Chasing Wind had observed Lin Ran stride directly into the study. To his surprise, he witnessed Lin Ran engaged in painting plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. This was a man typically known for his bold and audacious poetry about gallant battles, suddenly transformed into a delicate artist of floral motifs. Yin Yi, perched upon a beam, nearly lost his footing in astonishment, now even more intrigued. What has he come to understand? Perhaps he is contemplating marriage, needing to learn a few things. What if the mistress takes a liking to him? Chasing Wind revealed. Yin Air's eyes widened in shock. Marriage, marriage. The master would marry. Surely this is a jest. How could the one who stealthily infiltrated enemy ranks and killed their commander, hanging their head on the wall, possibly consider such a thing? Which bold young lady possesses both the courage and lack of insecurity? Despite their inquiries, Chasing Wind remained tight-lipped, merely stating, "You shall know soon enough." Chapter 19. Night Exploration inside the room. The lingering fragrance of incense wafted from the bronze censer on the 2-meter-long Nanmu desk. A chaotic pile of white papers lay strewn about, a testament to Lin Ran's failed artistic endeavors, crumpled and cast aside. In the flickering candlelight, the young gentleman appeared like jade, his garments slightly loosened, hair cascading down his back, lips pressed tightly together in a reflection of his current agitation. After struggling to depict a scene of butterflies frolicking among peonies, Lin Ran abruptly cast aside his wolf hair brush and left in frustration that he felt increasingly peculiar, his thoughts spiraling beyond his control, aside from a few fleeting glances exchanged at the banquet. He had only truly interacted with her twice, yet he felt ensnared by an obsession. Every time he closed his eyes, visions of the princess's flushed face haunted him, accompanied by her soft pleadings and her delicate form pressed against him. Her watery gaze seemed to reflect nothing but him. Upon agreeing to peruse a storybook, her smile was sweet enough to melt hearts, yet she slyly observed his reactions, akin to a timid rabbit gauging its master's mood. Had she known of his thoughts, she might have quietly scoffed, "You are overthinking. I have no such intentions." With a date to stroll with the princess the following day, Lin Ran felt vexed with himself. After dousing himself with 2 buckets of cold water, he leaped onto the rooftop in the chilly autumn night. Cloaked in night attire, he moved stealthily, barely making a sound. Meanwhile, the ever-energetic Hua Qing, perched with her feet up, munched on pine nuts, was far from sleep. After all, she had a date tomorrow. Who could possibly rest tonight? Behind layers of drapery, she was enveloped in satin long sleeves and trousers, her nerves tinged with a hint of unspoken anticipation. He was truly handsome. What would his smile be like directed at her? He was unlike any man she had encountered, possessing strength and a gentlemanly demeanor, with a touch of pride. How utterly charming. Hua Qing felt hopelessly ensnared, believing beauty to be in the eye of the beholder. Were it not for the consideration that she should not ensnare a free-spirited eagle, Hua Qing would have pursued the handsome gentleman with all her might. Oblivious to the scuffle occurring outside the walls, 2 figures were locked in combat. The dark-clad right shadow struck with lethal intent, while the opposing figure was none other than Lin Ran, who had come merely to catch a glimpse of her. Just 10 minutes prior, the right shadow had been gazing at the starry sky when he noticed someone standing atop Lin Ran's roof, pondering whether to descend. Surprised, the right shadow growled in frustration. "Thief, at last, I've caught you." Lin Ran had no intentions of further intruding. He simply wished to see her before departing. Even with dawn approaching, he could hardly contain his eagerness. The right shadow, trained in the art of assassination, launched a series of deadly strikes aimed at Lin Ran's limbs, intending to capture him alive. An ordinary assassin would have succumbed long before, yet Lin Ran held his own against the onslaught for a full 10 minutes. Unaware of his opponent's true identity, the right shadow's anger intensified. Who had sent this masked man? Was there a figure in the martial world known as Spring Breeze, Jade-Faced Demoness, or perhaps the self-proclaimed demon cults and Inshio Luo? His formidable power and imposing stature rendered his face indistinguishable in the darkness, with only his shadowy eyes betraying the ruthless experience of battle. The right shadow discerned that Lin Ran was holding back, searching for an opportunity to escape. Why not strike her? Why evade at every turn? Had it been her, faced with an incomplete task and encountering an adversary shadow guard, she would have seized the chance to eliminate him without hesitation. In a moment of distraction, the right shadow pondered an astonishing possibility. This thief was not here to abduct or assassinate the master, but perhaps was merely a flower thief? Or worse, someone familiar? In the fleeting moment when Yuan was momentarily distracted, Lin Ran inexplicably struck her acupuncture point. Subsequently, he leaped several meters into the air, landing on the tiles without a sound. Yuan, in helplessness, could only watch as the thief departed, paralyzed and unable to call for help. The silhouette of the figure grew increasingly familiar, the movements equally recognizable, whether due to Yuan's countless encounters with adversaries while serving the royal family from a young age, having faced no less than hundreds, or her inability to fathom which noble son would engage in such underhanded deeds in the dead of night. She was left without the means to uncover the truth for an extended period. It wasn't until after enduring the cold wind for 2 hours that Yuan broke free from the paralysis, swiftly returning to her chamber, observing her mistress peacefully asleep, with a glimmer of dew on her cheeks. Yuan exhaled softly before vanishing once more into the shadows. In stark contrast, Lin Ran sat brooding, a bitter smile etched upon his face. Ji Feng, observing from the side, rubbed his hands nervously. He had been waiting outside the prince's residence, and despite being a close servant since childhood, there were still facets of his master he did not fully comprehend. However, the current situation was all too familiar. His master was angry. Furthermore, it was anger directed at himself. Ji Feng dared not utter a word as he watched Lin Ran's exquisitely sculpted face darken with frustration. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Ran, in a fit of rage, brandished a heavy sword in the courtyard, swinging it wildly. Alas, what a misfortune! Ji Feng followed suit, hoping fervently that His Highness truly harbored feelings for his mistress. Otherwise, the current display was quite alarming. Chapter 20. An appointment after a restful slumber. Hua Qing's tension dissipated entirely. This was likely her only opportunity to stroll through the streets with her handsome cousin. How could she possibly not cherish this moment, awakened at 6 by Zui Ying's incessant chatter? Hua Qing remained at the vanity, allowing Zui Ying to fuss over her appearance. Delicate brows were brushed, rosy lips tinted, and her eyes sparkled with life. The yawn escaped Hua Qing, tears glistening as they gathered at the tips of her lashes, accentuating her delicate beauty. Zui Ying could not resist the temptation to pinch Hua Qing's cheek as she continued to apply makeup. That delightful sensation. I begin to understand the sentiments of certain suitors. Zui Ying, who had always prided herself on her aesthetic judgment, found her confidence wavering. Upon Hua Qing's departure from the princess residence, the trio in Wutong courtyard each received the news. Zhao Xie, practicing his swordplay, was taken aback, especially upon hearing that Lin Ran had been invited. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could his idol have such peculiar tastes, favoring someone as seemingly frail as the prince? He was torn between elation at the prospect of his idol becoming their household's master, or lamenting the fact that his idol did not prefer a formidable woman like the general. It was a sentiment too complicated to articulate. In another courtyard, Chu Huaishuang stood sullenly by the rockery, his thin spring robe fluttering in the chilly breeze. Young master, you must return. You'll catch a cold. Even if you are unhappy, you cannot mistreat your own health. urged his devoted servant, Li Qing, with concern. Chu Huaishuang nearly smiled faintly, coughing lightly, his complexion paling further. Let me be ill, then that if I am unwell, perhaps the lady will show some concern for me. He had long since realized that she would not reach out to any of them. The most delighted among them was Zheng Wuqing. Upon learning that the prince had invited the renowned beauty Lin Ran for a stroll, he was elated, especially that she had accepted. He did not care whether Lin Gongzi was intimidated by the royal family or genuinely found the prince intriguing, that in any case. Zheng Wuqing joyfully summoned his hidden guards to send a message. In the most extravagant street of the capital, a sedan chair crafted from pear blossom wood, rivaling that of the emperor, glided gracefully forward, its corners adorned with golden bells that chimed melodiously. Inside, Hua Qing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Could someone please explain why women in this world pursued their suitors with such extravagance? The exterior of the sedan was indulgently decorated, but the interior resembled a boudoir. Hua Qing sat upon a plush cushion, her eyes drawn to the couple St cups and decorative trinkets on the small table. And as if that weren't enough, the cushion beneath her and the one beside Lin Ran were also designed for lovers. It seemed to be a pair of mandarin ducks. The spacious, opulent sedan featured an expansive carpet, yet the seating was snugly designed for two adults. With the slightest movement, either of them could brush against one another's arms and legs. Hua Qing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Such intimate arrangements were certainly not her doing. Just half an hour earlier, she had been seated in the extravagant, ostentatious carriage exclusive to the prince. Waiting outside the governor's residence, the most esteemed county prince of the Dazhao Kingdom, the governor's residence naturally did not treat her with indifference. Thus, Hua Qing had met Lin Yu, the minister of war, upon his return from court, and was invited to the main hall for tea. She also had the chance to meet the legendary grand priest, Qi Yin. Hua Qing could not help but marvel at Lin Ran's remarkable lineage, attributing it all to his powerful parents. When Qi Yin's piercing gaze fell upon her, Hua Qing felt utterly captivated by the undeniable charm of this middle-aged man. His visage would be a permanent fixture on modern reality shows. As for Lin Yu, the tall, elegant figure exuded confidence and grace. Hua Qing occasionally exchanged pleasantries with her upon her return from court, considering her a half-colleague, half-relative, albeit a distant one, while waiting for Lin Ran. A mere quarter of an hour felt interminable, and Hua Qing's toes threatened to bore through her shoes. In this world, the gender divide was not as severe. She had expected Zhuang to arrange for another carriage. Yet Zhuang excitedly announced that this was the only one available, the most luxurious, meticulously adorned to suit their identities. Since Zhuang had prepared only a single mode of transport, Hua Qing, chuckling nervously, invited Lin Ran to board the carriage, her laughter somewhat foolish as she attempted to gloss over her embarrassment to her surprise. Lin Ran did not mind. This small act of concession stirred something within Hua Qing. Albeit briefly, as she bent to sit beside Lin Ran, she caught him glancing at the decorations, his brow arching slightly. That expression is quite telling. What a peculiar look you have. This is not my command. Are you suppressing laughter? Is it out of consideration for my princely status? Oh dear. Noticing Hua Qing's flushed ears and her awkward silence, as if she wished to speak but was at a loss for words, Lin Ran took the initiative to break the ice. What kind of stories does your highness enjoy reading? His voice, as clear as water striking stone, eased Hua Qing's tension, allowing her to exhale deeply. With a smile in her eyes, she replied, Travelogues. Do you read them, Lin Gongzi? Seeing the lady's fair complexion and soft lips moving, Lin Ran quickly averted his gaze, responding nonchalantly, not particularly as soon as the words left his mouth. He furrowed his brow, realizing he could not take them back. Chapter 21. A brush with the chin. You do not enjoy reading? Then why did you accept my invitation to read together? Hua Qing's bewilderment was palpable, her expression revealing her thoughts. With a downward gaze, Lin Ran adjusted his sleeve and replied indifferently, I have already come of age, and my family is pressing me. Do not overthink it. Your Highness. Hua Qing's eyes lit up with understanding. Of course, she fully grasped this sentiment, piecing together the unspoken implications of Lin Ran's words. At my age, if I do not marry soon, my family may resort to coercion. Since you are my distant cousin and a prince, creating a scandal together would deter my family from arranging blind dates for me. Dio not read too much into it. Hua Qing felt her reasoning was entirely correct, so that was it. Per Lin Gu, he had it tough. When Lin Ran turned his gaze, he found Hua Qing looking at him with an understanding, sympathetic expression, though their thoughts did not quite align. This dissonance surprisingly alleviated the awkwardness. Hua Qing's body language relaxed, and she found herself engaging in light conversation with Lin Ran. They spoke of delightful eateries and her desire to visit the northern lands to witness the fireflies dancing in the depths of the forest. Setting aside any romantic notions, Hua Qing's eyes sparkled as she admired the beauty of the moment. Her cheeks flushed with joy. Lin Ran's dark eyes reflected the lady's clear, bright gaze. When discussing delectable treats, she would occasionally swallow hard, her naturally plump lips glistening with a tender pink hue. The lady's waist was cinched with 2 loops of white satin, accentuating her slender figure like a willow branch. Her bosom rising like gentle hills that as the carriage jolted occasionally, the delicate hills swayed, yet the lady remained blissfully unaware. Lin Ran's gaze lingered for a moment before he looked away, his fingers unconsciously brushing against each other. So slender, they seemed so fragile, as if they could snap with the gentlest squeeze. Before long, they arrived at Yuluzhai. Zhua Ying and Ji Feng exchanged glances of mutual annoyance, each reminding their mistress within the sedan. Hua Qing chatted animatedly, pleasantly surprised that Lin Ran's temperament was not as fearsome as she had imagined. While he would occasionally utter sharp words regarding certain suitors, it was limited to that. For the most part, he listened patiently to her chatter without exhibiting a hint of impatience. Hua Qing had unilaterally declared Lin Ran was her first male friend since her arrival in this world. However, fate has a peculiar way of playing tricks. Want to be friends? Absolutely not. Once the carriage came to a halt, Lin Ran, ever the gentleman, allowed Hua Qing to descend first, extending his hand to shield her. Concerned she might bump her head, Hua Qing rose with a smile, only for her expression to falter. Oh no. Her legs, along with half her body, had gone numb. Darn this ancient carriage. In her excitement during their earlier conversation, she had completely neglected to shift her weight, remaining rigid to avoid getting too close. Lin Ran noticed her grimace and was about to inquire. He witnessed the moment when the petite lady stumbled, her knees giving way beneath her. Hua Qing stifled a gasp, bracing for impact. Yet, the tale spun from life as tapestry unfolded. Her waist was suddenly embraced by a pair of warm hands. Hua Qing turned. Brushing against Lin Ran's lips, inadvertently kissing his chin, she found herself enveloped in his arms, her hands instinctively wrapping around his neck. Caught off guard by the unexpected fall, the two tumbled onto the meticulously prepared carpet laid out by Zhua Ying. The sight of a lady atop a gentleman, so conspicuously suggestive of impropriety, left Hua Qing momentarily speechless, her cheeks aflame as she felt her assets pressed against Lin Ran's chest, her arms still clinging to him. Most alarmingly, she had kissed him. Oh my heavens, let me return to my studies. Panicked, Hua Qing immediately attempted to rise, but with one side of her body still numb, it felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at her. Just as she managed to get up, she collapsed again. Outside the carriage, Chasing Wind and Zhua Ying exchanged puzzled glances, hesitating to remind her. However, considering it was their master's first date, they silently agreed to refrain from interrupting. Could it be that the two are, indeed? When Hua Qing fell onto Lin Ran once more, her eyes blinked a few times before turning red with tears. She was mortified, aside from the time she was startled by a thief invading her chamber. This was the second most embarrassing moment of her life. The salty tears fell upon Lin Ran's neck, causing his Adam's apple to bob. Lin Ran closed his eyes, the dignified demeanor of a gentleman reminding him that now was not the time to be consumed by thoughts of soft lips and fragrant allure. He sighed, gently squeezing Hua Qing's nape, softly asking, "What happened? Did you twist your ankle?" Hua Qing lifted her head, the proximity of their faces causing her to freeze. How enchanting he was, each time she beheld him. She was struck by awe, with his high nose bridge, alluring peach blossom eyes, and soft pink lips. Lin Ran gazed at her with slightly parted lips, his breath unsteady. The sight of her atop him was undeniably tempting. Momentarily bewitched by his beauty, Hua Qing returned to her senses, her face a mask of distress. My leg has gone numb. I'll get up now." Lin Ran observed her slightly reddened eyes and her soft, almost petulant whimper, coupled with the delicate softness pressing against his chest, her slender waist encircled by his arm. Everything from his dreams seemed to come alive at this moment. Then he realized he was harboring thoughts that were far from appropriate. Just as Hua Qing felt embarrassed and withdrawn, A sudden tightness around her waist shifted her perspective entirely. She was gently placed onto the carpet. Lin Ran, with his frosty demeanor, turned his back to her, adjusting his attire. After a few sighs, he turned back with a composed expression, his gentlemanly nature manifesting as he began to massage her legs through her garments. Hua Qing was enveloped in embarrassment, her toes awkwardly digging into the ground. Thus, she failed to consider a pertinent question. Despite the customary decorum between men and women, was it truly appropriate for a nobleman to perform such an intimate act for a lady? Why would Lin Ran, a distinguished gentleman, disregard such propriety? Why not summon Zhuai Ying to assist? Initially, Hua Qing did not think of the traditional boundaries, instinctively believing he was merely being gentlemanly. Secondly, she was too immersed in her overwhelming embarrassment and frustration to reflect further. Chapter 22. Deep slumber. Lin Ran, through the fabric of her dress, held Hua Qing's calf, kneading gently. With the warmth of his inner strength, he worked his way up to her thigh, stopping courteously at a third of the way up. After just one round, Hua Qing felt much of the numbness and pain dissipate. Was this the magic of inner strength? It was astonishing how warmth coursed through her meridians, sitting on the carpet. With a cushion provided by Lin Ran behind her and a cup of tea he had handed her in her hands, she subconsciously accepted his meticulous care, with each subsequent round of massage. Hua Qing felt increasingly relaxed, in the cool autumn weather. Warmth suffused her limbs, and a languid lethargy began to take hold, her eyelids growing heavy. 5 minutes later, the previously silent Lin Ran heard the anticipated gentle sound of her breathing. His gaze, deep and unfathomable, bore into her slumbering form, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he transformed from the gentlemanly figure to one imbued with mischief. Hua Qing, blissfully asleep, was gently lifted and placed across his lap. "The princess is asleep. Let us make our way to Guixiang Lu," commanded a voice infused with inner strength, reaching both Chasing Wind and Zhuai Ying simultaneously, who exchanged knowing smiles. Zhuai Ying chuckled. "The princess is about to claim her handsome prize. The Prince of Qin shall soon have a new master of the household." Chasing Wind, on the other hand, teased, "My lord, do temper your enthusiasm," within the carriage. Lin Ran gently caressed Hua Qing's nape, channeling a trickle of inner strength into her. She sank deeper into slumber, emitting soft, kitten-like purrs. Lin Ran lowered his gaze, his long lashes fluttering as they remained fixed on the lady in his embrace. His fingers grazed her lips, pressing gently, repeatedly caressing them. It was truly remarkable how someone could simply exist, requiring nothing more than to stand in place, whisper a few words, and offer a smile, with a mere glance directed solely at him. Rendering his heart utterly tender, he found himself unable to shake the memory of that night, the sensation of holding her close, her bashful gaze, tinged with a hint of red, as she bit her lip. Claiming to like him despite their lack of acquaintance, unbeknownst to her, the enchanting vulnerability she displayed stirred within him a long-dormant beast, yearning to break free from its guise, eager to seize this delectable prey, to cherish her slowly and savor every moment. Lin Ran remained lost in thought, his expression neutral, yet his eyes betrayed a restless turmoil within. He fixated on her closed eyes, the slight upward curl of her lips, her dainty nose, her delicate neck that seemed as if it could be easily snapped. His gaze burned with an intensity akin to his name, a fire unlike any he had ever felt, enveloping the fragile, innocent princess within its searing embrace. Long moments passed before Lin Ran raised his hand to softly touch his own lips and chin, repeatedly caressing until they glimmered with a hint of crimson. As the carriage clattered away, the sound of wind chimes echoed in the breeze. "Wait, isn't that the carriage of the Prince of Chun, that young attendant? Ah, isn't that Lin Ran's personal guard? What? Oh my goodness." A scandalous revelation. The Prince of Chun is to be wed to the minister's son. The guards of the prince and Lin Ran's attendant hastily pursued the carriage, having remained inside for nearly a quarter of an hour. What? The prince and Lin Ran were openly affectionate in the carriage. Hey, did you hear? The Prince of Chun and the minister's son Lin Ran were openly displaying their affection on the street. Rumors spread, growing more exaggerated with each retelling, starting as the simple truth of two individuals sharing a carriage, evolving into tales of public displays of affection, ultimately culminating in the announcement of an impending marriage between the Prince of Qin and the minister's family. Half an hour after the carriage departed, within a courtyard, several hidden guards knelt, one whispering, "The two have been intimate in the carriage for quite some time. Neither has disembarked. The sisters ambushed at Yulezhai have now retreated." My subordinates followed the carriage and have just reported that they arrived at Gui Xianglu and are in the back courtyard. The lady seated at the high position scoffed. Intimate for a long time? Stopping at Gui Xianglu? Huh. The plan proceeds as intended as long as the prince remains unharmed. Lin Ran. Today his head must roll. That wretched woman devised a scheme to separate her from Yinlang, and the offspring she bore had thwarted her plans thrice. Today was the perfect opportunity. Simultaneously, within the minister's residence, Zhao Yi received word of the developments. Furious, she shattered several teacups, her face darkening as she commanded. Go, find a few reckless individuals, injure the prince, but remember, don't kill him or sever any limbs. Yes, let Lin Ran see what a useless creature his beloved princess truly is. Lin Ran's inner strength is unfathomable. If those few manage to engage him, they should flee immediately, leaving no survivors. Chapter 23. Pretending to be disfigured in the serene courtyard of Gui Xianglu, the fragrance of osmanthus flowers lingered in the air, while the stone hill stood majestically. Aside from the occasional hurried waiter passing by, only Chue Feng and Zuoying stood on either side, silently agreeing not to disturb the two figures within the carriage. Hua Qing lay nestled in Lin Ran's embrace, her face resting against his warm chest, her little hand adorably placed around his waist, breathing softly, lost in a blissful slumber. Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with mirth as his fingers gently twirled the ends of her silky hair, lifting, then letting it fall. Though merely toying with her strands, it felt as if his heart was being lifted and dropped in tandem, caught in a rhythm of yearning. If attending the autumn feast had been a fleeting impulse, today's unintentional kiss had filled the chill within his chest, sealing the void that lingered there. One arm enveloped Hua Qing, while the other played with her hair, and after a few minutes of indulgence, he began to caress the hem of her dress, his gaze revealing an exploration of desire and a gradually intensifying possessiveness, reminiscent of a modern-day infatuated and disturbed soul that in the tranquil carriage. Hua Qing had slept for 40 minutes. Soon after, Lin Ran suppressed his emotions and gently repositioned her. It was then that a soft, lazy sound escaped her lips. She awoke, precisely as he had anticipated. With a dazed blink, Hua Qing opened her eyes. The crisp autumn air had settled in, yet she felt languid and warm from her slumber. It must be Lin Ran's internal energy that had soothed her numbed legs. Wait a minute, Hua Qing's mind suddenly sharpened as recent memories flooded back. Had she toppled onto Lin Ran, inadvertently brushing her lips against his, only to finally collide with his chin? Blinking rapidly, she realized she had been sleeping against his shoulder all along. I'm mortified. This time it's my heart that feels paralyzed. Hua Qing sat upright, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Why had she let her guard down in front of someone she had only met twice? Especially after shamelessly taking advantage of him? The worst part was that she had leaned against him the entire time. Her heart sank while her face blazed. Turning her head, Hua Qing glanced anxiously at Lin Ran. She was relieved to see his expression was neutral, resembling a serene mountain peak, untouched by anger. Apologies, young Master Lin. We had agreed to read the script together, and I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to. I fell asleep. Lin Ran offered a faint smile, responding naturally. There's no need for concern. Perhaps my internal energy provided you warmth, making it quite normal to feel drowsy in the autumn chill. Hua Qing. Look, this is the grace of ancient nobility. Where are we now? Hua Qing inquired, pulling back the curtain to peek outside. Gui Xianglu. We are in the courtyard, Your Highness. Shall we proceed to dine? Lin Ran twirled his fingers, observing the curious way Hua Qing gazed out the window, and his smile faded as all thoughts of playfulness vanished. Hua Qing turned her head. She caught sight of this change and felt a pang of unease. Was he thinking of finishing the meal quickly to leave? Why else would he have suddenly grown distant? Her interest in the picturesque garden waned, and with a couple of affirmations, she promptly exited the carriage. Lin Ran followed closely, his gaze lingering on her graceful figure for a few seconds, a coldness seeping deeper within him. Zuoying, glancing at his master, noted the disheveled hair, the flushed cheeks, and an inexplicable air of innocence about him, leading him to stifle a chuckle behind his hand. As expected of his highness, standing beside Hua Qing, Lin Ran fell slightly behind, his gaze never resting on her, exuding a subtle chill as they wound their way into Gui Xianglu. Upon entering the hall, he noticed familiar faces casting him disapproving looks, which suddenly stripped him of his earlier cold demeanor. He lifted his chin slightly, offering a disdainful and mocking expression that incited irritation among those who beheld it. Consequently, Hua Qing occasionally caught a glimpse of him, wondering if perhaps he was suffering from a split personality. Why was he so gentlemanly and refined when alone with her, yet transformed into the rumored arrogant and impudent scion in a crowd? A fleeting thought crossed Hua Qing's mind, only to be quickly seized. Why the pretense of duality? Who was he trying to impress? And why did he drop the act in front of her? Was it trust, or did he see no threat in her? Or was it something else entirely? At that moment, Hua Qing remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Ran's behavior before her was also a fade. Noticing the curious glint in Hua Qing's eyes, Lin Ran suddenly smirked, his smile devilishly charming. "I ask your highness," intrigued by my blatant disregard for propriety, maintaining his composed visage that conveyed disdain for all. His words dripped with icy sarcasm. Hua Qing shook her head, and as she ascended the staircase, she quietly remarked, "Young Master Lin has his own intentions. This is quite commendable." The rumored scion and his earlier derisive expression were indeed irksome, yet utterly helpless. Yet, she couldn't help but think that were she a native of this world, encountering such a man would evoke a lament for his wasted beauty, much like in her own world's antiquity. If a noble beauty, well endowed in all respects, acted haughty, scornful, and dismissive, relying solely on her lineage to mock others, while lacking in any skills or domestic virtues, would any prominent man truly wish to wed her? For beauty alone, coupled with a noble heritage, would not suffice. One would constantly worry about infidelity. Hua Qing empathized, leaning closer to Lin Ran, softly adding, "If you wish for your reputation to plummet further, you could always pretend to be disfigured, perhaps with a human skin mask. Have you heard of such things?" Chapter 24. A harmonious meal. Lin Ran regarded the petite head that had leaned closer. Chuckling softly, "A human skin mask. I've heard they are available at the Blood Oath Pavilion, though they come at a steep price and can be customized." After pushing open the private room, Hua Qing discreetly retrieved a silver note from her sleeve. As she observed Lin Ran's amused expression, she bit her lip and bravely declared, "Young Master Lin, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please ensure the mask is not too unseemly. 300 taels. This was equivalent to her annual salary. However, as a noble lady and esteemed Qinhuang, she reminded herself to be magnanimous. Hua Qing's heart ached. Yet her face wore a cheerful smile. Lin Ran was her distant cousin, and well, she had accidentally kissed him at noon. Although both had tacitly avoided mentioning the incident, it weighed heavily on her mind. She felt guilty for taking advantage of him while pretending otherwise. This was a chance to redeem herself, but Lin Ran found her small, endearing display amusing. His melodious laughter resonated in her ears. Is the princess compensating for earlier? Hua Qing. Had he seen through her? She felt caught off guard. Seated by the window, they overlooked the river view, sunlight casting a gentle glow upon the window frame. Lin Ran reclined lazily, his words framed as a question. Yet Hua Qing sensed no displeasure in his tone. "I am truly sorry. It was unintentional. I really didn't mean to overstep. This was an ancient world, and had she not indirectly tarnished a good man's reputation by kissing his chin?" Though no one else had witnessed it, Hua Qing wished to bite her tongue and exclaim, "I'll marry you." Just as she hesitated to take responsibility, Lin Ran suddenly shed his lazy demeanor. Turning cold and aloof, "There is no need for concern, Your Highness. You already have 3 consorts in your rear courtyard. I vowed long ago that my future wife would be solely mine. So you need not worry about taking responsibility." Despite knowing that among the 3 consorts, only one harbored feelings for him, while the other 2 had yet to even lay eyes on Hua Qing thrice, Lin Ran couldn't shake his unease. Among them, one had a heart for another, yet was already a consort. Who could predict her future affections? The other, currently indifferent, might find herself enamored once she realized Qinhuang's gentle disposition. As for that individual, Lin Ran couldn't help but feel agitation and weariness at the thought of any news regarding Chu Huaishuang. Hua Qing sensed the chill in Lin Ran's detached words and felt a heaviness in her heart. Yet, she had to admit that if he truly did not mind, she had indeed struck a remarkable bargain. Watching the sunlight play over Lin Ran's exquisite features, his lashes gently lowered, and an air of nonchalance gracing his lips, she hesitated before speaking. "If this is merely a misunderstanding, and young Master Lin does not hold my transgressions against me, may we still be friends?" Lin Ran cast her a sidelong glance. Nodding with a smile in agreement, he then picked up his teacup to sip, no longer directing his gaze towards her. In contrast, Hua Qing, relieved to maintain their friendship, smiled brightly. pouring herself a cup of tea. Noticing Lin Ran's cup was empty, she eagerly refilled it, her demeanor brightening. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying, observing from a distance, felt exasperated. Master, please wake up. Do not be beguiled by beauty. You are a distinguished prince, while even the esteemed Lin Gongzi is merely a scion of a noble family. You are thus lowering your own stature. Chasing Wind thinks differently, smiling with narrowed eyes, eager to applaud the master. Behold our lord, adept at both restraint and indulgence, one moment gentle, the next aloof, completely ensnaring the prince. The prince, revered day and night by the young men of Dazhao, is subjected to the disdain of the noble ladies. Meanwhile, a governor's legitimate son, whose reputation is less than stellar and struggles to find a spouse, possesses a beauty that drives suitors to madness. The two share a meal, creating a surprisingly harmonious scene. They dine leisurely, savoring tea, and afterwards indulge in exquisite green tea pastries priced at a couple of silver coins each. Silence reigns, with only the occasional exchange of words, the atmosphere remarkably congenial. Hua Qing feels a surge of joy, dining and drinking tea with such a paragon of beauty. The other party exhibits grace and magnanimity, devoid of the shyness of a lesser man or the machismo of a domineering one. Even when inadvertently teased, they respond with a gentle dismissal. Hua Qing silently vows to treat her new friend and cousin with greater kindness. The gentle breeze caresses, and autumn deepens. After their meal, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Hua Qing and Lin Ran boarded the carriage for their return journey, from Guixionglu to the governor's residence. There lie 2 streets and a river that flows through. Before winding past the bamboo dwelling. At this moment, Hua Qing sits with heightened caution, determined not to repeat such an embarrassing episode, lest she feel compelled to flee the planet. Lin Ran, leaning against the cushion, regards the primly seated lady with a bemused expression. In the shadows, a large hand gently rests nearby, fingers tensing slightly, pressing down. A soft exclamation escapes the unfortunate prince, who lurches forward once more. Hua Qing nearly finds herself ejected from the carriage. Why nearly? Because she is once again caught, her form once more draped against Lin Ran. The master has been startled, perhaps by a stone, without hesitation. Chasing Wind rushes to explain, leaving the less perceptive left shadow completely oblivious. Chasing Wind exclaims, I'm exhausted. What stones could there possibly be? The carriage jolted forward unexpectedly. Who else could be responsible? Chapter 25, Assassin's Hua Qing, in a state of dismay, relinquishes her grip on Lin Ran amidst the chaos. The delicate touch of their fingers inadvertently sends a shiver through her. Realizing her strange reaction, Hua Qing obediently places her hands on her lap, twisting her sleeves, and anxiously stutters. It's nothing. They both speak simultaneously. Lin Ran, ever courteous, retracts his hand and naturally smooths the creases of his sleeve. Hua Qing's mouth flutters open, as if to speak, but upon witnessing his calm demeanor, which seemed to convey, it is merely a trivial matter. Why do you care so much? Her words transform into a grateful, thank you. Lin Ran lifts his chin slightly, his gaze flitting over Hua Qing's tightly pursed lips. And a faint smile dances in his heart. She is truly exceptional. How has His Majesty managed to protect the prince, allowing her nature to remain so pure and kind, that a mere brush from a gentleman leaves her blushing and feeling as though she has taken advantage of him? Were it any other prince, a playful squeeze of the chin or a touch of the hand would be merely flirtatious gestures, likely leaving him blushing. Yet, Hua Qing fails to notice Lin Ran's subtle smile, appearing jovial on the surface while her heart is in turmoil. The awkward silence persists as the carriage rattles forward. Hua Qing concedes defeat, leaning back lazily, yet gripping the corner of the carriage's base tightly. Ever ready, should the carriage hit something, she would not be thrown out, would she? Lin Ran observes everything, the smile in his eyes fading, his lowered lashes concealing a profound, inscrutable emotion. They cease to converse. Hua Qing attempts to initiate dialogue several times, but swallows her words. Not knowing what to say is one thing, yet more so, she senses a palpable coldness emanating from Lin Ran. After approximately 10 minutes, the carriage suddenly screeches to a halt. Hua Qing, accustomed to abrupt stops, anticipates the usual embarrassment of a roadblock, but what follows is not the shyness of a passerby. Instead, it is the chilling sound of arrows and the clamor of battle. Right Shadow and Lin Ran's 2 hidden guards emerge simultaneously, while Left Shadow and Chasing Wind shout, Your Highness, there are assassins. Please, Lin Gongzi, protect the prince. Prince, my lord, brace yourselves. As the carriage accelerates and turns abruptly, Hua Qing feels the familiar tightening around her waist, a warm hand securing her once more. Lin Ran's expression hardens, his visage grim, as he pulls Hua Qing protectively before him, one hand raising the curtain to peer outside. This is the first time Hua Qing has encountered such misfortune in broad daylight. And she momentarily gathers her wits, believing she has brought trouble upon Lin Ran. Wasn't the last thief intent on abducting her in the dead of night, only to flee unexpectedly? Might this be the same group? Pressed against Lin Ran, who wears a cold demeanor, one hand firmly encircling her, she cannot help but feel her neck flush with embarrassment, even in such perilous circumstances. After several minutes, the commotion gradually subsides. Hua Qing believes her left and right companions are formidable. Chasing wind beside Lin Ran is equally impressive. Furthermore, Lin Ran himself is a master of his craft. He need not intervene, for the situation outside is likely under control. Swiftly, as a cold arrow shatters the window, Lin Ran forcefully presses Hua Qing against his chest, channeling his internal strength. In an instant, the arrow shatters into fragments, striking the wooden door. Hua Qing is taken aback, slowly realizing she is indeed in a genuine ancient martial world. Had she lingered even a second longer, she might have lost her life. If Lin Ran were not by her side, she would be hanging lifelessly on a board by now. Faced with the terror of narrowly escaping death, the modern soul of Hua Qing quakes, her legs turning to jelly, as the sound of arrows whistling past echoes in her ears. She is not mistaken. Outside, the arrows create a cacophony like a three-dimensional surround sound. After one wave falls, another, mightier ambush follows. Not only that, but they have just arrived at the bamboo dwelling, a royal hunting ground named for its lush bamboo groves. Surrounded by bamboo and backed by Jean Mountain, with a gently flowing river, the dwelling serves as a recreational park for officials when not in royal USE.AT. This moment, a luxurious carriage speeds forward. Among the two drivers, a man has already drawn a dagger and is charging forward. Blood spills profusely, with one after another rushing to join the fray. Such a spectacle demands that the occupants of the carriage be eliminated. For the ambush will not cease until they are. Chapter 26. Frightened to tears even though her younger sister, Right Shadow, has sustained injuries, Left Shadow remains utterly composed, driving the carriage towards the city while relentlessly cracking the whip to fend off the encroaching assassins. The fierce tip of the whip sends one after another of the dark-clad foes flying, the impact causing Left Shadow's hands to ache, her internal strength gradually waning. There are simply too many. If this drags on, she will exhaust herself. Hua Qing watches the battle unfold through the gaps, her lips trembling. They are truly killing people. Death has come. The ground is littered with corpses, some arms lie severed, while others have their throats cut halfway. There are even those still alive, clutching their chests, convulsing. Hua Qing feels nauseous, desperate to retch, yet she suppresses it amid her trembling. Her gaze is fixed on Right Shadow and Chasing Wind, along with two seemingly Lin family guards. Whenever an assassin breaks through the ranks, brandishing a long sword to charge the carriage, Left Shadow will immediately rein in the reins to control the direction while swinging the dark whip. The sounds of battle are unceasing, with assassins appearing one after another, evidently lying in wait for a long time. Please, Lin Gongzi, lend your assistance. Left Shadow suddenly calls out to the carriage. There is truly no other option. Yet, it is also perilous. If Lin Gongzi steps out to help, the prince left inside the carriage will be in danger. It is a predicament of being caught between two fronts. Lin Ran responds with a curt His brows lowered, concealing the thoughts swirling in his eyes. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows pierces the air, startling the creatures in the wilds. Hua Qing's legs weaken, and her heart races to 120 beats per minute. Yet she stifles a scream, eyes wide as she watches one of the hidden guards fall. This guard is a woman, tall with a high ponytail, her killing moves executed with precision. Yet no matter how skilled, she cannot withstand a prolonged battle against experts, especially exposed to a rain of arrows. She is struck by 4 arrows, spewing blood, and manages to slay 2 approaching assassins before she is ultimately overwhelmed and stabbed twice by a pursuing foe. Collapsing without a final breath, her wide-open eyes still gaze in the direction of their carriage. Seeing this, Hua Qing covers her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks, her trembling form instantly enveloped by Lin Ran's embrace. It's all right, soon. Don't be afraid. Lin Ran has been observing Hua Qing since the onset of the attack. Having endured countless assassination attempts throughout his life, he remains unfazed. There are far more gruesome scenes than this. Yet for Prince Chen, this is likely the first he has encountered since awakening. Though visibly trembling with fear, She stubbornly persists in observing the situation outside. The bloody combat does not reduce her to tears. But the death of a shadow guard does. Even in her sorrow, her cries are muted. Covering her mouth, her large, red-rimmed eyes shine with tears that cascade down like pearls from a broken string. Unstoppable in their flow, Lin Ran, unable to contain himself, swiftly gathers the petite female sovereign into his embrace. One hand gently pats her back in a soothing gesture while the other secures her tightly. At this moment, all romantic thoughts have vanished, replaced by a restless fury that finds no outlet. Hua Qing harbors no feelings of embarrassment, once nestled in the warm embrace reminiscent of an older brother. Her sobs intensify. This is simply too terrifying. Her tears spring not only from the tragic demise of the shadow guard, but also from witnessing an arrow pierce the right arm and graze the calf of her companion. Slowing his movements, she also sees multiple wounds bleeding profusely on Chasing Wind, a long gash running across his back. Hua Qing is overcome with dread. She fears for her sisters and Chasing Wind, that they might meet the same fate as the shadow guard, fighting to the last breath to protect their sovereign. The thought of losing those dear to her right before her eyes is unbearable. Yet, she is powerless to intervene. She feels weak, a modern individual unaccustomed to notions of servitude and hierarchy to be why the end. Her cries are silent, as she clings desperately to Lin Ran, seeking a semblance of safety. The carriage speeds onward, soon to break through the encirclement. With only 7 left standing against the assassins, the archers have been systematically eliminated by the right shadow guard when, in an instant, a new wave of attackers emerges from the shadows. This group, evidently not the same organized faction in black, is a motley crew of both men and women, armed with various weapons, resembling highwaymen. Another throng of dozens. Chapter 27. Another batch boss. Weren't we supposed to abduct the unarmed female sovereign from the carriage? What's the deal with this group in black? A tall, lanky man clad in a hooded cloak draws closer to the woman in front. Her face is obscured, yet her eyes gleam with a predatory sharpness. Wielding a whip far more fearsome than that of the left shadow guard, the whip is barbed. Even if one avoids being ensnared, a strike could tear away flesh. The woman coolly responds, "In our line of work, we adhere to the contract regardless of the circumstances. As long as we achieve our goal, having help is even better. But what if what they want is the life of that female sovereign? Wouldn't that ruin everything?" The master specified only to frighten her, not to cause any fatalities. The lead woman, exasperated, slaps the lanky man, scolding, "Are you foolish? If she dies, it's even better for us. It won't be traced back to us." The master clearly wishes to avoid trouble. Her death might even please him more. With that, the woman lashes out with her whip, swiftly moving into the fray, launching a fierce assault against the right shadow guard. The lanky man lets out a yelp and joins the chaotic melee. His weapon of choice is a pair of daggers, which swiftly graze Chasing Wind's arm. Chasing Wind furrows his brow, quickly leaning back to dodge a lethal strike from a black-clad assailant to his left. What are we to do if this continues? The distress signal has been dispatched. We only need to hold on for another quarter of an hour. Even if it means perishing here, we must endure. No sooner does Chasing Wind catch his breath than more black-clad figures, thought to be nearly vanquished, appear in an organized formation from a distance. It appears there are about 20 more, alongside the previously identified bandits. The right shadow guard's complexion is turning pale, and Chasing Wind is covered in wounds of various sizes. Before reinforcements arrive, another shadow guard succumbs to multiple stab wounds. Inside the carriage, the left shadow guard's eyes have reddened. She shouts, "Your Highness, stay close to Lord Lin." With that, she leaps from the carriage, springing into action. With a whip, she intercepts an assailant who was about to strike, sending them sprawling aside. Hua Qing, witnessing this scene from the carriage, finds Hearst the body, on the verge of being thrown off, swayed back and forth, and Hua Qing grasped the reins tightly. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared beside her, truly fitting the description of flying. Lin Ran sat beside Hua Qing, effortlessly encircling her slender waist with his large hand and naturally pulling her into his embrace. With one hand holding the reins, he swiftly calmed the horse down. The horse, suddenly restrained, ceased its frantic galloping and began to walk in small strides. The afterglow of the setting sun descended as the night gradually ascended. Hua Qing could hear the rapid beating of the man's heart in his chest. Before she could blush, she was taken aback as he suddenly pushed her down. Lin Ran's entire body fell without warning, pinning Hua Qing beneath him. Completely still, startled, she quickly rose to inspect him. To her dismay, in addition to his racing heart, his body was burning hot, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Young Master Lin. Lin Ran? Wake up! Can you hear me? The mountain wind howled, and the forest was silent, save for Hua Qing's heavy breaths. Had he lost consciousness? Was he unresponsive? My goodness, she had no idea what injuries he had sustained. What should she do? The night had fallen, devoid of light, without a clear direction and fearing to recklessly drive the carriage. What if they fell into a ravine? Hua Qing could only let the horse wander aimlessly. At least it wouldn't leap off a cliff, and perhaps it might find a water source in that moment. She felt both panic and fear. Taking a deep breath, Hua Qing forced herself to calm down. She hastily propped up Lin Ran, exerting all her strength to drag him into the carriage. Fortunately, Zhao Ying had made the carriage cozy, with blankets spread across the floor and snacks on the tea table. Lin Ran was tall and long-limbed, and in his unconscious state, Hua Qing nearly sweated through her back before she managed to lay him on the blanket. The interior of the carriage was pitch black. Hua Qing fumbled around the tea table like a blind person for quite some time before finally locating a candle and a fire stick. Once the candle was lit, her fear diminished considerably. In the flickering candlelight, the handsome man's lips began to darken. Startled, Hua Qing gasped. Was he poisoned? She heard Lin Ran unconsciously emit a low groan, his head tilting to the side. Beads of sweat dampened the hair on his forehead, presenting a fragmented beauty. At that moment, Hua Qing had no mind to appreciate such exquisite features. She could only wonder how much pain he must be enduring to make this illustrious. Skilled man trembled in agony. Tears flowed uncontrollably as she sniffled, hastily wiping her face with her sleeve. She quickly unbuttoned Lin Ran's shirt to inspect him. The barriers between genders were of no concern. Bringing the candle closer, she could finally see his upper body, and her face flushed instantly. Chapter 29. Falling from the carriage, the young lord's upper body was smooth and fair, with well-defined abs and even a hint of a V-line. Yet there were no wounds. Embarrassed, Hua Qing averted her gaze, not noticing Lin Ran's fingers twitching slightly at his side. Blushing, she touched Lin Ran's neck and closed her eyes, carefully counting his heartbeat. Wait, why was it getting faster? Anxiously, Hua Qing examined his shoulders and arms. There, a rash, resembling an allergic reaction, was crawling from Lin Ran's wrist up to his elbow, accompanied by bulging veins that were purplish red. Both alluring and frightening. Sniffling, Hua Qing felt a pang of sorrow, unsure of what to do. She guessed that Lin Ran had intercepted the poison with his hand, inadvertently inhaling some, leading to his unconscious state. Was there a risk to his life? Should she carry him out to find help? Zhao Ying and the others would surely return with troops after resolving their matters. The empress' sister must have been informed, and perhaps the governor had already dispatched people to find them. Hua Qing could only fervently pray that they would find them soon. She swiftly grabbed a handkerchief, dampened it with tea, and began to wipe away the poison from his arms, proceeding with utmost caution. She was anxious not to cause Lin Ran pain or let the poison touch her, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she worked. After using 3 handkerchiefs, she finally cleaned both of his arms and quickly put his clothes back on. During the dressing, her hands inevitably brushed against his skin, causing her ears to turn crimson as she averted her gaze shyly. I'm sorry, young Master Lin. I truly do not mean to take advantage of you. In the dim candlelight, Hua Qing failed to notice that Lin Ran, now dressed, had a blush creeping up his neck. His fingers were clenched tightly into the carpet. The heavy breaths that had recently filled the air had now vanished. Hua Qing, devoid of any grace, slumped onto the blanket, washed her hands with tea, and wiped her sweat with her sleeve. Since her arrival in this time, she had maintained a leisurely attitude, finding amusement in her circumstances. Yet, today's assassination attempt had caught her off guard, making her acutely aware of her integration into this world. Had it not been for Lin Ran, if she and her sisters had ventured out alone, they might have encountered the 2 batches of assassins at dusk. It was likely she would have either been dismembered or taken captive by now. Hua Qing was just an ordinary modern girl, not a spy from a drama or an overpowered heroine commanding legions in a tale of strength. Her dream was merely to live a good life, to eat, drink, and wonder the world. To avoid the anxieties of academic pressures and the impending competition of the workforce. If fortune smiled upon her, she might even find a handsome, dependable husband to share the beauty of life with. As she gradually calmed down, a sigh of resignation escaped Hua Qing's lips. The cold night wind seeped through the cracks around her. Shivering slightly, she anxiously observed Lin Ran, whose expression suggested he was in dire condition. Aside from lamenting how unfortunate he was yet still so handsome, she furrowed her brows and quickly stood up to remove her outer robe. To her, the oversized, thin velvet robe draped over him like a child's garment. Her delicate fingers grazed Lin Ran's neck, and she noticed his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Lin Ran? Are you awake? Lin Ran? Young Master Lin? Are you all right? Hua Qing softly called out, but seeing he remained unresponsive, her heart sank further. This wouldn't he do? What if the poison had entered his lungs? What if the assassins came after them? It was too dangerous to remain hidden in the carriage, especially in this ancient martial arts world. They could not afford to sit idly and wait. Rolling up her sleeves, Hua Qing carefully slipped her arm under Lin Ran's neck. Gently propping him up against herself, I'm sorry. I'm putting you through this. I truly do not wish to take advantage of you. You saved me, and I wish to repay your kindness. Hua Qing muttered softly, gritting her teeth and inhaling deeply. Turning to place Lin Ran on her back. Due to the limited space in the carriage, she had to exert all her strength to carry him. After extinguishing the candle, she slowly maneuvered toward the carriage door. Heavens, he is so heavy. I truly am weak. And no wonder those muscular women rolled their eyes at her. Now, she too found herself looking down on her own weakness. If only she had practiced martial arts over the past 6 months, developing abs, biceps, and pectorals, she wouldn't feel so feeble carrying someone. Despite her internal lamentations, Hua Qing maintained an outward calm as she groped in the dark for the reins. Hoping to bring the horse to a stop, suddenly, a chilling howl echoed through the woods, whether from a pack of wolves or some other beast. The horse reared in fright, its front legs lifting high before it bolted madly. The sudden turn of events caught Hua Qing off guard, and she was violently thrown aside as the horse made a sharp turn. Both of them were flung wildly once more. Falling at night was perilous. She had no idea whether the ground below would be thorny or grassy, a slope or flat terrain. Amidst the impact, Hua Qing felt Lin Ran wrap his arms around her. Once again, she was enveloped in his embrace. Preventing her head from colliding with the ground, they rolled several times until Hua Qing's side harshly struck against a large tree, causing her to feel as if her insides were being rearranged. A metallic taste flooded her throat, and the stench of blood filled her nostrils. If she was so well protected, how much worse must Lin Ran be suffering? Chapter 30. Dancing with Injuries with Red-Rimmed Eyes. Hua Qing shivered in pain as she climbed to her feet. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, a physiological response to the agony. Before she could rise, Lin Ran still held her tightly, and realizing this made her heart ache. As if a heavy stone pressed against her chest, in the pitch darkness, she could not ascertain Lin Ran's condition. His silence was only broken by his heavy breathing, a reminder that he was still alive. Guided by instinct, she reached for the man who had shared her misfortune. Her delicate fingers brushed against his finely textured skin, and then she felt a slick liquid. Blood. Suppressing her tremors, tears flowed uncontrollably. Lin Ran. I'm so sorry. Truly sorry. Please don't be hurt. I beseech the heavens. Had she not taken the initiative to carry him away, he would not have been cast aside. Now, calamity has struck. They are bereft of their horse. The carriage, at the very least, had blankets, water, and provisions, but now they find themselves in a dire struggle for survival in the wilderness. One lies gravely injured and poisoned. Unconscious, while the other, frail and delicate, is battered and in pain. Hua Qing is filled with guilt and anguish as she wipes the blood from his wounds with her sleeve, gently checking Lin Ran's pulse. Fortunately, it beats rapidly. She swiftly examines other parts of his body, not neglecting even his calves. Upon confirming that no branches have pierced his flesh, Hua Qing breathes a sigh of relief. There is no time to consider her own plight. Her heart is solely consumed with the thought, he must not come to harm. In the chaos of being thrown from the carriage, the coat that Lin Ran had draped over her was lost, leaving her shivering in the frigid night air. Even though she cannot see him, she knows that Lin Ran's condition must be dire. First, he vanquished numerous assailants, then, poisoned, he used his inner strength to protect her alone in the carriage. Ultimately, he was thrown out while the carriage sped along. All the impact was borne by him to shield her. The thought of Lin Ran, half-conscious yet instinctively prioritizing her safety, fills her with both sorrow and gratitude. Once more, she touches his face to check his. Hua Qing shook her head, indicating her unwillingness to rest. Uncertain of the reasoning behind her actions, she knew she ought not to cling to Lin Ran any longer. Yet she shamelessly remained nestled against him. As she nestled in his embrace, she felt that as long as he did not push her away, she had no desire to depart. Inhaling the crisp scent of his clothing mingled with the metallic tang of blood. Alongside his own warm fragrance, Hua Qing found herself enveloped in an overwhelming sense of security. Observing the lady's refusal to leave, Lin Ran's previously concealed possessiveness erupted forth. She was inherently meant to be his. No one could compare to her, whether it was the visual impact she imparted or the overwhelming thoughts of desire that flooded his mind upon their first meeting, or even now, as she leaned on him with complete reliance. Engaging in foolish acts of dancing to warm him despite her own pain, Lin Ran lowered his gaze upon the lady in the moonlight, her closed eyes, devoid of the usual sparkle, and her slightly congested nose from crying. Along with her pouty lips that expressed dissatisfaction, captivated him. He cherished every aspect of her. Each detail resonated with his desires. Chapter 32. Rescued. Hua Qing fought against drowsiness, unaware that Lin Ran had spoken again. Mistakenly believing him to be unconscious, she quickly lifted her head to check on him, though Lin Ran had not anticipated her sudden movement, and their foreheads collided with a gentle thud. Hua Qing winced in pain, while Lin Ran chuckled in exasperation that he raised his hand to gently cradle her small forehead, using a modicum of his inner strength to ease the discomfort. Was such a trivial act truly worth his energy? Hua Qing felt a swell of emotion, and a secret thought began to rise within her. Did he perhaps stop using your inner strength? She interrupted. You are gravely injured. What of the poison? Will there be after effects? I shall return and summon the imperial physician to examine you immediately. Lin Ran obediently lowered his hand, suddenly relaxing his entire body, resting his head against Hua Qing's. With a feeble voice, he replied, "All right." Noticing his sudden change, Hua Qing grew anxious again. Are you sure you are all right? Does it hurt? What would make you more comfortable? It's fine. Don't worry. What do you mean it's fine? Upon hearing his tone, Hua Qing's first thought was that he was undoubtedly putting on a brave front. Not daring to move, she urged him, just hold on a little longer. Please don't sleep. Shall we talk? Leaning against the lady, Lin Ran, in a feeble state, asked, What does your highness wish to discuss? Hua Qing immediately countered, Do not call me your highness. We have faced life and death together. In the future, you may call me Hua Qing or anything else you wish. It would be even better if you could call me wife. Hua Qing entertained the thought, yet she quickly suppressed the notion, feeling bashful. Lin Ran blinked his eyes, a smile illuminating his face, his voice hoarse as he reached out to stroke the ends of Hua Qing's hair. Qing. Hua Qing. Who could possibly withstand this? Blushing, she merely replied with a soft feeling warmth spread throughout her body. Noting that Hua Qing did not reject his affectionate gestures, Lin Ran took it as a signal. Resting his chin atop her head, one arm possessively encircled her slender waist, while the other gently caressed her cascading hair. The intimacy between them grew, the temperature rising gradually. It was as if they shared a silent understanding. Both harboring unspoken thoughts they were reluctant to voice, sinking once more into a tender silence. Yet both knew, neither would dare to fall asleep. Hua Qing felt her heart racing, so fast that she could not discern whether it was Lin Ran's heartbeat or her own that seemed unusually rapid. Regardless of whose it was, Hua Qing smiled. A smile of relief after surviving calamity. A smile that acknowledged her own feelings, understanding that she had fallen for him at first sight, and, after facing life and death together, her admiration had only deepened. In the night breeze, a trickle of Lin Ran's inner strength flowed beneath his palm, while his dark eyes glimmered with murderous intent, having already cycled through it several times. Two groups approached, one aimed at Prince Chun, carrying a mild intent to kill, likely mere rogues seeking to capture him. The other, divided into several waves, orchestrated an orderly assault. There were archers and those skilled in poison. And upon engagement, it was evident they were trained assassins, their motives likely concerning their own lives. After mulling over his thoughts, Lin Ran's lips curled into a bloodthirsty grin, his gaze more lethal than a starving wolf as it fixed upon the distance. So soon, he could hardly contain himself. He wondered who it might be this time. As the night deepened and the dew thickened, Hua Qing gradually regained her composure. In the distance, flickers of firelight gradually came into view. The sounds of footsteps growing nearer. Indeed, the occurrences depicted in novels, falling into a ravine and discovering a thatched cottage to cohabitate for 2 days, could never manifest in reality. Ingwu quickly spotted the two, soaring towards them at an astonishing speed, and without uttering a word, knelt before them. A woman of ordinary appearance, with a high ponytail cascading to one side, her head bowed low, trembled as she spoke. I pay my respects to His Highness Prince Chun. And I have met with the master. I am late in my duties. Lin Ran seemed to never disguise his temperament before his subordinates, devoid of the frivolity and sharp tongue he displayed before others. Instead adopting a demeanor of cold indifference, Hua Qing felt somewhat disconcerted. Upon seeing the newcomer, she immediately rose and quietly seated herself to the side. Witnessing Lin Ran's icy demeanor, she secretly pondered, I must understand him better. The remaining shadow guards swiftly approached, some kneeling while others presented medicine. As the torches drew near, one of the shadow guards, a man, likely a physician, attempted to examine Lin Ran, who appeared gravely injured. Yet, Lin Ran dismissively remarked, Attend to Prince Chen first. Yes, the shadow guards complied without question, and Hua Qing found herself powerless to object. Not wishing to waste time in fruitless arguments, she promptly rolled up her sleeves, extending her delicate wrist forward. Just as the shadow guard reached out, Lin Ran intervened, casting a light glance at Ying Wu. Upon witnessing the scene, Ying Wu's eyes fell upon Prince Chen's wrist, and she immediately understood, retrieving a clean handkerchief. Hua Qing watched as Lin Ran placed the handkerchief upon her wrist, her emotions becoming a tangled web. She felt an urge to laugh, yet simultaneously felt touched, coupled with a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Why was he so attentive to these small matters? The physician quickly comprehended the situation, lowering his head to quietly take Hua Qing's pulse. Internally, he mused, they are likely to have a mistress now. Chapter 33. A touch of sour. Hua Qing was not gravely injured. Aside from some external wounds, she had dislocated her ankle and suffered mild strains in several muscle groups, at least in her view. After being violently thrown from a speeding carriage without Lin Ran's protection, it was akin to leaping from a vehicle traveling at 80 horsepower. She should have been dead, or at least left crippled. Hua Qing hurriedly tugged at Lin Ran's sleeve, urging him to diagnose and treat her. However, Lin Ran appeared unperturbed, maintaining an air of nonchalance as if he were not the one who had bled twice. Before his subordinates, Lin Ran directly bent down to grasp Hua Qing's ankle, his expression darkening. Upon hearing his tone, Hua Qing immediately recognized his anger, for it was laced with a chilling coldness. You didn't mention your ankle was sprained? Only now did he realize her foot was swollen. She had even danced. As his warm hand enveloped her ankle, Hua Qing felt embarrassed and shy, wanting to retract her foot, yet his grasp was firm, preventing her from pulling away completely. The tugging caused her to gasp in pain. Lin Ran immediately eased his grip, his thumb gently tracing the delicate joint before suddenly lifting his gaze to meet hers. Offering her a smile, his peach blossom eyes sparkled like a constellation, the dried blood at his chin creating a stark contrast to his sudden smile, adding an element of fragile danger to his beauty. Such a stunning figure, he resembled an exquisite doll in a display case, unable to retaliate against those who bullied him. The allure he exuded compelled one to willingly succumb. Amidst the torchlight, Hua Qing found herself captivated by the man before her. The term stunning beauty, often used to describe ancient women, felt entirely apt for Lin Ran. Without a hint of femininity, if he were to deliberately entice any lady, who could possibly resist? Hua Qing was ensnared by his beguiling smile, her thoughts immediately spiraling. Her cheeks flushed, she hesitated, wanting to ask him what was so amusing. First came surprise, followed by a wave of sour and painful sensations. Hua Qing's infatuation abruptly came to an end. It was intentional. He sought to distract her while resetting her ankle. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. After a slight adjustment, although a lingering heat remained, the sharp pain had subsided. Lin Ran ceased his feigned laughter, his expression now indifferent as he extended his hand. Ying Wu, astutely recognizing the situation, presented a jar of precious healing ointment worth 10 gold taels. All present felt a simultaneous pang of sourness. Wake up. Your Highness, such ointment can mend bones and heal wounds. Who would dare use it for a mere sprain? You are truly applying it to Prince Chen's injury. Unaware of the ointment's value, Hua Qing simply felt a cooling sensation after Lin Ran applied it, swiftly alleviating her discomfort. With her face flushed and an inexplicable itch in her heart, she watched as her lord diligently applied the medication. Suddenly, a voice broke through her reverie. You call me Lin Gongzi. Yet I shall call you Qing Qing. Oh no, he was displeased. Hua Qing's radar immediately perked up. She had read enough tales of wooing to know how to respond. Sweetly, she replied, Ran Ran. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. His grin resembled the first bloom of peach blossoms in March, igniting a spark of delight in Hua Qing, who gazed up at him with sparkling eyes. The onlookers. How sweet it is. We ought to remain at the foot of the mountain, rather than causing disturbances here. Lin Ran's injuries are more severe than anticipated, largely due to the effects of the poison, the Dark Guard. Possessing some knowledge, immediately presented a pill upon receiving a fleeting glance from Lin Ran, then turned to report to Hua Qing, saying, "Your Highness, do not worry. The master is not gravely harmed. The poison did not penetrate deeply into the lungs as the master held his breath swiftly. A period of recuperation is all that is needed." Although Hua Qing noted Lin Ran's pale complexion, she felt reassured by the dark guard's words. Ran, please take good care of yourself. Tomorrow, I shall summon the entire Imperial Medical Bureau to the governor's residence. Any medicinal herbs required will be sourced from the Prince Chen's estate. Without Lin Ran's protection, she would have perished at the hands of the assassins. Regardless of the circumstances, she must take responsibility. Perhaps emboldened by the opportunity to remain close to Lin Ran, Hua Qing gazed at him with eyes full of concern, and no matter how the dark guard perceived her, thinking her infatuated and detrimental to the image of Prince Chen. She could not care less. Supporting the weak Lin Ran, she gingerly led him towards the prepared palanquin. The dark guards, observing their usually aloof master in such a state, realized something was amiss, yet he still exerted considerable effort to avoid their assistance. Leaning heavily against Prince Chen, all the while wearing a gentle smile, Qing, go home and rest well. Let those 3 concubines prepare some nourishing soup for you. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the dark guards collectively shivered. So it seems, when the master is oblivious, he is fine, but once moved, he begins to strategize. Alas. Indeed, upon hearing this, Hua Qing felt a twinge of discomfort in her hand supporting Lin Ran. She likened herself to a modern-day scoundrel. Juggling 3 girlfriends while pursuing the campus belle in 3 words. Utterly shameless. With a slight pout, Hua Qing managed a reluctant She felt not only disheartened but also guilty. Her despicable desire to make Lin Ran her legitimate husband wavered once more. Was it not true that he had once sworn an oath, declaring that his future wife could have no other? By that logic, she would be the first to be eliminated. Suddenly, she recalled Chu Huaishuang's words. And with all these thoughts swirling, her mind cleared significantly. How could she so profane the savior who had risked his life for her? He regarded her as a friend. Although she was merely a distant cousin, he had unreservedly come to her aid. Yet, here she was, consumed with thoughts of marrying him, embracing him, drawing close to him. Oh, what a wretched toad I am! Hua Qing derided herself, and when she looked at Lin Ran again, she brushed aside the faint pang in her heart and smiled sweetly. Her radiant smile reflected in Lin Ran's darkened eyes as she earnestly declared, Ran, without you today, I would have perished. You are my most important friend. Hua Qing could not voice the bitterness within her. She simply craved something sweet. She could only hope Lin Ran would not grow weary of her, considering her a fickle and unworthy queen. Lin Ran's expressionless demeanor turned into a clenched jaw as he instinctively fiddled with his fingers, a storm of frustration brewing within him. Yet, Hua Qing merely perceived him as fatigued and unwilling to speak further, prompting her to smile at him in an attempt to appease. This only served to infuriate Lin Ran further. With a cold countenance, he lowered his gaze, causing the dark guards to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, they inwardly grumbled. Was it not you who initiated this conversation? Chapter 34. Returning home, the journey back was swift, reaching their respective residences before dawn. As they had taken different carriages, they did not exchange farewells. Hua Qing's heart oscillated wildly, accompanied by a sense of resignation akin to that of a heartbroken individual as she was carried into the Prince Chen's estate, her leg injured and her eyes reddened. Your Highness, my lady, master. As Hua Qing reclined on the couch while the imperial physician took her pulse, several voices called out in succession. Her 2 sisters, one entirely swathed like a mummy and leaning on a crutch, and the other with an arm in a sling and her shoulder bound, arrived. The more severely injured, Right Shadow, had only just regained consciousness in the middle of the night, promptly spitting out dark blood before recklessly attempting to seek out Prince Chen, only to be rendered unconscious by the household physician. Upon seeing her sisters, Hua Qing rushed forward, tears brimming in her eyes, grasping one with each hand and inquiring about their injuries with utmost care. The sight of their master's tearful eyes stirred profound emotions within the 2 sisters. Trained as dark guards since childhood, they had fought their way to this esteemed position and recognized Prince Chen as their master. For more than a decade, only he had ever shed tears for them, cared for their well-being, granted them breaks, and playfully teased them, allowing them to occasionally act without restraint. Right Shadow, lacking in eloquence, felt her eyes welling with tears as she simply expressed, It is a relief that your highness is unharmed. The emperor is furious over this assassination attempt and will surely uncover the masterminds behind it. Left Shadow wiped her tears with her uninjured hand, gently examining Hua Qing's arm and swollen ankle. Overwhelmed with concern, her mind raced with thoughts of retribution. Do not worry. Your Highness, I have already commenced an investigation. It is my fault that the spies were able to infiltrate Prince Chen's estate. With that, Left Shadow cast a fierce glare at the three concubines present. She was aware that these three must have spies amongst them, though they were merely gathering trivial information about Prince Chen's preferences. A common tactic in the inner courtyard. However, given the severity of the assassination, who could discern how many others harbored ill intentions? There were 25 servants, a dozen in the kitchen, 6 guards, several patrolling, as well as physicians, embroiderers, gardeners, and miscellaneous workers. Adding to that were the small attendants and matrons each concubine had brought. The task of scrutinizing dozens of individuals was daunting, compounded by the need to investigate whom they had interacted with, whom they had spoken to, and whether their demeanor had been unusual. Hua Qing sighed, harboring no sense of blame, her large, moist eyes filled only with concern. There is no need to rush. Take your time with the investigation. Your health is paramount. Do not leave any lingering effects. Once again, her sisters felt their hearts ache. As they were assisted back, their light gazes fell upon the three concubines present, each with their own thoughts. Left Shadow mused. It is time to hasten the arrangements for the master to marry a legitimate wife. Right Shadow pondered. If the reports of the infiltration did not originate from their ranks, who could it be? Chu Huaishuang, Zheng Wuqing, and Zhao Xie had quietly remained in the corner, not uttering a word. Their titles, while flattering, simply denoted them as concubines of Prince Chen. In truth, they were all born of lesser status, their ranks nowhere near those of the meticulously trained dark guards of the palace. Upon hearing of the assassination incident, all three were drenched in cold sweat. If anything were to happen to Prince Chen, they would be doomed. Zheng Wuqing sighed in relief upon receiving a letter from someone, only to then hear a report that Prince Chun and Lin Gongzi had gone shopping, only to encounter 2 groups of assassins on their way back, leaving their fates uncertain. Terrified, Zheng Wuqing wished she could pack her belongings and plead for someone to swiftly claim her. Zhao Xie, on the other hand, was more focused on practicing martial arts in the courtyard. It was only upon hearing that Prince Chun was safe and on his way back this morning that he hastily gathered himself to come. Among the 3, only Chu Huaishuang addressed Hua Qing as wife, while the others continued to refer to her as Your Highness. Only Chu Huaishuang had observed Hua Qing closely from the beginning. He scrutinized her appearance, aside from the swollen ankle and a few minor abrasions on her face and neck. She seemed otherwise well. The lady appeared somewhat fatigued, her complexion a bit pale, but she maintained her usual demeanor, caring for her subordinates, smiling with her eyes crinkled in delight, and exuding a gentle yet childlike innocence. It was as if to her, the gravest matters could be approached slowly and without urgency, her innocent eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at others. Or perhaps she was tactfully avoiding probing into her subordinates' feelings, choosing instead to speak softly. Even after nearly losing her life, the first thing she did upon returning was inquire after her sister's well-being. There were no outbursts of anger, no immediate investigations into the assassins. Instead, she quietly sat while the physician bandaged her ankle. Chu Huaishuang's hands clenched tightly within his sleeves, and after the physician had finished tending to her, he was the first to step forward. Chapter 35. Concern. Faced with the concerned gazes of the 3 concubines, Hua Qing's immediate thought was, if only I could send them away quickly, perhaps I would have the right to pursue Lin Gongzi. Hua Qing was not well acquainted with Zheng Wuqing and Zhao Xie, having only seen them a few times over the past 2 months, and was still unaware of their characters. However, upon seeing the only familiar concubine, Chu Huaishuang, with red-rimmed eyes and genuine concern, Hua Qing felt a sense of warmth. Yet, she was also somewhat touched, with no ulterior motives in mind. Sighing softly, Hua Qing felt a headache coming on from her elder sister's arrangements. She felt guilty towards the 3 charming brothers of various temperaments, while fearing her own assimilation. The thought of one day accepting a polyandrous lifestyle was utterly daunting. Her emotions were a bittersweet mix of frustration and resignation. Zheng Wuqing, tall and robust, spoke in a surprisingly delicate tone. It is a relief to see Your Highness is unharmed. We were quite worried. Zhao Xie then chimed in with his heavy voice, standing like a wooden post. Your Highness, please rest easy. The Emperor is valiant. Once the culprits are apprehended, they shall face a fate worse than death. Chu Huaishuang, standing foremost, looked at Hua Qing with a gaze filled with tenderness. Only after Hua Qing acknowledged the other two did he softly interject. My lady has been startled but, fortunately, has not sustained serious injuries. It seems Lin Gongzi possesses exceptional martial prowess, ensuring your safety throughout. Should we send a gift to him? As Hua Qing was about to voice her thoughts on the arrangements, Chu Huaishuang, under the scrutinizing gazes of the few present, remarked with a tinge of envy, however, since the wife has shared a moment of adversity with young Master Lin and spent half the night in the mountains, it seems his reputation has suffered considerably. I presume the household shall soon welcome a legitimate husband. After these words fell, the young servant at the door, the physician who had just finished organizing the medicine bag, a court doctor, a servant holding tea, and two concubines, all fell silent. Zhao Xie's gaze fixated on Chu Huaishuang in disbelief, then shifted in astonishment to Hua Qing's face. Could it be? Young Master Lin. Oh heavens! The long-legged Zhao Xie seethed internally. No. Young Master Lin should be valiantly fighting on horseback. Do not enter the inner courtyard. Why must I resign myself to this fate, while also subjecting the gallant young Master Lin to such indignity? Zheng Wuqing, standing nearby, chuckled at Zhao Xie's wide-eyed fury, turning her head away with a mocking smile. Hua Qing, upon hearing Chu Huaishuang's insinuation, felt her mind clear. Yes, this is ancient times. A lone man and a woman in the deep mountains, found embracing. This would be a shame for the man, a blow to his reputation. Shouldn't a woman of stature take responsibility and propose? A flicker of delight crossed Hua Qing's heart, yet upon encountering Chu Huaishuang's envious smile and gaze, she recalled his previous words. Lin Ran. Surely he wouldn't wish to be trapped in the inner courtyard. Clearing her throat faintly, Hua Qing stated seriously, please do not speak so carelessly. It tarnishes young Master Lin's reputation. He indeed saved me, and while we are innocent, I shall still pay a visit to the governor. Such matters should not be spread carelessly. Chu Huaishuang did not miss the momentary surprise that flashed across Hua Qing's face. The curve of his lips gradually straightened, and he immediately lowered his head, responding, Huaishuang has been reckless. Young Master Lin is noble and righteous, ready to risk his life for anyone, he added with a hint of petulance. Then the wife should rest. I shall go prepare some soup. After a polite gesture, Chu Huaishuang cast a gaze filled with admiration at Hua Qing before slowly departing, not far from the courtyard. Chu Huaishuang casually picked up a beautiful stone from the rockery to toy with, but to the astonishment of his attendant Li Qing, the next action was rather chilling. He grinned, clenched the stone tightly, and shattered it in his palm. With a chuckle, he scattered the fragments across the ground before walking back to the inner courtyard with dark, profound eyes and a slight smirk. Saying nothing, had it not been for the shattered stones on the ground, Li Qing would have thought his master was in good spirits. Watching Chu Huaishuang leave, Zheng Wuqing found an excuse to express concern for Hua Qing before taking her leave, leaving Zhao Xie flustered and stammering. Your Highness, please take care. I shall return to prepare soup for you. After a bow, Zhao Xie avoided looking at Hua Qing and rushed off, fearful that she might detain him. With his long, slender legs, Hua Qing envied him, but simultaneously felt exasperated. She harbored no significant guilt about sending the three concubines away. Observing them now, one might suspect that upon hearing news of her impending freedom, they would flee faster than rabbits. Take Zhao Xie, for instance, who, despite his feminine appearance and beauty, lowered his head as if afraid she might see him, making him seem as if he were desperate. After this harrowing ordeal, the thought of dismissing the three concubines grew increasingly resolute. She must find a way to send them away, and the sooner, the better. She did not wish to delay three young men in the prime of their lives. Nor did she want to rob her future legitimate husband of any dignity or respect. Reflecting on the term legitimate husband, Hua Qing pursed her lips and limped into the bedding, recalling the brief hours spent together. She had touched Lin Ran, seen his upper body, and embraced him for warmth. Hua Qing felt her cheeks warm, her head nearly steaming. After rolling about in bed, she summoned a servant to prepare the gifts for her visit the following day, a century-old ginseng, a 1,000-year-old amber ornament, a holy lotus that blooms only once every 50 years, and various imperial supplements. After issuing her orders, Hua Qing rolled in embarrassment on her bed, her heart in a tumult. While she scorned her own thoughts, determined not to hinder him, she could not help but yearn to see the aloof yet caring handsome man again. After all, she must act as a proper lady and take responsibility. With conflicting emotions dancing within her, She drank a large bowl of nourishing medicine before falling into a heavy slumber. Chapter 36. Consumed with longing at the governor's residence, Lin Ran had dismissed his friends and declined all visits from suitors. Even when his parents came, they exchanged only a few casual words before feigning fatigue. The injured Chasing Wind lay in his quarters, and Lin Ran pushed open the door directly as he moved to sit on the couch. Leaning back languidly as he regarded Chasing Wind, who was wrapped up in pain as Chasing Wind gritted his teeth, attempting to bow, Lin Ran smiled and said, "Rest well, do not move." Upon seeing the smile on Lin Ran's lips, Chasing Wind suddenly thought, has the master succumbed to madness? Perhaps he has been poisoned by the seven-flower toxin and is still using his internal power. This toxin inflicts excruciating pain and leaves one numb to the core. The more internal power one exerts, the greater the agony. Chasing Wind had endured it once and took half a month to feel somewhat better. His master had only just taken the antidote. He should be utterly exhausted and in severe pain. Yet, here he was, smiling. No, he must not be here to see me. Indeed, Lin Ran's next words confirmed Chasing Wind's fears, having been seen by His Highness the Crown Prince, and touched in several places. What do you think I should do? Chasing Wind's eyes widened in shock. He had always believed that the Crown Prince was not so desperate, but seeing his master now, reclining lazily, dressed in a deep purple robe, his gaze carrying a deliberate charm and a hint of arrogance, even though his complexion was pale and lacking color, he looked frail enough for any lady to do as she pleased with him. Chasing Wind had to admit that perhaps the Crown Prince was really taken with him, taking advantage of his master's injury to ruin his reputation. Master, since His Highness has seen you, perhaps he will come to propose tomorrow. After speaking, seeing the playful expression on Lin Ran's face, Chasing Wind added, if the master and the legitimate husband do not agree, or if the emperor does not approve, what if Lord Lin discovers that his precious young master was seen and touched by the Crown Prince, and in a fit of anger, lodges a complaint? And what if His Highness does not take responsibility? Chasing Wind feared that the Crown Prince, having tasted the sweet fruit, might deny it altogether or compensate his master in some other way. Given the emperor's affection for the Crown Prince, it was not impossible for him to evade a marriage proposal. As soon as Chasing Wind finished speaking, he felt an eerie chill spread throughout the room. Indeed, Lin Ran's demeanor shifted. He sat upright, his smile turning insincere, though not agreeing. Chasing Wind, well acquainted with this smile, immediately shook his head, suppressing the pain of his injuries, and hurried to amend. The chances of that are slim. His Highness must take responsibility. Only then did Lin Ran regard his loyal subordinate with partial satisfaction. With downcast eyes, he toyed with his fingers, recalling the familiar sensations from a few hours prior. The one in his arms trembled, weeping softly, shyly nestled against him, her doe-like eyes filled with concern as she clung to his clothing, fearful for his safety. Chasing Wind, unable to move in bed, turned his head to watch his master, who seemed lost in thought, occasionally posing ambiguous questions and laughing inexplicably. Chasing Wind felt a peculiar sensation. This was his master, who was undoubtedly smitten with the Crown Prince. Realizing the truth, Chasing Wind was astonished to see Lin Ran displaying a tenderness he had never witnessed before. In his eyes, his master held a high status, unparalleled beauty, profound internal strength, and mastery of various skills. However, when it came to the standard of a husband, his master seemed lacking, having grown up beside Lin Ran. Chasing Wind's admiration and reverence for him surpassed mere servant obedience. Lin Ran never mistreated his subordinates. Aside from his usual cold demeanor at home, he seldom spoke to anyone other than Chasing Wind. Handling his own affairs personally, chess, martial arts, hunting, music, and mockery were his pastimes. Chasing Wind had always believed that his master would either live alone or marry a woman of great talent and ability. Little did he know that his master had remained unmoved all these years simply because he had not encountered someone like the Crown Prince. Chasing Wind's thoughts took a turn, and he concluded that the Crown Prince and his young master were indeed a perfect match. With his master's background, he was ideally suited for the Crown Prince. The qualities his master adored were precisely those the Crown Prince lacked. His master's beauty would surely captivate the infatuated Crown Prince after they wed. Unwittingly accused of being infatuated, Hua Qing remarked, "Thank you. You have guessed correctly. I am indeed consumed with longing." The following morning, the last drizzle of autumn fell lightly, heralding the arrival of winter in the great Dazhao Kingdom. Having just finished breakfast, Hua Qing anxiously clutched a warming stove as she boarded the newly arranged carriage. Recalling the previous night, when the emperor's sister visited her, she had casually remarked, "Since that young man from the Lin family has already had his reputation tarnished by you. It is fortuitous. I initially thought you were not fond of such suitors, sending you only gentle and delicate concubines. It seems, dear sister, that you favor this type. Hee. The Emperor Huayan never refers to himself as I in private." And this statement made Hucking's heart race wildly for quite some time. Chapter 37. A stroke of luck. The emperor did not linger long at the Prince of Qin's residence. He swiftly turned to appease the high-ranking officials, particularly his longtime friend, the Minister of War, Lin Yu. When Huayan hurriedly arrived at the prince's residence and saw her younger sister, who appeared well aside from a slight swelling of her ankle, her brows furrowed in speculation. Lin Yu was formidable in all aspects, and the beauty of his legitimate wife surpassed that of the concubines in her harem. Qin was not only stunning but also skilled in the use of poison, possessing the ability to commune with the divine. Back in the day, they had all been envious of her, gritting their teeth in jealousy. Little did they anticipate that now, their only child would fall into the hands of her younger sister. Perhaps before her death, she could reclaim some of the dignity she had lost back then. Huayan felt an unusual sense of joy, and her complexion improved significantly. Why did she make such a judgment? She had been discreetly observing Lin Yu's son for quite some time. Even at a tender age, he would stand there with a cold expression, mocking the daughters of several ministers with a smile. At 12, a young lady had teased him, calling him as beautiful as a fox spirit from the theater. The young master, who had not even reached Huayan's height, had flown into a rage, charging at the much more skilled young lady and only relenting after bringing her to tears. The hot-tempered young master Lin gradually matured. By the age of 15, he was at the age when young men begin to experience romantic feelings, aside from the young lady actively challenging him. Lin Ran no longer fought easily. Even his mockery transformed from sharp-tongued jibes to a few words of utter indifference. Huayan had wondered if the young master of the Lin family had begun to develop feelings as well, perhaps maturing enough to no longer resist learning the virtues of manhood. Little did she know, after turning 15, Lin Ran's fear of young ladies had only intensified. He either avoided them entirely or issued challenges for duels. This led Huayan and Lin Yu to suspect. Could it be that their young master was not fond of women? After visiting the Prince of Qin's residence that evening, Huayan finally understood. It seemed that Lin Ran was fond of delicate and petite young ladies like her sister. Otherwise, judging by her sister's harrowing account, she might have encountered unforeseen misfortune or perhaps been abducted. Surely, a mere flesh wound could not allow her to return home safely while sitting there eating avocado pastries. Coupled with the various incidents Hucking recounted, Huayan was almost certain that Lin Ran had acted with intent. After shutting her eyes a few times and then reopening them with a smile, she thought, perhaps that poison was also a deliberate ploy by Lin Ran. Given that the young master had once single-handedly defeated General Sima, nearly exhausting him to the point of surrendering. Evading mere poison dust would be child's play, not to mention Lin Ran's prowess. With Qin's skill in poison that could turn an entire tribe upside down, how could he be someone who would fall prey to any poison that came his way? Hucking truly is fortunate. Perhaps it is indeed luck. Otherwise, why would the young lord take such reckless risks with his life? This young man and Qin from years ago, they are indeed quite similar. Chief Steward Zhao Pei, standing nearby, was puzzled and dared not inquire further, merely responding, "The fortune of His Highness the Prince of Qin is only just beginning. Less than a year since His Highness awoke, the Emperor's condition has steadily improved, and the nation's strength has flourished to the point where there are no thieves on the roads. It seems the Emperor intends to ally with the minister as well. The blessed life of His Highness is just beginning." In the morning mist, the drizzling rain fell upon them, quickly bringing a chill. The two newly appointed guards were hurrying the carriage. They were imperial guards sent by the Emperor, and Huayan only knew them as Shao Qi and Shao Jiu. It was said that Shao Qi and Shao Jiu came from the same faction as Zui Ying and Yuan, making them colleagues, and thus their skills were remarkable. Inside the sedan chair, it was warm as spring, while Hucking sat stiffly, her back straight with tension. She was in a state of utter panic, uncertain of what the Emperor's sister had discussed at the minister's residence last night. She felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Now, everyone knew she had embraced Lin Ran in a moment of frivolity. Her reputation was already tarnished. If Lin Ran were to evade responsibility, those young lords who spoke ill of him would have yet another piece of gossip to wield against him. Having slept soundly in the afternoon only to be kept awake by the emperor's ambiguous gaze that night, coupled with everything else, it was the first time Hucking had her eyes open until dawn. Ah, how vexing. Hucking feared she would delay Lin Ran, yet she also worried about the consequences of her actions. The former concern stemmed from her anxiety that Lin Ran, with his disposition, would not appreciate lingering in the inner courtyard. As Chu Huaishuang had said, perhaps marrying him would only hinder his prospects, especially since she still had to manage the 3 concubines in her own courtyard, each with their own motives. The latter worry arose from their shared experience of life and death. They had seen and touched, cough, in this ancient society where chastity was held in the highest regard. Any young lord would have already considered her as a future wife, waiting for a matchmaker to propose. If she were to politely refuse this marriage, would that not be a different kind of hindrance? Would it be perceived as an insult? Taking advantage of him? Would she appear to look down upon him? Hucking found herself in a dilemma, her heart feeling as if it were being fried in oil. No matter which way she turned, it was uncomfortable. Your Highness, we have arrived at the minister's residence. The steward is already here to greet us. Hucking slightly parted her lips, nervously adjusting her sleeves. Has the sentencing time arrived so soon? Chapter 38. Proposal. Why must a beautiful young lady endure such torment? Initially, she had only wished to bask in the glory and wealth. Under the pressure from the emperor's sister to hastily marry, her goal had shifted to seeking a worthy husband with whom she could share mutual respect and grow old together. Then, upon meeting Lin Ran, she had fallen head over heels, only for an assassination attempt to ensue. With each event, Hucking felt as though fate's hand was continually toying with her life, strolling through the long corridor. The rain gathered into cold, icy droplets, hanging from the eaves, ready to fall with a soft plop as someone walked by. The 2 guards behind her, along with 4 young servants from the shop, followed Hucking slowly, each carrying heavy gifts of gratitude. Hucking suppressed her racing heart as she encountered the smiling, yet inscrutable Minister Lin. There was also the genuinely cheerful head of the minister's household, Qin, Lord Qi. After greeting His Highness, they exchanged pleasantries, and Hucking quickly waved her hand, politely stating, Minister Lin need not stand on ceremony. Lord Qi has already shown his courtesy. This was the 3rd time Lin Yu's legitimate wife, Qin, had met Hucking. The first was 6 months ago at a banquet hosted by the emperor shortly after Hucking had awakened. Back then, she remembered only a sweet voice and a petite figure from a distance. The last time she had not paid much attention, but now, as she scrutinized her closely, Qin felt a genuine curiosity. Why does my son favor such a delicate young lady? With her small face and exquisite features, she radiated charm. When she smiled, it seemed she would wholeheartedly support whatever was said to her. Today, her hair was styled in a high ponytail, which Qin thought did not quite suit the Prince of Chun. He mused that perhaps the hairstyles of the women from the Wu Kingdom would better complement the prince's beauty. Wait a moment. Why am I even thinking this? Why do I view the prince as a daughter? Qin couldn't help but smile at the thought, recalling amusing memories. Back then, he had eagerly wished for a clever daughter, only to end up with a son who mirrored his own temperament. When Qin had first learned that he had a son, his immediate thought had been, would the wife shift her focus entirely onto the child? Even if it were his own flesh and blood. It was still a boy. Hucking, of noble status, was seated in the main position, holding a blue and white porcelain bowl, her small hands nervously rubbing its rim. Oh dear, how should I begin? Perhaps I should just be straightforward. Should I say I wish to see how Lin Gongzi's injuries are healing? The first thing Hucking had done upon arriving at the residence was to summon the court physicians on duty at the Imperial Medical Bureau. Bringing them all to the minister's residence, she still wondered how Lin Ran was faring now. Although she had learned from the physicians that he was not seriously injured, she still longed to see him. If that proved impossible, perhaps a discreet glance would suffice. Lin Yu observed Hucking's indecisive gaze, realizing her thoughts were likely consumed by his son, and found it both amusing and heart-wrenching that a young man should not be kept too close. Lin Yu feigned a cough, casually dropping a bombshell. Your Highness, are you here to discuss a marriage proposal with Ranner? Or? Qin, sitting nearby, could hardly contain her laughter, and her smile grew wider, to the point where even Lin Yu could not overlook it. Lin Yu chuckled. Don't think I don't know. You've been wanting to marry off our son for quite some time. Hucking nearly spilled the tea from the bowl she was holding, her face flushing from neck to ears. Marriage proposal. This prince. Shao-Chi and Shao-Jia were also astonished, rarely lifting their heads to meet the gaze of the prince. Lin Gongzi marrying His Highness, to them, who revered martial prowess. Lin Ran was like an arrogant and extraordinary deity. He upheld none of the virtues expected of a gentleman, not spending his time in the inner courtyard embroidering or brewing tea, yet he wielded weapons even better than they did. Which esteemed lady would not desire a chance to spar with him? Xiao Qi and Xiao Jiu silently anticipated the competition that would ensue once Lin Gongzi entered the household. A.S. Hucking trembled. She caught sight of Lin Yu's gaze. Goodness, Minister Lin, we are both distant relatives and colleagues. Please do not intimidate me. What? The way His Highness stammered. After a pause that quickened the heartbeat, Lin Yu took a sip of tea and slowly remarked, Are you not planning to take responsibility for my son? Pity my son who guards his life in my stead, yet your highness, no, it is my responsibility, I have come solely to bear it. Hua Qing, flustered and at a loss, rose abruptly, excitedly interrupting Lin Yu's ensuing mockery. Qi, observing the expression on Wang Chun's face, could not help but understand that it was rare for Wang Chun to exhibit such a playful demeanor, prompting him to turn his head and chuckle. Just then, he caught sight of a corner of indigo fabric peeking from behind the screen. Standing still and silent in the hall, Hua Qing's face flushed with embarrassment, and Lin Yu ceased her teasing. In truth, the emperor had already issued a verbal decree the night prior, and it was likely that Wang Chun would receive it shortly upon his return. Lin Ran was Lin Yu's only child, one she had painstakingly preserved against all odds that her son prepared to marry. She naturally felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. Yet, the mere thought of her son possessing the same temperament as her husband made her wish for a female sovereign to come and tame him. As fate would have it, it seemed that Wang Chen also held affection for her in light of this. Your Highness should return to report to Tian Ting, exchange the marriage contract, and arrange for the auspicious date with the Qin Tian supervisor. Lin Yu's words only served to heighten Hua Qing's anxiety. The distinction between the emperor's intentions and their families was stark. Am I to marry in ancient times? Am I truly to wed that handsome young man who can both captivate and protect? With whom I have fallen in love at first sight? Hua Qing could scarcely recall when she had departed, how she had exited the door, or what she had said upon leaving. All of it was a blur. She did not even think to check on Lin Ran, her mind a jumbled mess. The smile at the corners of her mouth was uncontainable. Chapter 39, The Cunning One. After Wang Qin's departure, Qi suddenly stood up. Before he could utter a word, Lin Yu spoke calmly from the side. Let us converse. With that, a tall and handsome gentleman emerged from behind the screen, clasping his hands in a respectful greeting. Greetings to my mother and father. Lin Ran was clad in an indigo short robe, his feet adorned with deer-hide boots, and a white jade belt cinched at his waist, tall and elegant, with a narrow waist and broad shoulders. He possessed striking features. Lin Yu gazed at her son, who embodied the virtues of both herself and her beloved. Her heart stirred, and she spoke candidly. Do you truly cherish Wang Chen? Are you unperturbed by the many who would seek her life, placing you in peril time and again? Are you indifferent to her fragility, lacking even the ability to protect herself, relying solely on you in times of crisis? Are you unconcerned that her inner quarters may be filled with an increasing number of concubines, or even 2 secondary husbands? Qi silently listened, his gaze tenderly fixed upon his wife, his eyes lingering on her earnest expression. Lin Ran fell silent for a few seconds, then responded with unwavering conviction, I do not mind. I will protect her, for every hour of the day. As for concubines and secondary husbands. What kind of person does mother believe her son to be? Lin Yu furrowed her brow, reluctant to think of her own son in such a ruthless light. Yet she could not deny the truth. Like Qi, they were both men who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, devoid of reason when it came to matters of the heart. Their cunning surpassed even the depths of the royal harem. Alas, it is what it is. A child grows beyond their mother, each with their own destiny. Seeing you brings me a headache. Go on now. For the time being, remain calm and prepare for your marriage. Upon hearing her mother's fretful murmurs, Lin Ran's brows lifted in delight as he once again clasped his hands. Thank you, mother, for your support. Qi cast a glance at his son, unable to conceal his delight. Thus, before Lin Ran departed, he remarked with a hint of nonchalance, From now on, mother shall only have father for company. Qi chuckled heartily, patting Lin Ran on the shoulder, and added, It is time to arrange for your education in the ways of the inner chambers, so let us await the wedding date. Lin Ran paused in surprise for a moment, a blush creeping up to his ears, and he quickly replied, Very well, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing the affirmative, Qi burst into laughter. The passage of time etched upon the visage of the former priest of Wu State did not bear the marks of age, but rather an alluring charm that blossomed late. Lin Yu shot a reproachful glance at her husband, attempting to dilute the bittersweet feelings of her son's impending marriage. Sure enough, an hour later, the imperial decree arrived, causing an uproar in the governor's residence. The servants could hardly believe their ears by the grace of heaven. The emperor decrees. I have heard of Lin Yu, the governor of the Ministry of War's son, Lin Ran. He is proficient and graceful, gentle and kind, and of exceptional countenance, which brings me great joy. Now that Wang Chun has reached the suitable age for marriage, she shall choose a worthy husband. As Lin Ran remains in her chamber, it is clear that she and Wang Chun are destined for one another. To fulfill the beauty of this union, I hereby betroth you to Wang Chun as his rightful wife. All rites shall be conducted by the Ministry of Rites and the Qingtian supervisor, who will select an auspicious date for the wedding. This announcement shall resound far and wide, for all to hear. Thus decreed. Lin Ran knelt on the ground, his back straight, respectfully receiving the imperial decree. Lin Ran accepted the decree, expressing gratitude to the emperor for the marriage. The chief steward, Zhao Pei, smiled amiably, personally assisting Lin Ran to his feet as a mark of respect. Young Master Lin need not be so formal. The Qingtian supervisor will soon announce the wedding date, and you may begin preparing your wedding attire. It is well known that Steward Zhao Pei's hands have only ever assisted the emperor and Wang Chun. Now, seeing him half bow to Lin Ran, it is evident the emperor's stance. He must be quite satisfied with Lin Ran and the governor's residence, simultaneously serving as a subtle reminder. Qin, bearing an elegant smile, invited Steward Zhao to tea and inquired about the emperor's intentions regarding Wang Chun's marriage. Lin Yu playfully patted her son's shoulder, teasing, "Are you at ease now?" Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Though all of this was part of his plan, achieving his goal still brought him joy, whether it was knowing of an assassination attempt and turning the tables, or shooting a stone to injure a horse's leg, forcing it into the mountains, or even intentionally poisoning himself, enduring excruciating pain. Each outcome aligned perfectly with his expectations, without deviation. Indeed, Qing's admiration for him extended beyond mere appearance. Her concern and empathy were rooted in his calculated suffering. Although the emperor likely sensed something amiss, what of it? Did he not simultaneously comprehend Lin Ran's intentions and capabilities, thus issuing the decree? Only he was truly worthy of being Wang Chun's rightful spouse. Lin Ran's only dissatisfaction lay in the fact that Hua Qing had been harmed. She should never have been hurt. The unexpected roar of wild beasts in the mountains had been unforeseen. And despite his efforts to protect Hua Qing, she had still sustained injuries. This was Lin Ran's first attempt at orchestrating a marriage, which, unlike matters of politics and murder, proved somewhat reckless. It was no wonder Qin had left him with a warning the previous night. Should you remain so impulsive, Wang Chun may not see through it, but the emperor will. And what of Wang Chun's trusted aides? Recalling the fleeing assassins, Lin Ran gripped the imperial decree tightly and immediately summoned his shadow guards upon entering his chamber. Eliminate them all. Chapter 40. A letter. Upon returning to Wang Chun's residence, Hua Qing's cheeks were flushed, reminiscent of someone intoxicated, occasionally bursting into silly laughter. That splendid young man is truly to become my husband. He out as expected. Before noon, the imperial decree arrived. Hua Qing hastily received it with solemnity, carefully reading it once more. Surely the governor's residence has been informed of the decree. She is truly to marry and bear children in ancient times. Even at this moment, her heart felt light and airy, her steps wobbly. Grasping Zui Ying's hand, she hesitated. Do you think Lin Ran will be so angry upon receiving the decree that he might tear it up? She was genuinely concerned. Although it was not a decree she had forced, and they had overcome the obstacle of parental approval. Ultimately, she had not inquired whether Lin Ran was willing to die. In short, she felt quite anxious. Zui Ying, arms crossed, excitedly replied, Your Highness, you worry too much. You and young Master Lin have shared trials together. If he despised you, how could he have risked his life to save you? Moreover, think about it. How does young Master Lin treat other ladies compared to you? Hua Qing touched her head, a bit shy. As for me, he truly is very kind. Seeing Her Highness's bashful demeanor, Zui Ying could not help but chuckle to herself. She and her sister had stumbled upon this situation, speaking without restraint. That it seems these two, despite their apparent mismatched pairing, have come together. That I hope young Master Lin, upon arriving at the residence, will enable Her Highness to give birth to a little girl soon. 2 would be delightful, 4 or 5 would be even better. Then she and her sister could pass down their skills to the future young ladies and young gentlemen. Hua Qing gathered her thoughts and quickly sat down to compose a letter. Her cursive handwriting was likely at the level of a primary school extracurricular class, so she usually had others write for her. The servants, or Zhao Ying, had always penned neat and orderly small script. This time, however, Hua Qing earnestly took the brush in hand. Her wrist grew sore and stiff, yet she diligently crafted each character with care to convey her sincerity. Half an hour later, when Lin Ran received the letter, he indeed raised an eyebrow for a moment, then a light chuckle escaped his lips. The servant stood watch at the door, only able to see his master unfurling the letter from Wang Qin's residence. His delight unmistakable, as it turns out that even a young man who is proficient only in wielding blades can fall into the throes of love. Hua Qing's letter was devoid of superfluous words or flattery. It conveyed a singular theme. If Lin Ran wished to call off their engagement, she could do so at any time through correspondence, and she would shoulder the blame alone, for the emperor would not hold her accountable. Conversely, if Lin Ran were willing to marry into the Chen Wangfu, she vowed to devote herself entirely to him, assuring that although the 3 concubines were imperial gifts, she would find a way to send them away regardless. As the letter neared its conclusion, Hua Qing, with a touch of embarrassment, delicately stated that she had never laid a finger on the concubines, in her own words. She had not even touched them with a single fingertip. The overall appearance of the writing was neat yet unsteady, the strokes blunt and shaky, yet Lin Ran meticulously folded it. With a gentle smile, she placed the letters into a rosewood box, securing it with a lock. After some contemplation, Lin Ran took up her pen and responded with a letter, her brow adorned with satisfaction, her powerful strokes resembling a gallant dragon, flowing elegantly across 2 lines. When Hua Qing received it that evening, a sly grin crept upon her lips, one she could hardly contain. She felt an overwhelming urge to leap onto her bed and roll about in her excitement. He is willing. Ran is truly going to marry me. With only one arm capable of movement, Zhao Ying presented a cup of tea and, seeing the prince's childlike demeanor, jovially exclaimed, "I told you, young Master Lin is different with the prince. He must truly like him." Hua Qing glanced once more at the 2 lines of text and sweetly remarked, "He said he never intended to marry, but unexpectedly, this matter has become the talk of the entire capital. He mentioned that we must wed to silence the gossip and prevent the emperor and Governor Lin from being put in a difficult position. Besides, I have already embraced him. He wants me to take responsibility." "Ha! He wants me to take responsibility. Of course, I must." Zhao Ying interjected, "Wait, my lord. What are you so pleased about? You haven't yet captured the heart of your beloved. Young Master Lin's words imply he is compelled to marry you." Hua Qing was not one to ponder such matters deeply. She believed Lin Ran's reluctance to reject the marriage stemmed from the very reasons he had articulated, since he had voluntarily expressed them. It demonstrated a commendable honesty. Folding the pristine rice paper neatly, Hua Qing stretched and gazed at the dim winter sunset, resolutely declaring, "Let us summon the 3 of them tomorrow." Zhao Ying anticipated her intent and cautioned, "My lord, it is not that simple. The concubines, having committed no wrongdoing, are imperial gifts and bestowed by elders. Dismissing them casually could result in impeachment. Among them were the 4th son of a general's household, Zhang Wuqing, the illegitimate son of the chancellor's family, Chu Huaishuang, and the 2nd son of the Duke of Jinan, Zhao Xie.as, a former scholar of the 10th level of Xinhuan studies. Hua Qing understood, although the 3 concubines were of lesser birth. The familial power behind them would not permit someone favored by the emperor to simply withdraw from the arrangement. Wouldn't that be tantamount to slapping 3 families in the face simultaneously? Hua Qing wished to avoid palace intrigue and domestic strife. Thus she desired to bury her head in the sand, leaving the matter to the future legitimate husband. One would think a gentleman nurtured in an illustrious ancient family could lend a hand. Right? Little Zhao, what do you think about young Master Lin managing such relationships? Do the gentlemen learn this at home? Zhao Ying, unperturbed by Hua Qing's naivety, replied earnestly, "Rest assured." He added, "Though young Master Lin enjoys wielding swords and engaging in combat, he will still be taught what he needs to know at the governor's residence, especially concerning household matters. Noble signs are aware from a young age that they must manage the inner courtyard, employing various strategies. Do not worry, my lord. Us women need not concern ourselves with such complex matters." For Zhao Ying, the intricacies of household affairs were a headache. He preferred the simplicity of enjoying wine and music, finding it far more entertaining to spar with other ladies. For Hua Qing, possessing a modern mindset, She realized that in a matriarchal world, she needed to frequently shift her fixed way of thinking. Envisioning the gentlemen as beauties of the Forbidden City, poisoning, gifting musk bracelets, pushing others into water to frame them, placing voodoo dolls under pillows. Chapter 41. The news spreads the impending union between the Qin Wangfu and the governor's residence sent ripples throughout the capital. Within a mere 2 days, the news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the city. In the tea houses, storytellers seized the opportunity to spin elaborate tales. For the citizens of the capital, their last gossip revolved around the time when the Chun Wang and young Master Lin met. Their carriage lingering on the street for an extended period, leaving everyone to wonder whether they were engaged in some clandestine affair. Following that was the incident where the Chun Wang was attacked. And Lin Ran, in a fit of rage, slew dozens, staining the Juju garden with blood, leaving the Chun Wang deeply moved, leading to the tarnishing of Lin Ran's reputation that very night. 2 days later, the contents of the imperial edict spread far and wide, transforming the idle gossip into the revelation that the Chun Wang was indeed an extraordinary individual, having captured the heart of the beautiful Lin. What, one might wonder, transpired in the mountains that compelled young Master Lin to willingly marry into the Wangfu. Meanwhile, whispers among the curious ladies led to one teasingly inquiring, "Do you think the Qin Wang can withstand young Master Lin? Will there be bloodshed on their wedding night?" "Ha!" Another slightly softer lady, her cheeks tinged with pink, playfully chided, "You should refrain from such loose talk. One can only hope that he will cherish the prince. Otherwise, given his temperament, how could he ever agree? It might have already stirred up trouble at the Golden Hall." In another corner, voices of lament echoed. Young Master Lin's prowess with the spear is truly akin to a dragon stirring the sea. What a pity he is to be married. Alas, it seems we will no longer witness him in the martial arena. What a shame. I genuinely regarded Lin Ran as a rival. Who would have thought he would marry so soon? Didn't you say no one would dare to marry such a formidable gentleman as a legitimate husband? What's this? Regretting it now? No, merely musing, truly, if I were to have him as a husband. It would be futile. I cannot best him in combat, nor could I hold my own in the bedroom. What if he were to take the lead? Ha ha ha. I would lose all face, as rumors swirled. The news of the Chun Wang's forthcoming marriage to the governor's son sent shockwaves through several households. Deep within a shaded courtyard, a middle-aged lady clad in dark official robes faced a foreign woman with amber-hued eyes. Chu Nanhuai, the chancellor of the great Dazhao Kingdom, savored her tea with a demeanor of calm and kindness that in contrast. The foreign woman regarded her with a cold smile, "But if you keep dawdling, the Chun Wang's child will already be conceived," she remarked. Unlike the women of the great Zhao, this foreign woman eschewed grandiose attire. Draped in a cloak made of snow-white fur, with a beautifully tied satin ribbon around her neck. She wore plush deer-hide boots and sported delicate hairpins in her hair. Her amber eyes, when they fixed upon you, felt as though one were being scrutinized by a mountain spirit. Dangerous, yet captivating. Chu Nanhuai set down her teacup, a smile gracing her lips. Yet the words that followed were as chilling as the winter wind. There is no rush. Killing the Chun Wang is as easy as squashing an ant. That lad from the Lin family has indeed faced some difficulties over the years, the foreign woman huffed, her imposing air slightly diminished, unwilling to acknowledge that she was unable to eliminate even a mere young master. The past is the past. Now he possesses a weakness. This weakness was a defenseless little rabbit he had delivered to her doorstep. Chu Nanhuai laughed. "Ah, a weakness, indeed. After all these years, I truly believed Lin you had spawned a fearsome warrior." She continued, "Even without Lin Ran, my little illegitimate son remains a concubine of the Chun Wang. It would not be difficult for the Chun Wang to quietly succumb to illness over time." Upon hearing this, the foreign woman cast a sidelong glance at Chu Nanhuai, her heart growing colder. Even a tiger does not eat its young. The chancellor of the great Zhao can be quite ruthless. Chu Nanhuai, aware of the foreign woman's thoughts, toyed with her beads, responding gently, "Unless absolutely necessary, I would not sacrifice my child. However, you know, the ascension to the throne has historically been built atop the corpses of siblings." The woman known as the third princess, Tialan Duo, nodded, no longer eager to press the matter. Embracing a warming stove, she left with an alluring grace, just as she was about to cross the threshold. A soft voice floated back, "Chancellor, there are only 4 months. My time is limited." Chu Nanhuai smiled warmly, her reply casual, "Very well." Sigh. However, the smile did not reach her eyes, which, usually gentle, now brimmed with calculation, a stark contrast to her typically breezy demeanor. After sitting alone for a moment, Chu Nanhui summoned his servant, instructing, "Tonight, go to Chongqing for dinner. It is time to remind him, lest he unwittingly discuss plans with Shuang heir without preparation." "Yes, I shall convey the message to the Qing husband." Chapter 42. The secret affection. Upon learning of the Chun Wang's betrothal, the minister's residence erupted in chaos. Zhao Yi, in a fit of rage, shattered several tea sets. Her eyes reddened as she cursed, "You useless bunch." All she wanted was to teach the Qin Wang a lesson, to see her humiliated in front of Lin Ran, ideally scaring her back into submission. Who would have thought that such a simple scare would unwittingly entangle her with real assassins? They nearly succeeded in killing the Chun Wang. Lin Ran was also injured. Fortunately, those foolish individuals of the martial world have either perished or fled. Even if they were to be discovered, their correspondence would remain anonymous. Otherwise, my mother would surely beat her to within an inch of her life. Zhao Yi has harbored feelings for Lin Ran for 2 consecutive years. Throughout this span, despite orchestrating countless encounters, she has failed to pique his curiosity, prompting her to provoke him anew by issuing a challenge. Indeed, that time he finally regarded her with his full attention and even smiled. Though it was a scornful smile, it marked the first occasion Lin Ran conversed with her, the female lord, for more than 3 sentences, and that female lord is none other than her, Zhao Yi. From a young age, Zhao Yi has admired strength and possesses a strong sense of pride. After falling for Lin Ran, she feared ridicule from the noble ladies and feigned mere interest in his martial prowess. Yet, that was not the truth. Zhao Yi, with several lords and concubines, understands well the romantic sentiments a female lord harbors for her lord. When he smiles, her heart dances with joy. When he mocks others, she yearns to join in his jest. When he competes in the arena, her gaze is unwavering, tracing every move he makes. There are moments when, amidst a tempest of passion, she cannot help but envision Lin Ran beneath her, allowing her to indulge in her whims. She imagines him no longer casting her indifferent glances, but that seemingly passionate, yet truly heartless gaze would melt away, suffused with a crimson desire. He truly intends to marry that fool. Why does he not refuse the marriage? Does he not detest all noble ladies? Has he truly been sullied after rescuing that insipid Prince Chun? Absolutely impossible. With Lin Ran's abilities and temperament, he could never be so debased. Could it be that he willingly consents? No, her disbelief only deepens. Zhao Yi is furious, angered at herself for failing to capture his slightest attention, and infuriated by the means through which Hua Qing has ensnared Lin Ran into marrying her. Meanwhile, within the halls of the Prince Chun's estate, joy abounds, save for the Wutong courtyard. Zheng Wuqing was the first to receive the news. Her initial astonishment quickly gave way to urgency, as she penned a secret letter for immediate dispatch. Chu Huaishuang, her fingers gliding over the guqin, played repeatedly, the tips of her fingers turning crimson, refusing to pause until a servant delivered a wax-sealed letter from the chancellor's residence. The personal guard, Li Qing, observed the deteriorating expression on Chu Huaishuang's face and, connecting it to the news, hesitated momentarily before stepping forward to speak softly. "My lord has been sleeping in the ladies' courtyard for several consecutive days." Chu Huaishuang burned the letter above the candle flame, the thin black smoke swirling through her pained brows. "Father, my father actually expects me to prepare to poison His Highness, a slow-acting toxin, colorless and tasteless, capable of rendering a person hopelessly ill within 6 months, beyond the reach of remedy, with no one to hold accountable. Investigate how the news of His Highness consuming my soup leaked, and once confirmed, resolve it directly without bringing it to me." Li Qing took a sharp breath, suddenly realizing something, his heart racing as he respectfully replied, "Yes." The chill of winter gradually crept up from his feet. Chu Huaishuang gazed at the flickering candlelight and the ashes at its base, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. In her mind, fleeting images of her younger brother's cherubic face, puffed with indignation as he demanded lotus seed pastry from her, contrasted with the sight of Prince Chen eagerly drinking the soup she prepared, showering her with praise and occasionally offering suggestions to Schwanger. "Your brother is still young, and you have the family who dotes on you the most. How could a father so timid and cautious bring himself to this point? If it comes to such a dire circumstance, your father's cowardice meant that if he did not sacrifice her, it would be his own life on the line." Chu Huaishuang shut her eyes. When she reopened them, clarity washed over her, coupled with a hint of deliberate softness. She rose, maneuvered through the pavilion, and made her way to the kitchen. "Chu Junkie, what soup do you wish to prepare today?" "Please, bring me the black-boned chicken, angelica, and fish maw." Of course, in chapter 43, his thoughts Chu Huaishuang busied herself in the kitchen for an hour, equivalent to 2 modern hours, before emerging with a gilded bamboo tray. Just as she stepped out, the kitchen staff erupted into chatter like a frying pan. That soup has been simmering for so long, and Chu Junkie has been watching the fire herself, sitting there without moving. One cannot help but admire her dedication to His Highness, the slender middle-aged man mused. Chu Junkie is truly virtuous and gracious. She has been delivering delicacies and soups for 2 months now, and each time they are unique. Another woman, wiping her hands, chimed in, I have long heard that Chu Junkie is well-read, with eloquent expression, and her artistic talents have earned great admiration from the Chancellor's guests. With her martial skills and culinary prowess, if not for her humble origins, she would be a perfect match for our prince. A third voice joined. Indeed, Chu Junkie possesses unparalleled beauty, especially those enchanting eyes. Even we men find ourselves weak-kneed at a mere glance. One wonders why His Highness has yet to acknowledge her. The woman smacked the head of the small worker, barking, Silence, you scrawny monkey. The auspicious date from the Astronomical Bureau is soon to be announced. Do you wish to be punished? At her words, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, the Prince Chin's estate might soon welcome an official wife. Once the official wife enters, all servants would be under her command. If the new mistress is kind-hearted, it would be a joyous occasion. But if she possesses a foul temperament, is difficult to please, or is jealous and petty, then they would be truly unfortunate. Yet, in the great nation of Dazhao, who does not know of the notorious temper of the governor's heir, Lin Ran? Known for his sharp tongue and haughty demeanor, the kitchen staff immediately felt the weight of impending doom. Comparing Chu Junkie, who had just left, to the other 2 concubines who delivered meals with grace, they all pondered the same question. How should they curry favor with the future master in the Prince Chin's estate? Aside from the legitimate children and temporary servants, every individual had signed a life-and-death contract. This meant that if one day they incurred the displeasure of their master, any trivial excuse could lead to a severe beating. And should they endure it poorly, death would follow. They had enjoyed a life of luxury in the Prince Chin's estate for half a year. Not only was Prince Chin known for his gentle and amiable disposition, but even the lowest-ranking servants received smiles, never once encountering disdain. The estate's affairs were few, yet the wages were more generous than in other royal households. Where could one find such a benevolent master? Furthermore, although the steward could be nagging, she always ensured that any punished servant received medicine afterward. Per Prince Chin's wishes, what would happen when Master Lin becomes their head? How would he manage the estate's accounts and affairs? Would he replace them with his own trusted aides? No servant could predict their fate. They could only pray that the notoriously ill-tempered Master Lin would show leniency for the sake of Prince Chun. In the kitchen, the garden, and the southeastern corners, the servants engaged in increasingly tense discussions. One of the gossip-mongers, Hua Qing, sipped the chicken soup that Chu Huaishuang had brought, her mind racing. A few days prior, Hua Qing had wished to gather the 3 to discuss compensation, as she intended to assess the situation. She thought to satisfy everyone's conditions and then deliberate together. They could quietly let them leave. While in name, they remained in the courtyard. However, she had been thwarted, as Zhua Ying rebuffed her. Where does the master wish them to go? What if they refuse? Here, they enjoy a life of ease without serving you. After 2 days of fruitless contemplation, Hua Qing deemed the matter serious and decided to seek Lin Ran's counsel. Just then, Chu Huaishuang arrived. Hua Qing absent-mindedly sipped her soup, while Chu Huaishuang smiled. Gazing at her with his glistening eyes, his thick lashes fluttered, and her petite figure was reflected in his dark, moist pupils. She was puffing her cheeks, savoring a piece of chicken, and due to its exquisite flavor, she unconsciously displayed a look of contentment. Her eyes curved charmingly, exuding an endearing innocence. His lady never guards herself against me. She does not offer false praises. If it is delicious, she smiles, and if it does not suit her palate, she silently lowers her head to eat half. Occasionally, she even provides him with suggestions, such as adding milk to the flour or incorporating butter into the pastry. Hua Qing looked up to meet his gaze, which was laden with complex emotions. In the past, while reading novels, she often encountered descriptions of someone's eyes. Now, she realized their truth. But why did Chu Huaishuang look at her so sorrowfully, typically embodying the tender and virtuous demeanor? Why had he suddenly adopted the melancholic air of a brooding nobleman? What troubles you? Is something amiss? Hua Qing was the first to speak. Chu Huaishuang lowered his gaze, even though it was early winter. He still wore no turtleneck, revealing his long neck as he bowed his head. With his customary gentle tone, he spoke. "My lady shall soon wed Master Lin. Allow me to extend my congratulations." Hua Qing felt a pang of awkwardness. "Thank you," she replied, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Facing such a tragic and forlorn expression, her remorse weighed heavily upon her. It was all my fault for choosing him. Alas, it is unfortunate that he was sent here by his family. Everything is predestined. Chu Huaishuang slowly stepped forward, suddenly raising his gaze to meet Hua Qing's, and in her astonished eyes, he grasped the hand he had longed to touch. "My lady, after marrying the legitimate husband, will you still partake of Shuang'er's soup?" When Hua Qing felt the slightly cold palm grasping hers, goosebumps threatened to rise. Why was it that when Lin Ran held her hand and embraced her, her heart raced? Despite having spent considerable time with Chu Huaishuang, akin to ordinary friends, merely shaking hands with him sent shivers down her spine. It felt akin to a classmate with whom one had only recently interacted. Suddenly expressing deep affection while holding your hand, Hua Qing quickly withdrew her hand, lightly patting the back of Chu Huaishuang's hand in a feigned manner, saying earnestly, "I won't be partaking anymore. Moreover, I plan to arrange for all of you to leave." Just as she was about to continue, she noticed Chu Huaishuang abruptly stand up, his eyes reddening as he uttered, "My lady, I still have things on the fire. I must take my leave." His footsteps hurried, as if fleeing, unwilling to hear another word. Alas, Hua Qing speculated that, being as intelligent and sensitive as he was, he might have already guessed her intentions. Yet, she truly did not wish to hurt anyone. Chapter 44. Consultation. Chu Huaishuang left in haste, sorrow etched in his eyes. He had just once again confirmed that if one truly sought to poison the crown prince, it could perhaps be accomplished with relative ease. The poison would need to be administered repeatedly. Even if the chief steward were to test it, one trial would not reveal its presence. His hands, which held the tray, trembled involuntarily, yet his face remained serene. Recalling the words penned in the letters, the faces of his loved ones surfaced in his mind. Simultaneously, the words spoken by the crown prince, who had smiled disarmingly at him, echoed in his thoughts. "Who will tell me?" The words were whisked away by the cold wind, leaving only sorrow behind. Hua Qing composed herself for a moment before hastily penning a letter to send to Lin Ran. Embarrassed, she cupped her face, attempting to cool her flushed cheeks. At that moment, Zhuang knocked and entered, indicating, "My lady, the day has come for the astronomical observatory's confirmation." Upon finishing, he promptly stepped forward, presenting a red, gold-embossed document with one hand. Hua Qing, blushing, perused the contents and was astonished upon seeing the date, the first day of the Lunar New Year. In just over 2 months, Hua Qing understood that in historical times, wedding gifts and various ceremonies could take up to 3 months, and some high-ranking officials took a year to marry their legitimate wives. How could it be that in this world, only 2 months had passed? Were there no auspicious days in sight? It seemed too rushed to prepare for Lin Ran's wedding. Would it lack sincerity? Confused, Hua Qing hesitated, and Zhuang frowned, saying, "Isn't this too hasty? Should we send someone to the astronomical observatory to consult on another auspicious date?" Thinking of her appointment with Lin Ran for tea the following day, she set the document aside. "I have arranged to meet Lin Gongzi at Lin Chuntai tomorrow. I will ask for his opinion then, along with addressing other matters." Zhuang exclaimed, "My lady, please, do take charge. You are the lady ruler, a woman of stature. Why must you consult your future legitimate husband on every matter, if it continues like this? Once Lin Gongzi enters the door, will he not control everything?" Of course, Zhuang would never voice such insubordinate thoughts directly. Internally, he was unsure whether to sympathize with the princess or with those who served her. In the evening at the governor's residence, Lin Ran received the letter, a smile gracing his lips as he read it twice before locking it away in a box. The next day, with the clouds parting and the sun shining bright, the cold air grew increasingly robust. Hua Qing donned a light purple jacket, layered with a snow-white fox fur vest, her hair fashioned in a rarely seen style for the lady ruler of Dazhao, adorned with a fine jade pear blossom hairpin. The charming, radiant young woman descended from the carriage, revealing her fair and smooth visage, her cherry-like lips, delicate nose, and round, sparkling eyes resembling a pool of clear water. Anyone who beheld her would find her beauty akin to soft jade. In Dazhao, women were celebrated for their strength and valor, with prowess in martial arts being highly esteemed. A delicate, seemingly fragile figure like Hua Qing, swaying like a hibiscus in the rain, was a rare sight. Perhaps one or two among thousands. My lady, the crown prince has arrived, reported a new and unfamiliar guard, stepping forward to speak in a hushed tone. Ah, Lin Ran acknowledged, having been the first to notice the lady ruler disembarking in a daze, confirming her presence by glancing at the plaque. Moments later, 3 knocks echoed as Hua Qing tapped on the door. The guard opened it respectfully and stepped aside, bowing in Greetings, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Hua Qing smiled, accustomed to the formalities, and replied, No need for formalities, before directing her gaze to the window. What a handsome young man. He is soon to be my husband. Zhua Ying and Xiao Jiao, both perceptive, exchanged knowing glances with the guard, and the 3 discreetly retreated outside, quietly closing the door behind them. Lin Ran rose, advancing slowly, and for the first time, performed a standard greeting befitting a nobleman before Hua Qing. His demeanor was as refreshing as a gentle breeze, and as radiant as the moonlight, clad in a flowing robe with wide sleeves. Cinched at the waist with high boots, his thick, lustrous hair was swept back, secured by a completely black hairpin. His voice resonated like jade striking stone as he greeted the princess. Hua Qing was taken aback by this unexpected formality and instinctively reached for the man's hand. Naturally taking hold, Do not suddenly bow to me. You startled me, she softly complained, prompting Lin Ran to chuckle lightly. Just as she attempted to release his hand, he firmly grasped her delicate fingers in return. Hua Qing thought, Oh dear, my heart is racing. Lin Ran seemed oblivious to her stiffness. Unperturbed by her flushed cheeks, he simply guided her to a seat, finally releasing her hand. Let your highness acclimate. The formalities during the wedding will be even more elaborate. Was this his way of addressing her earlier confusion regarding his grand gesture? Hua Qing clenched her hand, the warmth of his touch still lingering. Compared to Chu Huaishuang's gentle grasp, being held by Lin Ran elicited no aversion, only shyness. Noticing the lady ruler's continued blush, Lin Ran gently caressed her hand. Despite the turmoil within, his expression remained unruffled as he spoke. You sought me, yet you lower your head and say nothing? Hua Qing immediately lifted her gaze, feeling too bashful to meet his striking countenance. Staring at the bubbling tea, she candidly replied, Lin Gongzi, do you think the wedding date is too soon? A faint crack echoed. Barely audible. Hua Qing, engrossed in conversation, remained oblivious and continued. Moreover, within the royal residence, there are 3 consorts bestowed by His Majesty. Oh, you have any good ideas for sending them away? I truly do not know how to handle this. Lin Ran raised the cup to his lips and drained it in one gulp. Unbeknownst to Hua Qing, his hand lightly dropped to his side, the shattered ceramic fragments turning to dust. Does Qingqing wish to postpone the wedding? Chapter 45. Haha, my boyfriend, yes. Do you not think that 2 months is rather hasty? I have heard that simply preparing the wedding gown takes 3 months, not to mention the banquet preparations and guest invitations. Hua Qing did not perceive anything amiss in Lin Ran's inquiry, continuing to enumerate the arrangements on her fingers. They were under imperial decree to marry. The formalities had been completed, and they had arrived at the invitation stage. Indeed, the astronomical observatory had already communicated the specific date to both families. Suddenly, Lin Ran chuckled, his gaze fixed on the earnest Hua Qing as she meticulously calculated the various ceremonial details, his earlier irritation dissipating. So, Qingqing believes that marrying too quickly would do me a disservice? Hua Qing nodded earnestly, replying, This is a matter that will last a lifetime. It happens only once. How can 2 months be sufficient for preparation? Therefore, no need to change anything. This date is perfect. The new year marks a beautiful beginning, a time of rebirth that I will assist you in the preparations, so there is no need for concern. Lin Ran's interruption only intensified Hua Qing's embarrassment that in this world, it was customary for women to wed men, with more elaborate ceremonies reflecting greater respect for the groom. For a newlywed woman to prepare her own items would be exceedingly disrespectful. Would it not? In historical times, women faced scorn and ridicule for such things. Hua Qing's strong sense of feminism was ignited. This wonderful young man was to become her husband. How could she allow him to suffer further indignity? No. How could I let you prepare anything? In a few days, I will visit the Ministry of Works and request that they send a box of weapons for you to play with during your leisure. Lin Ran's gaze fell upon Hua Qing's animated lips, only to quickly shift away. With his head slightly lowered, his long lashes cast shadows, harmonizing with the sunlight filtering through the open window that he appeared ethereal. As if enveloped in a golden glow, Hua Qing raised her head. She was struck by the sight of him, resembling an unworldly bodhisattva. Under the gentle embrace of sunlight, he looked as though he might radiate light himself. What a romantic filter, she thought. Such a straight nose, such long eyelashes, and such flawless skin. It's as if he has no pores, the tenderly rosy lips, neither too thin nor too plump, or a glistening layer of tea, rendering them irresistibly alluring. The heartbeat raced, thumping like the rapid cadence following a 500-meter sprint. In a flurry of feigned nonchalance, Hua Qing hastily seized a piece of pear pastry to suppress her excitement. Lin Ran observed Hua Qing as she chewed with her cheeks puffed out, and just as she swallowed, he posed a question that had lingered in his mind. Since Qing wishes to present me with a weapon, it suggests she knows me well. Then, why does His Highness take a liking to me? I cannot embroider, play the zither, nor cook soup. The phrase to cook soup seemed to escape his lips with a cold undertone, almost as if it were a reluctant admission that a sudden cough, not from being choked by pastries, but from his own saliva, interrupted the moment. Hua Qing could hardly believe this was something an ancient man in a matriarchal world would utter. To directly inquire why someone liked him, did Lin Ran always know of her affections? Coughing, her face and neck flushed crimson as a tall figure suddenly appeared beside her, gently patting her back and offering a cup of tea. Thank you, Hua Qing sipped delicately, her gaze wandering in confusion. Lin Ran made no effort to rush her, standing quietly beside her, transitioning from gentle pats to tender strokes. It was not the playful caress of a roguish young man from a drama, but rather a restrained, earnest touch that evoked the tender care of a guardian from her childhood. Yet, Hua Qing felt inexplicably that Lin Ran's caress mirrored the way she had once stroked cats in a cat safe in a past life. She felt a heat rising within her. In the chill of winter, the warmth overwhelmed her senses, leaving her dazed. This romance was unfolding too swiftly, and Hua Qing found herself at a loss, sensing the frozen demeanor of the female monarch beneath his hand. Lin Ran's amusement was barely contained. From the autumn banquet until now, he had been continually testing the waters, not only probing her, but also himself. The outcome of his inquiries revealed the answer he desired. The delicate, easily intimidated female monarch truly harbored feelings for him. But why? Lin Ran found himself perplexed. He was aware of his handsome appearance that in previous years, when the female monarch, oblivious to his temperament, frequently sought his company. Each would gaze at him with admiration for his looks. However, whenever he spoke brusquely or engaged in behaviors deemed unbecoming of a gentleman, they would regard him with surprise, only to reveal expressions of disappointment. Some even exhibited disdain, as if a meticulously crafted, exquisite dish was discovered to be overly salty and spicy upon tasting, leaving one wishing to spit it out immediately. Thus, Lin Ran remained bewildered. What could the female monarch, who endured pain to rescue him, who dutifully nestled against him without moving, possibly see in him? This fade would eventually grow tiresome if he were to reveal even a hint of his hidden desires. Would she flee in fear? While Lin Ran was lost in thought, Hua Qing, blushing, mused. Did Lin Ran perhaps like me too? Though he had not spoken it, she was no fool. He treated her better than any other female monarch. He saved her, embraced her, and his gaze was always attentive to her. Why? Did he simply prefer someone like me? How fortunate. As Lin Ran's mind raced with concerns about whether his future wife might stray, Hua Qing, a quintessentially ordinary girl, believed that Lin Ran liked her just as she was, automatically slipping into a romantic mindset that in short. I am my own conquest. Hua Qing turned, blushing fiercely as she took Lin Ran's hand. With her head bowed, she failed to notice the fleeting change in the man's expression. You need not cook soup, embroider, or play the zither. Simply be yourself and pursue what you love. As for why I like you, I cannot say. Chapter 46. A gentle touch. Hua Qing was at a loss for sweet nothings. She recalled the days when she would flirt shamelessly on various platforms. Handsome, I have a question for you. What's your satellite number? Wear a pair of shorts. You chicken cage warning. Yet, in the throes of genuine romance, she found herself utterly shy, unable to utter a word. She replied, her voice as soft and clear as ever. Lin Ran, holding her hand, was resonating with overwhelming sentiments. There were many probing questions left unasked, but upon hearing Hua Qing's declaration to simply do what she loved, Lin Ran momentarily lost his restraint. After a soft affirmation, he pulled her unexpectedly into a wide embrace. The mingled scents of cedar and wintersweet enveloped her, leading Hua Qing to think fondly of the delightful fragrance of the governor's residence in the next instant. Her face flushed crimson. Though this was not their first embrace, it was the first devoid of hazy consciousness, injury, or the cover of night. Openly, as unmarried individuals, they embraced one another. Oh dear, the heartbeat quickened. Could he hear it? Wait, was that his heartbeat? The heat on Hua Qing's face surged once more, while her heart felt sweet as if ants were marching through it. She reached out, wrapping her arms around his waist. Firm and powerful, it provided an undeniable sense of security. Blushing, Hua Qing bravely lifted her head to gaze at Lin Ran. No matter how she looked at her boyfriend, he was undeniably handsome, a perfect 360-degree view. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Despite the storm brewing in his eyes, his expression remained composed. Hua Qing blinked her glistening, round eyes at him. He deliberately curved his lips in a mockingly helpless smile. Enticing and beguiling. Indeed, Hua Qing was momentarily entranced, her embarrassment causing her to blush anew. She hastily buried her face in his embrace, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. Thank you, Brother Nyo. Grateful to Brother Ma. I am thoroughly satisfied with this world you found for me, and the one I stumbled upon is equally delightful. Seeing the female monarch's bashful demeanor, Lin Ran gently pinched her soft neck, then ruffled her fluffy little head. With a tender touch reminiscent of petting a cat, he uttered words that sent a shiver through Hua Qing. 3 concubines will be sent away before the wedding. Ran has his methods. Will Qing comply? Here it comes. Nestling closer, Hua Qing let out a soft mm. Raising her head once more, she felt the weight of the moment and, looking earnestly into his eyes, declared, I will follow your lead. The surge of mischief that had briefly flared in Lin Ran's heart dissipated instantly, his tongue grazing the roof of his mouth as he felt an irresistible urge to lean down and do something. Hua Qing, feeling Lin Ran's intense gaze upon her, noticed the depth of his dark pupils, focused and unwavering. Her legs grew weak under his scrutiny, stammering, What are you looking at? Is there something else? Then I will comply with your wishes. Lin Ran squeezed the back of Hua Qing's neck, a possessive gesture. He leaned closer, bringing their eyes level, his gaze still locked on hers, and in a husky voice, asked, So obedient? Hua Qing nodded vigorously. He was too close now. Too close. Help. How can anyone resist this? Growing up under the red banner, she received an education of gender equality, yet everyone has their preferences. Long ago, while other girls were enamored with handsome flower boys, gentle puppies, and youthful romances, Hua Qing found herself drawn to rugged men, domineering CEOs, and tales of generals. She was the type who, upon liking someone, would willingly do anything for them, wanting to share the world's wonders with her beloved. Thus, when friends complained about possessive male leads, Hua Qing would only think with hard eyes, Oh my God, is there such a wonderful thing? A man who loves only you, brews tea for you, tears apart the second male lead, and remains indifferent to others while doting on you like a teddy bear. How could these little wives run away? Yes, obedient. Hua Qing quickly followed suit. Whispering sweetly, her words prompted Lin Ran to gently brush his lips against hers. Warm and soft, his breath was delightful. Realizing what had just transpired, Hua Qing dove back into Lin Ran's embrace, resolutely refusing to look up. Upon hearing his lively laughter, she felt so embarrassed that she pinched him lightly at the waist. The window is still open. Such a feeble display of affection was akin to teasing for Lin Ran, provoking him to laugh heartily. His chest shook with laughter, his garments fluttering, with features as picturesque as a painting and lips as red as vermilion. Hua Qing resolved not to look up, regardless of how charming his laughter was. She had been teased, but oh, how delightful it was. Next time, she would certainly reclaim her honor. Chapter 47. A perfect match. The golden light slanted as passers-by bustled about, creating a lively scene. With days growing shorter and nights lengthening, dusk approached around 4 o'clock. Ran, I'm heading back. You take care and rest well. Your injury has only just healed, so don't be careless. Hua Qing leaned out of the carriage, waving her hand, her smile revealing a row of charming white teeth. The 4 guards at the governor's gate lowered their heads, daring not to meet the gaze of their masters. Yet they stole glances. They beheld the usually stoic or disdainful young master approaching the carriage. That he reached out, pinching the face of His Highness, the Prince of Chun, with a smile brimming with affection. Surprisingly, His Highness did not seem angered, allowing such an undignified action to unfold. To top it off, The prince waved cheerfully in farewell. The guards exchanged bewildered looks. Had they gone blind, or had the world truly changed? Typically, it was the female monarch who would tenderly touch the hand of her beloved, reciting sweet verses to evoke blushes. How was it that when it came to their young master, everything had reversed? Not only did His Highness not take offense, but he also permitted such unruly behavior. Not only do the servants find it perplexing, but the bodyguards and attendants who closely accompany the parties involved also struggle to comprehend the situation. However, they are aware of what should and should not be said. Indulging in conjectures about their master is deemed inappropriate. Hua Qing is indifferent to the opinions of others, and Lin Ran is even more so. In a society characterized by rigid rules and a hierarchy that favors men over women, he stands out like a resilient poplar tree, despite the swirling rumors that assail him like a tempest. He remains proudly upright, indifferent to the masses. Perhaps only chasing wind can vaguely perceive the reason why Lin Ran became indispensable to her after only 2 encounters with Prince Chun, beyond Prince Chen's innocent charm and amiable demeanor. The most crucial aspect may be that from the very beginning, he has never regarded Lin Ran's uniqueness with disdain. He does not see her as someone who defies masculine virtue or acts inappropriately. The flaws perceived by society appear to transform into virtues in the eyes of Prince Chun. Imagine, if one must endure an assassination attempt every 10 days or so, surrounded by vast conspiracies and besieged by slander. He would be akin to a ferocious beast, having locked himself away in a dark prison. Yet one day, a passing lady, like the warm winter sun piercing through the opaque darkness of the cage, smiles and says to the beast inside, "You are truly handsome. I adore your fierce demeanor." Not only that, she steps forward and gently opens the prison door. The lady does not flee. Instead, she cheerfully prepares to take what she mistakenly believes to be her pet home. Little does she know, the beast, under the suffocating shadows of conspiracy and hunger, has already mastered the art of masquerading as a gentle rabbit, understanding how to approach humans to receive affection and sustenance. Using its beautiful coat and docile demeanor to lower their guard until the well-meaning rescuer becomes nothing more than its possession as the last rays of the setting sun fade into orange light. The deep blue night descends. Hua Qing, with the heart of a young girl, has already collapsed onto the soft couch in her room, tossing and turning. Flushed with shyness, she cannot help but repeatedly recall that fleeting kiss. Although their lips merely brushed for a brief second, she has relished the moment dozens of times. The warm silver stove crackles with a lively fire, casting a rosy glow upon the lady's cheeks. An hour later, having savored the lamb hot pot with delight, Hua Qing hears a knock on the door from Zhuoying. "My lady, hurry and freshen up. His Majesty has come to visit you incognito." Hua Qing instantly springs up from the couch, joyfully rinsing her mouth with fragrant tea, and ties her hair into a ponytail with a silk ribbon, with a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. She hurriedly locks away the scandalous novels by the window and shoves the scattered snacks into a drawer. After about 20 minutes, draping herself in a thick, plush cape, she welcomes Emperor Hua Yin into her abode. "Next time, you need not come out to greet me. Within the residence, we are merely sisters, not sovereign and subject," she says. Hua Yin raises an eyebrow, his tone typically indifferent, yet Hua Qing remains cheerful. "Understood." Zhao Pei steps forward to hang up their heavy garments and presents the brewed Lao Shou Mei white tea. Hua Yin pats Hua Qing's hand and, pulling her down to sit, inquires, "Is everything prepared? If there is anything you do not understand, I can have Pei stay to assist you." Upon mentioning the marriage, Hua Qing feels a rush of heat, becoming adorably bashful. It is quite good. No need for Zhao to oversee it. Zhuoying understands as well. Seeing her sister's shyness, Hua Yan's thin lips curl slightly, revealing a hint of a smile, which is quickly suppressed as he adopts a serious expression. "After the grand wedding, you must conceive as soon as possible. The Chun Wangfu requires an heir, preferably a daughter. But do not feel pressured about it." Beneath the flickering candlelight, the plush carpet softens the atmosphere, while the gilded incense burner releases a soothing fragrance. Despite the warmth surrounding her, Hua Qing cannot shake off a chilling sense of panic. "What am I so anxious about? I do not know." Just gazing at her sister, who, even at night, paints her face with vibrant colors, her lips of vivid crimson and her cheeks adorned with a rosy glow, makes her feel uneasy. "Sister, why have you been so anxious lately? Last time you urged me about marriage, and now, even before I am wed, you hasten me to bear children." Humph. Chapter 48. Feeling wronged. Hua Yan, hearing her curious inquiry, manages a faint smile as she replies, "Why should I not be anxious? Father's greatest wish was for you to marry and bear children. You have been awake for over half a year now, and your health is robust." In the flickering candlelight, Hua Qing furrows her brow, tilting her head with curiosity. "Father has passed away for a long time. Whether I have children in a year, 2 years, or 3 years, he would surely understand. Why does it seem like you cannot wait, sister? Am I mistaken?" Hua Qing feels an unsettling suspicion creeping in, reaching its peak in the next moment. "Qing, I am not discussing this with you." At that moment, the coldness in her tone and the depth of her gaze make Hua Qing acutely aware of the oppressive authority of her sister. Startled, Hua Qing opens her mouth, unsure of what to say. Her heart swelling with anger as memories of the original owner of her body disrupt her thoughts, causing her to mutter, "Sister." Hua Yan's hand, pressing against the table, tightens slightly, her knuckles turning white as she coldly declares, "You have been reckless for long enough. Starting tomorrow, you will go to the Ministry of Revenue for training. I will instruct Li Jin to teach you properly. As for marriage, within a year at most. The Chun Wangfu needs to cultivate heirs. This is an imperial edict. The Chun Wang must receive it. The Ministry of Revenue oversees national territories, land, household registration, taxes, salaries, and all financial matters for any royal family member. Being assigned to the Ministry of Revenue is a highly coveted position. However, Hua Qing is unconcerned with such matters. Her eyes are already red. She stares blankly at her sister, who has always been kind and tolerant towards both the original owner and herself. Now completely disregarding her feelings and opinions, using a commanding tone and the authority of the emperor to dictate her fate. It feels as though she has come on this cold night not to reminisce or to bond as sisters, but merely to inform her of this decree, even demanding that she conceive within a year. Hua Qing cannot fathom how someone can change so quickly. Just a short while ago, her sister would caress her face, tap her head, and gather interesting tribute after tribute to send her. What has transpired in these mere 2 months? Hua Qing feels a bittersweet sense of grievance swelling within her, yet when faced with Hua Yan's cold, regal countenance, she lowers her head and kneels. "Your servant, accept the decree." Zhao Pei, filled with sympathy, tightly clenches her hands, longing to assist the Chun Wang, but she cannot, seeing the droplets of tears falling onto the dark fabric of the skirt. She turns away, unable to bear it. "All right, rise. Do not blame me for being heartless." Hua Qing stubbornly remains kneeling. Through her blurred vision, she sees that fiery figure striding out of the room without pause. Each step resolute, the sound of her footsteps gradually fades, echoing with urgency. Perhaps it is due to her anger. Zwing rushes into the room, supporting Hua Qing with one hand. "My lady, what has happened?" Hua Qing remains silent, dazedly wiping away her tears as she collapses onto the soft bed. "Everyone, please leave. I need to calm down." She feels so distressed. Why has her sister suddenly become so cold? Is she perhaps worried that her marriage to the governor's family might threaten the throne? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Her sister has never thought this way. She knows what kind of person Hua Qing is. The throne cannot be seized by someone as idle and incompetent as her, someone who cannot even hold a knife steadied. Why? Hua Qing cannot comprehend. Just the thought of her sister's cold, disdainful gaze pierces her heart. Perhaps the lingering memories and emotions of the original owner still influence her, or perhaps it is the bond of blood shared between them. Half an hour later, at the governor's mansion, Chasing Wind resumes his duties after a 2-day rest. Upon receiving a letter from the secret guards, he promptly delivers it to Lin Ran. After reading the letter, Lin Ran remains silent for a minute. Without regard for the late hour, he rises and dons a cloak adorned with intricate dark patterns. Chasing Wind cautiously inquires, "Has something happened with His Highness Chun Wang?" Lin Ran pauses at the door, turning to say coolly, "You rest. I will take a trip." Chasing Wind nods in acknowledgement. He is pleased that his master still considers his injury, yet he is also curious. What grievance could Chun Wang possibly have that necessitates a visit at this hour? Indeed, in Lin Ran's eyes, Hua Qing's tears are of utmost importance. Regardless of who caused her distress, he cannot abide it, even if that person is her sister and the emperor, within half an hour. There is a knock on Hua Qing's window, startling her. Just as she is about to call for someone, she hears a voice. "Qing Qing da-da, Ran Ran." Hua Qing quickly rushes to open the window. With a creak, a tall figure effortlessly leaps inside, nimbly despite his nearly 6-foot height. "Ran Ran, what brings you here?" Hua Qing whispers, suppressing her voice as she looks him over, taking his hand to feel his warmth. Pulling him onto the couch, she anxiously asks, "Aren't you cold? What brings you here at this hour?" Lin Ran, seeing the lady's eyes filled with concern for him, and her reddened gaze as she pours him hot water, cannot help but pull her into his embrace. It is nothing significant. Do you mind my intruding at this hour? Hua Qing's pent-up grievances well up again, and she cuddles closer to him, pouting her lips in discontent. Why must you scold me? It's so cold. Don't come out at night anymore. Lin Ran pressed a gentle kiss upon the soft crown of the female monarch's head. With a single hand, he delicately grasped her chin, compelling her to lift her gaze and behold his countenance. Why do you weep? Who has wronged you? Chapter 49. Proactive flirtation. Your Majesty summoned me to the Ministry of Revenue. To report for duty. With a voice tinged by a nasal hum, Lin Ran gently caressed her fingers, observing the little rabbit's reddened eyes, and patiently inquired, "Do you not wish to go?" Hua Qing, with her chin elevated by his hand, could only admire her boyfriend's exquisite features, her spirits lifting considerably. She blinked and replied, "It's not that. It's just, His Majesty is quite anxious, expecting me to." Wait a moment. How did I let that slip? How am I supposed to articulate this? I must sound ridiculous. Am I to tell an ancient gentleman, "Let us hasten to procreate"? The level of embarrassment is through the roof. Not only had Hua Qing's nose turned red, her eyes glistened, and now her cheeks bloomed with a rosy hue, her gaze beginning to evade his. Lin Ran, perplexed by her reluctance to elaborate, found himself increasingly compelled to uncover the latter part of her statement. What was to be accomplished within a year? Was she to achieve political merits, or was it a matter of how many consorts she was to gather? Lin Ran was discontented with any aspect of his possessions that he could not control. Speak to me. Qing. Lin Ran leaned closer, his eyes brimming with tender affection and boundless patience, akin to a predator poised to strike, yet exuding remarkable restraint. Hua Qing, nestled in his embrace, felt their breaths intertwining as he sought to unravel her perplexity. The imperial edict states that within a year, there must be a legitimate daughter, or a son would suffice. As the candle flickered, the petite figure in his arms immediately bowed her head, revealing her alabaster neck. For a brief moment, Lin Ran was taken aback, and upon witnessing the female monarch's bashfulness as she refused to lift her gaze, he let out an amused chuckle, if one were to disregard the flush that colored his own ears. Your Majesty is concerned for Qing, perhaps a tad too much. Since the decree has been issued, Ran must strive diligently. Though both possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes, Chu Huaishuang's were imbued with an innate charm. His gaze flowing like the gentle currents of spring rivers, tender and affectionate, evoking a sense of endearment, while Lin Ran's eyes, despite their alluring charm, bore an icy sharpness due to the darkness of his pupils, tempering their seductive allure, appearing refined yet untouchable from afar. Hua Qing, with her head bowed, remained oblivious to the intense possessiveness and mirth swirling within Lin Ran's eyes. At that moment, a cacophony of thoughts raced through her mind. Just 2 months into their confirmed relationship, he was speaking of efforts to prevent her from leaving the bed, to hasten the arrival of offspring. Hua Qing's heart raced to an alarming 120 beats per minute, blood rushing to her head, leaving no room for contemplation regarding the emperor's sudden change in demeanor. Initially, their relationship had revolved around sweet kisses and affectionate embraces, yet this sudden shift into more intimate discussions left her bewildered. While others were still in the early stages of courtship, she felt as though she had already accelerated onto the expressway. Do not say another word. Hua Qing, feeling utterly flustered in his embrace, squirmed awkwardly, attempting to change her position. Yet, with but a slight shift, she found herself gently set aside. Lin Ran straightened his robes, smoothing them out to conceal any unusualness. He casually redirected the conversation, as though moving Hua Qing aside was merely a trivial act. Very well, let us speak of the Ministry of Revenue instead, shall we? Upon hearing him shift topics, Hua Qing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Standing at a petite height of barely 165 meters, she pondered whether she had been indulging too much lately. No wonder her chest felt heavy, and her backside seemed to have rounded out. How utterly mortifying to have made her boyfriend's legs numb. Ren understands affairs of state? Hua Qing quickly diverted her thoughts, lest they linger on weight loss. Lin Ran lowered his gaze, taking her soft, fair hand in his fingers delicately caressing hers in a husky tone. His lips curved slightly, he remarked, Though there is no explicit prohibition against you participating in politics, it is exceedingly rare. Although I possess little interest in such matters, I do have some knowledge. He then proceeded to meticulously analyze the 6 ministries of the court, detailing everything from the highest echelon of the 3 provinces to the daily duties of minor officials, speaking with eloquence. Hua Qing listened, her eyes sparkling with admiration, utterly captivated. My fiancé is a promising candidate for public service. Surely he would score first in written examinations and interviews, dominating the examination halls. As she gazed at him with wide, gleaming eyes, Lin Ran paused his discourse, repeatedly kneading her small hand with his fingers. Are you pleased? Would you like to hear more? Hua Qing eagerly nodded, her enthusiasm evident. The female monarch's doe-like eyes regarded her beloved, her long hair cascading down to her bosom, her complexion pale yet flushed. The veins in her eyes had faded, yet the corners still bore a trace of crimson. She wished to speak, yet shyness held her back, a blend of innocence and allure. Lin Ran remained silent, and the atmosphere grew charged with a hint of intimacy, which Hua Qing could sense. Noting the change in his expression, she boldly licked her lips and, summoning her courage, leaned in to plant a swift kiss on his lips. The moment their lips met, she withdrew, yet the kiss was a reward for his attentiveness. Lin Ran, bracing himself against the soft divan, felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her tightly then and there, to tease her until she implored him with a soft voice. But such actions were not permissible, at least not in this moment, nor in the near future. The female monarch's emotions were too fragile. The emperor had merely assigned her a political task, perhaps with a slightly stern tone, yet she was quick to sense something amiss. For now, she was merely enamored with his exterior, cherishing the protection he offered. It was not enough. She needed to wait a little longer. Within Lin Ran's dark, tempestuous eyes, emotions surged and subsided. He quickly suppressed them, lowering his gaze, his ears tinged with crimson. Hua Qing could not help but think, how utterly adorable. Is he shy? The contrast of his demeanor was delightful. He was so skilled at flirting, yet here he was, blushing and speechless. Her boyfriend truly knew how to tug at her heartstrings. Chapter 50. Cozy ambiguity. Hua Qing secretly reveled in her delight, casting furtive glances at him, noting his still flushed ears, a thrill coursing through her. She longed to plant a few more soft kisses upon his face. Lin Ran chuckled helplessly, giving her hand a gentle squeeze before continuing. The Ministry of Revenue in the Great Dazhao Kingdom is presided over by a minister, Li Ran, who holds the rank of 3rd grade. There are 2 deputy ministers of 4th grade, 2 inspectors for principal officials, and 2 principal officials of the treasury. Hua Qing found herself overwhelmed, opting to sit cross-legged on the divan, propping her head with her hand. What is this punishment, at this late hour? Instead of sweet nothings, I'm receiving a crash course on state affairs. My future husband is a paragon of virtue, while I am but a languorous fish seeking indulgence and leisure. I understand. You mean to say I lack an official title, yet possess a noble rank, so His Majesty intends to bestow upon me a proper official position. Thus, I must first gain experience. And I must avoid offending Mr. Li, Mr. Xiao, and Mr. Zhao, because their tempers are rather fierce. Lin Ran regarded her with admiration. Indeed, Qing is quick to grasp the point, yet there is no need to feel overly constrained if those esteemed officials were to deliberately make things difficult for you. You may directly address it with His Majesty. Hua Qing nodded. Are you worried that I might be bullied and cannot stand up to them? So you wish for me to seek out the parent for help? Lin Ran leaned closer, playfully pinching her cheek, his gaze fixated on her dewy lips, his expression earnest yet tinged with mischief. Indeed, I worry for your well-being, and you may approach His Majesty now, while after our wedding. You may seek my assistance. How infuriating. I've been charmed again. Their rapport was delightful, and on this wintry night, Hua Qing listened intently as Lin Ran quietly analyzed the political landscape of the court, taking diligent notes and humbly learning. Lin Ran occasionally found his ears turning red under her gaze, or when she suddenly exclaimed, Ran seems like an encyclopedia, or wow, Ran knows this too, a modern-day Zhuge Liang. Her whimsical words leaving him bewildered, in exasperation. He would simply pinch her cheek to Hua Qing. Her soon-to-be husband was the epitome of a gentlemanly ancient scholar, truly self-disciplined and courteous. He would not return her affection when kissed. And when she playfully teased him, he merely pinched her hand or cheek in feigned annoyance. How chivalrous. Help me. I adore this cold, sharp man who is so bashful at home. as the moonlight illuminated the sparse stars. A chilling wind whistled through the bamboo grove. The palace of the crown prince was enveloped in tranquility, with intricately carved lanterns casting twisting shadows upon the white walls, creating a beautiful pattern. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Hua Qing remained enthralled by their conversation. However, after having entertained his future wife for quite some time, Lin Ran stood to bid farewell. It is late. I must return. It is improper to climb walls at such an hour, and while I care little for my reputation, I would not wish anyone to misunderstand your presence here. He stood tall, his stature requiring Hua Qing to tilt her head to meet his gaze. Are you leaving? When shall we meet again? Lin Ran seemed to comprehend her momentary daze, having long recognized the allure of his exterior. Yet, only a few truly understood the essence beneath the surface. Thus, he naturally bent down, a playful smirk gracing his lips, exuding a carefree charm, his eyes imbued with a languorous allure as he replied, "If you do not mind the trivialities of social niceties. Whenever you wish to see me, simply instruct your guards to leave a message at the Lanling Jade shop." After a brief pause, Lin Ran added, "That shop is one of my wedding dowries." Hua Qing could hardly bear to hear him mention terms like dowry, wedding, or post-marriage. Just broaching this topic made her heart race. For heaven's sake, we haven't even shared a passionate kiss yet. Merely brushing our lips together has already left us both blushing and breathless. What would happen on the wedding night? Hua Qing felt overwhelmed. She contemplated whether she should act a bit reckless over the next 2 months and hastily adapt to being intimate with her boyfriend. Yet, considering his aloofness akin to a majestic mountain, she recalled how little time they had known each other. Surely, a mere lip touch must be their limit. Although they had solidified their bond through a life-and-death ordeal, their feelings seemed not deep enough to explore further. Well, actually, she was a bit intrigued. After all, she had inadvertently caught a glimpse of his abs last time. Oh no, stop. I need to remain composed. Hua Qing's modern-day musings were racing ahead, nearly spiraling out of control as her thoughts drifted below the waistline. All right, fine. If I miss you, I should send someone to convey that. By the way, can you embroider a wedding gown? Hua Qing understood Lin Ran's character. Thus, her inquiry, which could be construed as a jab at his lack of skills in both male virtue and embroidery, was genuinely meant to show her concern for him. She even pondered whom to enlist for assistance. A fleeting, unnameable emotion flashed across Lin Ran's mind, but he concealed it well. He bent down slightly, gently enveloping the lady in his arms, taking in her softness and fragrance. He deliberately maintained a palm's distance between them, projecting a sense of gentleness and restraint even in his affection. Is this intentional on your part? Lin Ran asked knowingly. Hua Qing, catching his drift, quickly clarified. No, I'm truly just concerned. It doesn't matter who does it. Lin Ran's chest trembled slightly, and his low, husky voice, mingled with his pleasant scent, enveloped Hua Qing, causing her cheeks to heat up in the warm room. I've already started learning, so don't worry. Qing, I will embroider it myself, every stitch and thread. Though time is limited, I still wish to create your wedding night attire. Would you find it displeasing? For now, I can only embroider undergarments. After the wedding, you will only wear what I have crafted for you, every intimate piece. His large hand moved to gently squeeze the back of Hua Qing's neck, a gesture filled with possessiveness. Held in his embrace, with his hand caressing her back, she felt dizzy with infatuation, happily exclaiming, "Of course I wouldn't mind. I would wear anything you make. I would love it all." Chapter 51. Memories Late at Night. Lin Ran climbed back over the wall into the governor's residence. Initially seeking an excuse to comfort Hua Qing, he returned only to find himself wide awake when the lady looked up at him. Her gaze was filled with affection, a stark contrast to the awe, disdain, or ridicule he had faced from others since childhood. Her admiration was not merely for his appearance, but something deeper. However, apart from his looks, Lin Ran felt he possessed little worthy of such affection. Other ladies had brutally declared that apart from his face, he was utterly lacking. To Hua Qing, he was impressively skilled in combat. Yet this trait was hardly regarded as a virtue by anyone else. After all, few gentlemen delighted in wielding weapons or could overpower a lady, leaving her utterly humiliated. When Lin Ran was younger, he would feel hurt by such ridicule. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and held his head high, refusing to let anyone belittle him, not even the towering elder ladies. As he matured, he unwittingly became embroiled in conflicts, with assassination attempts following one after another. Time and again, he emerged from the pile of corpses, merely wiping the blood from his face, whether it belonged to him or another. Even with shattered kneecaps, he shed not a single tear. His mother loved him dearly, but offered no assistance, coldly stating, "I have only you as my child. If the lady can do it, why can't you?" "Look, you can," she assured him that more gentlemen would pick up spears, and many would enter officialdom. "You are the first, and will not be the last." After narrowly escaping death, Lin Ran realized the truth behind her words. The internal conflict he harbored Rhaegar after toiling through the night. My back ached and my eyes were bloodshot. Yet, when I saw Lin Ran calmly studying the embroidery patterns, I couldn't help but feel a deep admiration. Lord Lin and Master Qi have but one child, and thus have nurtured their daughter to be a lady of refinement from a young age. Coincidentally, the young lady has never taken to embroidery or playing the guqin. She would memorize the teachings of propriety and virtue, only to sneak away from her lessons to ride horses, hunt, and purchase weaponry. I had always thought that she might not possess the dexterity to thread a needle, even considering that she might angrily overturn the basket of supplies. However, to my astonishment, after spending several hours last night studying the patterns of mandarin ducks, she progressed from pricking her fingers to producing remarkably fine stitches. As dawn broke and she concluded her embroidery, I found myself in awe. Is the disparity between individuals truly so vast? In her youth, Lord Lin mistook her attempt at embroidering a peony for a morning glory. Yet now, she could bring a small creature to life with her needlework in just one night. Had I not witnessed Lin Ran dismantling her work and then reassembling it with a stoic expression, I would have suspected that a skilled master had taken her place. Thus, I genuinely lamented that it was not due to her incompetence that she detested such activities, but rather that she could excel at anything she chose, depending solely on her willingness. That it was merely that these crafts were not to her liking. I led others to the stables. A realization dawned upon me. She had once painted flowers and birds for the prince, despite her lack of skill, and now she could take up the very needlework she despised. Might she also be inspired by His Highness the Crown Prince to play the guqin? I had to admit, I was thoroughly convinced by Lin Ran's talents. Just after finishing breakfast, Qi spotted a gentleman clad in white, carrying a guqin towards Lin Ran's courtyard. Qi Fu, is that not the esteemed first guqin master of Tianxiang Tower? Is the noble house hosting a banquet? The middle-aged man speaking was there to pay a visit to Qi Yin's, the legitimate wife of Governor Zhang, though her husband's position was inferior to Lin Yu's. The two families had always maintained a close relationship, and he was the only one to inquire so directly in the gathering. Qi, unfazed, candidly replied, "My son's betrothal is imminent. I suppose he wishes to play a melodious piece to present to His Highness the Crown Prince." To outsiders, Qi appeared to be remarkably gentle despite her once fearsome reputation. The other attendees, including Lord Li's wife, Governor Zhang's spouse, and two newly arrived matriarchs, shared a collective awkward chuckle in support. Indeed, it calls for congratulations. We shall invite Lord Lin to grace us with his presence at the Crown Prince's residence to partake in the joyous occasion. Yes, His Highness is indeed the most amiable. His character is exemplary, and it is a match made in heaven for our young master to wed into the Crown Prince's household. Young Master Lin is strikingly handsome. And exceptionally skilled. Blessings upon blessings. Qi maintained a smile, graciously accepting their well wishes, while her eyes mirrored Lin Ran's cold demeanor. Internally, she scoffed. Are they truly struggling to find words of praise for my son? To imply that only the Crown Prince, with his gentle disposition, could tolerate my son. Does that suggest my son is lacking in character? After sending off the guests, Qi clasped her hands behind her back, her tall figure appearing in a corner of the southeastern courtyard. In the distance, the gentleman who had spent the night in contemplation, now illuminated by the soft morning light, appeared even fairer, with his black hair and eyes, slender frame, and delicate features. He was undeniably handsome. Yet his expression was cold, exuding an air of dissonance. It seemed as if he might shatter the guqin before him if it failed to produce the sound he desired. As Lin Ran's finger grazed the strings, the master gently pressed it back down. 3 part strength, ease it by half, and try again. Lin Ran frowned, glancing at the master, who mirrored his expression without deference, seemingly unfazed by the young lord's notorious reputation, and reiterated, "Young Master Lin, do not rush. Control your strength. This is a love song, not a battle hymn." Taking a deep breath, Lin Ran smiled, surprising Qi, who expected her son to coldly dismiss the master. Instead, he smiled, his lips curving in a perfectly measured arc, embodying the refined upbringing of all young gentlemen. Yes, sir. Lowering his gaze, his hair danced in the chill breeze. Lin Ran's hands once more glided over the strings, this time applying precisely the 3 parts of strength the master had indicated. The master appeared satisfied, allowing the lesson to continue uninterrupted. The master, Waymo, was renowned for producing melodies that lingered for 3 days, his pride well known throughout the great Dazhao Kingdom. Were it not for the significant debt of gratitude he owed the young lord from years past, he would not have personally come to instruct him. At merely 13 or 14, the boy had only exchanged nods of acknowledgement after hearing a few of his pieces. On a fateful night, when pursued by enemies, the young lord had intervened, fighting fiercely for a quarter of an hour to lead him out of danger. Like many young gentlemen, Waymo was versed in the arts but lacked martial prowess. He possessed no internal strength. It was the first time he had seen a boy of such tender age, who, without hesitation, drew a curved dagger from his leg bindings and fought off the assailants. Blood spilling everywhere, saturating the air with a metallic scent. After his escape, Waymo fled south that very night, in the depths of his nightmares, the image of the beautiful young lord wielding a blade, exuding fierce determination, haunted him. The very thought ignited a fervor in his veins. Ultimately, he sought out a master to train in martial arts. Now, he had acquired a degree of agility, confident that he could escape should he ever face pursuit again. Waymo looked upon the young lord of 5 years hence, who now sat gracefully, playing the guqin. Although his performance was halting, his technique and strength were indeed correct. He had changed. The boy of 5 years ago had been unable to conceal his strength or temper his emotions. Yet at this moment, he seemed shrouded in a veil, known to all yet inscrutable in his true demeanor, leaving one to wonder if he might draw a blade in the next instant. Lin Ran lowered his gaze, dutifully playing a few measures, repeating them until they flowed more smoothly, even managing to mimic Waymo to a degree. Not far away, Chi stood listening for about a quarter of an hour, casting a deep glance before silently turning to leave. Humph, the little rascal is already getting anxious before marriage. Just wait until emotions deepen, and he'll likely want to keep her locked away. Heh. Chi suddenly recalled the time when, as a priest, Lin Yu had underestimated her strength and protected her at every turn. She had played the role of a fragile damsel for years until the truth was revealed. If the crown prince discovered that he had long since placed Lin family spies throughout the royal residence, one could only imagine his reaction. Chapter 53. Daily Life 1. Just as the carriage set off last night, Hua Yin couldn't help but spit blood. Leaning against something, one leg curled up, she supported her head with her palm. Laughing to herself, Qing'er must feel resentful towards me now. Perhaps this is for the best. For the best. Chief Steward Zhao Pei felt as though she had aged like a half-burnt candle. Witnessing the emperor in such a state, she dared not weep. Gently coaxing, she said, "Your Majesty, do not be angry. The crown prince is sensitive and has depended on you since childhood. Your constant indulgence has made her somewhat stubborn." Hua Yin waved her hand, entirely unconcerned. "That boy Lin Ran has a temperament just like Qi Yin. Our Qing'er is so wonderful. With him to protect her, I have no regrets." Coughing, but alas, with her stubborn disposition, "I wonder if I will ever see my niece again." This was indeed a disheartening statement, yet Hua Yin insisted on cursing. "What of the assassination attempt? Has everything been accounted for by my grandmother? Let me know who the beast is, and I will personally chop her into pieces to feed the snakes." Her soft, lovely sister must be terrified, though she had become engaged to the man she adored and appeared well these days. Hua Yin still felt a surge of anger that needed to be vented. Her time was limited. In the midst of this peaceful era, she must eradicate every single tumor afflicting her only kin. Zhao Pei respectfully replied, "The individual who escaped from the underworld knows nothing, only stating that the mission was to frighten the princess, while the black-clad assassins acted swiftly. Those who survived have poisoned themselves." The trail led to the Kingdom of Wu. The Kingdom of Wu? Hua Yin frowned, reflecting on events from over a decade ago, and recalling Lin Yu mentioning Lin Ran's several narrow escapes over the years. It dawned on her. Her sister had been implicated. Was this marriage truly necessary? Had she been grasping at straws? Hua Yin couldn't help but ponder. Her initial intention was to find a powerful husband for Qing'er, someone to protect her closely. Now, it seemed she had forgotten that the young man from the Lin family was a calamity in his own right. The headache. Let us return. I shall not attend tomorrow's court. Just say I have a cold and am unwell. Understood. On the other side. After a satisfying slumber, Hua Qing luxuriated in her chamber for an entire day. She meticulously studied the wedding procedures and summoned several matriarchs from the palace for a serious discussion. Subsequently, aside from avoiding the three consorts, Hua Qing did not leave the estate for the remainder of her time. She resumed her practice of wielding the whip in the garden in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. Thanks to her internal strength, the injuries on her right side had significantly improved. Although she could now wield a blade without issue, Hua Qing still insisted that she take ample rest, allowing her only to stand by and instruct her in the art of whip cracking. With a crack, the dark leather whip stirred up a cloud of dust from the ground. Then, oh my, it hurts so much. Who? Master. The sisters on either side could not help but step forward. Hua Qing waved her hand, forcing a smile. No need that it's normal. Any learning requires some sacrifice. Thus, she lamented that beginning martial training in adulthood was indeed a great hardship. After another half-hour of practice, Hua Qing's hands trembled uncontrollably. Clutching her bruised knees and calves, she shuffled back to her room to apply medicine. In the corner, a young servant, busy sweeping fallen leaves, silently held his stomach as he observed the entire scene and handed the broom to his companion beside him. Dado, my stomach hurts terribly. You keep sweeping for now. I'll take over for you this afternoon. Oh dear, lazy people always have more troubles. Go on. With a chuckle while clutching his belly, the ordinary-looking young servant quickly dashed away, as if truly pressed for time. Before long, his figure appeared at the corner of the west wall. A middle-aged man, carrying a water bucket and scrubbing the beams and pillars, heard a voice nearby. His Highness practices the 9-section whip diligently every day, persisting for at least an hour, despite multiple injuries. Yet has not given up. The middle-aged man turned around, irritated. Xiao Lu, you've got the wrong direction. The latrine is over there. The servant named Xiao Lu immediately spun around, laughing heartily. Oh no, I couldn't hold it anymore. I walked the wrong way. The middle-aged man moved his bucket to the rockery, tossing 3 pebbles outside the wall, and after hearing 3 sounds, he recited the original sentence verbatim. After the middle-aged man departed, the shadow and the darkness vanished instantly. Half an hour later, upon hearing the news, Lin Ran chuckled. 4 days had passed, and she had been practicing whip cracking at home, and was covered in injuries. Before leaving that night, she had mentioned missing him and left a message for the shopkeeper. So, she hadn't thought of him. Was her mind solely occupied with the whip? Such an ungrateful, sweet-talking deceiver. Lin Ran sneered, glancing sideways at Chasing Wind, who stood nearby, and asked, how does my 9-section whip fare? Chasing Wind immediately showered him with mindless praise. Young master, your whip can kill at close range and compete in martial arts at a distance. It is both genuine and deceptive, the best in Dazhao. Should be, but who knows if it truly is the best. In any case, the master has yet to encounter a rival. Lin Ran further inquired. Why doesn't Ching come to me for instruction, preferring instead that bodyguard who only knows how to assassinate? Chasing Wind, aren't you two even married yet, and you're already meddling? Lin Ran harbored an uncontrollable fire within, leading to discussions among the servants of the prince's residence about his highness' ambition that afternoon. Hua Qing, cradling a hand warmer, leisurely admired the plum blossoms in the garden when she overheard 2 people conversing behind the rockery. Young Master Lin is about to become the official husband. Why doesn't His Highness seek him out for martial training? Indeed. Although young Master Lin is not skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, when it comes to the 18 weapons, he is unparalleled. After saying this, the young servant gave a thumbs up. Hua Qing, upon hearing the gossip, exchanged a glance with Zhuang. An epiphany struck her. Yes, Ran is impressively talented. Why shouldn't I seek him out? Speaking of which, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I quite miss my boyfriend. Little Zhua, you should visit the Lanling Jade shop in the evening and speak to the shopkeeper. The day after tomorrow, I will invite young Master Lin to the Drunken Heart Pavilion for 8 treasure duck. Chapter 54. Exotic attire. Before long, Lin Ran received news delivered by the shopkeeper. Indeed, it was the outcome he desired. Hua Qing wished to see him and dine together. Ching misses me. Lin Ran locked the note in a box. Chasing Wind. This is getting old. Over the past 2 months, he had come to understand thoroughly that the master's way of showing affection was akin to the myriad bowls sold in the jar shop. One set after another done on the third day. The weather proved uncooperative, overcast from early morning. Hua Qing had ceased her whip practice the day before and instead engaged in yoga within her chamber, applying a homemade face mask in the evening. Early in the morning, while carefully applying eyebrow makeup before the mirror, she momentarily hesitated. Heavens, why am I so excited, like a big mother monkey? Why is my mind filled with thoughts of wanting Lin Ran to see me at my most beautiful? He has seen me dance in the filthy depths of the mountains, hasn't he? And yet, he still holds me without disdain. He would tenderly stroke my back and reassure me not to be afraid. Hua Qing patted her slightly flushed cheeks, feeling a bit embarrassed as she halted her frivolous thoughts. She promptly wiped away all the pearl powder and blush from her face, picking up the lip balm made of fresh flowers and beeswax. She lightly applied a layer to her moist lips, which gleamed with a radiant gloss. Her face, now devoid of all makeup, resembled a blank canvas, while the faint rosy tint on her lips resembled dewy rose petals in the morning sun. Vibrant and dripping with allure, this face bore a close resemblance to her previous life. Due to her youth and good skin, despite having similar features, she appeared to have undergone an invisible enhancement. Although she could not rival Lin Ran's impeccably exquisite visage, she was, nonetheless, a charming beauty. Hua Qing pursed her lips, a hint of sweetness gracing her tongue that a whimsical thought crossed her mind. Would Lin Ran notice? Before leaving, Hua Qing took care to don the fragrant attire she had scented overnight, feeling thoroughly satisfied before she mischievously smiled. Wrapped snugly and clutching a small heater, she boarded the carriage. Hua Qing failed to notice that the driver, with his head bowed, was chasing Wind, who had just recovered from his injuries, nor did she seize what Ing's suppressed laughter do. She exclaimed lightly, startled yet delighted. Chasing Wind and Zhua Ing exchanged glances, and upon seeing each other's mischievous grins, they instinctively averted their gazes in mutual disdain. As Hua Qing pushed open the small wooden door, she unexpectedly collided into an embrace that exuded the scent of wood. The sound of wind chimes rang out as the two horses galloped forward. Lin Ran, clad in a fitted red and black outfit, gazed at Hua Qing with bright eyes, his eyelashes elegantly curved. Hua Qing smiled, pursed her lips, and boldly wrapped her arms around Lin Ran's waist, a look of triumph on her face. Is this a surprise for me? The young lord's fair complexion was accentuated today by a rare silver ornament adorning his high bun, with several strands loosely tied with red ribbons, and peculiar silver jewelry hung from his ears. He resembled the exotic youth attire Hua Qing had seen at the comic convention in her past life. Lin Ran's appearance exuded youthful charm, while simultaneously embodying an unexpected allure. Hua Qing, holding on to him, blinked and instinctively complimented. Ran, your outfit looks so. Lin Ran, caught off guard by the sudden embrace, stiffened momentarily before relaxing, instinctively stroking her back. So what? Hua Qing pondered briefly. This attire doesn't resemble that of Dazhao, but it looks fantastic on you. She had seen many young men and women from foreign lands dressed in various exotic styles, yet she never expected to see her boyfriend adorned thus. Truly, it was utterly captivating. Lin Ran, with one arm wrapped around the slender waist of the young lady, felt the warmth radiating from her touch dissipate much of the emptiness he had felt over the past few days. His voice, however, remained as calm and restrained as ever. My father was a priest of the Witch Kingdom. This is the customary attire of the Witch clan that I occasionally wear it, as long as Qing likes it. Like it, you look good in anything. Hua Qing felt she had embraced him enough, and any further might lead her thoughts astray. Releasing the warmth of his embrace, the silver ornaments in Lin Ran's hair jingled softly with the movement. Chapter 55. Dressing her, Hua Qing retrieved a plate of snacks from her small drawer: melon seeds, roasted peanuts, dried apricots. Ran, would you like some? The young lady popped a piece of dried fruit into her mouth, swirling it around her little tongue. With sparkling eyes, she eagerly offered the green porcelain dish filled with another flavor of dried fruit. That moment, Hua Qing resembled a little squirrel sharing nuts, exuding an irresistible charm. Upon seeing her delicate, soft hand nearing his mouth, Lin Ran simply lowered his head. Turning to the side, he directly took it with his lips, the exquisite line of his jaw magnified in Hua Qing's view. As her fingers brushed against his warm lips, Hua Qing blinked and swallowed hard. Just let me die. She thought that I no longer care about morals. Hua Qing, dazed, felt her palm-sized face flush a vibrant red, eliciting a smile from Lin Ran. His laughter caused the silver ornaments hanging from his hair to emit a faint sound, reminiscent of wind chimes echoing in the tranquility of the night. While Huaqing could be quite timid at times, she absolutely would not tolerate her boyfriend teasing her about being shy. She reached out, seizing the ends of his hair, playfully fiddling with the ornaments and deliberately leaning in close. Raising her fair face slightly, her lips curled into a sweet smile, she softly said, "I want to dress like that too. Will you help me get ready?" Lin Ran turned his face, allowing her to play with his hair. While he gazed at her with intense excitement in his eyes, his expression remaining composed, the distance between them was minimal, their breaths seemingly intertwining. Lang Jun's voice lowered slightly, his indifference palpable. Naturally, Qingqing was now affiliated with the Witch Nation. The imperial decree was unalterable. Even if the emperor had regrets, he would not retract it. There were still more than 2 months left. There was no rush. He had always possessed great patience regarding his possessions. Moreover, in front of him stood the enchanting female ruler, the one who had stirred his heart late into the night, enduring countless cold waters in anticipation of her initiative as a wife. She had already taken the initiative to embrace him, to propose to him, to invite him out. From their very first encounter, she had unabashedly expressed her affection for him, throwing herself into his arms. Lin Ran was acutely aware of his inner desires, and thus, these gestures were far from sufficient. Those familiar with Lin Ran knew that during every hunting expedition, he was the most patient hunter among them all. He would willingly use himself as bait, ruthlessly cutting into his own arm, letting the scent of blood waft through the air, until the prey had fully entered the trap, even if it had already stepped halfway in. Lin Ran would feign ignorance. He would carry on with his activities, a smile upon his face, his body relaxed, curiously surveying his surroundings, appearing like an innocent young lord. Once a massive tiger or bear had fully entered the circle. Approaching what it believed to be its prey, Lin Ran would swiftly turn, striking with deadly accuracy. His strikes were both quick and merciless, whether it was slitting the prey's throat or plunging a dagger into its innards. Anyone who had witnessed Lin Ran's hunting process would feel a chill in their hearts, too frightened to utter a word. This was also why many female rulers, after witnessing such scenes a few times at the hunting grounds, would return home and suddenly find that a pretty face wasn't of paramount importance, that a lord like Lang Jun should be gentle and obedient, kind and amiable. Who would dare to share a bed with a man as ruthless and ferocious as Lin Ran? Who would not fear being slain in the dead of night during a jealous quarrel? Chasing Wind had once boldly murmured that if the master were to put on an act, he should at least appear gentler in front of the many female rulers. At that moment, Lin Ran had turned around, the tip of his blade still dripping with blood. He had looked up with a face radiant in the light, responding with perplexity, almost as if speaking to himself. This young master could end it with a single strike. And then look at them, outwardly virtuous and moral, yet secretly raising ferocious beasts, nurturing savage slaves to battle and kill each other. Is that not more cruel? At this very moment, Huaqing gazed at Lin Ran's cold and ascetic face magnified before her, once again failing to entice him, only to find herself unintentionally captivated. Unlike their first encounter, when he had exuded an air of icy aloofness, neglecting the advances of female rulers with his sharp tongue, their familiarity, engagement, and intimacy had transformed the present. Lin Ran no longer feigned the proud and tempestuous demeanor that others perceived. Instead, he revealed a humble and polite, gentle and restrained gentleman. When she flirted with him, he would turn his head away, his ears flushed. When she embraced him, he would slightly distance himself, maintaining a modest gap. When she pressed her lips against his, he would blush and mimic her by gently touching his own lips, never crossing the line. The more they interacted, the more it became evident that he was both restrained and courteous, indulgent yet not vulgar. Huaqing cherished this aspect of him dearly. It was hard not to be smitten by such a contrastingly charming boyfriend. Upon hearing Lin Ran mention his affiliation with the Witch Nation, Huaqing's heart swelled with delight, and she smiled contentedly, then asked, "Can you braid those intricate braids of the Witch Nation?" Lin Ran nodded, affirming that he could, but he had never braided for others, so he was unsure of his skill. Huaqing promptly removed the red hairpin from her head, loosening her bun, and leaned her head against Lin Ran's chest in their perfectly balanced sedan. "Then today, I want us to dress as a couple. You braid my hair, and later, I'll buy some silver accessories," she exclaimed playfully. Watching the soft head resting against his heart, Lin Ran felt a momentary pause in his breath and gently placed his hand atop it. Did Qingqing understand the implication of such an action? Only those in love could share such intimate grooming. Hua Qing gazed at him with curiosity, her eyes fixated on Lin Ran's moist lips. And then she leaned in for a kiss. That aren't we about to get married soon? Is it improper to groom my hair before marriage? She asked Dazhao. I lack experience in this area and haven't inquired about it. She added, just as Hua Qing was about to move her head away. Lin Ran licked his lips, savoring the lingering moist sensation, his eyes filled with a burgeoning desire, yet his movements remained gentle. It was indeed proper. Soon, Qingqing would be his wife. His hands continued their task, tucking stray hairs behind Hua Qing's ear, his fingertips warm, mingling with the cool air. Wife? Upon hearing this title, Hua Qing's heart raced. She murmured in acknowledgement, choosing not to speak further, simply relishing this sweet, ambiguous moment of early romance. Lin Ran used his fingers in place of a comb, styling Hua Qing's hair into the fashion of the women of the witch nation. He then pulled a red silk thread from his waist, wrapping it around the tips of her delicate braids, observing the red thread adorning the small braids, especially since it was originally a decorative piece from Lin Ran's waist. Now intertwined with the female ruler's hair, he found it striking. Her black hair resembled rich ink, while the red thread appeared as blood, vibrant and alluring. Glancing at Hua Qing's delicate, snow-white earlobes, Lin Ran removed an earring from his left ear and adorned her with it. Watching the obedient Hua Qing, who allowed him to style her like a doll, a profound sense of satisfaction welled up within him. He wished to cover her entire being with his essence. Saturating her as the words fell, the nobleman's beautiful visage bore a faint smile, his gaze lowered as he locked eyes with her, the depths of his obsidian orbs reflecting her countenance. Delightful. But why? What made her so distinct? Was she the only one in this world who could utter such sentiments? Equality. How could that possibly exist? Women, by nature, possess a robust physique, making the pursuit of martial arts far easier than for their male counterparts. They also have the ability to bear offspring, which implies they can choose their partners at will, bestowing upon them a legacy. Women may engage in examinations and political affairs, or venture into commerce. Men are not precluded from these pursuits, yet should they dare to tread such unconventional paths, they invite scorn and ridicule from their families and society at large, becoming the subject of jest and gossip. Even Lin Ran, born of nobility, finds himself the target of veiled mockery from the powerful women of the court. One can only imagine the burdens faced by men of common descent, yearning for their aspirations. Let us proceed to in the Dazhao Kingdom. The gender divide is not particularly strict, with couples even embracing publicly to bid farewell. Thus, Hua Qing held Lin Ran's hand throughout their journey to the bustling Xianglu, not once relinquishing her grip. During meal times, the renowned Xianglu, known for its exorbitant prices, was astonishingly packed. Fortunately, Hua Qing was never one to fret. Upon recognizing Hua Qing's familiar visage, the waiter immediately broke into a wide smile. Summoning the charming Proprietress Hua, well acquainted with the two, led Hua Qing and her companions to the esteemed Tunzi room on the third floor. As they walked, the Proprietress occasionally cast a glance at the young nobleman dressed in the garb of the Wu tribe. Observing their intertwined hands, her inquisitive heart ignited, and after ushering them into the room and dismissing the waiter, she took it upon herself to order the dishes, stealing furtive glances at the pair. The Proprietress' eyes sparkled with maternal warmth as she watched Hua Qing converse playfully with Lin Ran. Her expression brightened further upon witnessing the usually unruly Lin Shitzi gently tuck a strand of hair behind the lady's ear. Such peculiar behavior would later be dubbed shipping in future generations. Unbeknownst to Hua Qing, Lin Ran merely cast a fleeting glance at the Proprietress, paying her little mind. The dishes at Xianglu indeed catered to a variety of palates, striking a perfect balance of sweetness and saltiness, with a delightful crunch that lingered. Hua Qing had barely sampled a few bites when a knock resounded from outside. Creak. Who dared to intrude, uninvited? Lin Ran set down his utensils, casting an irritable glance in that direction. Second sister, I saw Zhuang outside, and knew it was you. Hua Zhaoyi. Upon seeing her, Hua Qing's earlier annoyance evaporated, her focus shifting entirely from Lin Ran. You're here for a meal too. Perfect timing. Zhuang, please summon the waiter for an extra set of utensils. Hua Zhaoyi waved away her personal guard, cheerfully settling beside Hua Qing, grasping her hand as she exclaimed, You won't believe it, Your Majesty today. Ah, Lin Gongzi. Lin Ran, being addressed, looked up and nodded coolly at Hua Zhaoyi, acknowledging her as Princess Yi. Hua Zhaoyi paid no heed to Lin Ran's aloof demeanor. In truth, aside from the emperor, few dared disregard the noble lineage of Lin Ran. Lin Gongzi, you honor us, she remarked, her eyes darting between the two as she playfully nudged Hua Qing's arm. Her mischievous grin implying, well, who would have thought you could capture such a prize? Hua Qing offered an awkward smile, discreetly pinching Hua Zhaoyi beneath the table. Please, show some discretion. This is our first proper date since the engagement. And you waltz in here to steal our meal and make jest of us. Lin Ran observed the amusing interaction between the two sisters, his gaze briefly flickering to their hands beneath the table. His expression remaining impassive. An eyesore. Chapter 57. Are we going to war? Second sister, your hairpin is quite lovely. Oh, isn't that style a bit too tribal for the Wu? Hua Zhaoyi exclaimed, elongating the last syllable in realization. She poked Hua Qing, who pinched her back, both dissolving into laughter. Hua Zhaoyi had once encountered Lin Ran in traditional Wu attire and was once again captivated in the sunlight. His neck glistened like jade. With raven-black hair bound by a crimson ribbon as he turned, the contrast of dark locks against his fair skin created a striking juxtaposition. The interplay of shadow and purity evoked fanciful thoughts. The delicate veins on the back of Lin Ran's hand were subtly visible, and the slight movement of his throat as he sipped tea revealed the youthful contours of his physique. Hua Zhaoyi silently marveled at his beauty, musing, fortunately, I have always favored delicate, handsome types. Otherwise, witnessing Lin Gongzi potentially wed my second sister, while they share mutual affection, would surely stir my jealousy. Dressed in dark crimson, Lin Ran lounged against the window frame, casually sipping tea, exuding a languid demeanor befitting winter. His gaze wandered across the table, occasionally lifting to meet Hua Qing's, his lips curving into a smile whenever she glanced his way. His eyes, however, held an austere allure, ensnaring the young lady with an icy magnetism. If chasing wind were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the scene. The master was deliberately enticing. Indeed, he was acutely aware of the allure he possessed. Yet, Hua Qing merely gazed at him dreamily for a moment before her attention was diverted by her sister's amusing anecdotes, and she joined in the lively discussion. With Hua Zhaoyi's lack of subtlety combined with Hua Qing's carefree nature, the two together nearly brought Lin Ran to laughter. He held his teacup, the emerald liquid within reflecting the flickering light in his eyes. Having not seen Hua Qing for days, Hua Zhaoyi had an endless stream of chatter, and her interest in Hua Qing's impending marriage rendered her oblivious to Lin Ran's piercing gaze. As Hua Qing added several dishes to the table, she engaged in conversation with her sister while also attending to Lin Ran, occasionally serving him. After gossiping about Hua Qing's recent encounter with danger, Hua Zhaoyi lamented, who could have anticipated that, after several years of stability, this time, fifth sister voluntarily sought to lead troops. She, who usually looks down on everything, truly believes Northern Ning too is so easily conquered. Hua Qing rested her chin on her hand, recalling Zhua Ying's remarks from the previous night, although Northern Ning too claimed sovereignty. The four major kingdoms dismissed it entirely. Frustratingly, this small foreign state, bordered by the Yubei Kingdom, was a melting pot of ethnicities, with just a step separating Northern Ning too from Yubei. Remarkably, they shared a mountain range with the Wu Kingdom. This small land, rich in grasslands and forests, fostered robust livestock. Compounded by centuries of intermarriage with the Wu, many of their citizens even practiced sorcery. Thus, emboldened by their formidable herds and the added advantage of sorcery, they often harassed Dazhao Kingdom. Today, they threatened to seize thousands of bolts of fabric, and tomorrow, they concocted excuses to demand thousands of stones of rice. Or else they threatened to capture the southern cities of Dazhao. Both of Dazhao's previous emperors had engaged in countless skirmishes with this cunning little nation. In truth, eliminating them would not pose a significant challenge. The four major kingdoms and their unrecognized vassals maintained a delicate balance over the years. Through marriages and diplomatic envoys, they projected an image of harmony. However, should Dazhao ever decide to decisively conquer Northern Ning too, geographical implications would inevitably lead to incursions into the territories of Yubei and the Wu. Which ruler could tolerate such an affront? They might rage. What is Dazhao thinking? Are they merely testing our military strength by pretending to attack Northern Ning too? Haven't we maintained peace for a century? Are we to go to war now? Consequently, Dazhao had long been troubled by this dilemma. Unable to find resolution, relying on its robust power, it had no choice but to concede repeatedly. Preserving this fragile equilibrium, little did they know, this balance would shatter during this frigid winter. During winter, the land of northern Ningtu, already small, faced dwindling game in the mountains and barren grasslands. As in years past, the shameless northern Ningtu resorted to plunder once more. This time, they secretly poisoned the prosperous southern cities, feigning ignorance, sending missives demanding that officials exchange crops for antidotes. Previously, emperors devised cunning strategies to dissuade the troops of northern Ningtu. Even Hua Qing's elder sister had employed such tactics 2 years prior. Who would have thought that just days ago, her sister boldly declared during morning court, since chaos has erupted, there is no need for invoice. Let us go to war. It's time to demonstrate Dazhao's might. Dismiss the court. Tomorrow, I want all of you to submit your battle plans. Hua Qing was perplexed. Why had her sister's temperament grown increasingly irritable lately? As though she were racing against time, she paused her wandering thoughts, murmuring, "Fifth sister, by the way, when is she departing? We should see her off." Hua Zhaoyi, echoing her sister's posture, sighed, 3 days hence. Time is of the essence. She has already begun rallying troops today. Lin Ran listened quietly as the two ladies deliberated over state affairs, remaining silent and utterly unconcerned. The aroma of tea wafted gently to his nostrils. And it was only upon noticing Hua Qing's morose demeanor that his fingertips lightly tapped the table in contemplation. Knock, knock, knock. His Majesty's recent actions had grown increasingly peculiar, and now he was hastily mobilizing troops. Clearly, this was not the opportune moment. Hua Zhaoyi could no longer feign ignorance. Upon seeing Lin Ran's growing impatience as he drummed his fingers on the table, she hastily rose to make her exit. Before departing, she pulled her second sister, who stood at the height of her chin, to the doorway and leaned in to whisper, "Honestly, what means did you employ? Is it true, as they say, that you have been with Lin Gongzi in the mountains? Unbelievable. How can our second sister, with her slender frame, possibly accommodate Lin Ran? Ha! Unless the heavens were to collapse or the seas were to surge, it must be that Lin Ran is merely playing a part." At this, Hua Qing felt as if her tail had been stepped on, nearly bursting with indignation. What nonsensical rumors! How dare you tarnish my Ran's reputation? We are together out of mutual affection. Purely innocent. Hua Zhaoyi chuckled lightly, waving her hand dismissively. All right. No need for explanations that I respect my second sister for this. She gave a thumbs up in praise before swiftly making her escape. Unhappy, Hua Qing turned and strode to the window. Pulling Lin Ran's arm, Ran, someone has claimed I have ruined your reputation, that you only agreed to marry me because of that. Let us return. I shall summon the storytellers to clarify matters. If you hear any rumors, please do not take offense. Lin Ran set down his teacup. His deep, dark eyes regarded the lady beside him, and he lazily inquired, "So what does Qing believe is the reason I would marry you?" Hua Qing gazed at his languid, exotic demeanor and blurted, "Of course, it is because you like me. You are not one to concern yourself with such trivial reputations." Lin Ran replied, "My little wife truly understands me." Indeed, so when I hear rumors, they simply enter through one ear and exit through the other. There is no need for you to clarify anything. Innocence is bound to be lost eventually. It is merely a matter of time. Hua Qing found this reasoning sound, and then it dawned on her that Lin Ran had just acknowledged his feelings for her. The hand that had been playfully shaking his arm immediately retreated, hanging at her side as she foolishly giggled. "Well, I also like Ran, which is why I want to marry you. In fact, I have liked you for quite some time." Chapter 58. The kiss. It was the first time Lin Ran heard Hua Qing confess her feelings. Even though he was aware of her affection, hearing her openly profess her emotions made his heart race. "You have liked me for a long time? When did this happen?" The rasp in his voice betrayed his eagerness. Hua Qing's smile was sincere and fervent. As the midday sun streamed in, casting delicate rays around her, she softly replied, "Probably after waking up, when I had forgotten much, but when I first heard about you, I inexplicably felt you would be the one I liked. And indeed, at the autumn banquet, the moment you walked across the water, my heart raced so fast, he. Hua Qing would forever remember that moment of love at first sight. All the ladies had gazed upon that ethereal figure, witnessing him cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Yi. Whether it was the deliberate coldness displayed while fending off the advances of the ladies, or his aloof demeanor as he leaned against the ship's railing in a flowing white robe during the late autumn, he exuded an air of disillusionment. Hua Qing felt that every aspect of him, From his contrasting personality to his gentle, distant, gentlemanly demeanor, resonated perfectly with her preferences. The original owner's memories of Lin Ran were scant. She had either caught a fleeting glimpse of his back or had been too far away to see him clearly. In any case, there had been no real interaction. Lin Ran's gaze flickered, and his breath quickened as he longed to hear more sweet nothings from the lady. Yet a sense of panic welled up within him. She liked him, but did she truly like him? To be precise, she liked the version of himself he had deliberately constructed. The side of him that might bully her into tears was not someone she would favor, nor would she appreciate a version of him that sought to control her every action, or one that wished for her to never speak with any other suitors. Most importantly, she could never discover that it was he who had frightened her to tears that night. Lin Ran took a deep breath, his face adorned with a tender smile that inexplicably made the one being watched feel a surge of nervousness. "Ching Ching," he said softly. Hua Qing replied, "Is that what you meant?" Lin Ran's gaze was filled with desire, making it impossible for Hua Qing to remain oblivious. Yet, she did not hesitate to lower her head. The young lord sat upright, his large hand encircling the back of the lady's neck, pulling her face toward his. He tilted his head back, their noses brushing against one another. As their breaths intertwined, both of their faces flushed crimson. Lin Ran gazed into Hua Qing's round eyes, seeing his own reflection within her dark pupils. He closed his eyes, his long lashes fluttering, presenting a demeanor of innocent vulnerability as he confessed, "I do too, equally. Just not in the midst of the autumn banquet. But she must never know, absolutely never." Hua Qing's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe what she had just heard. Subsequently, all her questions were silenced by Lin Ran. Unlike the previous gentle touches, this time Lin Ran boldly deepened a kiss, his dominance momentarily stunning Hua Qing. Their lips met, entwined in a passionate embrace, inseparable. But in that moment, Lin Ran's true nature was unveiled, filled with a fervent desire to consume the person before him. Hua Qing, initially shy, tightly closed her eyes, struggling to catch her breath. She felt overwhelmed and wanted to push him away, only to discover she could not. Lin Ran's back was straight, one hand firmly holding the back of Hua Qing's neck, while the other encircled her slender waist, not allowing her to escape, exuding a forcefulness that nearly melded her into him. Lin Ran could not restrain his urge to test who embarrassing. A muted complaint pulled Lin Ran back from the brink of despair. Chapter 59. Mutual affection. Hua Qing, cradled in his arms, playfully twirled the ends of Lin Ran's hair with her fingers as she fiddled with the silver ornaments above. Their gentle clinks resonated like echoes in her heart. Noticing Lin Ran's downcast eyes and softened brow, Hua Qing lifted his face with her fair hands, abruptly plunging into the depths of his gaze. Captivated by its profundity, she lingered for a few seconds before smiling and planting a gentle kiss on her bewildered boyfriend's lips. Akin to a chick pecking at grains, her eyes sparkled with affection and admiration, akin to April peach blossoms drifting softly onto her heart, a sensation both exhilarating and intoxicating. Lin Ran tilted his head back, feeling the tender caress of her fingertips. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced faster in his eyes. Hua Qing wore a beaming smile as she finished kissing him and began to stroke his face with satisfaction. Her cool fingertips traced his nose, glided down to his philtrum, and playfully pressed against his soft lips, finally tapping the indentation on his lower lip. Ran is truly handsome," she exclaimed, then inquired, "Did you feel the same way at first sight?" He is so adorable. What is this? Why is he worried she might be frightened by a slightly assertive kiss? As long as he isn't the kind of Yandere from novels who locks her in a dark room, depriving her of freedom and constantly imposing restrictions, she finds his contradictory nature, both gentle and fierce, restrained yet indulgent, utterly captivating. She adores possessiveness, as it allows her to feel the intensity of his affection. Due to her family background, she has always harbored a deep desire to be needed by someone. To be loved, even if it is fervently, gives her a profound sense of security. However, to be candid, the notion of a Yandere heartthrob is merely exhilarating to think about while reading. In reality, encountering such a man, consumed by love to the point of madness, would suffocate her if he were to confine her at home. She would surely escape and call for help. Under Hua Qing's bold and fervent gaze, Lin Ran nodded. When he spoke again, his throat felt constricted. Yes, he had indeed felt drawn to her at first sight. After that initial moment, in his dreams, he found himself repeatedly making her cry, pleading for her throughout the night. Was that desire? Now, it was not merely impulse but also affection, tenderness, admiration, and hidden, nefarious thoughts. Hua Qing burst into a silly giggle. Transforming into a playful little creature, clinging to Lin Ran, she rested her chin on his neck. I like you. I like you so much. Ran is the most handsome, the best, the finest gentleman. Her eyes shimmered with joy as her cherry lips curled into a bright smile. Lost in love, she perched on Lin Ran's lap, swinging her delicate legs, uttering sweet nothings that cost nothing. Lin Ran embraced her soft form tightly, no longer maintaining distance but drawing her close, leaving no space between them. He turned his face, his soft lips brushing against her cheek, then her earlobe, and finally, the exposed skin of her neck. Your Highness, Lin Ran willingly became Hua Qing's devoted servant. In the afternoon, the sky shifted back to the gloomy tones of earlier. The carriage of the Prince of Chun traveled westward, hastening back to the manor before the impending rain could fall. Following their unguarded heart-to-heart and slightly intimate encounter over lunch, an atmosphere of flirtation enveloped Hua Qing and Lin Ran. Enough to make Zui Ying and Zhui Feng exchange glances of mutual understanding, whispering to each other. Planning to return Lin Ran to his residence first, Hua Qing intended to visit the training grounds in the afternoon to see her fifth sister. Now the Duke of Gong, Hua Sun. However, the oppressive clouds darkened even more, signaling the impending winter rain. Perhaps I should wait until tomorrow. As they turned a corner, the governor's mansion loomed ahead, and the warmth from the stove within the carriage provided comfort. I hear you are practicing the 9-section whip. The 9-section whip is excellent for self-defense, serving as a concealed weapon when necessary, and can be coiled around the waist or easily tucked away in a small bag, making it convenient to carry and use. This was recommended by Zuan, who had diligently guided Hua Qing in her practice. Yet, while both Swiss sisters possessed some skills with various weapons, each had their specialty. Zui Ying was average in martial arts, excelling primarily with the whip and dagger, while Zuan had undergone training aimed at cultivating assassins, making her a lethal weapon herself, if it came to killing. She would choose a blade N01 compared to Lin Ran's extraordinary physique and his reckless training in secret. Whether it was a whip, curved dagger, spear, or short knife, he could hit his target with unerring accuracy, surpassing even Zhua in assassination techniques, let alone self-defense skills. Occasionally, Zhui Feng would find himself questioning, what has the master been doing all these years aside from secretly establishing the Blood Oath Pavilion and nurturing dark guards in Wu country? Lin Ran often ventured out alone. As long as it was business on the surface, Zhui Feng would accompany him. For clandestine matters, Zhui Feng would cover for him, never following too closely. There were always a few nights each month when Lin Ran would return home, covered in blood, having scaled the walls. Each time, Zhui Feng could only sigh and begrudgingly bandage him up, never having the luxury of summoning a physician, let alone a doctor, leading to much grumbling on Zhui Feng's part. Having rested for 2 days without practice, the mere mention of the whip made Hua Qing's body instinctively brace for pain. It was Zui Ying and Zhui Feng spoke of. How embarrassing, she pouted, complaining. Isn't this too difficult? I feel like I'm just beating myself. Lin Ran chuckled, still wanting to learn. Hua Qing placed her hands on her hips. Why not? I can persist. What if I encounter? Oh, I haven't told Ran. A month ago, I came across a shameless thief, she continued with fervor, and then he ran away. To this day, I have no idea what he intended. Hua Qing conveniently omitted the part where the thief had embraced her, simply stating that he had covered her mouth to silence her while claiming to threaten her. It was infuriating. In the middle of the night, I nearly had a heart attack. Ran must avenge me. I remember his voice. It was raspy. Reflecting on it now, Hua Qing found it somewhat familiar, reminiscent of Zuan, as if she had heard it somewhere before, yet the memory remained blank. Lin Ran, suppressing the quickening of his heartbeat, playfully pinched her puffed cheek. Well, once I find him, I shall have him face 1,000 cuts, just to ease your distress. His voice was low and melodious, akin to the gentle flow of water against jade, imbued with the youthful clarity unique to a young man. 1,000 cuts. Hua Qing assumed he was jesting to lighten her mood. Chapter 60. The unfortunate wind chill here. Take this. You should use it from now on. The 9-section whip isn't suitable for you. If you encounter an assassin as close as him, the whip would feel like a child's toy. Without revealing where he had procured a finely crafted dagger, Lin Ran presented it to Hua Qing, who gingerly accepted it, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The dagger, entirely black with curved serrations, bore the unmistakable mark of Lin Ran's aesthetic. Hua Qing reversed her grip, twirling it with grace. It was lightweight and agile, perfect for slashing. Unsheathing the blade, she marveled at its flawless edge, wondering what material was used to forge it, as there wasn't a single nick on the blade. Could it be that this material was incredibly durable? It must be quite precious. For me. Yes, learn the whip after our wedding. This dagger slices through iron like mud. It is perfect for your self-defense. Hua Qing cheered. It's beautiful. I adore this gift. With that, she leaned in to plant a kiss on Lin Ran's cheeks, her laughter brightening her eyes. Lin Ran smiled indulgently, a faint blush creeping up his ears. Being with her, he found himself unexpectedly moved, eagerly awaiting her every unabashed declaration of affection, a feeling that transcended mere desire. Regrettably, this small measure of emotion was insufficient to satisfy him, only intensifying his yearning. Hua Qing beamed and waved goodbye to Lin Ran. He insisted she remain in the carriage, leaving her no choice but to lean against the window to bid him farewell. Once he stepped through the door, Hua Qing reluctantly lowered the curtain. Lin Ran paused, turning back to catch a glimpse of the silver ornaments in her hair shimmering before the last strands of red thread disappeared from view. The red thread not only entwined itself in her tresses, but also wrapped around Lin Ran's heart, constricting it tightly. Observing Lin Ran's demeanor, Zhui Feng interjected, "Master, you haven't played the zither today. The female officials studying accounts are waiting, and the matrons for the wedding ceremony will arrive in 2 hours." "You still haven't?" T replied to the invitations from 3 noble ladies in the palace. Lin Ran shot a cold glance at Zhui Feng, making him wish for an extra layer of clothing. Just as he anticipated that the master would be irritated by his interruption of romantic reverie, Lin Ran uttered chillingly, "First, study the accounts, then invite the matrons. Decline the invitations for me, and I shall play the zither tonight." Before departing, Lin Ran added coolly, "Summon the chef from Zhuixiang Lu and have him bring various soup recipes. Starting tomorrow, I want to learn 1 soup each day." Zhui Feng replied, "Wow, it's rare to see someone so jealous. That young man from the Chu family isn't merely skilled at making soup. I've heard he excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, completely opposite of you, master." Chasing the wind, he dared not speak. He was timid. At the same time, he feared that the master's obsessive nature would truly be adopted, to the extent that he would disregard his own health day and night. Half an hour later, a torrential downpour indeed fell. In the layers of the forest within the prince's residence, the sound of rain pattering against the eaves of the pavilions resembled the crackling of firecrackers. With the onset of this rain, the weather would surely become increasingly frigid. Hua Qing's physique was exceedingly frail, and since her arrival at the residence coincided with the downpour, it was inevitable that she would be caught in the sudden deluge. Though she immediately took a hot bath, her head now felt muddled, and her nose was somewhat congested. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuang summoned someone to hasten the arrival of the imperial physician. The elderly physician, over 60 years of age and one of the 3 heads of the Imperial Medical Institute, hurriedly took her pulse and let out a long sigh. "Your Highness, it is of no consequence. You have merely caught a chill. I shall prescribe 2 doses of medicine. Boil 5 bowls of water down to 1, and take it twice daily. You shall recover in 3 to 5 days. Please refrain from consuming spicy, stimulating, or cold foods." "Thank you, physician Li. Zhuang, please see him out." Zhuang, with a warm smile, escorted the physician away to write the prescription. The physician sighed silently. Prince Chen was, after all, a delicate being. Having suffered from poison and then sleeping for 2 years, the winters henceforth would indeed be arduous. It would take at least 5 years of careful nurturing, unless he daily cultivated his internal energy. It was said that Prince Chun had only been caught in the rain for a few blinks of an eye, and already he exhibited symptoms of a chill, after decades of practice. The physician was witnessing firsthand just how frail the body of the fabled Prince Chun truly was. Other ladies, upon falling from their horses, would merely rest for a few days, and in a month, they would be lively once more. If it were Prince Chen, he might scarcely survive. As a physician, one had seen too much. Recalling over a decade ago, when Prince Chen was still in the womb, rumors had already begun to circulate. How could it be that, despite sharing the same mother and father, one was as valiant as His Majesty, while the other was so feeble from a young age? He had been confined to bed, unable to endure rain or wind, and forbidden from eating cold foods. As autumn approached, the heating dragon was lit, let alone practicing martial arts. Alas, poor Prince Chun, the little lady. The physician could hardly imagine that, in the martial-centric Dazhao Kingdom, Prince Chen's strength was even inferior to that of the male servants sweeping the courtyard for so many years, watching other ladies ride and shoot arrows. How sorrowful must she have felt? Before leaving, she cast one last glance at the opulent Prince Chen's residence. Beneath the gilded splendor, how much malice lurked in the shadows. In just over 2 months, the heir of the governor's office, Lin Ran, would be coming to the door. That young gentleman, whom she had encountered many times, who would have thought that one day the unruly would develop an affection for Prince Chen? Fate is truly wondrous. Those who appear least likely to be together are often drawn to each other precisely because of their differences. In a fragrant room, outside, the chill was profound, while inside, warmth enveloped like spring. Hua Qing, nestled in her chamber, groaned uncomfortably, initially contemplating sending someone to deliver a message to excuse her from the morning court session. However, recalling Hua Yan's recent peculiar behavior and the knowledge Lin Ran had imparted to her, Hua Qing resolved she would still report to the Ministry of Revenue. One cannot evade the first day of the month and expect to escape the 15th. How absurd. She had managed to evade the postgraduate entrance examination. Yet the original owner should have already utilized her body and memories to embark on a new life. That I wonder how she is adapting to modern life. Without the various ailments that plagued her, she could enjoy ice cream freely. That little girl must be quite content, right? With her merits, the original owner would surely become a little coy, succeeding in every exam and winning the lottery. TSK, I have grown weary of envy. Why, then, is Hua Qing so unfortunate? After only half a year of enjoying a life of leisure, she was once more compelled to select 3 concubines and pressured into seeking a husband. Fortunately, she was able to choose one whom she liked. Now, she must assume her role at the Ministry of Revenue, spending her days reviewing reports and drafting plans, contributing to the finances of the Dazhao Kingdom. By the way, Dazhao is about to wage war against Beining too. Will she soon find herself overwhelmed with work? Help. Collapsing onto the couch, she could not bear the reality that, despite traversing realms, she was yet unable to fulfill her aspirations of idleness. Surely, good deeds beget good fortune. She had become the most esteemed Prince Chun, with the emperor's elder sister protecting and cherishing her. Was it not simply a matter of indulging in feasts, lavishing affection upon her handsome husband, and joyfully exploring the southern rivers and northern mountains? Must she continue to toil, to serve in the Ministry of Revenue, and pursue a career while also practicing martial arts? Why must this be so? Hua Qing lamented in bewilderment. With a creak, Zwazing pushed the door open. Hua Qing, cocooned in her blankets, was in a state of hysteria. Oh dear, Xiaozhua, all I desire is to eat, drink, and revel. Zui Ying's handsome features broke into a smile. Finding Hua Qing increasingly reminiscent of the playful little junior sisters, with one swift motion, she pulled Hua Qing from her cocoon and extended the medicine bowl. My lady, please take your medicine. Hua Qing? Chapter 61. Before the war the next day, the rain showed no signs of abating. At 4:30 in the morning, Hua Qing, as usual, groggily boarded the carriage, rubbing her eyes and yawning as she stepped into the grand hall. The emperor had yet to arrive, and the ministers trickled in one after another. As was customary. Upon seeing Prince Chen's arrival, some cast disdainful glances from afar, others remained indifferent, while a few offered inquisitive looks. Yet none dared to approach him. Lin Yu stood in the front row on the far left, while Hua Qing, as a noble relative, occupied the opposite end. She observed Hua Qing yawning and sleepily chatting with Prince Yi, and Lin Yu couldn't help but smile at the sight. Such a child. If only she had a daughter. Lin Yu mused, envisioning her daughter resembling Hua Qing. Pale pink cheeks, soft and delicate. Would she be capable of being spoiled? Would she cry if scolded? Lin Yu stroked her chin, contemplating that if her daughter were like Hua Qing, she would not be the least bit averse to it. Initially, her impression of Hua Qing had been neutral, merely viewing her as too weak from the perspective of a lady, so weak. But now, Lin Yu had unconsciously begun to regard her as a daughter-in-law. Now, no matter how she looked at Hua Qing, she found her utterly adorable. Lin Yu had never enjoyed the affection of a son who clung to her, and she fantasized about Hua Qing becoming her daughter-in-law, sweetly calling her mother, and wanting her company on shopping excursions. If she insisted, Lin Yu thought she could manage to indulge her, at least a little. Amidst the clamor, Chancellor Chu Nanhuai approached Lin Yu, gently inquiring, "Lady Lin, has His Majesty reviewed your memorial regarding the troop movements to Beining too?" Lin Yu, responding with equal politeness, said, "He may have, but he has yet to summon me." Winter warfare invariably bears more disadvantages than advantages, even if there is an eagerness to seize Beining too. Waiting an additional 4 months would be the wisest choice. They had already waited for years. What harm would a few more months bring? How could His Majesty, as the Minister of War, overseeing the military might? Lin Yu felt a flicker of irritation. Yet, she rationally considered that the Emperor had an admirable record, being kind to the people and diligently heeding counsel. He would not commit such an error during her peak. Unless absolutely necessary, even at the cost of mutual destruction, Chu Nanhuai sighed. Look at this rain. It is only early winter, yet the chill is more severe than in previous years. The northern mountainous regions have already frozen over. In the south, Beining too is plagued with blight, and in the west, winter will bring the need to combat the sandstorms. I hope Lady Lin can persuade His Majesty. Lin Yu's gaze softened. Indeed, this winter would be harsher than those before. She had little interaction with the Chancellor, yet their opinions on state matters often aligned, despite his vast ambitions and numerous clandestine alliances with the powerful. Chu Nanhuai was genuinely concerned for the people, and his words resonated with the sentiments of all officials. Even though the Chancellor's son, Chu Yiqing, was married to the Duke Gong's daughter, this time it was still Duke Gong leading the expedition. Yet Chu Nanhui still sought her counsel to persuade His Majesty. Only 2 days remained. Everyone knew it was impossible. In the Golden Hall, over the past 2 days, more than a dozen individuals had been silenced and punished, and 3 elderly officials had been dismissed for their obstinacy. Lin Yu, gazing at the golden seat, expressionless, remarked, the Chancellor might as well consider how to support Duke Gong. Chu Nanhui sighed and fell silent. Yet, in the next moment, upon seeing the Emperor step in slowly, a smile crept onto his lips. Hua Qing, peeking at her future father-in-law, happened to catch the Chancellor, known for his gentleness and concern for the populace. Casting a strange smile at her sister, it was the kind of smile that villains display before scheming in a television drama. Hua Qing, sensitive to such nuances, felt a chill run down her spine, yet maintained her composure. Turning to Lin Yu with a silly grin. This earned her a glare from Lin Yu, prompting Hua Qing to quickly scratch her head and avert her gaze. Hua Zhaoyi nudged her slightly and whispered, do you think the Emperor looks unwell? Otherwise, why would she be applying rouge? I suspect the matter regarding Beining too has deprived her of sleep. Once court is adjourned, shall we go check on her? In recent months, only Hua Qing had the courage to face the Emperor alongside her. Otherwise, her heart would tremble every time the Emperor's gaze fell upon her. She often feared that, with the Emperor's keen eyes and her sister's attention, her little secrets would be uncovered. Surely, they must have noticed. Otherwise, why had even Lin Ran sent her a letter while the Emperor had yet to summon her? Hua Zhaoyi was truly terrified. Yet the thought of that little crybaby in Hua Qing's courtyard made her heart reluctant to give up. Chapter 62. Before the battle, something is amiss. Indeed, His Majesty may not have been resting well lately. Why did her sister paint her face with heavy makeup that even the Empress disliked that night? Could it be that she has been ill and has been putting it off? Is her recent penchant for makeup merely a means to conceal her pallor? History is replete with diligent emperors, known for their unwavering dedication to the nation, tirelessly toiling for the realm until their last breath, achieving everlasting fame. Hua Qing felt a sense of melancholy. She had no experience in leading troops or understanding state affairs. With a lethargic mindset, she merely adopted a day-by-day approach. What? Work? Impossible. I cannot possibly engage in labor. Today, even her dull mind sensed that the great Dazhao Kingdom was on the brink of turmoil. Surely, the balance among the 4 nations is about to be shattered overnight. Thus, the question arises, why does the Prime Minister of the Great Zhao, a position of such prestige, wear a villainous smile reminiscent of a treacherous minister? This should not be the case. The Chu family boasts a long and noble lineage, producing both civil and military scholars. As someone already holding the title of Prime Minister, what more could he desire? His family has no son to enter the palace and become a noble consort for his sister. Who knows, perhaps in the future, he might even aspire to seize the throne through his daughter's advantages. In the memories of the original owner, the Prime Minister, Chu, has always been a courteous and respectful elder. It is said that he never punishes his subordinates and greets everyone with a smile, raising children who are all outstanding, truly dragons and phoenixes among men. 3 sons and 1 daughter, along with 2 sons and 1 daughter adopted from the clan. Chu treats them all as his own. Chu Yiqing, the Prime Minister's legitimate son, married 5th sister Hua Sin 2 years ago, and it is said that they regard each other with utmost respect and affection. Chui Qing manages the Gongqin Wangfu with remarkable order and even voluntarily took in 2 concubines for 5th sister. When Hua Qing first heard Hua Jiaoyi mention this, her little head was filled with big question marks. Is voluntarily taking in men for one's wife truly an expression of love? If that were the case, the Ulanara clan's Isho would not have poisoned and killed those in the harem. Now Hua Qing cannot help but wonder, would Lin Ran do the same? Clearly, if he hadn't directly barged into her residence to throw those 3 out. He has likely been enduring for quite some time. Chu Huaishuang remains his concubine. Thus the prime minister can also be considered her father-in-law. When the 2 fathers-in-law stood together in harmony, chatting, there seemed to be no undercurrents. Yet, Hua Qing still felt a chill run down her spine. Time was excruciating. Had work ended yet? With her mind cluttered with thoughts, Hua Qing lowered her head, her expression blank, distracted. She finally left the court with a sense of relief. On the bluish-gray stone tiles separating the ministers, a palace maid was crouched down, scrubbing away bloodstains. That was from a civil official who had fervently urged His Majesty not to go to war just 10 minutes prior. Her forehead had been injured, blood staining the ground, and she had even attempted to bite her tongue to end her life in a desperate plea. Ultimately, she was stopped by Lin Yu, who threw a jade pendant at her. Hua Qing silently glanced at the dark stains of blood, closed her eyes, said nothing, and walked straight out with Hua Jiaoyi. The 2 figures receded, and Hua Yin stole a distant glance at Hua Qing. Her expression was inscrutable, but within her sharp eyes lay deep sorrow and pity, only to be averted after a fleeting second. As they turned a corner, they encountered rows of palace attendants and patrolling guards facing them. All stood with bent waists, bowing their heads to pay their respects to Prince Yi and Prince Chun. Hua Jiaoyi lowered her head, leaning closer, whispering, "Second sister, what is it? I saw you lost in thought for a quarter of an hour just now." Hua Qing waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just feeling quite tired. Let us go. The patrols have intensified." Hua Jiaoyi noticed her sister zoning out again and stepped closer, touching Hua Qing's forehead. She found her sister clutching a hand warmer tightly in her sleeves. Pressing her brows together, she spoke with a serious tone. "Second sister, are you feeling unwell again? How about we visit His Majesty tomorrow instead? Let us return home today." Hua Qing shook her head. "I am worried about His Majesty. We should go see her. I am fine. Just an old ailment, feeling a bit weak. After taking 2 doses of medicine and sweating profusely last night, she actually felt much better. It was merely a lack of energy. The colder the weather, the lazier she became." Hua Qing was anxious and quickened her pace toward the Qiankuan Hall. She must see her sister privately. She wanted to tell her sister that she would work hard to bear a child. Please do not be upset if she fell ill. She must not shy away from seeking treatment for fear of destabilizing the nation. Hua Qing's uncanny intuition and 6th sense were always strong. She felt something was amiss with Hua Yin. Earlier during court, she had deliberately kept her head down, appearing listless on ordinary days. Hua Yin would have scolded her for not performing and summoned her to answer questions long before. Yet today, she did not even spare her a glance that it could not be. Surely, it could not be merely due to the pressure of marriage and childbirth that would cause her to complain and bicker. Could such trivial matters create such a rift between sisters? Seeing that Hua Qing's complexion still bore a hint of pink, Hua Jiaoyi felt it was not a serious matter and cheerfully stood beside her. Discussing wedding arrangements. As they spoke, she awkwardly said to Hua Qing, "In a few days, I will come to your residence to find you. There is a small matter I wish to discuss with you." Hua Qing turned her head, surprised to see her 3rd sister appearing bashful for the first time before her. "Sure. Are you looking for something or borrowing someone? As long as you do not introduce me to a suitor. Anything is negotiable. To be honest, how could one describe the treasures in Prince Chen's treasury? Centuries-old wild ginseng was as worthless as daikon radish. Exquisite iced jade preserved snow lotus was often plucked by Zhua Ying for soup. Not to mention whole blocks of mutton fat jade, egg-sized luminous pearls, and exquisite southern red agate beads, along with a coral ornament standing a meter tall. As for borrowing someone, that was an even smaller matter. Due to health reasons, Prince Chun had publicly and legally possessed a private guard team since she was a princess. Now the leader of the guard team was you, and Hua Qing thought borrowing someone was fine. As long as 50 men were not all taken away. She had recently felt insecure. Hua Jiaoyi bit her lip, her panicked gaze darting around, and her speech faltered as she hurriedly changed the subject. "How could I dare introduce you to a suitor? Young Master Lin would surely flay me alive." Hua Qing laughed heartily. feeling that she should defend her boyfriend against the poor reputation of Lin Ran, who was known for his inability to handle children's night terrors and lack of decorum. Flaying me alive? That's a bit too dramatic. You two simply do not spend enough time together. In truth, Lin Ran is quite gentle as long as you do not provoke him, who enjoys fighting for no reason. Hua Joey, it seems second sister genuinely believes so. Gentle, I find this joke rather amusing. Chapter 63, Hua Yan's Dream. When Prince Yi and Prince Chen both sought an audience with His Majesty, they were simultaneously turned away. This news spread across the various estates within just 1 hour. This moment, Hua Qing could hardly believe that, in all her memories of the original owner and her own experiences over the past 6 months, it was the first time His Majesty had refused to meet with such a dismissive excuse of being too busy. Hua Qing remained in a state of shock. Hua Jiaoyi was evidently taken aback as well. While it was normal for His Majesty to avoid her, it was unusual for him to not even meet with Hua Qing. She furrowed her brow in concern. What had second sister done to provoke His Majesty's wrath? After all, they were siblings sharing the same mother and father. There was no one closer than them in the world. Having saved His Majesty and with her frail health growing up, even if second sister had committed some outrageous act, His Majesty would simply summon her for a reprimand. How could it be? The two fell silent, and Hua Jiaoyi lost her inclination for banter. His Majesty had been acting strangely recently, implementing sweeping reforms and offending several prominent families by forcibly going to war. And now, he would not even see second sister. Hua Qing glanced at the chief steward Zhao Pei, only to find that he was not even looking at her. His demeanor was in stark contrast to his usual playful exchanges with her. Delivering messages for her sister or pretending to be ill to avoid court sessions, acting with affection. Now, he appeared as just an ordinary subject. What have I done wrong? Why? Or rather, what is wrong with my sister? Hua Qing raised her eyes to the tightly shut doors, then deeply regarded the respectfully bowed Zhao Pei before pulling Hua Jiaoyi to turn and leave. After Hua Qing walked away in a huff, Zhao Pei sighed and, with reddened eyes, entered the hall. Inside, Hua Yan sat upright, reviewing documents, occasionally coughing. Her complexion, lightly touched by rouge, appeared rosy. Yet, the fatigue and frailty in her eyes would lead anyone who looked closely to wonder if the empress was unwell. Upon seeing Zhao Pei hesitate to speak, Hua Yan rubbed her forehead and said helplessly, "She will likely come early tomorrow. You cannot prevent her, so let her in. I am not in good spirits today. I fear it might frighten her." Qingqing and Qing'er are alike, intelligent yet exceedingly stubborn. Once they set their minds on something or someone, 10 oxen could not pull them back. She would surely come early tomorrow to wait outside. Alas, they are too much alike. Out of affection, she genuinely cherished this younger sister, considering her family. She repeatedly expressed her gratitude for Qingqing in her heart. Without her presence, her sister would not have survived, let alone have the chance to leave this realm and live in another world. All of this, Hua Yan would never share with anyone, not even the most loyal Zhao Pei, until she was laid to rest in her coffin. Last night, I found myself ensnared in yet another dream. For the past 6 months, I have encountered Qing'er intermittently within my slumber. Diane last night's reverie. She purchased 2 cups of milk tea and, after handing one to me, joyfully recounted amusing tales from recent times. Our meetings always transpired in the park, surrounded by a sea of blossoms, where couples strolled hand in hand, unabashedly displaying their affection. Each time, I wished that the moments in the dream could stretch a little longer. Although there were many instances when I struggled to comprehend the peculiar phrases and whimsical stories she shared. As we conversed, the moment of parting arrived, and Qing'er shed tears. She lamented that her ability to visit me in dreams was waning, likely to endure for just a few more months. She then spoke of a gentleman she had taken a liking to, assuring me that he was a good man, so I need not worry. This bashful suitor accompanied her in her preparations for graduate school, diligently reserving seats for her in the library. He would even secretly knit her scarves and sweaters, and was quite adept at cooking as well. This young man, who had once been mocked as effeminate and faced bullying in school, bore some insecurities. However, Qing'er revealed that the moment she first spied him, huddled in a corner, engrossed in a book while knitting, she was instantly drawn to him, lavishing him with compliments. Eventually, their friendship blossomed. As they discussed floral patterns and explored recipes together, Qing'er remarked, "Sister, this world is different from ours. Yet I find joy in it." I pondered. Indeed, in her world, Qing'er would not endure the whispers and slanders that plagued her here, nor would she have to comfort herself with forced smiles. Strangely, She seemed entirely unfazed by such matters. She would declare, "That is merely envy and jealousy on their part." Before I fell asleep, I had often found my younger sister's musings to be eccentric. Filled with odd phrases, she would assert her refusal to take a concubine and espouse some nonsensical notions of monogamy. Amidst the palace gates, Hua Qing wandered in a daze, while a servant trailed behind her. Holding an umbrella with trepidation, from a distance, Zwing spotted Hua Qing, who appeared lost and forlorn, and rushed forward. Upon seeing her pale complexion and the effort she made to suppress her emotions, Zwing opened her mouth but hesitated on how to inquire. She and her sister, Yuan, had grown accustomed to being willful and unruly in front of the prince, treating him as both master and friend. Yet, that was not the case outside these walls. She could not indiscriminately pry into matters, for if passers-by overheard, it would undoubtedly lead to unfounded gossip about the prince. Master. Well, let us not return just yet. Let us find a place to dine. I must visit the Ministry of Revenue this afternoon. She spoke in her usual languid and gentle tone. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Hua Qing's large, round eyes shimmered with a hint of red. She gently raised her gaze to the raindrops splattering upon the edge of her umbrella to eye in the downpour. She blinked, and the moisture swirled within her eyes before retreating. Hua Qing sniffled, turning to the silent Hua Zhaoyi, saying, "It's nothing. I shall enter the palace early tomorrow to seek an audience with His Majesty." "Very well. I must attend to the Ministry of Rights. Until tomorrow," Hua Zhaoyi replied, casting one last glance at Hua Qing before turning away and summoning her secret guards. With a cold expression, she surveyed the overcast sky and commanded, "Investigate the Imperial Medical Bureau for the prescriptions His Majesty has been using recently, as well as any remnants of medicines. Conduct the inquiries discreetly." Yes, the worst possible outcome would be the assassination amidst the power struggle for succession, alongside the poison that second sister had bravely shielded against. However, Hua Zhaoyi twisted the jade ring on her finger. Feeling perplexed, during second sister's 2-year coma, countless antidotes and rare treasures had been utilized, and after months of recuperation, she was merely left in a weakened state. Thus, it was improbable that His Majesty, who had only inhaled a trace while situated behind second sister, would come to harm. Yet now, with His Majesty's condition increasingly precarious, if it were indeed the long-lost poison that sealed the throat upon contact with blood, would that not imply that second sister was also nearing? No. Hua Zhaoyi abruptly halted mid-step, suppressing her overwhelming panic as she turned back. The figure clad in a rabbit fur vest had already receded into the distance, the petite young ruler swallowed by the throngs around her. With trembling fingers, Hua Zhaoyi climbed into her carriage, a chill creeping down her spine. Hua Qing sauntered toward the palace gates, her shoes already soaked through. Carefully avoiding puddles, she walked, the warmth of the incense burner in her sleeve still lingering. While her emotions had been meticulously composed, her mind began to analyze court affairs, gradually recalling and digesting the memories of the original owner of this body in a corner of the palace. Slightly behind Hua Qing, Prime Minister Chu Nanhuai conversed with several friends and, noticing Hua Qing's distracted demeanor, approached with a cheerful smile. "Greetings, Your Highness," he said in a gentle voice. Hua Qing lifted her gaze. Meeting the amiable smile of Chu Nanhuai, she blinked and, with a naive grin, responded, "Prime Minister, how kind of you. Oh dear, I rose too early and am terribly fatigued." With that, she unabashedly covered her mouth and yawned. Chu Nanhuai chuckled softly, shaking his head as though observing a mischievous child, and politely added, "Has my little one caused you any displeasure? Shuang Air plays the zither admirably and makes delectable pastries." "Ah, I digress." Hua Qing, studying Chu Nanhuai's expression, seized the moment he concluded his chatter to avert her gaze, feigning embarrassment as she replied, "Oh no, no. Hua Shuang is delightful, and the soup she prepared was delicious. Her temperament is quite agreeable. Ah, she is simply wonderful, truly a testament to your admirable parenting, Prime Minister." Chu Nanhuai laughed heartily, clearly pleased by her compliments. After exchanging polite farewells, Hua Qing watched Chu Nanhuai's retreating figure, her smile fading as she turned to Zwing and declared, "Upon our return, send someone to investigate Prime Minister Chu. Uncover everything that can be discovered." Wang, feeling bewildered yet compliant, replied, "Understood. I shall summon Wu Luqi and the others to expedite the inquiry." The rain intensified, cascading in torrents. Large droplets splashed against the golden embroidered tips of the young ruler's shoes, creating a bloom of water. Hua Qing felt a pang of sorrow that it seemed she had begun to grasp something vaguely. Yet it remained elusive. The Prime Minister's most favored son was to marry Hua Sun, who was to depart for battle the following day. Her sister, having suffered an injury years ago, had yet to bear any children. Fortunately, she was still in her early 30s. According to modern views on marriage, many women remained single and thriving. Thus, her sister's commitment to nurturing her health might still yield 1 or 2 offspring. Right? However, if the emperor remained childless, the succession laws of the great Zhao would permit a prince to inherit the throne. The late emperor had 6 children, and only she, Hua Zhaoyi, and Hua Sun were eligible for succession. So, did Chu Nanhui harbor knowledge of something, which explained his peculiar smile? Hua Qing realized that during the morning court session, she had misconstrued matters until her polite exchange with Chu Nanhui jolted her awake. She had previously naively believed that without a gentleman in the prime minister's household, the notion of noble by virtue of offspring would not apply. Indeed, while this was not incorrect, what if, as the emperor, one remained childless for many years, failing to produce a crown princess? Or, heaven forbid, if something were to befall her sister's health, then Hua Qing's heart plummeted, her palms growing clammy with sweat. Did her conjectures bear any truth? Even if she suspected that the prime minister had ulterior motives, she felt powerless to intervene. Yes, Hua Qing was utterly helpless. The roots of a great tree run deep, entangled in vast networks. Reviewing history. It was no simple task to uproot a prominent family. Moreover, with Chu Nanhui's impressive achievements and favorable reputation, he had never faced any accusations. The irony was that even his illegitimate son resided as a consort in his own courtyard. Her sister, so astute and politically savvy, might have already been aware of the unfolding situation. Was her absence a means to shield herself from being embroiled in court intrigues? Or was there something else? Hua Qing clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh as her steps grew increasingly unsteady. Zui Ying, concerned, trailed closely beside her, and once the ministers, servants, and palace attendants dispersed, she finally spoke. What troubles you? My lord? Has His Majesty reprimanded you? You need not go to the ministry this afternoon. I can deliver the message on your behalf. Hua Qing cast a glance at Zui Ying before bowing her head. Feeling defeated. No. Just go and eat. A full stomach brings no worries. Oh dear. This world is so difficult. If my sisters knew I was merely an outsider, a wandering spirit, would they still treat me with such sincerity? If Hua Yin were to discover that her beloved younger sister harbored another soul within her body, would she still protect me as she does now? Would she seek a sorcerer to banish me? If Lin Ran were to fall for her, no, that cannot be. She and the original owner shared an uncanny resemblance in every aspect. After accepting this body, the poison from the original owner had long been removed by the underworld's officials. Now, aside from a slightly weaker foundation, she bore no flaws whatsoever. Her appearance was her own, her character remained intact, and her physical form was nearly identical to her past life. Thus, Lin Ran's affections were directed toward her, not the original owner. Arriving at this conclusion brought a measure of comfort to Hua Qing. Water mixed with mud splashed against her skirt repeatedly. Hua Qing furrowed her brow, steeling herself as she strode forward with purpose. Since it was already tainted, she might as well embrace the filth more thoroughly. Having entered the fray, she resolved to accept whatever outcome awaited her with grace. She could not bear to see her sister. Her fellow sisters, all those who cared for her, shielded themselves with their bodies in her defense. The carriage slowly departed from the imperial city as torrential rain poured down, cascading from the gilded eaves onto the beams below, enveloping everything in a veil of mist. The chimes of startled birds at the corner of the building rang incessantly, sending shivers through those who heard them. Abruptly, the carriage halted, and Hua Qing, puzzled, lifted the curtain to peer outside. Amidst the sudden downpour and thin mist, a gentleman clad in deep crimson stood waiting. He was draped in a snow-white cloak, his tall and slender figure strikingly elegant. His long hair was tied back with a scarlet ribbon, cascading down his shoulders, presenting a visage of youthful rebelliousness. I in the deluge. His exquisite features were so breathtaking that passers-by might mistake him for a celestial being from a painting. Yet, upon closer inspection, his gaze was cold and indifferent, and a casual glance towards a woman staring intently at him was met with scorn, causing the onlookers to withdraw in silence. Indeed, beauty could be perilous. The newcomer was Lin Ran, who stood on the left side of the main road, holding an umbrella, while the carriage remained quietly nearby. Chasing Wind held the umbrella in one hand and a brocade box in the other. Its contents unknown. Ran Ran. Hua Qing's voice echoed from afar, and Lin Ran's previously downcast eyes lifted. I in the rain. The once frosty demeanor of the gentleman melted away in an instant. Qing, slow down, he urged, hastening forward to support Hua Qing as she rushed towards him. Chapter 65. Hairpin Ran. What brings you here? Hua Qing's melancholic mood brightened instantly, regardless of Lin Ran's arm draped protectively over her shoulder. Not a single raindrop touched her. Hua Qing, ever discreet, stealthily leaned a tad closer to him, a smile gracing her lips. Chasing Wind remarked, strangely enough, after becoming accustomed to it, this all seems quite normal. Other ladies quietly look after their young gentlemen. Yet with this pair, no matter their actions, I find them utterly delightful. Zhuang silently stood beside Chasing Wind, muttering softly, you could have just come over, but standing out here in the cold so early in the morning? You ought to consider your master. The prince must be worried. Chasing Wind replied bluntly, oh, I couldn't sway him. Zhuang, standing at a similar height, turned to observe Chasing Wind's dazed expression, her gaze meeting his handsome, slender-faced IT was rather disheartening. Such a beautiful face. What a pity. Lin Ran attentively wiped the raindrops from Hua Qing's shoulder and produced a small, warm hand warmer, placing it snugly in her embrace. Hua Qing felt a warmth surpassing that of the heater, her smile widening further. Next, Lin Ran retrieved a blood-red hairpin, adorned with pearls and delicate threads of pure gold, and gently inserted it into her slightly disheveled hair. Is it beautiful? Is this your special gift for me? Hua Qing tilted her head, her eyes sparkling like fragments of stars. Her boyfriend was so thoughtful, so gentle, so skilled. Ah, how she longed to kiss him. I must resist. Lin Ran brushed his fingers through her thick, cloud-like hair, lightly touching the blood-red gemstone. Suddenly, a droplet of blood emerged from his fingertip, instantly absorbed by the stone. Lin Ran tidied her stray locks, and noticing something subtle stirring within the hairpin, he smiled with satisfaction before lowering his sleeve that had been raised to obscure it. His large hand gently caressed her face, his expression one of contentment. Of course, Qing looks beautiful no matter what. In the future, all your jewelry shall be crafted by me, all right? What? You made this yourself? Hua Qing exclaimed in surprise. Instantly delighted, she raised her hand to touch the exquisitely crafted and aesthetically pleasing hairpin, exclaiming, Ran, you're incredible. You can do this. My goodness, are you a polymath? Chasing Wind and Zhuang exchanged glances. Speechless, it's quite common for gentlemen with various skills to create simple ornaments. Zhuang mused, satisfied that it's remarkable that such a proud young man like Lin Ran would craft such intricate jewelry for the princess. Truly admirable. Hua Qing, brimming with joy, pulled Lin Ran onto the carriage, declaring her intention to take him shopping. Zhuang softly interjected from behind, Your Highness, you have to go to the Ministry of Revenue this afternoon. Hua Qing paused, her smile faltering that an unqualified graduate traversing time only to experience the rigors of being a wage slave. How bittersweet. She had yet to even endure an internship. Lin Ran, sensing the discontent radiating from her, concealed his amusement and effortlessly assisted her into the carriage. Chasing Wind resignedly handed over the brocade box before turning back, slowly trailing the empty carriage. Inside the warmly lit carriage, Hua Qing took her duty seriously. Once we're done, will you come to fetch me to see the Lantern Festival? In Dazhao, it took considerable courage for a gentleman to invite a lady on a date, yet Lin Ran was unconcerned. Fortunate to have encountered a princess equally bold. Yes, but don't just stand there alone. Wait for me inside the carriage. Now that no one was watching, Hua Qing wrapped her arms around her boyfriend's, playfully nuzzling against him. Feeling the chill, she glanced up and touched Lin Ran's face, finding it icy. Pouting in displeasure, she admonished, Did you hear? It's freezing out here, while scolding him for being foolish. She used her warm hands to warm his face and hands. Lin Ran blinked, his dark eyes reflecting the sight of the princess fussing over his health. Filling him with an odd sense of satisfaction, he then leaned down, wrapping his arms gently around her waist. Just hold on to me, Qing. Hua Qing's round eyes widened in surprise. Is there such a delightful opportunity? She happily embraced her boyfriend, releasing him only when they reached the back courtyard of her favorite restaurant. Ah, it feels so warm holding each other, but Ran's body temperature is so high, Hua Qing thought, pondering who was truly warming whom. Chapter 66. To duty the couple indulged in a cozy lunch. Their affection palpable as the afternoon rain diminished to a gentle drizzle. Lin Ran escorted Hua Qing to the entrance of the Ministry of Revenue. She found her relationship with him incredibly comfortable and free-spirited, primarily because he was always considerate, striking the perfect balance. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if his attentiveness was slightly exaggerated. For instance, during that hour-long lunch, Lin Ran meticulously took over Zui Ying's tasks, deftly picking fish bones, deboning meat dishes, pouring tea, and performing other minor duties. Her happiness soared. As she rested her chin on her hands, she watched the handsome young man diligently serve her with delight. Then, a tender morsel of boneless fish was gently fed to her mouth. Despite the intimacy being somewhat overwhelming, Hua Qing accepted it with glee, quickly embracing this affectionate act of feeding, while it felt a bit excessive. It was their first love, after all. Wanting to be close for 24 hours was no fault of hers, right? Perhaps due to Hua Qing's unyielding indulgence, she sensed Lin Ran had unlocked a certain switch within him. Feeding her, pouring her drinks, wiping her mouth. This series of actions transitioned from clumsy to increasingly adept, becoming unstoppable. Upon entering the Ministry of Revenue, Hua Qing turned back to glance at the gentleman standing under the umbrella in the light rain. His features were enchanting, the scarlet ribbon entwined in his ebony hair fluttering in the breeze. The moment she turned, his icy demeanor melted, replaced by a gentle smile. His beauty was unparalleled, a sight that made Hua Qing blush. And she waved goodbye with a silly grin. With a spring in her step, she headed toward her duty. Time to work. Supporting my boyfriend. Oh no, I mean, supporting my wife. As she briskly walked, the hairpin atop her head swayed, the crimson jade accentuating her fair complexion, making her appear charming and lovely. Yet, when others weren't paying close attention, it was difficult to notice the crimson liquid occasionally coursing through the hairpin, vanishing like a mere trick of the eye. After Hua Qing's figure disappeared, Lin Ran's expression reverted to its usual air of nonchalance. Go, commanded the master, prompting Chasing Wind, who had been immersed in the saccharine atmosphere of love, to straighten up. Yes. Meanwhile, Zui Ying remained outside, standing in line with other ministers' guards, pressed against the wall. Alone within the Ministry of Revenue, Hua Qing faced a throng of over 20 bureaucratic colleagues who swiftly surrounded her, instantly tightening her scalp. Minister Li Jun personally greeted Prince Chun, this second-rank official politely leading the introductions regarding daily tasks and Hua Qing's workspace. Several lower-ranking officials, who rarely encountered the prince and were often relegated to the back rows during morning assemblies, gathered around Hua Qing with smiles. Hua Qing thought, I am a bit intimidated. Thankfully, I am not socially anxious. Excuse me, could you not crowd me? Introduce me, but don't stick so close. I couldn't even tell if you were male or female. Minister Li, could you please provide me with a notebook and let me sit down to copy some documents? Why are you introducing me to so many people? You don't actually think my sister is going to hand over your position to me, do you? There's no need for you to act like I'm taking over. I've had quite enough. The expression on Hua Qing's face was a polite yet awkward smile that in the continuous drizzle, she found herself amicably pressed into her seat by Lord Li. What was brought forth was a stack of bound volumes thicker than the 3 years of mock exams preceding the 5-year Gaokao, a total of 12 books. Your Highness, this is from 10 years ago. Please take a look at this first. I have plenty more once you are finished. What? Hua Qing turned her head, only to see Lord Li's almond-shaped eyes squinting with mirth, clearly thinking her a simpleton for coming to the Ministry of Revenue. Zui Ying, come in here and help me out. As dusk approached, after finally finishing half of the miscellaneous affairs, Hua Qing's mind was overwhelmed with thoughts of land, taxation, household registration, military supplies, salaries, and grain rations. Lord Li patted her shoulder, smilingly saying, There's still half a volume to sort out tomorrow afternoon. Hua Qing immediately interjected, hastily escaping. Well then, Lord Li, see you later. You've worked hard. The moment she stepped out of the Ministry of Revenue, Hua Qing felt as if she had been reborn. Look at how the rain nourishes the earth, and how beautiful the distant mountains are, shrouded in mist, and observe how the palace attendants move about, so content in their own little world. Ultimately, the air is filled with freedom. My lord, young Master Lin has come to fetch you, Zui Ying announced. Upon hearing this, Hua Qing took the umbrella herself, rushing towards Lin Ran like a child eager to return home in the rain. Save me. Ran. I can't make sense of those data. Look, little Zui is still holding on to my homework for tonight. How tragic. What is so great about being an official? Lin Ran chuckled as he wrapped his arm around Hua Qing, adjusting her hairpin and taking the umbrella from her, the two of them sharing it. Meanwhile, The attendant chasing wind, who held the umbrella, muttered, "Is that really necessary?" He stole a glance at Hua Qing as she playfully complained and leaned into Lin Ran. Recalling the events of the afternoon, and immediately lowered his head that it was all too bizarre, even a little frightening. He was merely a shadow guard, and should not hear what he should not. He must forget what he should not know. Even being poisoned or blinded was better than losing his life. Time rewound to the afternoon at the Blood Oath Pavilion. One knew that despite its name, the Blood Oath Pavilion had no fixed location. Perhaps it was just an ordinary tavern in the capital of the Dazhao Kingdom, or perhaps it would appear 6 months later in a security agency in the Witch Kingdom, in the nearest fabric shop to the Prince of Chen's residence. Lin Ran leaned back lazily, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. Before him stood the shopkeeper of the Jojo fabric store, where the unique feature was that every role within the shop, from management to errands, was filled by men. The shopkeeper hurriedly bowed, speaking with utmost respect. "I had no choice but to send a secret order to my lord. This business deal has proven somewhat troublesome." Lin Ran's mind was still preoccupied with where to take Hua Qing that evening, distractedly replying, "Go on. Someone has come with a token to request a precious item, specifically the 7 flowers and 7 leaves goo poison pill in your possession. I recognize that the token truly belongs to you. It is the 6th of the 10 tokens. I recall that it was presented to the current emperor a year ago." Chapter 67. Who is she? The shopkeeper's words rendered Chasing Wind speechless. He immediately feigned deafness. Holding his breath, Lin Ran's fingers paused mid-tap as he narrowed his eyes and sat up straight. Leaning forward, he inched closer to the shopkeeper. Fixing him with a penetrating gaze to confirm once more, his voice low, "His Majesty requires the goo poison pill?" Cold sweat beaded on the shopkeeper's forehead. Did he still have a life left after learning such earth-shattering news? The 7 flowers and 7 leaves, found atop the sacred mountain of the Witch Kingdom, were already potent enough, combined with the royal bloodline of the Witch Kingdom. When people hear of this, they might think it to be mere poison. No, while it is indeed toxic, it is not entirely so. A healthy individual consuming it would find it colorless and tasteless. Once the goo poison enters the bloodstream, it slowly erodes the internal organs of the afflicted. The process is gradual. It takes 3 to 5 years before the poisoned individual might suddenly bleed to death, and if not buried promptly, they would rapidly become a skeleton within 7 days. If anyone touches the remains before burial, even skin contact, they could be poisoned without a sound. However, this goo poison is not solely for lethal purposes. It can also serve as a temporary antidote. If the current emperor is not using it to poison, then it is for the purpose of detoxification. Yet, the cost of this antidote is exorbitant. The 7 flowers and 7 leaves goo can neutralize all poisons in the world. And the more severe the poison, the more effective it becomes. However, once ingested, a person's spirit and internal strength would immediately be restored to peak condition, only to rapidly decline after a year, until one day, perhaps a year later, or even 2, they would ultimately perish in a similar manner to those they saved. Although it is known that these goo poisons are exceedingly rare, with only a few being smuggled out of the Witch Kingdom each year. Many in the martial world still vie for them that if a poisoned individual knows they cannot survive, they might choose to consume this antidote, resolving their immediate crisis while extending their life by 2 more years. The shopkeeper's hands trembled. Why had such an astounding secret fallen upon him? Was the emperor planning to use this goo poison to kill, or for his own consumption? If the emperor were to use it for himself, what did that signify? The shopkeeper remained unaware of the assassination attempt that had occurred in the palace years prior, and thus did not understand that the emperor intended to consume it himself. But Lin Ran was aware. Lin Yu did not regard him as an ordinary young master of the inner chambers. Hence all matters of state affairs and schemes of power were discussed with Lin Ran. Lin Ran suddenly relaxed, leaning back languidly, yet his fingers continued to deftly twirl. "You may respond by saying I will personally deliver the medicine. There is no need to mention anything else." The shopkeeper wiped his sweat and promptly took his leave. Chasing Wind still dared not move or speak, remaining as still as a tree stump. He did not dare to glance at Lin Ran's reaction. Good heavens! He knew the emperor had been poisoned back then, though he did not know the specifics, only that it was quite severe, and thankfully, the Prince of Chun had deflected most of it. Thus, the prince had spent 2 years detoxifying, reportedly remaining in a deep slumber. Leaving his health quite frail. So, was the emperor planning to use the goo poison on himself? Did that mean that merely absorbing a fraction of the poison had already brought the emperor to the brink? But the prince had genuinely absorbed 9/10 of it. If the emperor was in such a state, then the prince had been hanging on by a thread for 2 years. Surely he should have succumbed by now. Yet here he was, alive and thriving, enjoying his meals. This was all profoundly strange, akin to a great sorcerer in witchcraft. The 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate, it was not about resurrecting the dead, but rather reversing the natural order. Soul possession, the legendary act of borrowing a corpse to return to life. Chasing Wind prided himself on his courage, yet he was still frightened, biting down on his teeth. Even with his underdeveloped intellect, he could surmise these implications. His master must have thought of even more. Indeed, Lin Ran fiddled with his fingers, his mind flooded with images of Hua Qing's sweet smile and her exaggerated sweet nothings. After experiencing the shyness and confusion of dreams, he now felt an entirely new sensation, panic and helplessness. He had always assumed that the poison affecting Qingqing was merely a common poison of the martial world. After all, aside from those present at the time, the dead, and the tight-lipped imperial physician, no one knew what poison had afflicted the emperor's 2 sisters. All they knew was that it was extremely potent. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable the poison, there were countless treasures of heaven and earth within the palace. Thus, the emperor had been fine after detoxifying, hadn't he? The prince had also detoxified for 2 years and recuperated for half a year. Surely his foundation was also recovering well? Or was it that the one who first awakened was her, not the prince? So, would there come a day when she grew weary of this world and chose to depart? Lin Ran felt a surge of anxiety. He wanted nothing more than to see Hua Qing immediately as dusk fell. Knowing there was still an hour to wait, he could not bear to wait another moment. Upon seeing Hua Qing pouting about her exhausting work, Lin Ran suppressed his overwhelming panic, wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, and kissed her. His tongue skillfully pried open her lips, slowly exploring, intertwining with hers and refusing to let go. A low, hoarse whisper of Qingqing escaped his throat. Hua Qing pressed her palms against his chest, feeling the rapid beating of his heart, and she immediately closed her eyes in embarrassment. Heavens, why is he suddenly so fervent and wanting to kiss me? Chapter 68. What is happening? Hua Qing exhibited remarkable patience, allowing her fiancé, who appeared to be in a rather foul mood for reasons unknown, to kiss her for several minutes. She did not resist even as her lips grew red and swollen. Nor did she push him away despite the tight embrace around her waist that was somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Ran in a bad mood. Hua Qing whimpered as she was drawn into the kiss. The two of them pressed tightly together, feeling each other's heartbeats and breaths that in that moment. Lin Ran resembled a serpent, whether constricting its prey or claiming its lover. He entwined her in a manner that left no room for escape. He rarely lost control of his emotions to such an extent. Even if he feared that Hua Qing might feel displeased afterward, he held her in an unbreakable embrace, longing for an insatiable closeness. A torrent of kisses fell upon her, his long fingers gripping the back of her head, forcing her to tilt her head back, as every drop of moisture was devoured. Dai was reckless and greedy. All he could think was, would Qingqing leave? This physical form was merely a shell. If she departed, what would he do with it? Hua Qing felt herself growing lightheaded from the kiss, and gradually became aware that something was amiss with her body. How infuriating, how shameful. Oh no, this is too much. The atmosphere has begun to drift towards disharmony. Hua Qing hurriedly caressed Lin Ran's back, conveying an endless sense of tolerance to the man who wished he could chew himself up and swallow. Lin Ran was gradually soothed. Qing. His voice was low and hoarse, just as the kiss, nearly tender enough to pull at the strings of the heart, ended. Hua Qing, despite being a seasoned flirt, couldn't help but blush. Lin Ran continued to hold Hua Qing tightly, his voice deep and strained. Did I frighten you? Qing. Hua Qing replied. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. But I can't quite place it. How strange. What am I even thinking? Nothing, just wondering why you seem off today. Are you feeling down? Lin Ran, holding Hua Qing, gazed vacantly into the void, only by sensing the warmth. The breath of the person in his embrace and the affectionate, caring tones of her voice did his heartbeat gradually return to normal. Yes, he was in a foul mood, after a short afternoon nap. He had a dream. If only it were truly just a dream. He dreamed of Qing marrying him, only to leave the very next day, saying she was bound for a distant land, one he could never reach. Lin Ran had already dispatched his shadow guards to investigate the poison from years past. As long as something existed, There could be no impenetrable walls in this world. He needed accurate information. Hua Qing did not expect that the typically sharp-tongued and irritable beauty would seek her affection and embrace due to a mere dream. Why had she once found him so aloof and difficult to approach? Why had she felt so nervous and flustered for so long? Hua Qing, skilled in comforting, quickly nestled closer. I won't go anywhere. I will always be with you until we grow old together. The two of them, having exchanged lives, would find happiness in their respective worlds. She had traversed into an ancient martial arts realm, not a fantastical one. How could she tear through the fabric of space and return? Hearing such a solemn promise from Hua Qing eased Lin Ran's unease by half. The words spoken from her lips, cherishing this bond, compelled him to release her. He craved more reassurance. Leaning forward, his bloodshot peach blossom eyes veiled with a haze, he softly inquired, I kissed you without your consent just now. Should I let you retaliate? Retaliate? Hua Qing bit her reddened lip, and upon witnessing the alluring beauty before her, especially the soft, unending affection reflected in his eyes, her expression seemed to proclaim that she was utterly smitten. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she tilted her head and kissed him, inside the palanquin. They indulged in sweet, affectionate embraces. One sought security through increased contact. The other unconditionally indulged. Even when she detected some peculiarities in his approach to love, she accepted and adapted. Lin Ran truly allowed Hua Qing to tease him, whether she bit him or playfully licked his slightly sharp teeth before swiftly fleeing. He feared that he might not be able to contain his possessiveness, causing Hua Qing to recoil little by little. He didn't want to see her angry, repelled, or even come to loathe him due to his decisions or actions. That he feared that such feelings might lead him to compromise. Even a flicker of malicious intent brewed within him. He could not let her go. Not even in death. The demons in his heart gradually took root, causing even his fingertips to tremble slightly. Outside the carriage, Chasing Wind wore an unusually serious expression, fixating on the road, occasionally lost in thought. Left Shadow propped one leg up, glancing at the wood, and leaned closer to whisper. Although the custom of not seeing each other for 3 months before marriage has long been abandoned in Dazhao. This is a bit too cloying, isn't it? Are we to expect that after morning court, you'll pick up the master for meals, and in the evening, take him out for leisure? On rest days, will you both just cling to each other? Don't you feel something is amiss? Are we ladies so idle? The affairs of the Ministry of Revenue are piling up. You might have to start burning the midnight oil. The wedding day drew ever closer. There were countless matters requiring the Master's negotiation, choices, and confirmations. Was young Master Lin not busy? Had he finished the embroidered garments? Were the accounts clear? Chasing Wind observed Left Shadow as he suddenly leaned in. His prominent nose, bright, distinct eyes, and thin lips mere inches away, moving rhythmically. His expression was haughty, revealing confusion as he flicked the whip in frustration. Too close. Chasing Wind instinctively recoiled, furrowing his brows, secretly checking his pulse. Was this not better? If the masters were happy, we would have no worries. Chapter 69. Delivering soup. Chasing Wind's true thoughts were, impossible. Do you think the master does nothing? Just indulging in romance. That would be the life of an ordinary gentleman. His master, besides practicing martial arts since childhood more diligently than the ladies, also had to engage with matters from the Witch Kingdom due to Lord Qi. Furthermore, there were numerous mundane affairs to manage for the established Blood Oath Pavilion, many of which required his direct intervention. And now, there were more tasks, including painting, embroidering wedding garments, playing the lute, and learning accounts. Oh, and due to jealousy, he even began learning to make soup. The public merely hears tales of young Master Lin from the governor's office. How he is unruly and cold-hearted. They only know he is skilled in combat, perhaps destined to live his life with weapons. Even Lin Ran's shadow guards and informants only perceive the difference between the master and the facade he presents to others. Behind his impassive demeanor lies a complexity no one can decipher. He rarely spoke, preferring to quietly read, practice weaponry, or occasionally discuss sorcery with Lord Q, someone who grew alongside Lin Ran. Chasing Wind only realized after the appearance of the Prince of Chun that his master mirrored his younger self. His possessions were not to be touched by others. If they were things he cherished, it was even more so. Even Lord Lin and Lord Qi respected this quirk, never violating his principles. Chasing Wind's most vivid memory was of a white steed briefly raised in the estate. Regardless of feeding, grooming, or caring, Lin Ran attended to it personally. never permitting the stable hands to approach. As Chasing Wind saw that they were nearing the Lantern Festival street, his wandering thoughts returned, and he turned to call out loudly. Left Shadow, noticing the two were dawdling, peeked at Hua Qing. Well, what are you two dining on? You seem quite satisfied already. Under the dim sky, the number of pedestrians dwindled in the gentle rain. Watching lanterns and solving riddles was not done outdoors but in a series of small buildings. Akin to navigating a modern maze, Hua Qing had no time to ponder the vexing matters that plagued her mind. She was determined to enjoy herself, until the night deepened and the couples solving riddles gradually dispersed. Hua Qing finally remembered her assignments. The saying goes, what goes around comes around. One must repay their debts eventually. She declined Lin Ran's offer to escort her home, insisting on seeing her precious fiancé back to his residence. Hua Qing sped back to her own abode, bursting into her study. Rolling up her sleeves, she began her late-night study session. Just as fatigue set in, her newly recovered rite attendant kindly offered her a bowl of medicinal soup to dispel the wind and warm her kidneys. With a face contorted in frustration, Hua Qing felt genuinely touched. Having adapted to life in ancient times, despite it being just past 9 o'clock, she found those classical texts no more challenging than reading tadpoles. Where was the energy she once had to binge-watch dramas until midnight, twisting in bed like a pretzel? Every time she recalled her sister's peculiar expression and a series of strange behaviors. She pinched the inner part of her arm and gently twisted. Ouch, that hurt, sob, sob, sob. While consulting texts, she swiftly took notes. Half an hour later, Hua Qing even employed modern methods, using rice paper as scratch paper. Swiftly, she drew straight lines, dividing the page into many small boxes that in each box. She noted the date horizontally and dizzying numbers vertically. This is much more convenient. Under the bright candlelight, Hua Qing stretched luxuriously. A knock echoed at the door. Outside, Left Shadow softly asked, Master, Chu Jun's concubine has brought you soup. Hua Qing replied, I believe work is better. I truly cannot handle such matters. She had been avoiding her these past few days. Why had she suddenly insisted again? Sigh, perhaps it was best to clarify things. Avoidance was not a solution. Rubbing her temples, Hua Qing reluctantly responded, Come in the candlelight. Chu Huaishuang donned a thin blue autumn garment. Looking exceedingly cold to any discerning observer, this made Hua Qing frown. Such a slender waist, dressed so lightly on such a chilly day. It seemed the tales of ancient beauties deliberately dressing seductively to entice the prince were not mere fabrications. Yet, at that moment, Hua Qing, a straightforward woman, could only think. Lin Ran never wore such garments reminiscent of the Wei and Jin dynasties. She wondered how he would look in them. Dear wife, I heard you were still busy. So I made soup for you. Chu Huaishuang stepped forward slightly, the fingers supporting the bamboo tray turning pale. The sight of the lady frowning brought his breath to a halt. His heart ached with tension, helplessness, and despair. Why must I always be the one to sacrifice? Why must the most cherished smile stab the sharpest knife into my heart? But, brother, father, Hua Qing noticed Chu Huaishuang's complexion worsening, his body seemingly stiffening. She thought, has he guessed what I am about to say? Chapter 70. The Lady of the House. Hua Qing gazed at the bowl of soup before her, a cloud of vexation hovering over her. To refuse it would seem rather ungrateful, given the effort that had gone into its preparation. She had heard from Zhuo Ying that Chu Huaishuang was always stationed in the kitchen, meticulously controlling the heat, rather than merely delegating the task to a cook to take credit for himself. Yet, to indulge in it. Ever since the betrothal was confirmed, Hua Qing had sought ways to distance herself from them. She wished to spare Lin Ran any discontent. Each time, Chu Huaishuang treated her as if she were an ordinary lady, preparing an enormous bowl. How could one possibly finish it? If left unfinished, he would cast her a pitiful glance and then tenderly insist on not wasting it, consuming the remainder himself. Initially, Hua Qing thought little of it. Modern gatherings often involved shared dishes. Moreover, in ancient times, it was customary for servants to partake of the leftovers when their masters could not finish. However, now that her bond with Lin Ran deepened, everything fell amiss. She began to perceive that even a simple smile toward Chu Huaishuang could be seen as a form of disrespect toward Lin Ran. Alas, Ran, with his steadfast integrity and unwavering affection for me, tirelessly escorting me to and from work, delighting me with riddles, and likely spending sleepless nights stitching my wedding gown. At this moment, Hua Qing felt that drinking the soup was a grave mistake. And even allowing Chu Huaishuang to enter her chamber at such a late hour felt inappropriate. Observing her innocent brother, she sighed. Master Chu, I will ensure that you are all settled within a month. Hua Qing was still uncertain of Lin Ran's intentions. Chu Huaishuang was the most challenging to arrange among the three, but she needed to communicate with him first. After all, there were two others who seemed like mere tools. Visibly wishing to keep their distance from her, upon hearing this, Chu Huaishuang immediately fell to his knees, trembling even more as he held the tray. To send him away, or perhaps feign a sudden illness? His eyes instantly misted over, and they turned red. Bowing his head, he waited, but Hua Qing did not approach him as she had before to offer support. She sat silently, and upon witnessing Chu Huaishuang's state, her heart twisted with compassion. Yet, this was a necessary course of action. She could no longer afford to be soft-hearted toward outsiders or indulge in the modern notion of equality among all. Otherwise, she would inevitably bring harm to herself, her sister, and those around her. Moreover, seeing Chu Huaishuang tremble, tears streaming as he held the soup, Hua Qing's gaze drifted over the porcelain bowl, lingering for a few seconds. Chu Huainan's most cherished legitimate son, Chu Yiqing, had married Hua Sun. The illegitimate son was wed to me. As for this soup, if I were to perish, it would leave only my carefree younger sister, who, like me, was indifferent to political affairs, and Hua Sun was different. She had the support of the Chu family and was soon to embark on a northern expedition, taking nearly a third of the military power with her. Brave and astute, all four of her concubines were noble-born, having excelled in their studies since childhood, often praised by the former grand tutor. Hua Qing's gaze shifted from the porcelain bowl to Chu Huaishuang. After a minute of silence, she finally spoke. Rise, do not kneel. Leave the soup. I will drink it shortly. This is the last time. Chu Huaishuang lifted his head, standing up, tears cascading down his cheeks. His once rosy complexion now devoid of color, he approached the grand wooden table slowly, his eyes filled with boundless despair, biting his pale lips until they bled, yet he uttered not a single sound. With a soft thud, the porcelain bowl was set down. Suddenly, Chu Huaishuang began to loosen his clothing, the belt around his waist undone, his gaze fixed intently on Hua Qing. The delicate white skin of his neck was exposed. Followed by, Hua Qing was startled and immediately lost her composure, hastily standing up. Shuang Heir is the concubine of the lady of the house. If he is to be sent away, let him serve the lady one last time. To repay her kindness, the prince was the kindest and most tender-hearted individual she had ever encountered, deserving of all protection and care. Initially, her mother had claimed that his role was merely to convey messages occasionally, without putting him in a difficult position. After all, in the court, every family had its spies and hidden guards, especially within the three princely households. That time, Chu Huaishuang felt a twinge of unease. Yet, he understood that he was merely a pawn. If he could extricate himself from the Xiang family and earn the favor of the crown prince, gaining a modicum of power, he could finally pursue his desires. Simply delivering messages would ensure that his brother married well, and that their father would no longer be tormented by the head steward. In winter, they were deprived of silver and charcoal. In summer, they were denied ice. When pleased, they were served 3 dishes. When displeased, they were given coarse buns and boiled radishes, all while claiming it was due to their mother's frugality. Then one day, a letter from their father arrived. Following that, their mother sent a hidden guard with a message and provided him with a packet of powder, colorless and tasteless. It would not cause sudden death, but would gradually deplete one's vitality. Breathing would become labored, and slowly, over the course of months, one would succumb, even if the court physician diagnosed it as tuberculosis. The entire realm of Dazhao knew the crown prince was frail. Should he succumb to tuberculosis, it would merely be a topic of lamentation over tea and meals for a few days. Their mother had candidly stated that no one would suspect him, and even provided him with antidotes to take in advance. As Chu Huaishuang closed his eyes to undress, tears streamed down his face, filled with regret, resentment, and a sense of helpless despair. Additionally, the flicker of newfound affection in his heart, akin to the light of a firefly. Quickly extinguished, he could not be sent away. Do not lose your mind. Hua Qing stepped aside and retrieved a large cloak from the hanger, draping it over him with her eyes shut. How troublesome. Who will come to my aid? How does one handle the affairs of such a minor concubine? They were not the result of my own reckless desires. Over the past few months, aside from growing slightly closer to Chu Huaishuang, their interactions had been limited to sharing soup, eating a few pastries, and exchanging a few words. She had completely forgotten the appearances of the other two. If she treated them poorly, they might feel resentful. Yet she feared that the innocent ones might be secretly mistreated by the servants if she treated them kindly. She worried that it might lead to misunderstandings, perhaps instilling in them the notion that if they served the prince well, he might grant her an heir. Such thoughts? Chu Huaishuang, now clad only in undergarments, felt warmth envelop him from head to calf as the cloak was hastily wrapped around him. He gazed at Hua Qing's face, attempting to discern pity and compassion in the expression of this tender-hearted lady. Yet, none was found. The atmosphere was calm and light, yet it was overshadowed by turmoil. She had not shown even a trace of. Chapter 71. Pure and untainted Chu Huaishuang, choked with emotion, reached for Hua Qing's hand, seeking to alleviate his anxiety. However, she swiftly recoiled. Embarrassed, Hua Qing patted his back, sighed, and turned to sit down again to eye in the flickering candlelight. She lowered her head and picked up the unfinished data sheets. Go back. I have already sworn an oath to marry but one. I have never wronged you. Rest assured, I will ensure your well-being. Master Chu, you are commendable, yet in the future, do not come unless it is of great importance. Hua Qing addressed him with this Prince and Master Chu in every sentence. To Chu Huaishuang's ears, it struck like the thin ice of a winter morning, sharp and biting. As he donned Hua Qing's cloak, Chu Huaishuang stepped out into the dark night, where a heavy rain fell. The warm light from the lanterns illuminated his figure. His hair was slightly disheveled, his eyes red-rimmed, and with each step, he appeared unsteady. As he walked past, it was impossible not to notice the redness and swelling of his lower lip, clearly bitten, while his once neat attire was now disheveled and wrinkled. Hastily tied, what is this? Zhao Ying and Yuan exchanged shocked glances, their eyes wide in disbelief. Could it be? Yuan even briefly questioned whether he had overindulged in the nourishing tonic they had previously delivered. Had the master become overly spirited? But the timing seemed too short for that. Zhao Ying, observing Chu Huaishuang's disoriented and staggering departure, immediately knocked on the door to enter the study. Internally, she cried out, Your Highness, this cannot continue. What are you thinking? Just moments ago, you were tenderly engaged with Lin Gongzi, and now you are involved with this Chu concubine. Is this not a slap in the face? You cannot truly believe Lin Gongzi is genuinely gentle. Can you? The guards patrolling the vicinity also witnessed the scene, each lowering their heads, afraid to reveal their astonishment. Yuan, gripping her sword with her bandaged hand, cast a sharp gaze over all the servants present. She approached the corridor, addressing the patrolling guards and the attending servants, her voice deep and commanding. Did you see anything? A dozen individuals shook their heads in unison, bowing their heads. One bolder soul reported. Only the left steward is attending to the prince. Yuan acknowledged this with a grunt of satisfaction. Drawing her sword, she wiped it casually on her sleeve, the blade glinting coldly in the firelight as its shadow loomed over the faces of those present. His Highness is burdened with affairs. You surely understand what should and should not be said. Yes? Everyone responded. Understood. With a single command, they scattered like startled birds. While His Highness may possess a gentle temperament, it did not imply that the Lady Commander and her sister were similarly mild-mannered. The former had a plethora of torturous methods, having driven several spies to madness half a year prior. The latter was taciturn and prone to eliminate any hint of suspicion, preferring to execute a wrongful death than to let a potential threat slip away. They could not afford to provoke such individuals, nor could they avoid them. In her chamber, Hua Qing endured a lengthy lecture from Zhao Ying, ultimately asserting that aside from draping a cloak over him, she had truly paid him no further heed. Not only was Chu Huaishuang innocent, she herself was pure and untainted, deserving to be hailed as the foremost embodiment of virtue in the realm of Dazhao. Zhao Ying placed her trust in her master, particularly as Hua Qing's troubled expression indicated she had resumed her calculations. Her attire was impeccably arranged. Not a single strand of hair had shifted from its place. Once reassured, Zhao Ying turned only to be halted by Hua Qing's call. This bowl of soup, please examine it. Zhao Ying, taken aback, glanced back, pondering the unusual request. Immediately, recalling the investigation into Chancellor Chu, her demeanor became serious as she lifted the porcelain bowl that in previous instances, she had consistently tested each bowl in advance. Well aware that no one would be foolish enough to poison it personally, especially not the Chancellor's illegitimate son, such an act against the royal family would warrant severe punishment, including confiscation of property and exile. Afterward, as Zhao Ying became preoccupied with other matters, she occasionally neglected to conduct her checks, and Hua Qing, finding it tedious, ceased the practice altogether. Zhao Ying first sniffed the soup, then retrieved a black vine from her sleeve to dip into the broth. The vine exhibited no change after absorption. Next, she took a pinch of powder from her hairpin and sprinkled it into the soup. Again, there was no alteration. Master, there is no issue whatsoever. Not only is there no problem, but the aroma is delightful for such a late hour. Well, considering that the three of them would no longer be granted an audience unless a significant matter arose, is the master intending to send away all before the arrival of Lin Gongzi? That would not be so simple, would it? Though one could certainly find a reason to dismiss them, it would inevitably incur much blame and offend the three families. Hua Qing supported her head with her hands, feeling quite helpless. Recalling what Lin Ran had said, he would handle it as long as she cooperated. Lin Ran was evidently far more astute than the three of them. If she did not trust him, who else could she trust? Sending them all away would ensure that there would be no concubines in the future. As for the method, Lin Ran had promised to assist her. Zhuang froze. Lin Gongzi's method could not possibly involve eliminating the three of them under the cover of night. Could it? It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Chapter 72. Anger won before sleeping. Hua Qing pondered. How would Lin Ran manage to send those three away? In historical records, while concubines could be freely gifted to officials of lower rank or peers, this was not the case for the trio due to their unique status. They were not only sons of noble families, but also bore the troublesome distinction of being bestowed by their elders. In Dazhao, there existed a status for concubines that commanded respect even from legitimate wives. They were granted by their elders. Even a legitimate wife had to adhere to their wishes. Regardless of personal feelings, one must swallow their grievances. Much like Wang Shifeng and Xiutong in Dream of the Red Chamber. Despite Wang Shifeng's private disdain for her, she would never humiliate her openly, let alone drive her from the household. Hua Yin, being Hua Qing's elder sister and her only blood relative, also held the title of sovereign, residing at the pinnacle of power, while Hua Qing enjoyed favor. She would not foolishly undermine her sister's dignity or oppose her. She fully understood the customs and traditions of a world where women held power and recognized her sister's concern. Thus, since these three individuals could not be dismissed, she resolved to treat them as cultured scholars and extend them courtesy. Hua Qing mused, perhaps when it comes to finances, we have plenty. The heated Kong in the room kept her warm as she contemplated her thoughts. And before long, she succumbed to slumber, face down. Just before drifting off, she muttered, only 4 hours of sleep. I must see my sister. She fell into a deep sleep, unaware of the icy atmosphere that had just enveloped the governor's residence. Zhui Feng had just finished his shift and was preparing for a restful slumber when a messenger, keeping a close watch on the Prince of Qin's residence, unexpectedly delivered alarming news. Upon hearing it, Zhui Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Please repeat that. The scout, thinking Zhui Feng had misheard, reiterated the message. Zhui Feng's lips twitched in disbelief. What on earth was this absurd news? What did it mean that the Prince of Qin and Chu Junkie were alone in a room for a quarter of an hour? And that Chu Junkie appeared flushed, staggering, and disheveled. Zhui Feng's mind was flooded with a torrent of curses, each one galloping through his thoughts as he lamented, how will I report this? He felt compelled to kneel before the prince. In the 2 seconds of his hesitation, a chill wind slipped through the open window behind him. Oh, no, it was Lin Ran standing outside. Zhui Feng's face fell, and he stammered, uncertain of how to proceed. Did the master hear that? Do you need me to repeat it? I haven't even found a diplomatic way to phrase it. Lin Ran scoffed coldly, dismissing him with a sardonic laugh. That you've heard it. It's over, master. It's far too late. You should rest first, and I will investigate immediately. Please, remain calm. Zhui Feng seized a long sword from the rack, preparing to uncover the truth. No one would be allowed to sleep tonight. Lin Ran pressed down on Zhui Feng's shoulder, his touch deceptively gentle. Yet Zhui Feng felt as though half his body had gone numb. No need to investigate. I will go. The chilling words swept past, sending a shiver down Zhui Feng's spine. Would Chu Gongzi be left alive, or would he suffer grievous injury? Witnessing his master discard any pretense, Lin Ran swiftly employed his lightness skill and vanished, emanating an aura of danger that left Zhui Feng momentarily paralyzed, unsure whether to sympathize with Chu Gongzi or the Prince of Qin. In the inky darkness of night, a fine drizzle fell like a veil. At an astonishing speed, Lin Ran became drenched. Like a specter, he evaded patrols and hidden guards, arriving at a corner of Wudong courtyard. In the dim glow of candlelight, A tear-streaked Chu Huaishuang stared blankly at the flickering flame. At that moment, his expression was composed. Upon hearing the faint sounds, he swiftly hurled the teacup in his hand. The intruder easily sidestepped. Not even a hair's breadth grazed as he beheld the figure boldly entering the room. It approached like the grim reaper seeking a soul, step by step. Unable to wait, he longed for death. Chapter 73. Anger 2. How could Huaishuang desire to prolong his life? Did Lin Gongzi's nocturnal intrusion into the Prince of Qin's residence go unnoticed by his wife? Chu Huaishuang rose, a hint of bloodshot in his eyes, accompanied by a trace of a smile that he appeared fragile, akin to a flower branch swaying precariously in a biting wind that as anticipated, Lin Ran had indeed come. Likely rushing upon receiving the news that it seemed that the prince was less familiar with this individual than he was. In the flickering candlelight, a slender shadow was cast upon the white wall. The figure lunged forward, seizing Chu Huaishuang by the throat as if ready to sever his life in an instant. Dare to call her wife again? To seek death was one thing. Did he wish to involve his pitiful father, who only knew how to weep, and his brother, who clung to him like a leech? With 3 questions, each more piercing than the last, Lin Ran struck at Chu Huaishuang's heart. He knew everything. Lin Ran, in his fury, was not a raging fire consuming all. Rather, he concealed his wrath behind a smile. With a sinister gaze fixated on his prey, he launched a verbal assault that shattered the prey's mental defenses. Each word a stab to the core. Lin Ran's face bore an icy smile, his eyes flickering with suppressed anger. In that moment, his gloomy demeanor combined with his exquisite features resembled a resplendent, yet venomous snake. An overwhelming beauty accompanied by unimaginable danger. Lin Ran towered half a head above Chu Huaishuang, one hand grasping him as he looked down imperiously at his distorted face. Indeed, a beautiful visage. Qing gazed upon this face while savoring the soup he prepared. Lin Ran's grip tightened further. The resemblance between Chu Huaishuang's eyes and Lin Ran's was evident, yet a discerning observer could easily distinguish their differences. One pair sparkled with gentle allure, ever teasing. The other only smiled when in Hua Qing's presence, typically shrouded in a somber demeanor. The sudden increase in pressure left Chu Huaishuang gasping for breath, pain causing him to writhe in agony, rendering his words a fragmented mess. Exchange. Lin Ran regarded the reddening, contorted figure before him with the indifference one might reserve for a lifeless body, only retracting his hand when he found it no longer appealing. He pulled out a silk handkerchief, disdainfully wiping his hands, meticulously cleansing each finger. Cough, 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 cough. Chu Huaishuang leaned against the table, bent over as he coughed violently. After a prolonged bout, he poured himself a cup of tea, downing several glasses of icy water before feeling somewhat alleviated. This was the disparity. His self-taught martial arts, which he had prided himself on, paled in comparison to Lin Ran's profound inner strength. It was as if a pebble had been thrown into a river, creating not even a ripple. Had Lin Ran truly wished to end his life, he could have done so the moment he crossed the threshold, and Chu Huaishuang would have perished without knowing who had struck him down. Yet, Lin Ran refrained. He stepped forward, his gaze toward Chu Huaishuang akin to that of someone observing an inconsequential weed by the roadside. He regarded him as beneath contempt. Thus, the misunderstandings he had intentionally crafted to draw Lin Ran in should have been evident the moment he was seized. Lin Ran would never misconstrue any relationship between himself and the prince. The cunning of this man was indeed beyond his comprehension, and a wonder his mother had warned him to complete his tasks before the legitimate wife arrived. But was it of any consequence? Surely every action within this estate was under Lin Ran's scrutiny. A wave of dread washed over Chu Huaishuang as he realized that they were all mere puppets, even the prince himself. The prince's every word and deed were undoubtedly under Lin Ran's meticulous control. Chu Huaishuang, with the bruise on her neck, tilted her head back and coldly laughed at her lord who stood with his hands behind his back. With a hoarse and bitter smile, she said, "Master Lin, I merely, cough, wish to make a transaction with you. Your Highness no longer drinks my soup and has spoken of sending me away in a moment of desperation." My eyes turned red. Lin Ran chose to ignore her, surveying the room that was adequately furnished, neither shabby nor opulent. Just as his gaze returned, he spotted a noticeably smaller cloak, unmistakably belonging to the female lord. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes and strode towards the coat rack. His footsteps echoed like a drumbeat upon Chu Huaishuang's heart. He wanted to intervene, but as the words formed on his lips, the searing pain in his throat cautioned him. Do not provoke the person before you any further. Lin Ran picked up an oil lamp from the side and held it close. Bending slightly, he scrutinized it intently, admiring the beautiful fur collar and the exquisitely embroidered lapels. He then reached out and took it down, touching it as if to feel the warmth the female lord once wore. Mere seconds later, the garment fell upon the stone floor, and the flickering flame reflected in Lin Ran's eyes began to sway and gradually turned sinister. Flames ignited at the hem, swiftly engulfing the entire cloak. The roaring fire rolled and devoured it. Amidst the blaze, Lin Ran murmured, "Qingqing is too innocent. Allow me to take charge." Chu Huaishuang stood frozen, watching her lord burn the garment as if witnessing madness. The cloak quickly reduced to ashes, the distorted heat in the air still lingering. The madman turned to Chu Huaishuang and scornfully remarked, "What of her drinking your soup?" This lord would stoop to quarreling over the servants boiling water or stewing soup. Or perhaps making beds and washing clothes. The implication was clear. You are no different from the servants in the manor. I am magnanimous enough not to hold it against you. Chapter 74. These eyes are better lost at this moment. Chu Huaishuang's emotions were tumultuous. Her impression of Lin Ran had evolved from defiant and arrogant to enigmatic and calculating. And now, this person, who moments ago exuded a murderous intent, appeared entirely different. Could he truly be so juvenile as to feel jealousy? How much did Lin Ran truly care for the princess? And the princess had even vowed not to take concubines for his sake. Indeed, how enviable it is to be chosen so resolutely. Chu Huaishuang felt a pain in her throat, yet at this moment, her heart ached, and every breath was a struggle. Her hands clenched tightly in her sleeves as she returned to the table. Lowering her head, and bitterly said, "Master Lin, I willingly depart from the royal residence. I only require your assistance." Before she could finish, Lin Ran interrupted, "Within 10 days, I will arrange for your father and brother to leave, providing them with identities that Chu Xiang cannot trace." Gazing at the pallid, handsome face, Lin Ran continued, "As for you." He looked at the person before him, her fragile neck bowed low, so easy to snap. Yet he could not. From the very beginning, he had never intended to take their lives. How many lords of the great Zhao were sent by their families to various mansions as concubines? Those who were favored fared better, while those who were not faced the same fate as Chu Huaishuang's father, subjected to the whims of the legitimate wife, forced to kneel and have their dignity trampled. Had Chu Huaishuang shown some sense upon learning of their engagement, Lin Ran would not have been filled with such murderous intent. The thought of what she may have done in the study drove him mad with jealousy. He yearned for an immediate wedding, to keep a watchful eye over every move of Hu Qing, ensuring she saw only him, drank only his soup, and wore only his garments, from her hair to her feet. Inside and out, she would be infused with his essence. This would quell the gnawing anxiety within him. Chu Huaishuang continued to stare at the celadone teapot on the table, oppression washing over her like a tide. And she raised her cup to drink the cold tea. With a hoarse voice, she said, "Rest assured, Master Lin, I shall ensure your satisfaction." The response was the sound of the door opening, along with a low murmur, "You are mistaken. This lord relies not on family background, nor on this face." Lin Ran departed, leaving Chu Huaishuang to sit in silence for a long while, until her body turned cold and stiff. Her fingers finally stirred. The candlelight flickered weakly, and 2 streams of tears stained her fair face. Yes, he was right. If she were to leave the royal residence, she would still live in the shadow of her father. From a young age, she had loathed her father for seeking superficial love through his appearance, but time passed, and beauty fades. Gradually, she found herself becoming another version of her father. She would gaze with these captivating eyes, conversing with esteemed elders or noble sisters. She would stoop low and read people's expressions, performing her role with utmost skill. For this beautiful face and those soulful eyes, she had procured her brother's chance at education and gained her father's feigned affection before her mother. Her father would always say, "I only have you and Qingyi. Without you, I wouldn't know the meaning of existence. Your brother needs you. Help him out, my dear Shuang-er. You are the most understanding." The flames on the ground had long extinguished. And Chu Huaishuang straightened herself. Stepping over the ashes, she pulled a dagger from the dressing table. With a swift motion, she plunged it in. Blood fell like plum blossoms, drop by drop. Chapter 75. How wonderful the Chunwang residence was under strict guard. And Lin Ran did not linger. He cast a glance at the rooftop of Hu Qing's chamber from a distance, and under the night sky, his tall figure glided through the branches, heading straight for the Blood Oath Pavilion. Just minutes after Lin Ran departed, within the Wutong courtyard, young master. You. Young master, do not panic. I will immediately inform His Highness to summon the physician. Upon entering, Li Qing was met with the sight of blood everywhere. And upon seeing his young master with bloodshot eyes, he turned pale with fright, nearly kneeling. Chu Huaishuang trembled in pain, yet she managed a low laugh. One hand pressed against the wound. She bizarrely smiled and said, "Do not go. Take out a porcelain bottle with a white body and red mouth from the second compartment and pour out the powder for me." Li Qing's face turned ghostly pale. His legs shaking, his hands trembled more violently than the beggars performing on South Street. Had the young master truly blinded himself? Was he possessed? Or had he lost his senses? Li Qing even pondered. What should he do? Should he continue following a master who had no support left, or seek his own path? After applying the medicine, Chu Huaishuang, her eyes bandaged in white silk, lifted the teacup. Before her lay nothingness. Not even darkness remained. Li Qing, look at my eyes. From a young age, anyone who saw me praised my charm and passion. Now that they are gone, what do you say I have left? As Lin Ran said. She had a cowardly father and a blood-sucking brother. But could she not, like Lin Ran, rely on strength and strategy? She believed that in terms of political maneuvering, she might be somewhat inexperienced compared to Lin Ran, who had spent years outside. Yet, if she could escape the great Zhao and assume a new identity, perhaps a new world awaited her. Hearing the young master's words, Li Qing hesitated and reminisced about the past few years. He then sighed. Young master, what are your plans? Why not share them with me? Next time, do not startle me so suddenly. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Li Qing felt both helpless and pained. Saying, you are blind now. Why are you still smiling? The young master had always led a difficult life. Now he had even sacrificed his own eyes. Was this good or bad? Perhaps it was for the best that he had done so. Initially, Li Qing thought this lazy, chatty servant would turn his back on him. Little did he expect that after losing his sight, the first thing he would gain was the realization that there were still those who cared for him without seeking to exploit his value. Chu Huaishuang was helped to the bedside by Li Qing, who then remarked in his usual lazy tone, I will go to the pharmacy to find a remedy for pain and blood replenishment. You sit still and do not move. Hearing his footsteps retreating while still grumbling, you nearly scared me to death. Now, I will have to support you for the rest of my life, that if not. Perhaps find a martial arts master to learn how to discern sounds and positions. Chu Huaishuang, with her bitten red lips, managed to crack a smile. The pain coursed through her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. As tears mingled with crimson stained a patch of white. In just one night, the world had turned upside down. Winter days began to dawn around 6, dimly lightening the sky, the hour of the tiger. Around 3 in the morning, Hu Qing struggled to open her eyes. However, at the insistence of her left shadow's persistent calls, she forced herself to splash cold water on her face. Today, she must see her sister. Even if it meant kneeling, she would wait in front of the grand hall for her sister to emerge from morning court. Who would dare stop her? Dressed in her court attire, Hu Qing casually styled her hair into a bun. Just as she contemplated switching to another hairpin, the memory of her proud boyfriend's face when he gifted her jewelry came to mind, and she decided to use the blood jade hairpin instead. Gently securing it in her raven locks, as she approached the carriage, Hu Qing, half awake, nearly stumbled. She muddled through the journey to the imperial city. After disembarking, she hurriedly walked, breathless, to the entrance of the Taiha Hall. Wrapped in a fluffy coat, Hu Qing resembled a round ball, panting heavily as she pointed at Zhao Pei, raising her voice deliberately. Is His Majesty still asleep, or has he risen? No matter. If he sleeps, I shall wait right here. If he wakes, I shall enter immediately. Today, I shall accept whatever punishment His Majesty deems fit. Do not think. Before the words could leave my lips, Zhao Pei instinctively stepped aside. Your Highness, please enter. His Majesty has awakened. Hua Qing, having struck a blow against the softness of cotton, glared at Zhao Pei with wide eyes filled with indignation. Sister, do I resemble a monkey from a zoo? With her slightly elongated garment in hand, Hua Qing stepped into the familiar hall. The palace attendants, upon seeing her, all bowed their heads in reverence, but Hua Qing waved her hand dismissively, granting them exemption from their salutes. Sister, Upon entering the inner chamber, the first sight to greet her was Hua Yin, who had her back turned, being dressed by 3 palace maids. Hua Yin remained silent, prompting Hua Qing to exercise patience. 5 minutes later, Hua Yin waved her hand, and the maids gradually withdrew with respectful bows. What is all this commotion early in the morning? Hearing Hua Yin's voice, which was as usual, Hua Qing furrowed her brows. She stepped forward, grasped Hua Yin's hand, and, fixating her gaze on her sister's radiant face, spoke boldly. Sister, why have you been avoiding me lately? Furthermore, how poor must your complexion be to necessitate cosmetics? Are you unwell? Or is there something else troubling you? In that moment, Hua Qing did not regard herself as a subject, but as a deeply concerned sister, anxious for her siblings' health. Chapter 76. Letting it out, Hua Yin was not angered. With her other hand, she patted Hua Qing and sighed. Oh, you, so astute and sensitive, just like Qing. Accustomed to the visage of her dreamt sister, she sometimes found it hard to distinguish between the two. It was akin to that of twin souls. Hua Qing remained silent, firmly holding on to her sister's hand, her eyes narrowed in a fierce glare, unwilling to relent until she received an explanation. Hua Yin looked up at her sister. Her lips pressed together, thinking, soon, just a few more days, and my health will be restored. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. I have just not been resting well lately. The political landscape is fraught with treachery. Qing, I do not wish for you to be embroiled in it. With that, she brushed Hua Qing's hand away playfully, smiling as she ruffled her hair, adding, your most pressing concern now is your impending wedding. Although the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Rights are tirelessly occupied, you must still take charge of the affairs at hand. The era in which Qing lives is so peaceful. How could she possibly navigate through the deceptions of mankind? Fortunately, Lin Ran is by her side. That lad, much like his father, possesses an abundance of cunning. Were it not for Lin Yu's heart being wholly devoted to Qi, worrying solely about matters concerning the kingdom of Wu, she would truly be besieged from all sides in her royal seat. Upon hearing this, Hua Qing was incensed. You may insult my emotional intelligence, but do not dare to question my intellect. What are you saying, sister? In the inner chamber, only Zhao Pei stood guard outside. Hua Qing withdrew her gaze and whispered reassuringly, Prince Gong will march out tomorrow. 1/3 of the military authority rests in your hands, another third with General Sima, and 2 parts are with the military supervisor in the imperial city. The smile Hua Yin had been maintaining faltered as she settled into her seat. Intrigued to hear what Hua Qing would say next, Hua Qing continued, the Prime Minister's guests number in the hundreds, with numerous students, and the web of familial ties is exceedingly intricate. Hua Yin observed her sister's serious expression as she analyzed the situation with a furrowed brow. Feeling warmth in her heart, nodding in agreement, indeed, you are quite astute, Qing. And then, Hua Qing paused, and then, I too shall sit and look earnestly at Hua Yin. Is the general truly loyal? She recalled that there was a concubine in her courtyard named Zheng Wuqing. The youngest son of the general. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and possessed honey-colored skin, clearly a handsome figure. Yet, his disposition seemed to mirror that of most men in this world, somewhat effeminate. At that time, his brother had also been sent over. The third son of the general's household, who was delicate and charming, even casting flirtatious glances her way. Thus, if the general could send 2 over, was it? Hua Yin nodded, knowing her sister had surmised correctly. He is indeed loyal and devoted. He is a rare talent, and I have complete confidence in him. Hua Qing questioned, then why send Chu Huaishuang here? Amidst the fragrant incense, Hua Yin smiled, her gaze complex as she spoke slowly. Chu Xiang has committed no wrongdoing. Not only is there no substantial evidence against her, but each task she undertakes is executed impeccably. Yet, she has, in an insidious manner, gradually eroded the very foundation of the Dazhao court, like water wearing away stone. By the time the situation becomes precarious, it will be too late to react. The external forces. What follows next? She mused, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. One can uproot a single weed without ensuring it does not sprout again with the spring breeze. Unless the entire land is burned to ashes. Observing her sister's silence, Hua Qing understood that many matters could not be swiftly analyzed, and she recognized the complexities lurking beneath the surface. Drawing near to Hua Yin, she grasped her sister's slightly cool hand and resolutely declared, Sister, fear not for my safety. I shall remain by your side. Though I possess no martial skill, I am clever. Hua Yin burst into laughter. The gloom that had settled over her heart dissipating with that final remark about being clever. She tapped Hua Qing's head, causing her to lean back in surprise. "Though, be gentle. You, if you are clever, would not be so thoroughly ensnared by Lin Ran." Hua Qing retorted defiantly, hands on her hips. In mere moments, two individuals had been berated. Suddenly recalling something, Hua Yan's smile faltered as she pulled Hua Qing up, exclaiming, "It is time for court. Do not think you can linger here for a meal. You shall remain hungry." Hua Qing's lips curled into a broad smile, her steps light as she departed. Just before leaving the Taiha Hall, Zhao Pei caught up with her, and she transformed back to her former self. "Your Highness, His Majesty ordered the pastries to be prepared yesterday. I presume you have not had a meal yet." Hua Qing felt a rush of delight within. See, sister dotes on me the most. Tough on the outside, soft on the inside. If she hadn't just pressed my buttons, I could have enjoyed the emperor's breakfast. Indeed, Hua Yin's thoughts were preoccupied with the remark. Those who calculate in love are fools. Hua Yin knew she must not become entangled in matters of the heart, yet she could not help but think of that person. It had been quite some time since she had visited the Yutai Palace. The last time she had left in anger, he had remained undisturbed, merely stating, "Your Majesty, your cleverness is misplaced," rubbing her temples. Hua Yin felt as though she were destined for a life of toil. If not dying from poison, she would surely perish from frustration one day. Chapter 77. Political Turmoil. Hua Qing strolled leisurely toward the Grand Hall. Among the rare few ministers to arrive early, Prince Qin arrives quite early today. "Your Highness is well. Do you have urgent matters today?" "Oh, Prince Qin, so early," Hua Qing replied. "If we can chat, let us do so." "What is this yin-yang nonsense about?" Hua Zhaoyi arrived early as well. Approaching Hua Qing with her familiar smile, she scrutinized Hua Qing from head to toe before leaning closer. "Have you seen His Majesty? You seem in high spirits." "Of course, my sister has been burdened with numerous state affairs lately, likely leaving her somewhat irritable, unable to eat or sleep well." She then whispered conspiratorially into Hua Zhaoyi's ear. "Not wanting me to be involved in court matters, avoiding me serves as a form of protection." Outside of Hua Yin, who else could be trusted in this palace? It had to be Hua Zhaoyi. The original owner had a good relationship with her since childhood. She was like a loyal knight safeguarding the original owner. Hua Zhaoyi gazed intently at Hua Qing's face, and upon seeing the trust gleaming in her eyes, a flicker of doubt passed through her mind. There had been no news, not a whisper, and the information was tightly sealed. His Majesty truly has no issues. It is not because of the assassination or poisoning from years past. What of our second sister? Hua Zhaoyi felt a heaviness in her heart. She had previously been drenched in cold sweat, even suspecting that the second sister had been possessed by something. After all, the kingdom of Wu was rife with legends of demons and spirits. What if there was indeed some truth to it? All is well. That. Hua Zhaoyi suddenly became bashful, her ears slightly reddening. "Are you cold or embarrassed? Do you wish for me to engage in some bizarre and absurd task?" Hua Qing rubbed her arms, silently hugging her little warmth, casting a sidelong glance at her. "Did you not say you would come find me, perhaps after court?" Hua Zhaoyi nodded vigorously. Not to mention that the crying one could hardly wait. Even Lin Gongzi's patience might have worn thin. "Let us go for it." Fortunately, Qing never enters the inner courtyard. Thinking of this matter, Hua Zhaoyi cheerfully draped her arm around Hua Qing's shoulder, resembling a pair of jovial comrades. Hua Qing protested. "Be gentle. Are you trying to dislocate my arm?" One by one, the ministers began to assemble. Prime Minister Chu Nanhuai arrived precisely at the appointed time, engaged in conversation with Lin Yu as they walked in. Lin Yu cast a glance at Hua Qing, pondering, what curious ability does this girl possess that always lifts my spirits upon seeing her? No wonder my son is infatuated, constantly sneaking glances, with the filter of being a future son-in-law. Lin Yu observed Hua Qing, who perpetually wore a bright smile, and found her strangely endearing. The aspects he once found displeasing now appeared quite charming. Her skin was fair, and any offspring she bore would surely inherit that trait. Her two round cheeks, though slightly plump, suggested that any daughter born would have a slim waist, yet still be adorable, but it seemed rather appealing. Did it not? He glanced down at himself, suddenly curious. What does Prince Qin usually eat? Chu Nanhuai cast a gentle glance at Hua Qing, greeting her with warmth and courtesy. Hua Qing immediately responded with a silly grin, deepening the delight in the corners of Chu Nanhuai's eyes. Lin Yu observed the two for a moment before diverting her gaze. Fixated on the plaque above the Golden Luang Hall, lost in thought. Being an official is truly exhausting. During the morning court, for reasons unknown, there was finally no dissenting voice. Was it because Prince Gong was set to depart for battle tomorrow, rendering further persuasion futile? Or was there another reason? As the court dispersed, the commander of the patrol camp announced loudly, startling a flurry of hushed conversations throughout the hall. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat peculiar. The Grand General Zheng Wan had recently gone to address the locust plague at the border and had set off today. Expected to return in 3 days, the ministers exited the Grand Hall. Exchanging glances, those privy to the rumors discreetly averted their eyes, casting furtive looks toward Chu Nanhuai. With Prince Gong departing tomorrow and the Grand General returning today. Even though it was rare to witness any personal rapport between Minister Chu and Prince Gong, it was well known that Minister Chu cherished her legitimate son, Chu Yiqing, above all. That a few ministers, already sensing the emperor's intentions, hurriedly departed. The remaining ones, resembling headless flies, wondered why the lively chatter had abruptly ceased. Hua Yin watched as Chu Nanhuai conversed amiably with the Vice Minister of Rights, her gaze turning sinister, tinged with murderous intent. A fleeting glance at the naive Hua Qing and her other sister, who feigned ignorance, made Hua Yin shake her head. With the astute San Mei by Hua Qing's side and the formidable Lin Ran, she felt reassured. Just like Hua Qing, her 2 younger sisters had been well protected. One had been safeguarded by a different world a millennium later, while the other had been nurtured by their parents and herself since childhood. If it weren't for Hua Qing's arrival here, her sisters would not have been granted a new lease on life. Therefore, every step must be taken with utmost caution. Hua Yin lowered her head slightly, concealing her guilt, and turned to leave through the screen. Besides her, there was a reclusive Buddhist healer and a wandering divine doctor. No-one knew that her physical decline was due to the poison intercepted by her sister. Even Zhao Pei believed her ailment resulted from years of accumulated injuries and overexertion. If San Mei were to investigate, she would only uncover what Hua Yin wished her to see. At present, perhaps only the Blood Oath Pavilion had a vague inkling of the truth. Chapter 78. Dispute. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Such a clandestine organization as the Jianghu was known for its elusive nature. Rumor had it that the pavilion master possessed peculiar traits. The Blood Oath Pavilion only accepted homeless gentlemen, even if one had but a breath left, as long as they passed their rigorous examination. The pavilion would take them in, sparing no expense, even sacrificing hundreds of gold pieces to save this nameless soul. This was why the pavilion's members regarded the pavilion master's commands as matters of life and death, without a hint of rebellion. Even if the pavilion master ordered them to end their lives, they would do so without hesitation. Such madness. When Hua Yin first heard of this, she became particularly intrigued by the pavilion master. How could a leader of a Jianghu organization ensure that their subordinates remained free from poison while compelling them to serve with unwavering loyalty? The Blood Oath Pavilion was not besieged by the 4 nations primarily because it maintained an absolute confidentiality. Hua Yin felt a sense of comfort regarding this wayward organization traversing the 4 nations. Thus, every emperor would receive a token. Yet, she wondered why the pavilion master would personally deliver it. Wasn't it said that no one knew the pavilion master's identity? Some speculated she was a noble from the Witch Kingdom. Others claimed she was a remnant of the Northern Yu, while still others asserted she was the martial arts leader of the Great Zhao. Returning to the Taiha Hall to deal with memorials, Hua Yin swiftly analyzed the current situation, momentarily casting aside distractions. That a quarter of an hour later, she suddenly lifted her head. Payer, you may leave now. Zhao Pei complied without hesitation, and the palace attendants dispersed, carefully securing the doors and windows, standing in a row outside. Hua Yin called out toward the screen, "Pavilion Master, please reveal yourself. Are you here to deliver medicine? Or have you come to inquire personally?" Upon seeing the visitor, Hua Yin's usually impassive face was momentarily stunned. Lin Ran, the Pavilion Master of the Blood Oath Pavilion. "Ran, I have seen you, sister." Hua Yin's heart leapt to her throat, then sank heavily. Her expression was difficult to articulate. This individual was indeed well matched with Hua Qing, sharing a similar boldness. Meanwhile, the 2 who exited the Grand Hall made their way directly to the Drunken Fragrance Tower. Faced with the contentedly devoured sauce duck, Hua Qing silently picked up a duck leg. The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes solely fixated on the duck. After a hearty meal, as Hua Qing savored sweet rice balls, Hua Zhaoyi finally broke the silence. "Second sister, I have feelings for Zheng Wuqing from your courtyard. Would you do me a favor and send him my way? After all, You don't seem to like him. Puffed. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? Zheng Wuqing. Send him to you. She repeated the question thrice. Hua Zhaoyi awkwardly offered a handkerchief. How could you choke on soup? How much weaker could one be? Who wouldn't be astonished to hear their sister requesting a man? But didn't you say you weren't interested in them? Why would you want to send them away? This is perfect. I met him at the general's residence when I was young, and I grew fond of him as he matured. Since you don't like him, why not just let me have him? Oh, come on. You really don't treat me as your sister. It's been months, and you only just say this. The first time I was so troubled. Why didn't you mention it then? I could have sent him to you overnight. How could I not treat you as my sister? Look at your concubines. I don't mind them at all. What do you mean by not minding my concubines? I can't even remember what he looks like. He's incredibly handsome, tall, gentle, and charming. How can you not be moved at all? Why should I be moved? Lin Ran is worth 3 of them. Zhua Ying and Hua Zhaoyi's guard. Shishang Xiang stood at the door, listening in. Zhua Ying remarked, impressive. How did young Master Lin manage to get the princess to come plead for a man? Shishang Xiang replied, aren't they discussing the matter of wanting someone? They are still arguing over whether to treat each other as sisters and whether he is good-looking. Lin Ran leaped across the eaves, traversing the royal city, and arrived at the bustling streets. With a prick to his fingertip, he absent-mindedly touched the blood-red earring on his left ear. Blinking, a gentle, satisfied smile graced his lips as he strolled toward the west street. Qingqing is truly obedient. Always wearing it. Chapter 79. You're doomed on the 3rd floor of the Drunken Fragrance Tower. Hua Qing and Hua Zhaoyi stared at each other in disbelief, after exhausting their argument. They brewed a pot of jasmine dragon pearl tea, and suddenly felt leisurely. The fragrance enveloped them as Hua Qing gazed out the window at the bustling street, filled with people braving the cold wind. Her mood was suddenly uplifted. Hua Zhaoyi set down her cup, her eyes landing on her second sister, whose smile reached her ears that I didn't dare bring it up before. That was a gift from His Majesty for you to choose from. I would rather suffocate than mention it. Hua Qing turned to her, exasperated. Then why do you dare to bring it up now? Hua Zhaoyi hesitated for a moment, deciding to take a chance. Aren't you about to wed your rightful husband? Lin Ran said you weren't fond of him and that you were quite troubled, so he asked me to mention it. Ran. Hua Zhaoyi bluntly continued. He said if I didn't bring it up, you'd definitely distance yourself from me once you found out. Lin Ran also promised to negotiate with the Grand General, so I wouldn't need to worry too much. So, how about it? Did I explain clearly? Just think about your future husband. You haven't even entered the door yet, and you need to tidy up your backyard. Don't even think about taking concubines in the future, even if you just want to enjoy some music. All the performers will be women. Look at Lin Ran. He has already quietly prepared conditions to negotiate with the Grand General. Hua Qing's eyes sparkled. Look, he not only understands me well, but is always thinking of solutions for my concerns. He is handsome, graceful, gentle, and skilled in martial arts that I truly consider myself fortunate. Thankfully, she was not an ancient person. Regarding the matter of 3 husbands and 4 concubines, Hua Qing felt completely unadaptable and would not be assimilated. As for others who sought a few concubines, she expressed understanding and blessings. Even if she inadvertently married another distinguished gentleman without Lin Ran, she would negotiate with her husband to grant the concubines their freedom. Hua Zhaoyi remarked, fortunate, gentle, polite. I can't comprehend Lin Ran, and now I think my second sister is a bit foolish. Shaking her head, she concluded, there's no hope for you. Hua Qing paid no mind to how others viewed Lin Ran. In her heart, he was simply perfect. Though she was ordinary and very confident, lacking any standout traits apart from wealth, she had to admit that knowing Lin Ran, being engaged to him, and that he genuinely liked her was exceptionally fortunate. At this moment, infatuated with love, Hua Qing had no inkling that her future state of mind would undergo a complete upheaval. Leaving her speechless, she wished she could turn back time to today. Grabbing Hua Zhaoyi and shouting without hesitation, all right, second sister, I don't want to hear how wonderful your rightful husband is. Tell me about Shao Qing first. Hua Qing, don't think I didn't see you roll your eyes. So, shall we do this today? I'll pack him up tonight and have him delivered to your residence by midnight. Hua Zhaoyi rose to her feet, her eagerness to meet Zheng Wuqing clashing with her reluctance to confront her second sister's disdain for someone she cherished. It was a deeply conflicting situation. Upon noticing her agitation, Hua Qing swiftly grasped her arm, reassuring her, all right, I was merely jesting. I'll make arrangements upon my return very soon. What is it? Hua Qing inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded Hua Zhaoyi. Meanwhile, Hua Zhaoyi's gaze was fixated outside the window, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, her focus drifting. "Look over there," she gestured with her lips, indicating the bustling street beyond. Hua Qing, puzzled, questioned, "What peculiar expression is this? Is it that your frosty betrothed is misbehaving out there?" With a craned neck, she peered outside, and her pupils widened in shock. One moment, a mere bystander. The next, she felt as if she were the very subject of gossip. The overcast sky cast a gloomy pall over the city, rendering everything particularly dreary. Yet, amidst the crowd, two figures stood out strikingly, akin to vibrant blossoms blooming in a desolate landscape. Hua Qing found herself transfixed, her breath caught in her throat. A man and a woman stood closely together, their demeanor relaxed, appearing to relish each other's company, both adorned with smiles. The man, of course, was Lin Ran, the very person who had incited Hua Qing's ire for over 2 months due to their impending nuptials. But who was that enchanting woman in white? Even from 3 stories away, her beauty was unmistakable, like a vision of grace and elegance. This realm of female supremacy harbored such a figure. As the scene unfolded, Hua Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. She witnessed the lady teasing Lin Ran, playfully pinching his arm. Hua Zhaoi, equally captivated, marveled at the spectacle, exclaiming, in plain sight, "The lady is teasing young Master Lin, yet he refrains from retaliating? What's more, despite brushing her hand away, he shows no signs of reproach, merely stepping back with slight disdain. One must understand, had it been any other lady who dared to tease Lin Ran, even I, as a princess, would have faced his challenge, and he would not have hesitated to break her arm, considering royal ties." Hua Zhaoi's first thought was, "Ah, the thrill of unfiltered gossip is indeed exhilarating." Her second thought was, "Is that truly Lin Ran? Impossible, absolutely inconceivable." Meanwhile, Hua Qing could no longer contain her vexation, grinding her teeth in frustration, declaring, "He's doomed." Chapter 80. Childhood Sweethearts? Fuming, Hua Qing rose abruptly, with Hua Zhaoi trailing behind, reminiscent of a noble lady accompanied by her guards in pursuit of a miscreant. Time rewound a quarter of an hour. Following the instinctive pull of the goo worm, Lin Ran ambled along, a smile playing on his lips beneath the somber sky. He felt an unusual satisfaction at Hua Qing's obedient demeanor. Typically, when a lady receives gifts from her suitor, her joy is fleeting, merely a momentary display to honor him. Yet, Hua Qing was different. Did she wear the new hairpin daily before receiving it? Was her affection for him genuine? As his patience for their impending wedding began to wear thin, Lin Ran found the waiting increasingly arduous. He paused, casting his gaze toward an opulent building adorned with fluttering banners. Who was Hua Qing dining with? Was it Prince Yi or some esteemed minister? Was her suitor present? He twirled his fingers anxiously, feeling a surge of impatience. It was clear that merely knowing Hua Qing's location was insufficient. Other methods could be detrimental. No, Lin Ran was acutely aware that under Hua Qing's unintentional indulgence, his burgeoning desire for control was steadily encroaching upon his reason. Each fleeting thought was met with a resolute inner mantra: "Do not frighten her away. It is still early. She requires more freedom. I must remain calm." Yet, the more he tried to restrain himself, the more akin it felt to a compressed spring, destined to snap back with force at some point, causing harm to both himself and others. His dark eyes were clouded with questions, swirling with uncertainty about whom Hua Qing was dining with, what they discussed, and whether she recognized her suitor. As he approached the entrance of the Zuexiong building, a heavy hand clapped down on his shoulder. "Hey, kid." Recognizing the familiar voice and tone, Lin Ran paused for a moment before turning around. Upon seeing the flamboyant figure before him, he frowned, lacking the patience to spare even a glance, and asked, "Who are you with this time?" Qi Weisheng playfully winked at Lin Ran, teasing, "Cousin, are you concerned for me?" Her voice was melodious and alluring, reminiscent of a siren's call. Observing her, Lin Ran noted her graceful demeanor. She seemed to possess an ethereal quality, standing as if unanchored. Her languid charm, coupled with a coy smile and sultry gaze, made it evident that Qi Weisheng was indeed his cousin. Clad in a white robe, her slender frame was adorned with intricate silver ornaments that jingled softly, with features that echoed Lin Ran's own, yet distinctly softer and more radiant. Qi Weisheng was a vision of beauty. She had a penchant for elaborate adornment, often donning feminine attire. Even now, ever since childhood, she relished captivating suitors with the knowledge of her own identity, delighting in their infatuation, only to reveal that she too was a suitor, albeit with a preference for ladies. Mischievous and unpredictable, she was often labeled as troublesome and fickle. Lin Ran found her irksome. Yet their childhood bond allowed for a unique camaraderie, mutual appreciation intertwined with playful banter. Well, what clandestine skills have you been practicing behind my back? Oh, your arms have grown quite firm since last year. Suddenly, her hand pinched his arm, prompting Lin Ran to scowl and retaliate with a swift strike. Qi Weisheng dodged nimbly. To outsiders, it appeared merely as a gentle tap, yet the force behind Lin Ran's blow could easily inflict serious injury. Having sparred together since childhood, Qi Weisheng had become adept at predicting his moves. Noticing Lin Ran's retreat, her fox-like eyes narrowed, catching sight of the two furious ladies approaching behind him. She licked her lips, adopting an innocent expression as she stepped forward. Cousin, why so heartless? I'm quite hurt. Our bond has endured since childhood. As she feigned sorrow, biting her lip in a manner that evoked sympathy, Lin Ran felt an uncontrollable urge to strike her, only to be interrupted by her loud proclamation. Do you remember those nights we spent sharing a bed, talking until dawn? Do you recall how, in times of trouble, you carried me for 10 miles? As these words reached Hua Qing's ears, she approached, her eyes fixated on the scene. The enchanting beauty threw flirtatious glances at Lin Ran while chastising him for being too rough. Childhood sweethearts? Innocent banter? Sharing a bed? Carrying her for 10 miles? Hua Qing's eyes reddened with fury. Meanwhile, Hua Zhaoyi's fists itched to retaliate. The onlookers slowed their pace, eager to glean more from the unfolding drama. Chapter 81. Are you out of your mind? Lin Ran sensed Hua Qing's proximity. So close? He turned abruptly, his irritation palpable as he faced Qi Weisheng, swiftly concealing his annoyance. Ching. His voice was tender, his brows lifted in surprise. Lin Ran believed he conveyed a chance encounter's joy. Yet in Hua Qing's eyes, it appeared as if he had interrupted a date with a childhood friend. Hua Qing's mind raced with thoughts of maintaining composure amidst her simmering anger. Steady. Yes, remain composed. She could not afford to lose face. Yet, the effort to suppress her emotions only drew a smile tinged with frustration. Hua Zhaoyi scrutinized the seemingly unbothered figures nearby, her eyes filled with disdain. Goodness! Who is this audacious fool who would dare to provoke our second sister? Is there truly such a shameless individual among us ladies, trying to stir trouble here? A cold smile from Hua Qing reached Hua Zhaoyi's ears. Her gaze shifted in disbelief toward Lin Ran, who wore a smile that seemed to crack like a fragile mask. Lin Ran stepped forward briskly, attempting to maintain a cheerful facade, but faltered upon encountering Hua Qing's icy stare. Ching, what brings you here? Perplexed by her sudden ire, he reached for her hand, only for her to deftly evade him. I have a dinner engagement with Prince Yi, and I happened to spot you here. Hua Qing proclaimed, her posture confident, hands clasped behind her back, her smile insincere as she averted her gaze from Lin Ran. Shall you not introduce us? Having enjoyed the unfolding drama, Qi Weisheng approached with a playful demeanor, performing a ceremonial greeting customary among the royal families of the Witch Kingdom. With her right hand resting on her heart, she bowed slightly, her silver ornaments chiming softly as she spoke in a melodious tone. Qi Weisheng pays her respects to His Highness, the Crown Prince of Dazhao, wishing you good health. Qi, the surname of the Witch Kingdom, what is the relationship with my father-in-law? When Hua Qing contemplated this, Hua Zhaoyi exclaimed in surprise. The esteemed priest. The previous priest of the Witch Kingdom was Lord Qi, who had passed on the mantle to a new priest over a decade ago. It was said that this new priest was a beautiful prodigy with a capricious temperament and extraordinary skills in witchcraft. What a name! Hua Qing, unable to believe it, retorted. Aren't the priests of the Witch Kingdom all men? Furthermore, they must be virgins, destined to remain unmarried and childless for life. Should they break this vow, they would face a judgment as gruesome as Qi Yin's. That Qi Weisheng blinked his fox-like eyes, his smile becoming even more charming, as he delighted in witnessing her amusing reaction, and replied, of course, the priest is a man, and he happens to be a Ran's cousin. Hua Qing's worldview shattered. So, this person before her is a man. What the hell? Am I competing for affection with a man? And showing a sour face to Ran. Hua Qing's face flushed red. Why did this embarrassing situation have to befall her? Why would a grown man act coy like a reincarnated fox spirit? Oh, this is a matriarchal world, but why must he dress in women's garments? What peculiar preference is this? Moreover, why would he say such strange things to my fiancé? Aren't you his blood cousin? Is this really appropriate? Infuriating. How shameful. You two take your time. I shall take my leave, Hua Qing declared, eager to depart, pulling Hua Zhaoyi along as she turned to leave. Lin Ran lowered his head, staring at his hands, suddenly breaking into laughter. Qi Weisheng, noticing this, felt a pang of alarm, realizing he might have overstepped. Cousin, I must seek Lord Qi now. I take my leave. Chapter 82. The truth revealed. Stop. Why have you turned into a mad dog again? No more fighting. Not my new clothes. Cousin, you're anxious. Anxious, aren't you? Huh? Qi Weisheng had not anticipated that after exerting all his strength and employing light-footed skills to escape, he would be caught up in an instant. The two engaged in a scuffle on the streets, their movements hindered, leading them to the city walls. The golden light of dawn pierced through the clouds that had lingered for too long, only for dark clouds to swiftly consume the rosy mist. It was oppressively cold and stifling as the thick clouds roiled. It seemed a new downpour was imminent. Qi Weisheng's figure darted swiftly, leaping upon the walls, the sound of jingling silver ornaments growing increasingly frenetic. Despite the pain he endured, he couldn't resist taunting Lin Ran. Cousin. Humph. It's not that I'm speaking ill of you, but your wife seems so fragile, she could be easily crushed by a single blow. Is this truly what you desire? Qi Weisheng briefly recalled the female monarch he had just encountered. Pale, slender, with bright eyes and a smile akin to a beautiful gentleman. Her round, large eyes were filled with fury, yet she pretended to carry an air of dignity. Truly amusing. Were she not the wife of his cousin? He might have found it delightful to tease her. Silence. Lin Ran could endure no more. His mind focused solely on one thought. He would beat Qi Weisheng into silence for 10 days, or even half a month. Qing is angry. Qing avoided my hand. In mere moments, Lin Ran found himself torturing his thoughts. Hua Qing had ignored his advances. She had brushed aside his outstretched hand, and before leaving, her eyes had turned red without even glancing at him. Consumed by rage, Lin Ran began to unleash lethal strikes at Qi Weisheng. I'm frightened. Cough. After approximately half an hour of being beaten to the point of spitting blood and sustaining injuries, Qi Weisheng could no longer restrain himself and shouted, Lin Ran, you lunatic. I am your blood cousin. What is it about the crown prince that you are so enamored with? Lin Ran's anger had escalated to the point where Qi Weisheng began to provoke him relentlessly, targeting his vulnerabilities. The crown prince must have just stormed off, right? Surely, he will take out his frustrations on you. Ah, I said it. Why marry and have children when you could live carefree? With a cough, Qi Weisheng spat out another mouthful of blood. His steps faltering, he leapt onto the watchtower, looking down with a flippant expression as the silver ornaments jingled wildly in the wind. Qi Weisheng, meeting Lin Ran's dark, brooding gaze, spat out a mouthful of blood. After a long time without such a thrilling brawl, only one of them genuinely reveled in it. That was the one who leapt off the city wall, not forgetting to poke at others' wounds with his sharp tongue. The people of Dazhao are oblivious, but who in the Witch Kingdom cannot see the pin upon the crown prince's head? Once the crown prince discovers your treachery, he will likely cast you aside. In public, he feigned grandeur, a hot-tempered gentleman who relished swordplay. Behind closed doors, he accepted assassination missions, established secretive organizations, dealt in weaponry, and meddled in the affairs of the Witch Kingdom. Among the four nations, what powerful female monarch would favor such a man? Even if there were a female monarch attracted to the delicate crown prince, it would be for the facade, for the guise he wore. Qi Weisheng scoffed. Not long ago, upon hearing the news of Lin Ran's impending marriage, he had only thought, could he truly love someone? Otherwise, how could he be bound by a decree to wed? He awaited the day when his emotionally vacant cousin would face a heavy setback, leading him to renounce such nonsense as love. Qi Weisheng's words ignited the buried insecurities within Lin Ran, striking at the most concealed corners of his heart. Watching the white-robed gentleman leap from the air, Lin Ran was so enraged he could have killed him, yet he was also thrown into a flurry of confusion by Qi Weisheng's taunts. He swiftly turned and raced towards the imperial city. Qing merely misjudged Qi Weisheng as a woman. There was nothing to it, nothing at all. She knew nothing. Following the signal left by his master, he arrived outside the Wuman, where he spotted a stone for longing wives from a distance. Master, a heavy rain is about to pour. Please wait for the crown prince in the carriage. Zhue Feng. What a calamity. Did they have a quarrel? Why does the master look so grim? Wasn't it said that you were to personally deliver the poison to the palace? Did the crown prince discover the matter of the blood oath pavilion? But that doesn't seem right. Is the crown prince the type to be bothered by such matters? Perhaps he would be pleased to learn that the Blood Oath Pavilion belongs to the master. After all, in the future, buying items and gathering information would no longer require silver. Lin Ran gazed at the occasional carriages and palanquins traversing the official road, his expression grim, his tone somber. Qing is angry. It is Qi Weisheng's fault, Zhui Feng. Is that the one who enjoys wearing women's clothing and relishes watching others in misfortune? Half an hour earlier, Hua Qing, dragging the stifled laughter of Hua Zhaoyi, had stormed into the Chu Yuan Feng He, a tea house specializing in melodic performances. The two sat across from one another, sipping tea and listening to the music, their expressions utterly indescribable, as if they had swallowed a fly. A priest of the Witch Kingdom. How could someone like that hold such a position? Hua Qing's question prompted a sigh from Hua Zhaoyi. It's best not to be angry. None of us could overpower him. What's truly nauseating is his proficiency in witchcraft. Sigh. Hua Qing rubbed her arms, repulsed by the thought of those creatures burrowing into her bloodstream, her mind swirling. Ugh, too revolting that it would be wiser to tread cautiously when dealing with someone skilled in witchcraft. If possible, keep your distance. Suddenly, Hua Qing asked, but does Lin Ran possess such skills? His father. Hua Zhaoyi waved his hand dismissively, affirming, young Master Lin does not, for Lord Qi has exchanged all his blood. He lacks any witchcraft skills to pass on to his descendants. Besides, what father would permit his legitimate son to bleed daily to nurture such creatures? What if it backfires? She understood little more than that. But surely Lin Ran would not be deranged enough to voluntarily raise such creatures, right? Who besides the Witch Kingdom's people would take pleasure in such things? Chapter 83. An apology. Hua Qing felt considerably reassured by this explanation. If Ran had ever raised such creatures for self-preservation, for strength, or for any other reason, she could completely understand to follow orders, accompanied by creatures of various functions. Who wouldn't be afraid? After all, Hua Qing felt the goosebumps rising. The mere thought of the bizarre creatures depicted in dramas, such as the heartworm or the love worm, was enough to make her shudder. If one person were to have a change of heart, the other would suffer a gruesome fate. In the end, they both would meet their demise. Ugh, the mere thought of having a creature crawling within her stomach made her feel nauseous. What if that thing crawled out in the middle of the night, creeping onto her hands or cheeks? She would be so frightened she might unleash a barrage of martial arts moves. Regarding such matters, Hua Qing felt that even if Lin Ran possessed witchcraft skills, it would not involve her. Her Ran, though occasionally domineering, would never engage in such twisted acts against someone he cherished. Let's go. I still need to report to the Ministry of Revenue. Hua Zhaoyi, lost in the melodies, immediately protested. You go on your own. I cannot compare to the Crown Prince, whose duties are far more pressing. How embarrassing. Fuming, she stormed out, preparing to give Lin Ran a good thrashing. Even though a woman should not bully a gentleman, but Lin Ran did not quite fit that description. What was the outcome? He was the priest of the Witch Kingdom, the nephew of Lord Qi, and the third prince of the Witch Kingdom, here specifically for a visit. Hua Zhaoyi scoffed. Hua Qing also let out a cold laugh. Heh, I have made an enemy of Qi Weisheng. Paddock, paddock, paddock. Raindrops as large as beans began to pelt the eaves. Oh no, it's raining. Hurry, move the things. Hua Qing stepped out of the door. The streets were bustling with hurried pedestrians, while vendors hastily packed up their stalls. Zui Ying, who had gone to fetch the carriage, promptly drove over. She jumped down from the carriage, holding an umbrella. My lady, the rain is becoming heavier. We should get in the carriage quickly. Hua Qing felt weak, and Zui Ying was concerned that she might catch a chill and fall ill again. Let us move swiftly. This incessant rain is truly vexing. Winter had barely begun, and without a large collar and a warm stove, Hua Qing felt her frail body might give way to this moment. The rain poured down, accompanied by a noticeable drop in temperature. She had heard that the northern mountainous regions had already frozen over since winter had just set in. What could be done? The original owner of this body was of noble descent, enjoying the finest conditions from birth. But what of the ordinary folk in the north? In such frigid weather, were their stoves warm enough? Did they have sufficient charcoal? If it grew even colder, would the impoverished perish in the streets? Hua Qing's thoughts swayed along with the jolting carriage. Only upon engaging with the Ministry of Revenue did she grasp the intricate and convoluted calculations involved in a nation's financial allocations. It was not merely a matter of dispersing funds in times of disaster. Hua Qing contemplated, I must inquire with Minister Li about the disaster relief funds. Upset from earlier, She needed to swiftly divert her attention to avoid feeling too embarrassed in front of Lin Ran. Amidst the wind and rain, the carriage made its way towards the Meridian Gate. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage suddenly slowed down. Knocked out, my lady. It is young Master Lin, Zhuang weakly alerted her. Upon seeing the figure of the displeased gentleman approaching through the rain, Zhuang felt even more apprehensive. Earlier at noon, she and Shi Xiang had been standing at the entrance when the lady suddenly stormed out onto the street with Prince Yi. Ignoring young Master Lin entirely and even brushing his hand away, Zhuang harbored some reservations regarding Lin Ran, yet she felt genuine delight knowing that Lin Ran was infatuated with her lady. That slight hesitation transformed into a sense of watching over a suitor. The moment Hua Qing heard the name Lin Gongzi, she felt an immediate wave of trepidation, just as she pushed open the wooden door with a creak. A tall figure bent down to enter. Qing. Hua Qing intended to make a light-hearted comment, but Lin Ran swiftly pulled her into his embrace. It was my mistake. I should have brought him here half dead to apologize to you. Perhaps fearing Hua Qing would push him away, Lin Ran held her tightly. So tightly that it caused her some discomfort, yet she instinctively remained still. Why did Ran make such a fierce gesture yet still come across as rather endearing? Chapter 84. Jealousy. It is I who am jealous. I thought your cousin was a fair lady. Who could blame him for being so enchanting? But wait, many men in this world seem to possess such charm. As soon as Hua Qing finished her thought, she found herself being embraced even more tightly. His breath brushed against her sensitive neck as he leaned in, his low, muffled voice resonating. He is handsome? Hua Qing's inner radar immediately perked up. He is indeed handsome, but I thought he was a sister. Yet, Ran is better, not only handsome, but also, valiant. She wanted to add that he was particularly manly. Lin Ran's muffled voice continued. Then, can you not look at him in the future? Hua Qing, feeling ticklish, couldn't help but shrink her neck instinctively. In response, Lin Ran tightened his embrace once more. I truly cannot bear it any longer. She promptly pushed Lin Ran, but to her surprise, he remained as unyielding as a pillar. Ran, it hurts. Lin Ran, who had been holding her tightly, immediately loosened his grip, taking a deep breath before stepping back to meet her gaze directly. His brows and eyes retained their gentleness, yet his expression held a hint of chill. Hua Qing did not respond. He scrutinized her face, not missing a single subtle expression. Hua Qing pondered earnestly, and under Lin Ran's careful restraint, she replied seriously, I suppose it is acceptable, but perhaps I should cover my eyes whenever I see him. Hua Qing made a concerted effort to provide this answer, although it carried a playful undertone. It at least conveyed to Lin Ran that she was not dismissing him. After all, with eyes, it was truly impossible not to notice handsome men. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Hua Qing as she raised her gaze to meet Lin Ran's eyes. Lin Ran found it peculiar. Why was she so sensitive? Why would he say such a thing? One moment he spoke of causing harm, and the next he asked her not to look at Qi Weisheng simply because she remarked on another's attractiveness? It seemed Lin Ran was not joking. Lin Ran's eyes flickered as Hua Qing's innocent inquiry held his gaze. He lowered his eyes, his long lashes quivering slightly. Leaning in, he uttered softly, No, you do not need to. His lips brushed against Hua Qing's forehead, lingering momentarily before descending. Lin Ran was merely quite possessive, feeling jealous that Hua Qing found another handsome. He is not better looking than me. His lips traced from her brow to her nose and down to her lips. If you do not cover your eyes, you cannot look at any other handsome young gentleman. As he spoke, he pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of Hua Qing's lips, lightly licking before slowly delving between her teeth and lips. Each word seemed to resonate with both pity and grievance, leaving Hua Qing exasperated. Thus, the balance of power gradually shifted into Hua Qing's hands. She took the initiative to cradle the young gentleman's face, delicately kissing him. Having exited the palace, Lin Ran had exchanged words with the emperor. However, the emperor, Huayan, was exceedingly cautious and did not trust him at all. He insisted that Hua Qing was his own sister. Yet Lin Ran had uncovered the truth. He knew it was not so. Hua Qing seemed to possess a peculiar strength, an ethereal spirit dwelling within her frail form. Free, unbound, she saw through the world's rules yet remained a detached observer. She did not attempt to change or intervene, merely existing at a balance point. Her enthusiasm and candor ignited a fire within him, while her timid, vulnerable moments drew forth his deep affection. However, when she turned cold, casting a scornful smile and disregarding him, He found her to be the most heartless spirit in existence. Lin Ran felt increasingly anxious as he began to understand the person before him, discovering that she was a soul incapable of tolerating deceit while yearning for freedom. His unease grew daily. Dingling, dingling in the wind and rain. The wind chimes at the corners of the carriage swayed incessantly. Upon entering the palace gates, the carriage gradually came to a halt. During this time, Hua Qing had thoroughly showered her jealous boyfriend with affection, showering him with sweet words as if casting money. With Lin Ran's strikingly beautiful yet reserved countenance, Hua Qing had to suppress her peculiar fondness each time they grew close. She longed to see his contrasting expressions, to witness his restrained demeanor shatter. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly sweet. Lin Ran reverted to his gentle and gracious noble demeanor, dispelling the gloomy appearance he had worn upon entering the carriage. He meticulously smoothed out Hua Qing's disheveled attire. Once I have settled my matters, I will come to fetch you. All right? Hua Qing considered declining, wishing to discuss work-related issues with her colleagues and perhaps share a meal. Yet she nodded in agreement. Fine, I shall make an effort to compress my workload. With only one wife, how could he not spoil her? As long as she was happy, that was sufficient. Zhao Ying and Chasing Wind sat outside, braving the wind and rain, each ignoring the other. Chasing Wind remarked, I really am unwell. Even sitting beside Zhao Ying feels uncomfortable. Zhao Ying retorted, what a blockhead. What have I done to offend him? Is he mute? Why is he looking at me askance? After parting ways, Lin Ran cast a deep glance at the Crimson Gate before turning to leave. Chasing Wind struggled to catch up, his pace unable to match Lin Ran's. In the downpour, Lin Ran, consumed by a sense of resentment, hurried towards the governor's residence, his home. Meanwhile, Hua Qing clutched the wooden box left for her by Zhao Ying and dashed into the Ministry of Revenue. Lordly, I wish to inquire about the disaster relief funds. Just as she raised her voice towards Minister Li, she noticed a figure in official robes turning towards her. Dazhao, the future mother-in-law has come to conduct business. Lin Yu greeted Hua Qing politely, but lingered on her hairpin for a few seconds. Chapter 85. The diligent noblewoman, I have seen the esteemed princess. Lin Yu regarded the blood-colored hairpin. Its delicate gold threads entwined into an incomprehensible seal. As Hua Qing tilted her head, the fleeting motion brought back many unpleasant memories. Lin Yu felt a surge of anger and laughter within her. Return at once. I must go back and deal with this unfilial son, and while I am at it, I shall take care of Qi Yin as well. This pair of father and son were truly ungrateful, as they would stir trouble if left unattended for even 3 days. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. She had married a husband who had cursed her in her youth, and now sought to end her life alongside him. And then she birthed a son who, from a young age, never cried or fussed, only to grow up and bring her a cursed hairpin for the lady he adored? Was the bloodline of their Witch Kingdom royalty truly so potent? The Lin family had always been loyal and valiant, faithfully serving the Hua clan for generations. Even now, though she held a high position, and Qi Yin had lost his status as a priest, he remained a prince of the Witch Kingdom. Yet, a ruler was still a ruler. How could her son be so foolish as to gift the crown prince a tracking curse? Though it posed no harm, having a creature crawling on one's head all day was unsettling for anyone. Those who knew the truth would think her son had gone mad for love. What would those who did not know surmise? That the Lin family was monitoring the crown prince, or that they sought to control the most favored prince of the emperor to threaten him? Greetings, Lord Lin. Hua Qing greeted with a smile, gazing at Lin Yu, whose charmingly arched eyebrows and eyes were quite endearing. Lin Yu felt a pang of guilt. Your Highness must be busy. I shall take my leave. Turning to Li Shangshu, she added, Lord Li, regarding the Prince Qinqin's matters, Li Shangshu waved his hand. Yes, I will consider it that I shall report to the court tomorrow. As for the outcome, Lin Yu performed a gesture of respect. No trouble at all. I appreciate your efforts, Lord Li. You are too polite, Lin Darren, he replied. Meanwhile, Hua Qing, idly observing from the side, remarked, this is the convoluted nature of officialdom. Watching Lin Yu's swift departure, Hua Qing turned to Li Shangshu with a humble inquiry. Lord Li, concerning the disaster relief funds for the northern mountainous regions, I reviewed much last night and have several questions. Li Jun, standing a head taller than Hua Qing, nodded thoughtfully as he regarded her earnest eyes. Feeling quite satisfied, despite Prince Qin's frail health and long absence from power, he never engaged in court factions. His heart remained pure and transparent. For the subjects, it is essential to genuinely comprehend the hardships of the people and to empathize with their plight. Many officials fail to do so, either feigning ignorance or turning a blind eye. Prince Chun, however, was completely candid. The two engaged in a discussion as they walked, with Li Xiangshu taking great interest in Hua Qing's insightful reflections. Unbeknownst to them, they became deeply engrossed in their conversation. Firstly, we must swiftly allocate grain from the nearby provinces affected by the disaster, and secondly, secure funds from the Ministry of Revenue. Correct, Lord Li? Indeed, however, this cold wave has struck rapidly. The decree sent to the northwest has already been issued, and any additional funds from the ministry will not arrive in time. What about the charcoal? The supply is insufficient not only in the northwest, but throughout the entire northern region. Yes, Your Highness, if this heavy snow and frost persist for several months, countless lives, both human and animal, will be lost across multiple provinces. Li Xiangshu glanced at the somber Hua Qing and sighed. The fervor of youth is indeed precious. Man-made disasters can be managed, but what can be done about natural calamities? Hua Qing understood this all too well, feeling a wave of despondency wash over her. Such disasters were indeed beyond remedy. The prolonged heavy snowfall was a consequence of abnormal atmospheric circulation. Even in modern times, solutions would be scarce, leaving only efforts to salvage power infrastructure and timely supply of materials. Yet, this was a secluded realm from a millennium ago, where many mountainous areas lacked proper roads to in the depths of the mountains. Those who perished from hunger or cold were likely unaccounted for even by officials. With a heavy heart, Hua Qing settled into her seat. Beneath her was a basin of smokeless, odorless silver charcoal made from apple wood, warmth radiating up her legs. The attending servant quietly approached to replenish her with the finest fragrant tea, soon followed by pastries and fruits. Nearby, several officials animatedly debated the military campaign against Baining and whether to reduce their stipends. Hua Qing's mind lingered on. The north was plagued by cold disasters. Baining was in turmoil, and soon the south would face flooding. Alas, until the court session concluded, Hua Qing remained dejected. After an afternoon of torrential rain, the evening turned to a gentle drizzle. Stepping outside, Hua Qing held her umbrella and gazed into the distance. The resplendent golden architecture stood imposing. Ranks defined. If her sister were not a diligent and benevolent emperor, would the scene be different? Treating gold as dirt, forever unsatisfied with extravagance, the stench of wine and rotting flesh pervading the grand gates. While frozen corpses lay along the roads, standing still, Hua Qing quietly observed the scenery of this alternate time and space, her gaze vacant and hollow. From afar, a tall figure approached, holding an umbrella. The sight revealed a delicate silhouette, seemingly fragile despite the layers she wore, exuding an ethereal quality as if ready to take flight. Since discovering Hua Qing was not who she appeared to be, Lin Ran had been suppressing his emotions on the edge of despair. He quickened his pace, lowered his umbrella, and suddenly stepped forward, bending to enter the shelter of Hua Qing's umbrella. The light rain fell gently, the chill dissipated by the warmth radiating from his body. Infused with the fragrance of plum blossoms and wood, they stood close together, and Hua Qing looked up in surprise at Lin Ran. His dark pupils held a glimmer, droplets of rain trembling on his lashes. Lips pressed lightly together. In an instant, her thoughts shifted back to reality, dismissing the previous musings of modernity, where laws reigned, the internet thrived, and gender equality prevailed. It instantly transformed into, modernity was imperfect without Ran. Might I have the honor of inviting young Master Lin to dine with me? Hua Qing winked playfully at Lin Ran, intentionally teasing him. Lin Ran's gaze fixed intently on Hua Qing, and upon hearing her inquiry, a smile spread to the corners of his eyes. She had an uncanny ability to dispel thoughts that should not be entertained, coaxing forth a foolish grin in response. Thus, he slightly bowed, stepping back a pace. His tone respectful. If His Highness the Prince Chen invites, Lin Ran cannot decline. Hua Qing chuckled softly, delighted by the playful banter. This role-playing is far too entertaining. Heh, Lin Ran joined in her laughter, his large hand gently cupping half of Hua Qing's face, his fingertips brushing against her delicate, unadorned skin. Have you encountered something troubling, Qing? Indeed, I have. In the midst of the gentle rain and breezy winds, they walked and conversed. Lin Ran unobtrusively shielded Hua Qing from the elements. Zhuang, observing quietly, lowered her head. Previously, she believed that a gentle and attentive gentleman would suffice to care for the ladies, managing their domestic affairs, allowing them to focus solely on family matters. However, after accompanying Hua Qing for half a year, her perspective began to shift. From preferring a docile and gentle partner, She now considered the merits of a formidable and skilled gentleman, from believing that a woman should only marry one man, something only the impoverished had to resort to. She now thought that perhaps having a single companion for life was quite satisfactory. Chapter 86. The Blood Oath Pavilion's shopping expedition. 5 days later, the Prince Qinchin arrived at the border city. The army loomed, stationed 30 kilometers from the Baining border, the black flag with yellow characters of the great Zhao nation fluttering fiercely in the wind. Making a resounding noise, Hua Sun stood before a sand table, hands clasped behind her back, as her personal guard, Lu Li, approached from outside the tent, respectfully bowing as he handed her a stack of letters. Your Highness, these are from Baining, as well as from the northern regions, the estate, and others from the north. Hua Sun turned, her expression cold as she swiftly picked up the top letter, skimming through a few pages before tossing it into the fire pit. Watching the flames consume it entirely. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. She then unfolded a report from a lookout, and after reading, her cold smirk deepened. Together every day, and yet he has discovered it. The paper crumpled violently in her grip. Taking a deep breath to quell her emotions, she finally opened a letter from home. Once again, it was the same monotonous concern, fretting over this and nagging about that. Hua Sun read at a pace more than double her previous attempts. Frustration mounting as she pinched the bridge of her nose. She had endured enough of feigning affection, gentleness, and consideration in front of Chu Yiqing. Just the thought of him tearing up at a moment's notice filled her with irritation. She would prefer to face his scorn. Regrettably, he wouldn't even grant her an audience. For years, no matter how she tried to summon him, be it through challenges or discussions on weaponry, he always refused. Yet, she remained powerless against him. Draped in black, the lady wore a thin layer of black armor over her front and back. In the dim light, the intricate weavings of the armor reflected a cold gleam, enhancing her naturally striking features with an air of aloofness. Lu Li stepped forward, her expression impassive as she spoke again. Your Highness, the transportation of supplies has not been entrusted to Prince Chun. It has been obstructed by General Zhang, and now Lord Lin's subordinate, Zhao Weilang, is responsible for the inventory and transport. Hua Sun raised an eyebrow, a short scar above her left eye twitching, adding an ominous edge to her otherwise cold demeanor. Zheng Wei, Lin Yu, how fortunate they are, indeed. Hua Qing. 5 children, and their mother protected you as if you were her lifeblood, the reason being your frail health, so everyone must accommodate you. Now, with Hua Yin ascending the throne, she continues to shield you. Why did mother change her name to Hua Yin before her death? Just to protect you. Why should a foolish and useless prince like you marry him? How well do you truly know him? These were all initially mine. She was not Zhao Yi, the fool who believed that by scaring you into revealing your flaws, she could drive a wedge between you. And the result? Now she was caught in her own trap. Barely able to manage her own affairs, let alone seek her assistance. Hua Sun let out a cold laugh as she exited the tent. Lu Li lowered her head, hastily following, soaked by the pouring rain. She extended her arm to hold the umbrella over Hua Sun. The patter of rain was stifling, yet Hua Sun smiled as she watched the soldiers bustling about. Transporting supplies to my fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. What is rightfully mine will ultimately be mine. Teach in Wangfu. Hua Qing enjoyed her day off, sleeping soundly until noon. So tired, alas. In recent days, during the daylight hours, I have been diligently attending to my duties at the Ministry of Revenue. By night, I first accompany Lin Ran to dine, and subsequently return to my residence to engage in an exhaustive study on road construction, as well as the myriad challenges associated with afforestation in the western regions. Each evening, I find myself immersed in research until the late hours of the night. It has been quite some time since I have exerted myself with such fervor, the last occasion being a few months prior to my graduate entrance examinations. Yet, whenever I feel the urge to abandon my efforts, flashes of Huayan's tolerance and warmth illuminate my thoughts. My sister, committed to governance and the welfare of the people, sets a standard I cannot afford to neglect. Although I lack martial prowess and cannot lead troops in a battle, and despite my unfamiliarity with the intricate strategies of antiquity, I possess a modern soul, returning farmland to forest, implementing land privatization, developing maritime transport and trade ports, and pursuing infrastructural improvement as a precursor to wealth. These historical processes, which I have been acquainted with since childhood, hold great relevance even here. Admittedly, the implementation of such ideas will undoubtedly encounter numerous obstacles. However, the mere proposition of these thoughts has already piqued Huayan's interest, albeit it remains a fleeting curiosity. Subsequently, I instructed Huaying to meticulously elaborate on each seemingly impractical idea, tailoring it to our national context. Detailing the frameworks and analyzing their feasibility. Huaying, I am merely inviting hardship upon myself. Thus, our determined lady has been laboring day and night, traversing the libraries of the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Revenue. My mind is on the verge of becoming a muddled mess that my esteemed mistress. I have gathered the information. Zhuang hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Huaying still lingering in bed, she reached out to pull her up. My good mistress, were you not seeking for Xiaoyu to inquire about the recent dealings of the Blood Oath Pavilion? Huaying, if you are to mention this, I find my fatigue dissipating. As she rose, she donned an elaborate gown, layer upon layer, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage. Pray tell, where have they relocated? Is it still through secret signals or riddles? 2 days prior, I had instructed Yuan to investigate the renowned Blood Oath Pavilion within the martial world. This organization was recommended by my sister, who mentioned that even the royal family occasionally seeks their services for intelligence on foreign matters. Not only can they uncover clandestine information, but they also trade in various poisons, rare medicines worth their weight in gold, and accept assassination contracts. There is nothing this organization cannot achieve, provided one possesses sufficient gold. What does this imply? The extraordinary nature of this organization, founded by a remarkable woman, is almost reminiscent of a protagonist from a novel. Wealth? Is that not the greatest asset of my esteemed Prince Chun? Inquire. Allocate funds for my investigations. An hour later, as I disembarked from the carriage, I beheld the flower building before me. Ah, the duck building. How amusing. Now, the question arises, should I enter? Perhaps not. I have numerous items to procure. I also required defensive poisons for my sister, Zhuang, and Lin Ran's weaponry. Should I venture inside? Is it truly appropriate? If discovered, would Lin Ran be reduced to tears? Zhuang and the observant Yuan were equally unprepared for such awkwardness. Yuan, 25, Qingtai Street. This is indeed the place, Zhuang. Lord Lin is not known for his temper. Huaying hesitated, contemplating a return to acquire a human skin mask before proceeding. It is said that human skin masks are also products of the Blood Oath Pavilion. This is my first outing with Lin Ran for a meal. He made the recommendation. My lady, there is no need for such shyness. Is this your first visit? Huaying, no. I am not entering. I am merely seeking someone to purchase items. Upon seeing a handsome gentleman swiftly approach to take her arm, Huaying was startled and retreated repeatedly. The man at the entrance, witnessing such a bashful lady for the first time, hid his laughter behind a feather fan. Just as the news spread, guests began to arrive that it seems they are not of ordinary nobility. Even if the lady wishes to conduct business, she must ascend to the top floor to find our esteemed proprietor to make her purchases. Would you not agree? Huaying, I am merely here on business. Merely on business. Chapter 87. Doubts with newfound courage. Huaying stepped inside the rumored pleasure house. I am not mistaken. During the day, they do not conduct business, and I see nothing. Indeed, there are sights I resolutely choose not to behold. Nothing compares to Lin Ran's beauty. I come with earnest intentions, and I am guiltless in that regard. As the Prince of Chun, I ought to accord respect to those from whom I procure goods, as it seems that the remarkable woman only grants consideration to emperors from various nations. Zhuang, do not dwell on it. These are merely courtesans, and there is nothing amiss in being here. After much self-encouragement, Huaying stepped in, feeling a sense of ease. The emptiness was adorned with colorful ribbons, and the grand stage for performances lay devoid of any audience. Several individuals descended the spiral staircase, engaged in conversation or engrossed in scrolls. Occasionally, a few men carrying instruments would pass by, their steps hurried, their white garments billowing in their wake. A couple of individuals were seated at a table playing chess. Upon noticing the arrival of a guest, they looked up at Huaying, offering warm and courteous smiles. Huaying, this feels quite similar to listening to music at the theater, does it not? Ah, I was startled just now. With her courage bolstered, Huaying shed the earlier sense of guilt akin to a spouse clandestinely visiting an establishment. The guiding gentleman, fanning himself with a feather fan in the winter chill, occasionally revealed a hint of mirth at Huaying's expressions. Who is this noble lady? Quite intriguing. Huaying followed him up the pristine wooden staircase to the top floor. The decor here starkly contrasted with the lively style of the lower levels. If the lower floors housed small, artistically decorated rooms appealing to literati, this level exuded an ancient elegance, stripped of any superfluous embellishments. The fragrance wafting from the bronze incense burner was ethereal and warm, coaxing one into a state of relaxation. Huaying could not help but admire. The taste of this enigmatic lady is truly exquisite. At this moment, as Huaying approached the grand door at the far end, the owner of a pair of black high boots was pacing back and forth upon the lavish carpet, visibly anxious and irritable. Zhou Feng silently observed as 10 minutes prior, the figure had hastily adorned himself with a human skin mask, while simultaneously urging their concealed master to hide behind a screen. The master appeared to be nervous? That could not be right. The pacing and the fierce countenance suggested anger. Was he indeed furious? The confusion of Zhou Feng persisted until Huaying was ushered inside. Your Highness, Chen Wang. She, the master thought. Is this a visit from the court? My lord, temper your emotions. Do not let yourself be discovered. After Huaying was brought in, the guiding gentleman stated, My lord, we have a guest today. Before quietly retreating, Zhuang also discreetly exited, taking her position at the door to stand guard. Here, transactions can be conducted without concern for the master's safety, unless the Blood Oath Pavilion wishes to tarnish its reputation. Thus, within the vast chamber, only Huaying and the enigmatic leader of the Blood Oath Pavilion remained. Huaying. I was mistaken. This individual is, in fact, a man. How remarkable. A gentleman achieving such success in a matriarchal society must have faced countless challenges. The gentleman before her, clad in black, bore an unremarkable appearance, save for his strikingly beautiful eyes, reminiscent of Lin Ran's. Yet, he exuded an air of severity. However, in the realm of martial artists, the absence of the gentility typical of noblemen is entirely to be expected. In the brief seconds after entering, as Huaying surveyed the room and the man, Lin Ran felt a mix of emotions. One moment coldly scoffing, the next filled with concern. One moment gritting his teeth in anger, the next moment alarmed. Your Highness, please take a seat. The gentleman's voice was deep and somewhat hoarse, akin to the sound of a fan brushing over grains of rice, crackling softly. You recognized her at first glance? Indeed, this is the place for gathering intelligence. Before her awakening, the original owner lay dormant for 2 years. In the past 6 months, she rarely ventured out, beyond occasional outings with Hua Zhao Yi for music, tea, and snacks. She preferred the confines of the prince's mansion, a place so vast it would take half an hour to explore. Huaying took her seat, and a cup of tea was promptly offered. A hasty visit, esteemed master. Your hospitality is appreciated. Huaying received the tea, maintaining a polite yet distant demeanor while observing the slender, fair, and veined hand that extended towards her. The tea was placed down and withdrawn, a practiced motion that made Huaying's eyes narrow slightly. The gentleman's expression remained cold, his voice hoarse as he inquired, Might I ask what business brings your highness? Or are you here to purchase goods? Huaying gazed at the man before her, stealing glances at his physique. Something felt decidedly amiss. Her internal questions intensified, yet her expression remained composed as she smiled. I wish to procure a few items. Initially intending to inquire about intelligence, Huaying now solely desired to make a purchase. The gentleman sat at a table less than a meter away. His fingers caressed the porcelain cup, gently tracing its curves. What does your highness wish to buy? Noticing the familiarity of his gestures only deepened Huaying's unease. That I seek portable, agile weapons suitable for a gentleman's use. That I would appreciate your recommendations for a few. One for each of my sisters, and one for Lin Ran. The individual across from her appeared to be in good spirits, his raspy voice lifting considerably. May I inquire what specifications your highness has for this defensive weapon? Melee or ranged, laced with poison or not? After a moment's hesitation, Huaying pondered and replied, I need 3. Since they are meant for protection, they should be suitable for close combat. With a sharp crack, the delicate sound of a cup shattering filled the air. Huaqing looked on in astonishment, only to find the previously cheerful gentleman suddenly shrouded in a dark cloud of displeasure, causing her heart to skip a beat. Those eyes were strikingly similar. Even the expression of anger mirrored that in the hushed ambience. The gentleman's hoarse voice broke the silence. 3, not just 1. Huaqing's gaze remained fixed on the face of the man nearby, her eyes subtly shifting to his posture, the hand that held the cup. She then smiled sweetly and said, Indeed, I am sending 3 individuals. Please, noble lord, make your selection without concern for finances. Suddenly, The gentleman stood up, his entire being radiating a suppressed fury, his voice not only hoarse but also dry with a hint of menace. Your Highness, are you certain it is 3 weapons for close combat? Hidden behind the screen. Chasing Wind dared not breathe a word. Your Highness, you are indeed wealthy. Coming here personally. Is it truly for those 3 from your estate? Upon hearing this repeated uncertain question, coupled with the familiar aura now closer, Hua Qing thought to herself, I believe I have stumbled upon something significant. What is troubling you? Noble lord, do you not sell all 3 at once? Her smile appeared innocent and naive. As she observed the man before her, who seemed ready to unleash his pent-up rage upon her, she added fuel to the fire. Please, noble lord, select for me. I shall await you in the adjoining room. And since you are here, let us not squander this beautiful day. I kindly request a few charming companions, preferably handsome, with pleasant voices and of tall stature. Chasing Wind thought, I ought not to be here. I wish to join Zhuang. I have heard nothing. The man cloaked in black could hardly believe his ears, his expression momentarily betraying him. Chapter 88. The little madman. The craftsmanship of the human skin mask was exquisite. Without a close inspection, its peculiarities were nearly imperceptible. Lin Ran's face bore no expression. Ching. Not only must he spend a fortune on defensive weapons for those 3, but he also had to arrange for companionship. Lin Ran felt a surge of blood and anger welling up inside him. His mind momentarily blank, his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Just 2 days had passed. To fulfill his agreement with the emperor, he had allowed Qi Weisheng to administer treatment for 2 days, merely 2 days without supervision. However, during this time, Qing had only invited Minister Li and Prince Yi to the estate, deliberately avoiding the Wutong courtyard. How could this be? Why? Why the sudden change? Was it only me who was inadequate? Why gift them? Why arrange for companions? Who instigated this? It couldn't be Prince Yi. Then it must be Minister Li Jun. Bloodshot eyes filled Lin Ran's gaze as he lowered his head, suppressing his rising agitation and murderous intent. Please wait. Your Highness, that we must not be discovered. Leave immediately. Do not look at her. Do not heed a single word she utters. Hua Qing remarked. Have I guessed incorrectly? Why so calm? Is it true that barking dogs do not bite? No. Could it be that I truly guessed wrong? Yet, the sense of incongruity is overwhelming. The shapes are the same. The eyes are identical. The posture, the habits, those hands, and that gaze. I am indeed somewhat angered. Perhaps I should provoke once more for a test? If I err, it would only be the typical discourse of many noble ladies, and the Blood Oath Pavilion is so discreet that my scandalous affairs would not be disseminated if I succeed in my guess. Hua Qing stood up as well, noticing the man was about to leave, and suddenly exclaimed joyfully, Noble lord. The cold, expressionless face of the gentleman in black turned towards her, suppressing his fury as he inquired. What else does your Highness desire? Hua Qing strolled closer, playfully teasing. I wish to purchase a person here. Purchase? Who? Each word fell from her lips deliberately. Her fists, clenched within her sleeves, were tight, as if the blood in her chest were ready to spill forth. Chasing Wind thought, this is it. This is beyond my purview. He decisively slipped out of the window. Better to leap from the 5th floor than to witness his master descend into madness, without fear of death. Hua Qing maintained her gaze upon the man's lowered eyes. Unable to discern his expression, she declared, I have an affinity for those with beautiful eyes. Hence, I shall buy a lovely companion with eyes like yours. The price is irrelevant. The words she intended to utter were abruptly silenced. Hua Qing thought, indeed. Yet, I have gone too far and lost control. As she was suddenly seized in a fierce embrace, a tempest of kisses assailed her. Her lips were crushed, and the gentleman, heedless of her protests, turned ferocious. All her words of reproach were swept away, as Lin Ran punished her with an insatiable fervor. The gentle restraint he typically exhibited shattered entirely. Hua Qing sobbed, striking Lin Ran's chest in vain, yet she could not free herself. When she opened her eyes, she was taken aback. Lin Ran's gaze remained fixed upon her, his pupils dark and devoid of light. Bloodshot and tinged with a hint of tears, Hua Qing was momentarily stunned, her heart softening. Thus, she relinquished her struggle, wrapping her arms around his neck in submission, allowing him to vent his fury upon her repeatedly. Accounting, perhaps later. He is not himself at this moment. Lin Ran was indeed consumed by rage, not merely anger, but also fear and grievance. Before long, As Hua Qing sensed he had regained some composure, the gentleman lifted the petite girl effortlessly. Striding towards the large table, placing her upon it in a fit of fury, Lin Ran slammed his hands down beside her, bending over to fixate on her intently, before enveloping her once more. Hua Qing thought, "Is this a desk slam? Is he continuing? How furious must he be?" Her awareness fluctuated between clarity and confusion, and during her confusion, she permitted him to punish her, tolerating even the most unorthodox of behaviors. His hands wandering, regaining her clarity, she felt a surge of anger and embarrassment, unable to withstand such torment. Soft kisses fell upon her earlobes, chin, and delicate neck without pause. Their hair intertwined, swaying chaotically, becoming indistinguishable from one another. "Ran, let go." Hua Qing sat atop the table, tilting her head back in reluctant submission. The punishment of her unguarded words had yet to conclude. The moment she relaxed, Lin Ran's large hand swiftly supported her knee, shamefully elevating it. Why had I not noticed this before? Is his endurance excessive? Long enough that Hua Qing found herself tempted to let Lin Ran sleep instead. Otherwise, this brother would surely succumb to jealousy today. There would be no need for her to settle accounts with him, as she truly lacked the strength to argue anymore. Attempting to escape, Hua Qing was seized by the ankle and pulled back into his embrace once more. Her turned head was gently cradled in his hands, adjusting her position until their noses nearly touched. "No one is permitted to gaze upon my beautiful eyes. You desire them. Take them, Qing Qing." In the future, should Qing Qing seek a few companions, Ran shall eliminate as he kissed her, he threatened her, and Hua Qing, amidst the oddity, attempted to resist. Yet, her efforts were in vain, as he seized her wrists with one hand, lifting them above her head. What kind of domineering behavior was this? How could a man of ancient times possess such innate prowess? Lin Ran bit her, then retreated slightly, whispering against her lips as if entranced, "Qing Qing. Mine. Just Ran S. Whose eyes do you fancy? Speak, and I shall procure them for you." Hua Qing's lips began to glisten, breathless and unable to respond. "Young man, you lack decorum. Is this how you treat your beloved? Do you intend to devour me?" Much time passed. Lin Ran felt his heartbeat gradually returning to normal, his mind slowly clearing. Pressing his forehead against Hua Qing's, he gazed into her eyes, breathing heavily, awaiting her judgment. He had offended the most esteemed lady of Dazhao, transgressed against the one he cherished, and insulted his yet-to-be-wed bride. Whether it be punishment or execution, he cared not. He simply wished for Qing Qing to cease uttering words that would provoke him. "Your Highness." Anxiously lowering his head, he gently licked Hua Qing's sensitive neck, his voice returning to its usual clarity. "Do not speak to me. I am quite fatigued. I have never encountered such a madman as you. Nor have I experienced such a lesson. I now realize I may have misjudged you in the past." Cough, cough. "So, Ran possesses this side. This jealousy is rather intense. Is your grip intended to meld me into your flesh? Is my mouth now bleeding from your kisses?" Hua Qing remained silent. Lin Ran continued to grow anxious, closing his eyes as a flush crept to his cheeks. "Qing Qing, you recognize me, do you not? You are intentionally provoking me." Hua Qing replied, "Listen to your pitiful tone. Are you still trying to test me?" As a seasoned internet surfer, Hua Qing assessed Lin Ran's recent erratic and frightening behavior. Summarizing, "It seems my future wife has a touch of the Yandere about her." Humph. With a haughty toss of her head, Hua Qing decided to ignore him, just for 2 minutes. "TSK, poor lips. Are my two plump beauties still developing? Why do they ache as well? I'll ask Xiaozhuo for some ointment when I return. But what if she sees something? How awkward." Feeling utterly drained. Chapter 89. The speed of the car. Hua Qing resolutely ignored Lin Ran. After 2 minutes of silence, any longer would be a sign of weakness. Lin Ran supported herself with her hands on either side, her waist bending low as if pleading against Hua Qing's cheek. Like a pitiful, drenched puppy nuzzling its owner, she simultaneously coaxed, "Qing Qing, I was wrong." Inside, Hua Qing pondered. "What did you do wrong? Speak. I'm listening." "Your Highness, spare me," she pouted, and seeing that Hua Qing did not flinch or display any signs of disdain, the joy that surged within Lin Ran made her limbs feel relaxed. Yet, doubt still lingered in Lin Ran's heart. Was Hua Qing angry about his concealment of the Blood Oath Lord, or was she upset by his audacious behavior? Perhaps she was merely startled moments ago. Noticing that Hua Qing continued to ignore him, her gaze either fixated on the decor of the room or idly resting on the pen holder. Porcelain dish and trinkets on the table. She seemed determined not to look at him. This lack of attention drove him to a state of utter frustration. "Your Highness, Ran should not be so rude." With that, he began to knead her soft waist with one hand. Every inch of his massage, paired with warm internal energy, eased away a great deal of Hua Qing's tension, were it not for her being trapped at the table. She might have wished to take a nap. The myriad of data she had been organizing for days could hardly be compensated with a single day's rest, as her thoughts drifted to matters of governance. Hua Qing's expression gradually turned grave and serious. Lin Ran, witnessing her demeanor, suppressed his own panic and kissed the corner of the queen's lips, seeing her lips swollen, her clothes disheveled, and her hair slightly undone. He felt an odd sense of satisfaction mixed with growing anxiety. This strange feeling, which he had tried to suppress half an hour prior, could no longer be ignored. The thoughts he had locked deep within his heart were completely unleashed by Hua Qing. So sweet, so soft, it was irresistible. Why did she have to be the crown prince? If she were merely an inconspicuous queen, he could keep her sheltered at home, never allowing her to step outside. In that way, he could gaze upon her all day, and she would see only him. She would not encounter handsome young men on the streets, nor would she attend music gatherings with Hua Zhaoyi, or share tea with ministers. Each minister or prince was accompanied by a couple of charming attendants. What if one day Hua Qing grew weary of his appearance, with so many beautiful individuals in the world? Would the crown prince remain devoted to just one? Would he? Lin Ran mused, kissing her as he reassured himself. He would. All suitors who dared approach Hua Qing would vanish. Some would leave willingly. Others would be forced away, yet ultimately, only he would remain. The entire back courtyard of the crown prince's residence would be repurposed. It would be transformed into a stage for Hua Qing, where only female performers would sing. He wished to be with her at all times, eating, drinking, sleeping, and traveling together. Just like his father and mother, no one else could intrude upon their bond, not even children. Hua Qing remained blissfully unaware that the person before her was once again racing toward an obsession. If she possessed the ability to read minds, she would have set about correcting this twisted love perspective of the dark-hearted beauty from the very beginning. Perhaps then, she wouldn't be so foolishly tolerant and forgiving. Now, this person was still entrenched in his madness. Attempting to ignore him for 2 minutes, she found that 10 had already passed. Relaxed and comfortable from his massage, she simply buried her head against his waist. A buzzing voice broke the silence. "What else are you hiding? Here's your chance. Speak." This time she took the initiative to ask, and if he continued to keep secrets, he better pray she didn't uncover them. Humph, if next time she discovered he had done something else, even if it bore no detrimental effect on her, the very least of trust would have been breached. He would need to learn a profound lesson. Hua Qing declared, having a strong sense of possession is acceptable, being a bit domineering is fine, and some desire is tolerable. She could accept it all. After all, she quite liked this type. Otherwise, how could she have fallen for Ran at first sight? Wasn't it merely a matter of lust? However, one cannot sprint down the path of obsession unchecked. Such a neurotic view of love, if it were to manifest in reality, she would truly struggle to accept. Upon hearing her question, Lin Ran momentarily froze, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, a gentle tremor coursing through him. Outside the Blood Oath Pavilion, there were numerous shops and lands, all part of Ran's dowry. Would it be all right if all of it belonged to Hua Qing in the future? After a brief pause, he added, "I plan to assist Qi Wei-sheng in seizing power in the Wu Kingdom. He has come to discuss this matter with my father, Hua Qing. As for the former, I cannot concern myself with the dynastic changes of other nations. What authority do I, a prince of the Dazhao Kingdom, possess to interfere? What else?" Lin Ran's gaze skimmed over the top of Hua Qing's head, and he chuckled softly. "Nothing more, I swear." "Really, nothing at all?" She shot a sidelong glance at him. Hua Qing felt that given her current level of anger, he should be honest. After all, he had confided in her about the significant matter of the Wu Kingdom's priests seeking power. Yet, unbeknownst to Hua Qing, from the very beginning, Qi Wei-sheng had no desire to be bound by the throne, had it not been for. Furthermore, among the royal family of the Wu Kingdom, which shared the same bloodline and possessed formidable poison skills, there was the most powerful priest, Qi Yin's son. However, Qi Wei-sheng had not anticipated that this visit would reveal that his brother was simply infatuated with love. Of course, that was a matter for another day. At present, Hua Qing decided to trust Lin Ran, as he had not crossed her boundaries and she was not truly angry. Thus, she wiggled her small bottom and pushed him away with both hands, declaring, "I want to get down." My bottom is all numb from sitting. As her companion squirmed, Lin Ran instantly stepped back, taking a deep breath as he lifted her down from the large table. Hua Qing, noticing him straightening his robe, glanced at the fabric wrinkled beneath her crossed legs and suddenly recalled something. Just now. What had been pressed against her, as if she wouldn't notice such a shocking sensation. Hua Qing, I admit I have impure thoughts. There was no chance they could engage in a serious relationship now. Once they crossed the boundary, even if it were a mere brush, their relationship could never return to one of restraint and decorum. For instance, after watching Lin Ran adjust his robe, Hua Qing averted her gaze, feeling both guilty and shy. Ran, did the Blood Oath Pavilion have any ointments that relieve tearing pain? Isn't it common in every novel for the caring male lead to prepare such remedies in advance? This world is about her courting a wife, so she must prepare for herself. Wait, the Blood Oath Pavilion belongs to Ran. If she were to purchase it, wouldn't that essentially announce to the entire Blood Oath Pavilion that the Master's wife is in need of such a remedy? How impressive! What was Hua Qing thinking? Lin Ran quickly tidied himself before starting to help Hua Qing. However, he was caught off guard when Hua Qing suddenly asked, causing her mind, which had been racing at high speed, to stumble, that it's too big. I fear it will hurt. Boom. What had she just said? Someone please, immediately, get her off this planet. Hua Qing was left stunned by her own instinctive response. Lin Ran initially appeared puzzled, but upon seeing her entire face flush, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Leaning closer, he felt the bob of his throat and noticed his own ears turning red. I promise, it won't hurt. Hua Qing, so you really do sell such remedies? Chapter 90. Entering the prince's residence. The master has finally emerged. Something is amiss with the master. Did you lay hands on Lin Gongzi? And were you bullied in return? Oh, it's quite normal for you to be pinned down. Zhuiying and Zhui Feng followed behind, both silent. Approximately half an hour earlier, upon seeing Zhui Feng ascend the stairs, Zhuiying had said nothing and stood guard at the door just as she had. Her feelings were utterly incomprehensible. Zhui Feng stood dutifully there, which implied that the master of the Blood Oath Pavilion was indeed Lin Gongzi. Master, you've hit the jackpot. Truly, it was rumored that the Blood Oath Pavilion housed treasures in the thousands, each item only obtainable through fierce competition among martial artists. Not to mention, the extensive network of spies the Blood Oath Pavilion had across the 4 nations that in the past, is what Ing believed that a man should stay home to honor his parents and fulfill the role of a good husband and father. Now, she thought, I've struck gold. I want a husband like that who can earn money. The two followed at a distance, and once in the carriage, Zhuiying couldn't help but ask Zhui Feng, Little Wood, after so many years of following your master, what personal possessions do you have? Zhuiying knew that Zhui Feng, like them, had been trained as a dark guard, but he was a rare male among them. As he guided the horse, Zhui Feng looked ahead and replied, A little. The master is very generous. We visit the Wu Kingdom every 6 months, so I also took the opportunity to acquire some personal property, which the master suggested I do. Zhuiying leaned in closer, whispering, Do you have any friends who are good with finances? Could you introduce me? In the past, Zhuiying had a close companion, but after the bloodshed before she arrived at the crown prince's residence, the young master grew weary of her, packed his belongings, and took her possessions with him. Now, working at the crown prince's residence and witnessing the master's sweet relationship, Zhuiying thought, why not find good husbands for myself and my sister too? Someone like Lin Gongzi, who is both considerate and financially savvy, would be ideal, as long as he is handsome. That's all that matters. Suddenly, Zhui Feng halted the whip midair, frowning as he turned to look at Zhuiying, whose striking features and radiant smile revealed white teeth. That he abruptly said, I don't have such friends. I am the only one. Zhuiying. If you don't want to introduce them, that's fine. Why the long face? Did I offend you? All right, if there's none, then so be it. Am I not human? Chasing Wind inquired once more. Zhuiying found it strange. It was a person, yet he wanted an introduction due to. The words faltered, and the two fell into silence. Inside the carriage, Hua Qing eagerly pressed Lin Ran for information about the Blood Oath Pavilion, to which Lin Ran responded to every query. After posing numerous questions, Hua Qing could not help but exclaim a rather audacious remark. How wonderful it is that I won't have to pay for anything in the future. Unbeknownst to her, the Blood Oath Pavilion belonged to Ran Ran. Has sister ever purchased any expensive information? From now on, sister can acquire information without spending a dime. Talking about money within a family? How disheartening. I shall lavish money upon the Blood Oath Pavilion, become a major shareholder, support Lin Ran's endeavors. Upon hearing Hua Qing's intention to invest, Lin Ran laughed heartily, the vivacity of youth radiating from him. He lifted Hua Qing onto his lap, planting a gentle kiss on the corner of her eye, stating, I do not require the prince's funds. I possess more than enough to offer. Hua Qing retorted. You look down upon me. I am wealthy beyond measure. Lin Ran continued to chuckle, his chest vibrating softly, his eyes sparkling like fragments of stars, reflecting the sight of the princess's wide-eyed astonishment and her deliberate display of surprise. Ran, how I adore her, how I cherish Qing Qing. How could she be so wonderful? From her looks to her character, every detail resonates within my heart. Hua Qing, a straightforward girl, cupped Lin Ran's face and planted a kiss on his lips. I adore Lin Ran as well. As long as you promise not to deceive me or keep secrets, my affection for you will only grow. Lin Ran buried his face in her neck. Feigning sleepiness, Hua Qing, feeling drowsy herself, settled onto her boyfriend's lap and soon drifted into slumber, her serene breathing filling the air. The warmth enveloping the carriage allowed Hua Qing to sleep soundly, her delicate form cocooned in a thick white cloak that shielded her from the biting cold. Zui, observing her prince sleeping soundly in the embrace of the young lord, noted the astonished expressions of the 4 guards at the entrance of the estate and remarked, It has been quite a while. I've grown accustomed to it, so it is of no concern. She had developed a notable tolerance towards her master's behavior, even finding it rather endearing today. Who said a strong woman must be robust? What of those naturally frail? Surely, there must be a gentleman like Lin Gongzi to care for them. Zui, utterly biased, completely forgot her previous words from months ago as Lin Ran boldly stepped into the Qianwang mansion. It was his first time entering through the front gate, cradling the esteemed princess in his arms that in an instant, the entire mansion erupted in astonishment. Chapter 91. Zhao Xie Hua Qing, still groggy, sensed herself being carried. Peeking out from her plush cloak, her cherubic face still flushed from sleep, she yawned and blinked through misty eyes. She was awake now. She gently tapped Lin Ran's arm, signaling him to set her down. Once on her feet, she brushed aside any lingering worries and cheerfully took hold of Lin Ran's larger hand. Shall I introduce you to our home? Our home. The word struck Lin Ran's heart, causing it to quicken. Yes, our home, he echoed, entwining his fingers with the princess's small hand. Hua Qing, bubbling with joy, led Lin Ran through the halls, her lips chattering animatedly. Her bright, clear eyes sparkled as she cast coy glances, teasingly tickling Lin Ran's palm. Following them at a respectful distance were Chasing Wind and Zui, both wearing expressions of delight. Chasing Wind mused that the master, aware of his exquisite looks, never revealed a smile in front of the princess. Yet ever since meeting Chen Wang and now on the verge of marriage, he smiled daily, even breaking into laughter while playing the piano in private. The past few nights, returning from the palace, he would light the lamps and stitch wedding garments, his pale face still glowing with joy. Zui, however, had different thoughts as she observed the inseparable figures ahead. Turning her head, she glanced at the handsome Chasing Wind. Noting his long legs and slender waist, along with his private possessions, quite impressive indeed. Feeling his gaze upon her, Chasing Wind stiffened, resolutely maintaining his focus. Yet Zui, with her bold demeanor, would not let him off easily. She tugged at his sleeve, slowing her pace. Oh, you have a favorite princess? Chasing Wind, noticing his silence, Zui inquired softly, If you don't have a favorite princess, how do you feel about me? Upon saying this, she flashed a radiant smile, her white teeth gleaming. The elegant Zui, with her delicate features and high nose, gazed at Chasing Wind with an inviting smile. But yes, she noticed their 2 masters had wandered far ahead. Chasing Wind stubbornly refused to turn his head, his palms growing sweaty in the winter chill. No wonder Zui often called him Little Wooden Block. Indeed, he was shy, awkward, and utterly daft. Zui, who had once found him irritating, now found him immensely entertaining. Seeing his hesitance to respond, she decided to drop the subject and hurried after their masters. Just as Chasing Wind opened his mouth to speak, he saw a flash of azure pass by. Had his princess just breezed past him without a backward glance? Gritting his teeth, irritation surged within him. How could she be so reckless, lacking skill, poisonous, cunning, sweet-talking countless young lords? Frustrated, he tossed his sleeve and chased after her. Eye in the winding corridors. The steps of white jade were scattered with fallen blossoms from the rain. The paths in the courtyard were adorned with rocks, and the colorful glazed tiles reflected a splendid radiance. The entire royal mansion exuded opulence and grandeur, affirming the rumors of Chun Wang's favor. In the garden, a pond remained vibrant in winter, brimming with life. We could set up a swing here. You can push me. All right. Look here. Shall we raise 2 horses? I want to ride. But Zhuang 1T let me touch them. Sure, I will teach Qing Qing that. As they approached the Wutong courtyard, Hua Qing suddenly halted. The back courtyard. The back courtyard. She paused, her thoughts stuttering. Lin Ran's smile faded gradually as Hua Qing stole a glance at him. Feeling guilty. The back courtyard? It will be soon, Lin Ran remarked softly, his gaze drifting far away. Upon hearing his cool tone, Hua Qing shrank her neck, burying her face in her scarf, just like with Minister Li and General Zhang. Today was another day of being cautious around their wives. Half an hour earlier, the palace had buzzed with news of Qin Wang strolling through the royal mansion with his future bride. Some pretended to sweep the garden, stealing glances at the rumored son of the governor, and upon witnessing his beauty, several servants gasped in awe. How stunning is this young lord! Our prince truly possesses remarkable charm. Those feigning to serve tea and water dared not approach when Lin Ran's slow gaze fell upon them at tea that moment. Hua Qing, feeling fatigued, held Lin Ran's hand, intending to return to her courtyard. However, just then, a figure approached with a clear intent. Zhao Xie, the son of the Duke of Jinan, was nearly forgotten by Hua Qing. It was only when he stepped forward to offer his respects that she recalled him. His presence so insignificant it barely rivaled that of the kitchen staff. Why had she chosen him? Hua Qing remembered. Was it because Zhao Xie was older? At 20 years old, he was considered an old bachelor in her world. Still attending school, while in this world, where girls married at 15, both Zhao Xie and Lin Ran were doted upon by their families. Upon seeing the tall, handsome Zhao Xie, his eyes betraying an unhidden admiration for Lin Ran, Hua Qing felt a chill run down her spine. The pretty, bashful young man spoke with a deep tone. I come to pay my respects to the prince. After that, he nodded toward Lin Ran. I have met Lin Gongzi. Listen to the shift in tone. When addressing her, he was as calm as a still pond. Yet upon greeting Lin Ran, he instantly became animated. Zhao Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement, his exuberance almost overflowing. Hua Qing thought, which lord's concubine are you? Oh no, Zhao Xie. What are you doing, staring at your lord's wife with such fervor in front of your husband? Apparently, Hua Qing had her moments of misjudgment. To her surprise, as she anticipated Lin Ran's displeasure, he merely raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and spoke gently. Zhao Gongzi, you are too courteous. Chapter 92. Zhao Xie seized the opportunity. Lin Gongzi. Would you like to see the armory? I can guide you. The prince must be tired. Hua Qing interjected. I am not tired. The second unexpected turn arrived. Lin Ran turned to whisper a few words to Hua Qing. Fastening her cloak securely, his eyes filled with unshakable amusement, he then nodded to Zhao Xie, indicating his agreement. Zhao Xie's spirits soared even higher as he bowed to Hua Qing, declaring, Princess, I shall take my leave first. Please take care. The two departed with purpose, leaving Hua Qing in a state of confusion. Just moments ago, Lin Ran had leaned in close to her, whispering, I'll quickly send away this concubine of yours. That was Lin Ran for you. When feeling down, he would call her princess, and even when he made an error, he would still address her as such. Only in moments of joy or excitement would he affectionately call her Qing Qing. What could she possibly say? Of course, one would nod immediately. It is imperative to reveal not a trace of hesitation. Just the thought of Zhao Xie's fervent demeanor makes her teeth ache. After walking quite a distance, Zhao Xie could no longer contain himself and spoke first. Young Master Lin, the message you conveyed a few days ago, is it certain? There will be no change of heart. Will there? Zhao Xie could hardly believe it. It turned out he was not the only one who had been preoccupied with young Master Lin's great kindness. His benefactor remembered him as well. As for this royal mansion, even if it were paved with gold, he could not bear to stay a single day longer. It was utterly suffocating. Although he was the second son of the Duke of Jinan, he lacked his elder brother's proficiency in the arts, thus garnering much affection from their mother. And unlike his sweet-talking third brother, who could charm their mother to laughter, he found himself caught in the middle. Fascinated by weaponry, often, due to his pleasing appearance, he was taken out to banquets, yet each time he opened his mouth, he would annoy others, leaving his mother frequently embarrassed. Initially, their mother intended to send the most charming third brother to the residence of Prince Chun. However, the third brother adored strong, combative women, and thus he would throw tantrums and refuse to go. Conversely, the eldest brother had met Prince Chun several times half a year ago and was quite fond of the prince. Yet their mother stubbornly insisted that the eldest brother participate in the selection next year. Poor Zhao Xie felt like a kickball, being kicked around. Lin Ran walked ahead without needing Zhao Xie to guide him. Heading straight towards the armory, his tone remained indifferent as ever. Why the change of heart? Your departure today is precisely what this young master wishes to see, is it not? Hearing Lin Ran's words, Zhao Xie lengthened his stride to match Lin Ran's, cautiously continuing to inquire, his delicate features adorned with a sincere smile. Young Master Lin, if that is the case, shall I prepare to report tomorrow? Or shall we leave tonight? Lin Ran, taken aback by Zhao Xie's perceptiveness, felt a reluctant delight at his eagerness to flee, and the hint of displeasure and coldness in his gaze vanished without a trace. Is it permissible to continue masquerading as another? Lin Ran inquired again. His greatest skill was not in forceful domination, but rather in psychological maneuvering. From the onset, he had disregarded the young man from the Zheng family. Believing that a gentleman with someone in his heart would be easiest to handle, merely needing to exchange some interest with the general for a legitimate reason, as for Chu Huaishuang. Every time Lin Ran recalled the way he prepared soup for Hua Qing, exuding a demeanor of reverence and affection, it made his teeth itch with irritation. Dealing with Chu Huaishuang was somewhat more intricate, yet fortunately, he had not expended much effort, as that old fox could not conceal his tail and had exposed himself voluntarily. The most challenging had been Zhao Xie. Indifferent and unfeeling, he neither favored nor disliked Prince Chun, spending his days solely practicing swordplay and martial arts, leading a dreadfully tedious existence. Lin Ran had spent half a month searching for flaws in this Na'vi youth, only to discover that they were of the same ilk. Not only that, but it appeared that Zhao Xie held him in great esteem. Upon hearing Lin Ran's question, Zhao Xie exhibited no hesitation. His words imbued with the chill of winter, yet interlaced with excitement. What difficulty could there be? Once on the battlefield, unless my last breath remains, who could dare to strip me and take a glance? Lin Ran was amused by this response, a radiant smile illuminating his countenance, causing Zhao Xie's eyes to sparkle with admiration. Young Master Lin was truly his destined benefactor. Many years ago, he had rescued Zhao Xie, who had been injured while hunting. Had it not been for him, he might have become a cripple, cast aside by his family. Later, when he ventured into the mountains to offer incense, he unfortunately encountered a band of thieves who specialized in abducting handsome young men. Even with his diligent training, Zhao Xie was seized. Once again, it was young Master Lin who single-handedly charged into the den of thieves, rescuing all the unfortunate young men. Since then, Zhao Xie had strived tirelessly to draw closer to his role model. Now, being sent to the rear courtyard, he had thought he was destined to resign himself to fate. To his astonishment, young Master Lin descended once more from the heavens, proclaiming his intention to assist Zhao Xie in leaving, promising that as long as he had no regrets, the world was his to roam. Zhao Xie gazed at the young man before him as if he were seeing a reincarnation of his parents. Simultaneously, he quietly acknowledged in his heart, Prince Chun is truly a benevolent lady. Not only is she kind and gentle, but she is also remarkably devoted to a royal prince of the nation who would agree to leave the rear courtyard vacant for the sake of a legitimate husband. Thus, the image of Hua Qing in Zhao Xie's mind was elevated significantly. From do not harm my idol, it transformed into such a devoted and affectionate lady deserves young Master Lin. Chapter 93. I will make soup. Hua Qing stealthily followed behind. Upon witnessing Lin Ran and Zhao Xie, who still outwardly appeared as master and concubine, engaged in lively conversation and indeed discussing weapons in the armory, Hua Qing turned and quietly slipped away. Why are they getting along so well? Upon returning to her main courtyard, Hua Qing promptly instructed her servants to prepare refreshments and summoned 2 male attendants to follow Lin Ran and attend to him. She speculated that Lin Ran might converse with Zhao Xie for a while longer. Perhaps they would even research the peculiar weapons in the storeroom together. The women here are combative by nature, possessing considerable strength. Yet there are also noble ladies like Hua Qing who suffer from inherent physical ailments. However, even the friliest among them would never concede to their limitations, ensuring that a weapons storeroom was established in their homes. Initially, Hua Qing had opposed the notion, believing she would never set foot in such a place in her lifetime. Why would she, a person who had transmigrated to enjoy a leisurely life, engage in such pursuits? Not to mention that while her current body had rid itself of all congenital diseases, she still felt somewhat weak. As for someone with a modern soul, the thought of stabbing a knife into another's body or slitting a throat with a sword, unless faced with life-threatening peril, she harbored a psychological barrier that she could not overcome. Yet now, circumstances had changed. Just a few days prior, Hua Qing had specially sent her attendants, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, to gather small, suitable whips and lightweight weapons such as knives and swords for her use. She even ventured to the Blood Oath Pavilion to make purchases. The mere mention of the Blood Oath Pavilion caused her cheeks to flush crimson as she entered the study, prompting her to drink 2 cups of cold water to regain her composure. Only 2 months remain. Therefore, she must intensify her training regimen. Otherwise, with her current endurance, even the affectionate advances of a passionate suitor could leave her utterly exhausted, rendering her unable to rise from bed. Reflecting upon it now, her emotions were, how should one describe it? Difficult to articulate, perhaps. The wife she was to marry was a mild, delicate girl, prone to jealousy and excessively affectionate. At first, she had truly failed to see through this. Wasn't he the one who had shot her a cold glance upon their first meeting? Hadn't he kept a distance of 2 fists when hugging her, his ears reddening? Hadn't he claimed that his reputation was tarnished, and coincidentally, his family was pressing for marriage, thus he had agreed to marry her? How had he transformed into someone who insisted on kissing her? Like a snake, he entwined himself around her, refusing to let go. He was adept at tending to her every need, treating her as a fragile child, wishing to hold her constantly, as if 24 hours were insufficient. At what point had Hua Qing suddenly thought, hey, why is he so different from before? Was it her declaration that she would adore him no matter how he presented himself, leading to his insistence on kissing her? Or had she taken the initiative to cup his face and kiss him, causing his eyes to suddenly brighten? Or perhaps she was remarkably forgiving, never remaining angry with him for more than 10 minutes? Hua Qing silently shed tears. Starting tomorrow, she would return after court to add an extra hour of strength training. Who told her that she adored such contrasting charms? She would swallow her grievances. Opening the document regarding the road construction plan in the northern mountainous region, Hua Qing continued to write intermittently, completing the suggestions put forth by Minister Li before his departure last night. If brute force would not suffice, she could employ her intellect. If martial prowess was unattainable, then surely literary talent would be sufficient. Hua Qing, once a slothful fish, now resolved to safeguard her sister's realm. Drawing upon the spirit she had during her exam preparations, she reflected on her sister's weariness as she constantly considered her. She thought of the entire household relying on her financial support for their sustenance. She contemplated her privileged life while the common folk in the mountainous regions endured natural disasters, hunger, and cold, perhaps on the verge of rebellion. The pressure drove Hua Qing to write fervently, immersing her in a state of transcendental unity, losing herself in the task at hand. After an hour had passed, Lin Ran entered the study, taking a seat on the guest chair, observing Hua Qing intently for a considerable time, yet she did not lift her gaze. Noticing her serious demeanor as she gnawed on her pen, Lin Ran remained silent, quietly watching her for a while longer. The refreshments brought by the servants remained untouched. After approximately 10 minutes, he suddenly stood up, his expression deepening. Exiting the study, he casually summoned a servant, instructing, "Take me to the kitchen." "Yes, young Master Lin, please follow me." Lin Ran then turned to Chasing Wind, saying, "Wait here. If His Highness seeks me, inform him that I have gone to prepare soup." Understood that I asked this. Not in accordance with the rules, the servant wondered. Yet, who would dare to question the propriety of actions within the residence of Prince Chun? Moreover, in 2 months, the master would become the head of this household. Completely proper, especially proper. One servant observed his brother obediently escorting young Master Lin away, scratching his head in confusion. Why did it seem that there was no awkwardness at all before they had even crossed the threshold? Clearly, he possessed a countenance as exquisite as frost upon snow, yet he wore a dispassionate expression that it appeared his temperament was indeed not gentle. Alas, the 3 ladies of the rear courtyard would likely face difficult times ahead. Lin Ran maintained a calm demeanor until he caught sight of the kitchen from a distance, instructing the servant, "You may return. There is no need to accompany me." The servant obediently turned and left. However, scarcely 5 minutes had passed since he departed when the young man who had intended to visit the kitchen appeared at Wutong Courtyard. With a creak, the door opened, and Li Qing, having just finished changing the master's medicine, was greeted by the sight of a handsome young man, his demeanor cold and aloof, approaching. Who is this? Lin Ran, the esteemed young master, was met with confusion by Li Qing, who bowed respectfully and said, I have encountered young Master Lin before. However, I am here on matters concerning Chu Jun's concubine, and our master is currently indisposed. Lin Ran was well aware of the actions of Chu Huaishuang, and the only outsiders privy to this information were himself and a select few informants. Xiao Qing, please invite young Master Lin inside. A gentle voice resonated. Li Qing, mildly taken aback, obediently addressed Lin Ran, saying, Young Master Lin, please. The room was suffused with a bright clarity, and the air lingered with a faint, lingering bitterness.